everyday life that never dulls, namely the simple pleasure of eating and drinking. Massiano's wants to make sure that this is the best part of your day. Visit Massianos.com and sign up to view their special offers all year long. Delivery, carry out, or dine in, enjoy it anyway, because life is good at Massiano's. Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
B-Lux Bar and Grill, Wisconsin tells, is the quintessential American grill and bar, with refined rustic cuisine and award-winning libations. Their honest, feel-good food menu is complemented by a beer list to satisfy every taste. Classic cocktails and our signature shakes, rich and creamy with a splash of boozy goodness just to shake things up a little bit.
Splash of boozy goodness.
B-Lux Grill and Bar, classic American cuisine with a contemporary twist.
For local information and fun times in the mornings, listen to Marky B and Larry Jones on the first shift.
Maybe we need to get a radio intern in to help you.
Maybe so.
Somebody that you won't have to pay and you can treat them tough.
I can haze them.
You can't haze. You'll get fired. Remember that guy from Northwestern?
Yeah.
Gone.
Did he really do it?
You don't have to really do it. If somebody says you did,
yeah,
good enough. Maybe I'm going to accuse you of hazing me. I don't have to prove it.
It's the first shift, weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org. Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip, the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Rooted in their family Mexican history, churros are made daily with love. Churros and Chocolate at 2533 West Algonquin Road has churros made from family recipes with care and fresh each day with delicious fillings. There's also the Frida Cafe where you can relax and catch up with a friend while having a warm drink. Try Churros and Chocolate specialty churros, the churro sundae, or take home a churro cake. Visit churros, the letter Y, chocolateinc.com.
When you need your banker, they should be ready to put you first. At Wintrust, you can have the banking experience you need and the one you deserve. Ready for a change? We've made it even easier. Our new sophisticated online platform makes opening accounts a breeze, but our bankers are always here for you. Open a new Total Access checking account in minutes at wintrust.com/fast. Plus, get $300.
$100 required to open. Requirements to qualify. Must use link to apply.
Member FDIC.
It is 10 past 6 here at WRMN, AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube on this fabulous Friday morning, live from Kane County and Studio 14 in the heart of the Fox River Valley. This is The First Shift. And I'm Mark E.B. reporting for duty. And The First Shift starts every day with our Pledge of Allegiance and with our national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to your weekend from WRMN and from the Fox River Valley Media Network.
Welcome to The First Shift, right here on the Voice of the Valley, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM. Don't get that excited. I'm only introducing Marky B. Exactly. Featuring local news and sports, your Fox Valley forecast, and local traffic twice an hour at 15 and 45 minutes past. Timely interviews, a radio shopping show preview, milestones and memories, and born on dates of the lates and greats. Elgin trivia, and all of your phone calls, texts, and Facebook comments as part of the staff meeting. The First Shift is the most informative, entertaining, and interactive morning show in all of the Fox River Valley and beyond.
You liar!
Well, okay. At least it makes great background noise, whether you're at work, in the car, or at home.
Whatever.
Your host, Marky B, maintains an upbeat attitude every day despite the fact that he's saddled with an overall lack of talent, a delusioned ego, and false hope for a bright future.
Loser.
Yeah, he's pretty much a loser. But at least he tries. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for The First Shift on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
At least I try. Good morning and happy Friday. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin. WRMN AM 1410, Elgin's radio station since 1949. 75 years. Local broadcasting legendary station with a brand new beginning here in 2024. Good to have you with me on a Friday morning as we look forward to the weekend. Just a couple of Christmas weekends before Christmas now. We got three more, right? Yeah, 3 more this weekend, next weekend, and then the following weekend, and then it's Christmas time. So the preparations are underway, the festivities are underway, lots to do, Christmas-oriented, and the weekend that stands in front of us doesn't look too bad, doesn't look like it's going to get in the way of us getting some of those things done. 13 degrees, still cold out this morning. Winds are out of the southwest at 7 miles an hour. So the wind chill is 3 above. It certainly does feel cold outside. But things are going to start to get a little bit better. Still chilly today. Sunshine with a high struggling to reach 30 degrees, but at least plenty of sunshine on this Friday show, on this Friday period. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 19. And then we make big progress for tomorrow and Sunday. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high of 41 degrees. Tomorrow night down to 34, so we're actually going to stay above freezing for your Saturday night low at 34. And then Sunday, mostly sunny with a high of 50. That's right, the big 5-0 for the first time in a while on Sunday. So we'll look forward to that. Right now, however, it's still very frigid outside. 13 degrees early this morning. Winds out of the southwest at 7 miles an hour, so the wind chill factor is 3. 3 for you and me. 6:16 on a Friday morning here at WRMN. Looking forward to a Friday show and taking on the topics as they come, taking on the discussion as it comes, taking on your phone calls as they come. 847-931-1410 if you want to ring me this morning. That's 847-931-1410. We're tubing this morning on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube today. And early this morning on our YouTube feed. Let's see if we have any early morning activity. Oh, yeah, we do. We say good morning to the big boss man who checks in early, gets the prayer scoreboard underway today. Good morning, Marky B and First Shifters. Have a great day from the big boss man who apparently sends us 16 prayers to the prayer scoreboard. That's how many times I clicked the prayer scoreboard counter, at least. It's 6:17. Big boss man's the king of YouTube today. We also have our Image 360 information line. I have a number of people that have checked in that way early this morning. Thank you for checking in at 505-926-1410. And that includes our director of Shots Fired, who was out spotting shots last night. He found one on Melrose near Gary Dice's crib. Gary, put the gun away. I know you're sometimes a little bit old and crabby, but put the gun away, Gary. Shots fired on Melrose last night, so I'll give you a few details about that when I get into the news this morning. In the news this morning, what can I cover? Let's see. We have had a big week of the local news. Yesterday spent a lot of time on the Tent City fire on Wednesday evening, so we didn't cover some of the other local news going on. So I have some news leftovers from early in the week that I can share with you. There was a dude from Wheaton that went to Chicago's Lincoln Park last weekend, and apparently he was shot there. They have found, or at least they have a person of interest in custody now that may have been responsible for the shooting of this guy that was in the city from Wheaton. Alexander Nestoruk, a 34-year-old, shot and killed. So I'll give you the latest details on that story. Story that I didn't get to was this week was a DUI of rare proportions, epic proportions, where the driver of the car or the vehicle had a blood alcohol content of 0.374. 0.374. How do you do that and not be passed out or dead, let alone getting behind the wheel of a car? Give you a couple of details on that. Construction projects in Elgin, we might get to that this morning. They're redoing Dundee Avenue. They've been working over there for quite a while at different parts of Dundee. Dundee and Summit's been a mess for a while, but maybe a little construction update for you this morning. The Bender Dental feel-good start to the day. There's a new car at the Volo Auto Museum for the month of December, and that could make you feel good if you pay a visit up to Volo. The Bender Dental feel-good story of the day coming your way. Just Plain Stupid apparently finally comes to an end. There's always a case of just plain stupid somewhere, right? But I'm talking about the Burlington Central School District 301 controversy, where Gavin Hagee wasn't able to park on the campus of the school. He didn't have the proper parking pass, and the one that he was using wasn't good enough. But now it is going to be good enough. This is something we could talk with Jakes about. Jakes is going to be on the show today. He'll share some news with me. We'll share news together and hopefully speak to you about it. If you give us a call at 847-931-1410 today. Let's see. Jakes will be in at 7 o'clock. Of course, we have our pick six. I have the sheet over here. I've not circled my teams yet. Probably do that at the next break, I guess. It was hard putting together a pick six with all good games on it. Did Detroit end up winning last night over Green Bay? There was a 17-7 when I looked last. Who won the Detroit-Green Bay game last night? Stand by for results. Ooh, good game. Detroit 34, Green Bay 31 last night. The Lions did win, but the Packers gave them a battle, I guess. 34-31, the final score was 17-7, so a lot of scoring happened after the last time I checked the score last night. Detroit wins, though. They have only one loss so far this season. They are 12-1. The Packers at 9-4, having a very good season, but still only in third place in the mighty NFC North. So we have some football talk this morning in the 840 segment. We have the pick six. You can make your picks by going to our website at WRMN1410.com. That's WRMN1410.com. Circle your choices. Well, I guess that's one way you do it on the computer, or send your picks to me by clicking on the link at WRMN1410.com under the Pick 6 tab on the top of the home page. And you have a chance to win a $25 gift card from Rookies All-American Sports Pub and Grill. Todd Fox was our winner from Gary's Garage last week. Kimmy D was the winner the week before, and Dennis D. Not So Young picked up her card this week. From my office, nice little $25 gift card to use at Rookies All-American Sports Pub, Old Republic Bar and Grill on Randall. You can use it at Alexander's Cafe on Route 31 between Elgin and West Dundee, or you can go to West Dundee and go to Village Squire, or in South Elgin at the Village Squire. Any of the Rookies locations will take it, and we appreciate them for being on board with us this year. Once again, we'll talk about that at 8:40 this morning. The Chief is in. Fridays with the Finest this morning, 9 until 9:30. We'll see what she has to say, if anything, about the fire at Tent City on Wednesday night. And the whole scenario with what happens next for our homeless population. Apparently five people were displaced, according to a release put out by the city of Elgin yesterday, because of that raging fire, which took place in Tent City on Wednesday night. Yet those 5 people are going to have all the clothing they could possibly need, because word of the clothing drive and the donations being accepted got out big, and Elgin came up big, man. I saw pictures from Paul's Family Restaurant yesterday. They got more than they asked for. You know what I'm saying? Paul's Family Restaurant looked trashed in front yesterday after all the donations, and the people were laying things in front of Paul's Family Restaurant. So people stepped up large. As it turns out, only 5 people were displaced. I say only, that's an important number, but I guess for any of those living outdoors this winter, there's a fresh or semi-fresh set of supplies now, thanks to our great community here at Elgin giving. And maybe it was just the scariness of the look of that fire, which you can see by going to our Facebook page at WRMN Radio on Facebook. Maybe it was just the scariness of that fire that made everybody say, hey, we got to give some stuff. Becky Blue gave some stuff. She brought some things up here yesterday at the radio station, and I took them over to the AID Street Outreach van on Kimball Avenue, or Kimball Street, after the show yesterday. So thanks to you, Becky Blue. And thanks to all of the Elgin community for reacting and responding, even though it might have been a bit of overkill. this time around. I'm sure the clothes will go to good use somewhere. 6:25. Chief Lally in this morning at 9 o'clock. Steve Thorne's in with his Senior Community Spotlight show this morning from 9:30 until 10. And then from 10 until 11, Steve stays around today, and it's Music Memories. But today, on Music Memories, I do believe that Steve's going to focus on Christmas music. It is Christmas time, and each of us are putting together an hour of Christmas music and Christmas stories for you. I actually recorded mine yesterday here in the studio, so mine is now prepared. I'll share with you when we plan to use those Christmas hours. Steve's going to both present his and record his this morning in the 10 o'clock hour during Music what's the show called? Music Memories here on WRMN. So that's all happening today, and we look forward to Stevie T's presentation of his Christmas program this morning from 10 until 11. 6:26 here on the first shift. Number to call is 847-931-1410. Let's take a phone call right now before we hit the news, sports, weather break here at 6:30. Good morning. Welcome to the first shift.
Hey, how you doing, Marco? Be happy Friday, first shifters. I just want to wish Steve Thorne a happy birthday.
Who do you want to wish a happy birthday?
Steve Thorne.
Steve Thorne? Okay.
Yeah, the guy that plays the music.
Yeah, that guy. Okay. Well, we'll wish Steve Thorne a happy birthday, and I'm sure we'll...
Happy birthday, Steve.
Their sidekick, Susan, with Downtown Jose this morning. So, cool. Well, thanks for checking in this morning and wishing him a happy birthday.
We'll be stopping by shortly.
Okay. We look forward to seeing you.
Yeah, glad everybody helped out the people at Tent City. That's a great outcome.
Yeah. It was a devastating-looking fire, but everybody jumped up and responded, so there's more clothing and supplies for people around the area that need it now.
And I'm just glad no one got killed, you know?
Right.
As far as ain't no joke.
No, it's not.
So,
all right, buddy.
No.
We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, we'll see you shortly.
Okay. Downtown Jose checking in. Sidekick Susan checking in on this Friday morning. On this day in music history, let's see, I kind of spanned through the week a lot of music I didn't use from the week that I had prepared for myself. Thought I'd pick out some of the songs that I didn't use as the week went on this week. And that includes, this week in 2009, Scottish songwriter, lyricist, vocalist, producer, pianist, and co-creator of the Alan Parsons Project, Eric Woolfson, died from kidney cancer at the age of 64 on this day back in 2009. Woolfson wrote songs for Marianne Faithfull, Frank Ifield, Marmalade, Dave Barry, and Peter Noon. Following the 10 successful albums he made with Alan Parsons, he sold over 50 million albums worldwide. His name was Eric Woolfson. He died on this week in 2009, and the Alan Parsons Project put out this song, Eye in the Sky. It'll take us to 6:30, and that's when we'll have some news, sports, and weather for you. First shift, Friday, December 6th, WRMN AM 1410.
Don't think sorry's easily said.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20, with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, and great news. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago winless on the road this season at 0-5. They're looking to snap a 6-game losing skid. San Francisco's 5-7. They've lost 3 in a row. On Thursday's injury report, both wide receiver DJ Moore and running back DeAndre Swift were out. It was the second straight workout that they missed. Both are dealing with quad injuries. Wide receiver Keenan Allen missed Wednesday's practice with an ankle injury but was a full participant Thursday. The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8-16-2. That's the worst in the league. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin news from December 6th, 1924. Several Elgin merchants are believed to have been victimized by a bad check artist within the last few days, and at least 4 worthless checks are known to have been put out by the shady operator. Elgin police today were on the lookout for the man, and merchants were warned to scrutinize carefully checks tendered by unknown persons. Although some of the worthless checks were cashed only to be returned by Chicago banks marked no account, other merchants were not taken in and refused to cash checks presented by the man. The amount of the checks are said to be small, but the man's operations were said to be extensive, possibly a half dozen firms being victims or intended prey. In other news, a block of 1,000 shares of Elgin Watch Company stock yesterday changed hands on the New York market at a price of $65 per share. 2 weeks ago, the bid price was $52. It jumped to $57 a day after the 20% cash dividend was announced last week, and yesterday jumped to the new high level. 2 years ago, an Elgin man bought 50 shares of stock at less than $40 per share, investing $1,800. He participated in the stock dividend a year ago and received 10 shares free. Today, he holds 60 shares, worth at yesterday's market price $3,900, and he will receive in January a cash dividend amounting to $300.
Wow.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
Friday. It is the 6th day of December. 12/6/2024, the 341st day of the year. Week number 49 and quarter number 4. And it's 6:37 and 37 seconds, as a matter of fact. And we have a phone number. It's 847-931-1410. And we have some numbers on the AM dial, 1410. So I got all the numbers out of the way, I guess, as we get this segment started here on the first shift. Coming up on the programming end of things today on WRMN, Dino's Night Out is going to be focusing, I believe, on what took place in Tent City the other night and what maybe lies in store for the Elgin homeless population moving forward after everything that went on Wednesday evening with the fire. Dino and Sonar were really pushed to put a panel of people together for this afternoon show between 2 and 4. We're still working on that panel, but the reason is because of this big old fire. And if you're watching on YouTube right now, you can hear the wind blowing and the fire raging in the distance. That's from our Facebook page, WRMN Radio on Facebook. Look at that water. What a scene, huh? Kind of a scary scene. You see the fire in the distance there. I think it was those types of videos that scared a lot of people here in the area. And everybody made contributions yesterday. Paul's Family Restaurant was full of items for the homeless, and so a great outpouring from the local community to try to make sure the people in need are taken care of during the holiday season and beyond with clothing and blankets and things like that. So that's what Elgin does. But today, Dino and myself, and I guess we're going to co-moderate this panel. I got to deliver some food for Greater Elgin today in the 1 o'clock hour, so I'll scramble back as fast as I can, and Dino and myself will co-moderate a show and an opportunity for people to speak their minds. That means you. We'd like to have you listen. We'd like to have you participate by calling the program between 2 and 4 this afternoon at 847-931-1410 and giving us your thoughts. We'll have the YouTube, of course, going on WRMN Radio on YouTube, and also we'll have Image 360's information line alive and well at 505-926-1410. It's a panel discussion, a part of Dino's Night Out this afternoon from 2 until 4. And we reached out to many people yesterday. A lot of them had trouble getting here on 24 hours notice. But the commander, I believe, is going to be here, Mark Smith. He's running for city council in the spring. He's got some firm thoughts on the situation. He sent quite a message yesterday that I might get into here shortly again once we get into our staff meeting a little bit. And we're going to have somebody from Wayside Ministries, I believe, in this afternoon as well, a representative of Wayside. I've put in a call to Lori Baker of AID. Again, this is last minute planning, so we'll see. We didn't have the fire till Wednesday night, and that kind of evoked the idea of this panel discussion. It was Ken Husky, I think, that was listening yesterday that threw the idea out there, and Dino and Sonar and everybody seemed to like that idea. So we want to have that on the afternoon show today, your chance to weigh in on the situation, how you feel about it. Give your thoughts, your opinions, your feelings. That's what we do here on the community radio station WRMN. So we'll have individual from Wayside and Commander Mark Smith, and we'll see if we can round up another person or two to be a part of the panel this afternoon. 642 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. I have some news for you. In just a moment, we'll get our staff meeting started right now by taking a phone call at 847-931-1410. On this Friday morning, we check in down under with our friend Derica. Good day, Derica.
G'day, Marky B. How are you?
I'm doing all right for a Friday, I suppose. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah? What's happening with you?
Oh, not much. Just watching TV.
Yeah.
It was very hot here today.
Very hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how the weather flips. A few months ago, we were talking about how hot it was here, and you were talking about being winter there, and now you have hot days, and we have 13 degrees right now here in Elgin, which is just a little bit above freezing Celsius. Well, actually, below freezing Celsius, because it's below freezing here.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's cold.
I don't like cold weather. I'm fascinated by snow, but I don't like cold weather.
No.
But I actually prefer summertime than wintertime.
Right. I think most of us do. Most of us do. We like the fresh air, but then it gets really cold and it kind of stays for a while, and we get tired of that, and we're ready for some warm weather again.
Okay.
What size television do you have?
Oh, it's not a big one. It's only, like, it's just big enough to sitting on top of the TV cabinet at the moment.
You're hard to understand right now, by the way. I don't know what you just did with your phone, but you're hard to understand.
My TV is sitting on top of the TV cabinet.
Okay. So you have like one of those entertainment centers that you have still, and you use a TV that you put on top of that?
Yeah, and it's not a big TV. It's not one that covers the whole wall. My lounge room isn't big enough for that. It's just, I guess just a regular size TV.
Yeah. We were talking about the other day how televisions in the United States, I imagine all over the world, but they've just become, everything else has gotten so expensive. Televisions have gotten cheaper and bigger and lighter and cheaper. And it seems like most people have state-of-the-art, smart, modern televisions that look good. They're large, and you can put them right on the wall, and you don't even need an entertainment center anymore.
Yeah, and the colors on them are really pretty, too.
Yeah. Crazy how that happened.
I saw Linda Carter. She made a comment. I think it was Linda Carter. She wanted me to get well and And she's saying hello, and, well, I am well, Linda. I am at home. And hello to Hector.
Yeah.
And everyone in the family, and everyone who's having a birthday today, right now, happy birthday. Whoever you are, happy birthday. Have you have a good one. And, yeah, everyone just have a good weekend.
Yes. And you too, Derica. You sound good. You sound like you're feeling better.
Yeah, I am. I had dialysis treatment today, but it went all right. And the only thing is, Alyssa, one of the nurses, she had to go home early because something happened to her dog, and he wasn't behaving right. He might have got a tick. So she went home, and, her and her partner, they're having to keep an eye on the dog. Her partner's going to look after the dog tomorrow, and she's going to come into work.
Okay. Well, I hope the dog's okay.
Yeah, I hope so, too.
Wonder what happened to the dog. Did the dog eat something it wasn't supposed to eat?
I don't know. It's either a tick or a snake or could be anything.
Yeah.
Because it's snake season. Snakes are out and about now that it's summertime. And we have some dangerous snakes here in Australia.
Oh. Gotcha.
Yeah, and there was this lady in Melbourne. She was driving a car. It was on the news recently. And she had to stop all of a sudden because there was a venomous snake in her car, and it slithered up her leg.
Ooh. Could you imagine that?
That would be scary.
That'd be a little bit scary. If you're driving a car and a snake crawls up your leg.
Yeah, and then she had to call a snake catcher to come and get it and take it and relocate it out into the bush.
You know,
away. What
would you do if you were driving a car and all of a sudden you noticed a snake was climbing up your leg? And I think the automatic reaction that most people would have would be just try to grab it real fast with their hand and throw it into the passenger side. Or throw it out the window if you could open the window in time. But that'd be scary because I imagine you could get bit while you're trying to do that. But if you just ignored it and let it continue to crawl on you, that would be hard to continue to drive knowing that that's happening.
Yeah, I know. And there was one time when Steve Irvin, when he was alive, and his wife Terry, they were in a movie. And in this movie, they were chasing after a crocodile, and they thought that poachers were after it. But there was these people from America, I think the FBI or something, and they had this device, and the crocodile followed it. And while they were out and about trying to catch this crocodile, Steve and Terry were catching other creatures too. And one creature they did catch was this big spider, and while Terry was driving the vehicle, the spider got out of the container that it was in and crawled on her face.
Ooh.
But she was driving.
Ah, boy. Not good.
No.
Not good. Well, thanks for calling this morning, Derica. Got to get to some other things here, but glad you're feeling good, and keep on listening, and maybe you can call back later if you want to. And I'll wish Stevie Thorne a happy birthday for you, because he's the one birthday we know about this morning.
Okay, yeah, wish him a happy birthday for me.
All right, we'll do. Have a great day. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, bye. Derica checking in from Down Under. That's today's edition of Derica from Down Under. Here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. 6:49 Friday morning. What time is it? Did you say it? Did you say it? It's crime time. Crime time. A little bit of news for you. Person of interest is now in custody in the fatal shooting of a Wheaton man during an argument in Chicago's Lincoln Park neighborhood late last month. It was on Thanksgiving Day, wasn't it? Charges as of the time of this story from the Daily Herald had not been announced. Authorities released photos and videos of the alleged gunman on Tuesday, asking for help identifying the man. Footage from a surveillance camera shows him dressed in all black. Alexander Nestoruk, 34 years old, was, it says here, quote, exhibiting erratic and dangerous behavior in the 2400 block of North Clark Street at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, November the 27th. That would have been, the day before Thanksgiving, right? Last Wednesday, November the 27th, when he instigated an argument with a group of people. So by the nature of the way the story is written, looks like Alexander might have been messed up on something and was acting crazy. And he started an argument with a group of people on the 2400 block of North Clark Street in Chicago. And one of those people pulled out a gun and fired shots and killed Mr. Alexander Nestoruk. According to Chicago police and Alderman Timmy Knudsen. So apparently they have someone in custody right now. We'll see if charges are filed against him or they determine that this was some sort of self-defense. We'll see. 6:51 here at WRMN. That was that guy from Wheaton, Alexander Nestoruk. More crime time. A Chicago man accused of a fatal DUI last Sunday in Villa Park had an amazing blood alcohol content of 0.374 when he ran a red light and crashed his minivan into an SUV, killing a 69-year-old man. Luis Guzman Alvarez, 49, of South California Avenue, charged with one felony count of aggravated DUI causing death. Tuesday, the DuPage County Judge Joshua Deaton denied the state's motion to detain Alvarez until his trial, so he's not in jail. Despite pulling the 0.374 on the breathalyzer test, could be an all-time record. Villa Park police responded to the crash at 7:41 a.m. That's right, 7:41 a.m. Rolling around with a .374 BAC. That was on Sunday at St. Charles Road and Villa Avenue. Officials say Alvarez was speeding when he ignored a red light, probably couldn't see it, and crashed into a Chevy SUV driven by Jose Orizaba. While searching for Guzman Alvarez's vehicle, they found remnants of his intoxication, two small open bottles of Jose Cuervo tequila, a small bottle of pre-mixed margaritas, and a small bottle of pre-mixed daiquiri. BAC measured at 0.374. The legal threshold is 0.08. That's like 5 times the limit. How do you get there without dying or passing out? Guzman scheduled to be arraigned on December the 23rd. A couple of early crime times for you. 6:54 here at WRMN. Let's take it to the tube for a moment. Beehive Bar and Grill, YouTube, and say good morning to No Nickname John. Should we save the bad joke for Jake's this morning, or should we do it now? No Nickname John, checking in on National Microwave Oven Day. Everybody's got one of those, right? A microwave oven. I think I'm just going to do it now, or I'll probably never get back to it. You know how things go. If you think your microwave spying on you is bad, just remember that your vacuum has been gathering dirt on you for years. If you think your microwave spying on you is bad, just remember your vacuum has been gaining dirt on you for years. Gathering dirt on you for years.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop.
Now.
Shut up!
No nickname John. That's not bad, I guess. It's middle of the road, right? I'll give you a 7. It's a Friday 7, a token 7 for you, no nickname John, on a 1 to 10 scale. 6:55 here at WRMN. Good morning to Dennis D. Not So Young checking in from Elm Street this morning. Good morning, first shifters. Have a great day and a safe weekend from Dennis D. Not So Young, the Nightmare. On Elm Street, we went over and had some chili at the D. Not So Young's house last night. Good chili that Kim prepared. And it was good. I was kind of full, though, because Dino had brought a pizza over to the radio station from Danny's about middle of the afternoon, and that kind of made up dinner for me. I really didn't need any chili, but I still had some. 6:56 here at WRMN. Let's take a phone call before we get to the end of this hour at 847-931-1410. Check in with our friend Trusty Pat. Good morning, Pat.
Good morning.
What's happening, buddy?
The story about this blood alcohol is just amazing. Is that when I was down at Southern University, I worked part-time for the police, and I was in second man in the car one night, and we pulled over a girl that she was basically almost comatose when she came out of the car, except she started taking off her clothes. Unbelievable.
Wow.
But anyway, she was at .299, and she kept passing out at that point. And it's like, that's a whole lot level higher than that. And
right.
I just realized, just thinking about the way her condition was back then. But I hope that was calibrated right and so forth. They actually took it twice because, man, that is really high. But anyway, I'm sure there's no doubt that he was intoxicated by any means. But, it's amazing that the amount of people that still drive impaired at some point. You see and hear of it all the time with even friends that they, I'm going home from a party. Let me take him. No, I'm good. And you just wonder. And it's a reminder for all of us that should really watch our blood alcohol level. And when I have a couple beers after a basketball game or something with friends the other night, I had 2 beers. That was it. That's done. And had food with it too. So, you just wonder what people think about. And anyway, that's my comment is just don't drink if you're going to drive.
Right.
At all, hardly. It just is amazing. But thanks for your coverage on this fire over at Tin City. It's amazing that it didn't go. When you see those structures from the road, you see what that is, all that plastic and everything. It looks like it can night and go forever. So
it does.
There's been some distance between them. That's what I can tell. I went by there yesterday and tried to peek through it. It just looks. It's amazing how bad it looks. I wonder what. Of course, everybody that's going on train there, they know what it is because they're going down to the big timber. But can you imagine if you had a regular passenger car, train going through your town, and you had that?
Right.
How embarrassing it would be.
Yeah.
But it's a problem that seemingly never goes away. I know that a lot of people are very concerned, and I know our mayor is, our city council is, but what's the solution? Nobody knows.
Well, we'll talk more about it this afternoon during our panel discussion between 2 and 4. But thanks for calling, Pat.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Mark.
Take care. Trusty Pat, it is 6:59 on the first shift. Good morning.
Visit Marcianos.com and sign up to view their special offers all year long. Delivery, carry out, or dine in, enjoy it anyway, because life is good at Marcianos. Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. Downtown Elgin is set to host Krampusnacht 2024 on Saturday, December 7th. Participating restaurants and bars will have Krampus-themed food and drink specials all day to celebrate the season. At 9 a.m., the Martini Room is set for an ugly sweater competition as well. St. Charles police have identified a man from Indiana as the man who threatened residents of an assisted living facility with a chainsaw. 41-year-old Daniel H. Escalera from Indiana was fatally shot by police after threatening residents. An investigation into the incident is ongoing, and an autopsy is scheduled by the Kane County Coroner's Office. The Gail Borden Public Library is set to host the 1963 Chicago Bears. George Halas and the road to the NFL Championship this Saturday from 10:30 till 11:30 a.m. at the main library in the Elgin Room with author and historian Charles N. Billington. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is, well, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, and Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
For local information and fun times in the mornings, listen to Marky B and Larry Jones on the first shift.
And when like Christmas time and Thanksgiving time, Brian has these little competitions. People ring up and they gobble like a turkey, and whoever gets the most votes for the best gobble off, they win a turkey for Thanksgiving.
Really? That's a great idea. That's a great radio contest. Derek has given us some great ideas here.
That's
Larry.
right.
Yeah.
It's the first shift, weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
Take a historic walk through the home of America's greatest showman, Al Ringling. Located in Baraboo, Wisconsin, you can view the grand opulence on a guided tour, now hourly starting 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Weekday tours begin on the veranda and on the weekends in the tap room of the Al Ringling Brewery. Behind the mansion, kick back and try a flight of craft beers and dine at this family-friendly stop. Visit alringlingmansion.com for more information.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. The 55-year-old Richardson had a 57, 118, and 15 record after being hired to coach Chicago in 2022 while the Blackhawks were in a prolonged rebuild. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8-16-2. That's the worst in the league. They were tied for 21st in team defense, averaging 3.15 goals against per game. The Bulls beat the Spurs 139-124 on Thursday. Nikola Vukovic had 39 points and 8 rebounds. Chicago puts a 2-game winning streak on the line tonight at home against the Pacers. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2.
This is Larry Jones.
and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
Beef Villa's 3 locations offer much more than their signature Italian beef. Try the Italian sausage, roasted chicken, and more. There's a big variety of delicious side dishes. Beef Villa uses quality ingredients from homemade recipes, and they purchase top-of-the-quality food products from their vendors to bring you the absolute best tasting of foods. Beef Villa's great service and quality are waiting for you, but you won't be waiting long because it's always hot and fresh. Visit beefvilla.com.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Did he hook one?
Microsoft has new computers that put AI first, this special category called Copilot Plus PCs. They have minimum specs plus a chip just for AI. The company unveiling the first Surface devices with the designation, powered by Qualcomm chips, not Intel. One notable AI feature is called Recall. It lets your computer remember everything you do so that you can find files, images, and websites later. More tech news tips on Rich on Tech.
Every Saturday from 1 to 4, right here on WRMN.
This winter, the Elgin Fire Department is partnering with the Community Crisis Center to provide warm clothing for adults in need. From now through December 31st, drop off your gently used winter coats for men and women, along with new gloves, mittens, hats, and scarves at any Elgin fire station. Just leave your donations at the front door and ring the doorbell. Firefighters will safely collect them. Help us keep our community warm this season. Visit elginil.gov/civic alerts for more info.
Friday.
Looking back at the years gone by like so many summer fields.
Starting this hour with some Jackson Brown.
65, I was 17.
Cold outside. Jake's is here. Barely. Hi, Jake's.
What's up?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm all right. You know, it's good. Really cold Friday morning. At least the sun's going to be out today, but
yeah.
You know, it's nothing like coming in and sitting down next to a space heater that's blowing nothing but cold air.
Is cold air coming out of there?
Well, it's definitely not hot.
Maybe it needs to be set on a different setting.
Maybe.
I'm not sure what all the little marks mean, like what means hot, what means cold.
I think it's just pushing air, because it's definitely not hot.
It should be. There should be some settings for heat there, buddy. And there's another heat on the other side over there, heater. That's my favorite one. Around your left corner over there.
Oh, yes.
That one does a good job. It's 11 past 7 here at WRMN AM 1410, but it's been freezing in the studio for most of the week, so this is actually an improvement. And Dino's put all the Christmas decorations up. We got a little Christmas spirit going on in here.
See that?
Yeah. Got your tree up yet, Jakes?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah?
You know, so since it's usually just me, I don't have any reason to decorate. I have like 2 small trees outside, like flanking my door, and I have got a wreath that I hang over my door on the inside, and they both light up. And so that's usually the extent of what I do, because I have no reason to fully decorate my house if it's just me, because for me, that's just giving me a chore.
A chore that, so you can look at what you did?
I can look at what I did and then look at what I need to take down. And I'm like, well, I could just not do that and get on with my life.
Right.
So this year, I'm going to have people at my house for Christmas. So I'm going to be, I decided to decorate, but I actually decorated the week of Thanksgiving. I think I got everything done on that Monday or that Tuesday. So I'm fully ready.
Yeah. Not us. We, of course, traveled last weekend. So we have not got anything up yet. But the weather's going to be nice this weekend. It's going to feel good comparatively, because we've been kind of in the deep freeze for about a week now.
Yeah, the last couple of days, especially. Like earlier this week, I mean, especially with the wind. Holy cow. Like,
yeah.
Was that Tuesday night was brutally cold.
Yeah, and Wednesday night, too. The wind was amazing when I left work here yesterday, and I saw that black cloud of smoke, which looked like it was right over the parking lot over here. And I didn't know if it was like a weird cloud that was flying low through the sky because it was so windy and weird outside, or if it was something else. So I drove until I found the origin of that black cloud of smoke. In fact, as I was driving down Douglas towards the police station, looking to my left, I still couldn't see where it was coming from. It almost looked like City Hall was on fire. To me, I mean, just from where the smoke was coming. I didn't see the flames. But then I found where it was, and that would be what we call Tent City. And I was able to go over there and capture some video of that. And it was really windy and really freezing cold. And if I could turn Jackson Brown off, too many things going on here on the same computer. Jackson, go away. 7:14 here at WRMN. Jackson.
Yeah, I can still kind of hear him.
Go away. Okay, you went away. 7:14 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. And this is finally what I saw, and I'll show it on YouTube right now. With my phone camera, I captured that, Jakes.
Yeah, that's impressive. That is and if you're not playing along at home, it's, first off, you could already tell that just the water alone.
Look at the water, I know.
It looks like a storm. It looks like an actual storm is coming in, almost like you're standing on the beach during a hurricane, well, a frozen beach, but whatever. But yeah, that's an impressive blaze.
It really is.
And, you know, like it's crazy to think about like anything starting on fire, especially if it's your residence. And obviously like that that blaze could happen pretty much anywhere.
Right.
But like the uncontrolled fires, or maybe whatever the fire that might be in a barrel or whatever might have happened over there that obviously got out of control. Everything that went up is very flammable.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot going on over there.
There is.
There's tents, there's tarps, there's wood, there's any kind of debris you can imagine.
Yep. So it's kind of impressive.
Propane.
Yeah.
It was cold. That wasn't the fire raging sound that you heard. That was actually the wind.
Right.
In my phone,
but still, and that's. I'm pretty sure if you were closer to it, you would have heard
sounded
probably
like that.
the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, that was because that was a blaze. That wasn't even just like a fire. That was the entire bank of the river on fire.
Yeah.
And
it's like a horror movie scene, isn't it, with the water like that and all that?
Yeah, for real. Or like something like wildfires almost. That was like almost like the wildfires videos from California, like when that was happening.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's really bad for me to say because I read, like, when I first saw it, the first thing that came to my mind was like, man, I hope they have insurance.
Yeah, they've got insurance. Yeah. Well, 5 people, I guess, were displaced because that's only just a very corner of Tent City.
Right.
That's not really. It stretches quite a ways, but. Now a lot of discussion's going to be over, we've talked about the future of Tent City, and we've talked a lot about that on the show over the past couple of months. And I guess the city's plan, the hope for the city, was to find an alternative place that these people at least would have an option to go live, and then take down Tent City. And for those who wanted to try to conform a little bit and use this as an opportunity to rehab themselves and start over again, they could go live in this new community that's formed, tiny houses or whatever. And for those who want to continue to live the way they live, they got to go find somewhere else to hide. And then I guess, maybe we'll see if there are stricter ordinances against allowing people to sleep in public places and things like that. But I'm thinking that most of the people, we're going to have a discussion this afternoon between 2 and 4 on Dino's show. I'm trying to put together a little panel of people to talk about these things this afternoon on the show. And that includes you, the listener. Please call in this afternoon at 847-931-1410. Give your thoughts. That's 847-931-1410. But my thought is that, there's pads. There are regular homeless places that people that seriously want to rehab themselves and get back on their feet can stay. Pads here locally is the main place. The people living in Tent City, by and large, I'm not sure are those people.
No.
They who would live in a place like that unless that's the way you want to live. Rule free, not being told what to do, able to do your drugs, able to live the way you want to live. With your problems and your mental anxieties and whatever you might have, you don't want to be told what to do. So that's why you live over there.
Right. Well, and there's a lot when it comes down to like talking about homeless people and the homelessness and the people that you see that are essentially choosing that life. You do have the whole drug. And let me just back up and say, just as a general statement, I get it. It sounds wonderful. Like to just they wake up, they cook themselves some breakfast or whatever they can find.
Yeah.
And then
on the stove,
they don't have to worry about. They're not getting up wondering if they're going to be late for work.
No,
they're not worrying if they're going to. You and I are probably of the people that lay in bed trying to sleep at night when our brain decides to worry about our health, our taxes, our bills, our mortgage, all the stresses of our life. Whereas, like, they go to bed at a decent time.
Imagine.
They go to bed at a decent time. They probably sleep pretty well. They got no stress to wake up to. They have no bills to pay, taxes. They have nothing to worry about.
Well, I think
in
it's a
that.
different set of stresses.
It is a different set of stresses.
I mean, waking up freezing.
Waking up is definitely one of those bigger stresses. You got to make sure you do that. But
freezing, not knowing what you're going to eat.
But right. But there's places that they can go. Like you can get up and go to some of these shelters,
the church or whatever. Yeah.
So, it seems just a very long vacation.
Without all the perks of a vacation, though.
Yeah. I mean, mostly sleeping when you want to and not being told what to do. That's a big part of life. There's a lot of people that would like to live that way, but just have people give them money for nothing. So what I'm saying, though, is like, I get it. I understand.
I get an aspect of it. Yeah. I hear you.
But usually when you're talking about someone who is of that nature, generally, a lot of them are struggling with some sort of mental health.
Sure. And addictions.
And so
the combination of those two things at the same time.
There's a lot of that at play because, yes, I mean, when I think about it, I think like, okay, homelessness, you might be struggling with, one thing or another. And of course, you can't deny the fact that there's something mentally unstable about them, because if you're going to be homeless, why are you here? If I was homeless, I would not stay here. I would just immediately start walking south. I'd probably go southwest, or maybe even just as far south in like Florida that I can go.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be around someplace that it hurts my face when I walk outside. So you have to be a little bit unstable just to do that to begin with. So when it comes down to...
Thank you for listening to... Sorry.
It's all right.
I'm trying to figure something out because I think we're on YouTube, but I don't think we're on WRMN right now because, see, the lights aren't on.
Yeah. Well, that light seems to decide to come on every now and then and not as often as it should.
Yeah. So
political party poopers got you down. Shake
all the
it
time.
off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every week.
All right, so I think we'll take a break here so I can try to figure this out.
Sounds good.
We'll take a break. We're on YouTube, so I think those of you viewing on YouTube heard this amazing radio for the last few minutes.
So amazing.
Yeah, and the rest of you have not, and that's why Gary Dice keeps trying to call me. So let me see if I can figure out what's not working right here, and we'll be right back for those that are watching on YouTube. Keep it right here on the first shift.
Not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, a political talk show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Tune in to Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN. Join Eric and his expert guests for a fun and informative journey into the home improvement and healthy living lifestyle. Whether you're tackling a DIY project or thinking about your home's wellness, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to stress and hello to solutions that save you time and money. Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m.
Ready to hit the ground running or walking? Welcome to Dick Bond Athletics in St. Charles. For over 50 years, we've outfitted runners of all levels with the best shoes, apparel, and accessories. Whether you're training for a 5K, gearing up for a marathon, or just want to be as healthy as possible, we've got the gear you need. Visit us for a personalized Atrex 3D gait analysis. Shop our fantastic selection and snag a deal in our clearance section. Stop by any of our 5 stores in Lisle, Carroll Stream, Park Ridge, Hoffman Estates, or St. Charles. Monday to Friday, 10 to 8, Saturday, 10 to 5, and Sunday, 11 to 4. Visit dickpondathletics.com today. Want to feel your best and take control of your health? Tune in to the Dr. Bob Martin Show every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410. Join Dr. Bob for expert advice on nutrition, exercise, herbal supplements, mind-body medicine, and more. Get answers to your questions. Stay updated with breaking health news, and don't miss special segments like The Health Alternative and Outrage and Mystery of the Week. Whether you're looking for wellness tips or the latest in holistic healing, the Dr. Bob Martin Show has you covered. It's your weekly dose of health, Sundays from 1 to 4 p.m., only on WRMN AM 1410.
Friday. WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube, and yes, I believe we are back on the AM dial. It's the on-air light that lets us know we're free. Free to talk to you. Free to have you talk to us at 847-931-1410 if you want to give us a call this morning. We've been on YouTube the whole time. So if you weren't able to hear us because you listen on the old blowtorch or old school, you don't believe in video to go with your audio, then you missed our conversation about homelessness a little bit and how Jake says he understands how people in theory could live with that desire to be 100% free. Yet when you're homeless and you have very little or no money and your possessions are all kind of jacked up, that it's certainly an interesting lifestyle. I've always thought that maybe just trying it out for a few days would be interesting.
It's called camping.
Well, no, because we glamp even though we camp.
Right.
We've got, I mean, but some of these people that live down in Tent City, they've got some things to cook with now. They've got the propane tanks. They've been able to build up their little shelter area to where they've got some warmth when they need it, I suppose, unless it gets really, really, really cold.
Yeah.
And then there are places they can go for breakfast and get a dinner here at the local churches and things like that. So I don't really call it camping. But, yeah. 728.
I'm just saying, like, that's a way that you can get... That's a way that you can try out that lifestyle for a couple of days, but you have to go full bore. You can't limp
glamp
into it. Yeah, no glamping. You have to actually go rough it.
True, I guess. 729 here at WRMN. We're on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube this morning. Thanks for all the comments that we have had coming in. I think we've been off the FM. Yes, we are, and thank you for trying to let me know. I guess because I didn't know we were down for a little while, I never had any reason to check and see that we were down, so I didn't see a couple of your messages on the Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410, where you can also send pictures if you want to. That's 505-926-1410. YouTube is WRMN Radio on YouTube. Thanks, No Nickname John, for letting us know that we are back. The app and the radio were down for a bit, but we're back, I think, in full force now. We don't have this thing automatically set to hit at 7:30 this morning since we had some issues, Jake, so I think we'll just skip that break for now.
All right.
And keep it right here. So you got any plans for the weekend?
Not really. This is it's kind of like the calm before the storm. Now that Thanksgiving is over, which we should probably talk about how our Thanksgivings were, because that was last week. Although, so this was kind of a long week, so it feels like it was forever ago already. And now, of course, we're in December. The weather has fully changed. We've gotten snow. It's cold.
Yeah.
But this is the first true weekend of December. And I don't really have any plans this evening. I think tomorrow I'm going to try to go get a burger from that biker dude guy that I've talked about before.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to watch some terrible football on Sunday. I think that's probably about it.
There's Cecil Claus going by. Good morning, Cecil Claus. Got any gigs lined up for December, Cecil Claus? He's got the exact Santa look going on.
He does. And it's a good Santa. When I actually saw him driving by, I'm just like, oh, wow.
Yeah. We on YouTube right now, I'm showing a flyer for Dino's party that he has.
Oh.
It's a week from Saturday. It's the 14th. On a Saturday night, 6:30 over at Dino's house. Cocktails, appetizers, desserts. He always has a little live music. This time around, it's going to be Patty, a person with one name. He actually has two names, but I guess to make him cooler as a musician, he just goes with one name. It's a he, by the way.
Old school style open house.
Yeah.
So what makes it old school?
I don't know. What makes it old school, Dino? Soft drinks, basic bar on hand. Feel free to bring a beverage to share. Patty will perform some music for you. It's at 6 North 165 Circle Avenue in Medina. Put it in your phone. It's fairly easy to explain if you're coming from this area. The best way to come down is Route 20. Turns into Lake Street. You go through some of these little suburbs, and you eventually get there. And then you make a left onto Circle Avenue, go down about 4 or 5 blocks maybe, and then his house is on the right-hand side. There will be a big fire truck in front of his house, decorated with Christmas things.
You know, there's a house, excuse me, just down the street from Dino's as I was leaving the last time I was there, and I couldn't tell if there were going to be planes laying in the backyard or what was going on. This place was massive. I don't know.
The house was?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but
it's some big old houses over there where Dino stays.
Yeah, there's this house was impressively large, and like to the point of tall, but like there's no way that there's anything that's actually happening up there kind of tall. Like it's all just open. Like it's got to be. I mean, it's very cavernous looking, but I mean, it was impressive. It was almost like, is that a church? Like it's like, who lives there? It's the house that Crack built.
Who lives there? I want to know that person. What does that person do for a living? You ever see these big old homes and you ask yourself that question?
Absolutely. Like,
yeah.
Just when I, sorry.
It's all right.
Just when I want to really feel wondrous and slightly insignificant with my life choices, I drive around that neighborhood in Barrington that you can see from 72, like behind Gobert's. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Man, I drive through there and I literally, like every single house, I'm like, wow, what do these people do for a living?
I know.
And are they ever home? Like, I mean, if you get in a fight with your spouse, you can go live in the other wing of the, and you could probably live an entire week without seeing anybody.
Yeah.
Like, it's impressive. It's huge. And I'm always like, it's drugs. It's got to be drugs. It's always drugs.
Are they all doctors? I mean, I do that all the time when I go Lake Geneva. Last year, we drove through this really nice neighborhood, and I'm thinking, I would like to know what everybody on this block does for a living.
Yep.
Are they all lawyers, doctors, musicians that have been successful musicians, like they're stars? Who are these people? Who can afford these houses and this lifestyle?
Honestly. And then not only that, but, you know, you see the garage bay doors and there's at least 4.
Yeah.
And there's always like a Hummer or like a Jaguar. Well, not the new Jaguars, but there's always some like ridiculous car parked outside, or, you know, 2 Mercedes, or, you know, there's a Maserati or a Lambo or, you know, whatever. And you're just like, okay, so not only do you have that ridiculous house, but then you also have probably a ridiculous set of cars. And yeah, I don't know. It always makes me wonder, like, what do you do? Like, what decisions did you make that are obviously working.
Yeah.
How much blow do you do on an average day? Like, what's your debt look like? I mean, there's so many questions that I have, and like, especially in that area, you know, I'm like, oh, they're from Barrington, totally from Barrington, just driving around. It's like, like they drive themselves around in their like fun sports cars, but when they actually need to go anywhere, they're like, Charles, take me there, Charles. You know, it's like, wow, like, yeah, what do these people do?
Yeah. We could go door to door and say, hey, I'm Mark. I have this radio show in Elgin. We talk about these big houses. Would you be on my show? telling our audience what you do for a living?
And honestly, you're not even talking to them. You're talking to the butler. And he's like, no. And he shuts the door on you. It's like, and then he's like, I need to get that gate fixed because clearly you made it up there and you shouldn't be there.
Right. 7:36 here at WRMN. We'll take a call, 847-931-1410 on a Friday morning. That's 847-931-1410. The Genius George checks in with us for the first time in a couple of days. Hey, George, good morning.
4 quick hitters on my agenda.
Okay.
Number one, first and foremost, happy birthday to Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorin.
Yes.
His age is a state secret, but happy birthday, and thank you, Councilman Thorin, for all you do for the city of Elgin and the community at large. I stopped this morning at Paul's to get him a piece of birthday cake.
Yeah.
And they all know Steve there, and Betsy Couture wrote happy birthday on the box for the birthday cake. But they also have a sign up in the window, no more donations. You know, Mark, it's been all over Facebook. They were taking donations in the aftermath of Tent City.
Right.
And they've just been overwhelmed. They've already, I think, dropped off everything they had at a church, and now the shed is filled. The hallway is filled again. There are people still bringing things. So it's gotten a little bit overwhelming.
Right.
And, of course, you only had 4 or 5 families displaced, but everything that's donated will go to good use, going to local churches.
Sure.
That's number 2. And number 3, Becky Palooza, of course, the 18th of December. Jakes, I certainly hope you're there. Free spaghetti dinner, free desserts, courtesy of the band, fellowship, friendship, good times, holiday cheer, 'tis the season, all the rest. Lastly, back to Tent City, circling back, and people have been, and I've seen this online, criticizing the Elgin City Council for doing nothing. I don't know what the City Council is going to do to solve the homeless problem in Elgin or anywhere else. But in my memory, Mark, I think there's been an iteration of Tent City along the river for at least 20 years. Now, I may be wrong about that, but this is not a new arrival. I think it's gotten bigger and more pronounced and more visible, but Tent City has been around. And you asked Chief Lally when she's coming in today?
Yeah, she is.
Well, please do me a favor and ask her, how long has Tent City been a factor in the city of Elgin? How long has it been where it's at now? And I think you'd be surprised at what her answer will be.
Okay. Well, it's been around for a long time, right?
It has been, as far as I remember. It hasn't. It's just, people want to think or want to believe or want to blame the mayor or the city council or the city manager or whomever on this visibility issue that now you see it. But it's not a secret. It's been there for a long, long time. At least in my memory, it has.
Right. I think just the fact that it's become more pronounced and more populated has given it the potential of being more out of control. And maybe we saw an example of that a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, and you've talked about this all day yesterday. Everybody has an answer. The city needs to do this. The state needs to do that. The federal government has to help. The truth is, this is an insidious problem. Elgin is getting a tiny taste of it. Going to Chicago, believe me, Tent City would be a grain of sand in what they're going through. San Francisco. It wasn't too long ago. I was in San Francisco. They've got tent cities set up on their downtown sidewalks.
Right.
So this is nothing new. And I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to build a shelter, little mini houses for homeless people. Let's see how that works.
Yeah.
This is a problem that's been around our whole lives. It's gotten more visible, more pronounced, I guess, as the economy has changed. I don't know the reasons why, but this is a problem that doesn't have any easy answers, and in my opinion, it doesn't have any answers at all.
Probably not complete answers. I mean, maybe you can help it a little bit by doing certain things, but to
look in Chicago, this Humboldt Park, which is Humboldt Park when I was growing up on the west side, Humboldt Park's on the west side, was a challenged neighborhood. A lot of gang activity even through the 90s, and now that neighborhood has become very gentrified. You've got $1 million homes everywhere. And there is a tent city compound at Humboldt Park that is overwhelmed a big part of that park, and that's a gigantic park. So the city, in their infinite wisdom, this is the city of Chicago. They've decided that they're going to clear these people out, but they can't really go in and clear them out, and there's really no penalties if they refuse to leave. So what are you accomplishing?
Right. I hear you.
Where's the enforcement? What are you going to do? Put people in jail?
And let them right back out?
Really, it's just,
let them right back out.
Let them out on the safety pass.
Right.
The get out of jail free card.
That's right. The Safety Act. And if you keep them in jail, you just got to keep feeding them, and all they're doing is laying around. I mean, I know.
Well, I didn't mean to get into the whole tent city issue, but it's a little irritating when you just hear one side of things, and that's what some people propagate, and they do it constantly.
Right. Well, thank you, George, for calling.
Okay. All right. Happy birthday, Councilman Steve Thorne, my dear friend.
Happy birthday, Steve, and thanks for everything you do, George.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. Bye. George calling in. 847-931-1410, the number to call if you want to be a part of the show here today.
Steve Thorne's birthday, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll find out what he's doing for his birthday maybe in a little while when he comes in.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. Doesn't look a day past 90.
Right?
It's awesome.
Yeah. His age remains a mystery, George says. I believe he's in his 60s, somewhere in his 60s.
I'm sure.
Yeah. It's 7:43 here at WRMN. Let's see. We have T. Jakes checking in on YouTube this morning. He says the Home Alone house in Winnetka is for sale and under contract for $5.2 million. We were talking about the big house, I guess, the big houses around the area that we see. The Home Alone house, I guess the movie that was used in the movie.
The house that used,
house that was used in the movie, Home Alone, in Winnetka is $5.2 million.
Well, yeah, and to raise a good point there, okay, you see the size of that house, and it's obviously a nice house, well lit, blah blah blah, and then you have this family of like 100, and then they're going to Paris for the holidays. What does this guy do for a living? What did Kevin McAllister's dad and or parents do for a living to afford that house and then to take their entire family to Paris for Christmas? He's got to be killing people, selling drugs, something.
Yeah.
You never know what it is, but it's got to be something ridiculous. Think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. 7:44, phone lines have loaded up. So let's head back to the phone lines as a muffin gets delivered into the room now.
Muffin.
I had leftover Danny's pizza for breakfast this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go.
I warmed it up, though. Would you have eaten it cold or warmed it up?
Well, I guess in hard times, I probably would have munched on it, and it probably would have just been cold.
Either way is fine.
Either way is totally fine. Although my brain is wired in a certain way where I cannot get over. I mean, you can call it OCD, you could call it obesity, whatever. But like my brain is wired in a way that is so like formulated, and I'm so formulated to the point where I'm like, when I get up in the morning, I generally don't think about having last night's dinner for breakfast. Like I can't wrap my head around, like I want breakfast food because it's breakfast time. And like I should have breakfast food, whether it be a bagel or a donut, or just coffee, whatever it might be. Like, so I can't fathom like waking up and having last night's sub sandwich for my breakfast or last night's pizza. So like when people, I mean, obviously you can do whatever you want. You can eat a chicken dinner for breakfast and breakfast food for dinner if you want. Like, Bob's your uncle, the world's your oyster. You do whatever you want. And obviously, like in my brain, we could go and just buy a bag of candy and eat that if we want to. Like, obviously you shouldn't. I mean, just roughly, it's you looking, either watching your waistline or watching your health. You don't want to just be popping out Snickers bars all day. But like I just, for me, like that's like a mental block, is like I could look at what I had last night and think, ooh, those leftovers look really good for lunch. But if I was going to probably be snacking on pizza early in the morning just to head out, I probably would just eat it cold.
Yeah.
Well,
it was here at work. I didn't bring it to work.
Okay.
It was here at work. So I got here and I was putting food from my bag for lunch and all that in the fridge, and I saw that we had the pizza sitting in there. And the microwave sitting right there in the kitchen. So I thought, well, throw it in there for 45 seconds and warm it back up.
Yeah, if it's easily accessible.
Yeah.
Why not? If it's on your way. If it's on your way out of if you're going to go in and grab it and you're going to turn and run into the microwave, you might as well use it.
Yeah. 747 here at WRMN. Let's go to the phones. We had this caller calling in, showing up as private this morning. It's the first time I've seen this call come in. Identified as private on the caller ID.
Maybe they're one of those people that own one of the big houses.
Maybe it's a big house person calling us to explain what they do for a living. Let's find out. Good morning. Welcome to the first shift.
Well, I didn't know my number was private, but I'm just one of those ordinary guys. This is Van.
Who's this?
And Van. My name is Van.
Van, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Van. Welcome to the show.
Pretty much a regular listener, a little spotty. Just to tell you how I access it, TuneIn Radio has an app, and you can set your alarm by it, and you can have any station you want. And it's pretty nice because you listen to like a free commercial, and then I generally go on early for the farm reports. And I live near Barrington. And the people who near Barrington or in Barrington or Barrington Hills, they're, I would have to generally say business owners. But let's not take that the wrong way. There's a lot of CEOs, corporate doctors. The Cancer Society has a huge property up there, very private. The people who owned Arlington Racetrack, if you want to drive through there, you can. I'm not going to give you the streets because, again, it's sort of private. I'm not Barrington Hills, but you guys are covering it very well. You went from the streets of Chicago and the streets of Elgin and Barrington Hills in the conversation, and we all appreciate that. I worked in Chicago for 50 years, know well about Lower Wacker. There's people who won't leave there. But the difference is, if I can get my 24 cents in here for this year, is the younger people now who find reason to leave the homes or don't have homes, sleeping on the streets. They sleep on the streets up in Belmont and Clark and around Wrigley and stuff. Tattooed, pierced, find reason to leave home or don't have homes, broken homes, and then the drugs come in. Stuff like this fentanyl. Look at those. There's YouTube videos of the people rolling around the streets of not only Chicago, but Philadelphia and all these big cities. So if anything, it's the drugs. And now I have a friend who does sewer work in Chicago. He tells me that these refugees that are coming in, there's some, namely certain countries, these guys are healthy, fit, and running the show. They threaten the police. We know where you live. We'll come for your family and all these crazy things. So now those gatherings, call them tent cities, have to be policed, if nothing else, for just drugs and people selling whacked out stuff. So
yeah. Well, thank you, Van.
I'll give you my 25 cents if I don't get a chance to call in again, but that's my 24 cents for this year.
There's Van's once-a-year phone call. Van's once-a-year phone call to the radio. So where do you live, Van, now?
In between, closer to Fox River Grove.
Okay.
Near Lake Barrington, yes.
Just curious, because I hadn't heard from you before. So, how are you familiar with the radio station?
Radio shopping show.
Oh, okay. Just kind of curious. Sometimes when I hear from somebody new.
Going back, I think I got certificates to get some of my first inkjet printers and things like that. Probably, 15 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool. Well, thanks for listening, man, and thanks for calling. And
you do a great job, Marky B. I get you on in the morning right after. It's the best news to listen to. It's the best station for the balance of reporting, especially the news. I appreciate the crop reporting and stuff. I'm RFD TV for the first RFD channel for the first half an hour or so, and the weather. And after that, I move on to something else. So.
All right, I think I got that recorded. We can use it for a promo. Thank you, Van.
Let's give that Medina address again. You know, you also mentioned Medina. And,
yeah.
There's a lot of big ticket people in Medina.
Right.
There's a place called Medina Country Club. Michael Jordan has a locker there. So.
Yeah. If you're not doing anything next Saturday night, come on out and meet some of us.
What is it, next Saturday or this Saturday?
Next Saturday, the 14th, over at Dino's at 6 North 165 Circle Avenue in Medina, right off of Lake Street.
Oh, very well.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Well, thanks, Van.
Thank you. I'm driving now. Thank you.
All right, bye. Van checking in this morning. Dino would like you to RSVP if you can. 847 Van 702 8381, and maybe bring an unwrapped toy for a girl or boy. It's a Toys for Tot Toys Drive is a part of our get-together on Saturday night, the 14th. Text 847-702-8381 and come see us and meet us and hang out with us, be a part of the first shift, and be a part of the WRMN family as we head to 2025.
Oh, I meant to ask, what did George say, or what did you say about... So what's spaghetti and
Becky Palooza.
Becky Palooza, yeah.
We're gonna have another American Legion get together on Wednesday, December the 18th. And Becky Blue, one of our first shifters, just needs a little house repairs, things like that she can't afford. She lives on the near west side, so we're trying to help her out a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's free spaghetti dinner, but if you can make a donation to help Becky out.
All right.
Yeah.
So, that's the first I heard of it, so I wasn't sure. I thought there was another spaghetti palooza, and I was like, usually you guys are beating that drum pretty hard for at least a couple of months.
6 months.
Yeah. 6 months before the first one, and at least 6 months after the last one. So,
it takes 6 months for us to get 100 people.
Yeah. All the tens of people.
Yeah.
So I was curious because I meant to ask about that to reiterate what he was talking about and also just for my clarification.
5 minutes before our next break, so that gives this man probably enough time to chime in and give us his thoughts on some things.
Is it James?
Nope.
Oh.
Take another guess.
Bob.
He's on hold, but that's not the one I was going to go to.
David.
No.
Well, those are my three.
The guy that talks about Elgin and the issues of Elgin.
Oh, John Prigge.
Yes. John's on the phone with us now. Good morning, John.
Good morning, gentlemen. I love it. You know what? You can't solve a problem until you're willing to sit down and talk about it. Agree?
Sure.
Okay.
Or you just ignore it and hope it goes away. Like that weird lump on your leg.
Yeah. How do you know? Oh, yeah, for 20 years. For 20 years. Okay, I get it. The only one that can make a change in things like this, then that's already been established, are the city councils of the towns that they're taking action on. For example, earlier, Mark, I talked to you on the phone and said Peoria had to vote on November 19th about no sleeping in public. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mundelein, city council in Mundelein voted to do the same thing. Effingham, suburbs of Peoria, like East Peoria and Pekin, they've already passed measures. That's the only place it can change is through the government deciding to use what the Supreme Court decided earlier this summer, that you can do that.
And so if Tent City has been around for 20 years, which, sure it has, then for 20 years, it's just been ignored. is what you're saying, basically, by our local government.
When I first got on the council in 2009, that was it. I was told by the city manager at that time that there would be no support from my colleagues about doing anything about Tent City. And at that time, there were 7 council members. You had to have at least 4, obviously a majority. And it was often said that, leave them alone, they're out of the way. Okay. But I have an idea that might be a good ground starting place. How about we ask these other towns that are around us, what are they doing about homeless? Specifically, Palatine, Illinois. Now, I pick on Palatine for obvious reasons, or just to make sure everybody's aware, but aren't there townhouses in Palatine that people would like to sleep up against the wall on? I think so. And what is St. Charles, Glenview, Hoffman Estates, Barrington, Arlington Heights, Batavia? What are they doing? Don't they have a homeless problem? No, they don't. Why? Because they don't provide services for the homeless.
Right.
Yeah, there's no draw.
Yeah. There might be, like the mayor of Hampshire said, some of the churches might help out with meals and certain things like that when someone knocks on their door and says, I'm homeless and I'm hungry, I'm homeless and I'm cold. But Hampshire's in an island. Can't get there.
Right.
So let's start talking about the towns that don't have a problem, like Palatine, and take some of their advice. Ask around. How are you handling your homeless problem? Oh, we don't do anything. Why? You don't offer meals? No. Oh, you don't offer housing temporarily? No.
Yeah, would there be a model city? We were talking about this last night. Would there be like maybe Palatine? I don't know. But like a model city that's comparable in size to the city of Elgin that had a homeless problem, that has, lo and behold, gotten rid of their homeless problem for the most part, that the city council or, someone around here we could go visit, or we could get some tips from, so that we can maybe model our change for the better over someone who's had success of similar size and similar demographics that Elgin has.
Mark, you have just said something that nobody on the city council has even thought of or talked about or brought to the public ears in that 10-second statement. You got to pick up the phone. Instead of sending the mayor down to the Metro West Council of Government for $30,000 a year to talk with other village presidents and mayors, you go into a room, you lock the door, you pick up the phone, and you call down a list of communities and say, what are you guys doing? What have you done, if anything? We want to do what you're doing.
Right.
Nobody cares, Mark. You just said you showed more concern than the entire 9-person council did by talking about it. Nothing changes till you talk about it. And that means calling towns like Glenview and Northbrook and specifically Palatine. What are you guys doing?
You want to hang past the break, John, or we got to go to the break here?
No, go on. I'm sure you have other phone callers, too. So that I just wanted to kind of rebut your previous callers' concerns. It starts at the city council. It has to. It's already been done.
Yeah. All right, John, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Take care. John Prigge, we've hit the 7:59 break on the first shift.
Just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Linzess. The Gail Borden Public Library is set to host the 1963 Chicago Bears. George Halas and the road to the NFL Championship this Saturday from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. at the main library in the Elgin Room with author and historian Charles N. Billington. Downtown Elgin is set to host Krampusnacht 2024 on Saturday, December 7th. Participating restaurants and bars will have Krampus-themed food and drink specials all day to celebrate the season. At 9 a.m., the Martini Room is set for an ugly sweater competition as well. St. Charles police have identified a man from Indiana as the man who threatened residents of an assisted living facility with a chainsaw. 41-year-old Daniel H. Escalera from Indiana was fatally shot by police after threatening residents. An investigation into the incident is ongoing, and an autopsy is scheduled by the Kane County Coroner's Office. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
So this new dose is, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, and great news. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Bulls beat the Spurs 139-124 on Thursday. Nikola Vukovic had 39 points and 8 rebounds. Chicago puts a 2-game winning streak on the line tonight at home against the Pacers. The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. The 55-year-old Richardson had a 57, 118, and 15 record after being hired to coach Chicago in 2022, while the Blackhawks were in a prolonged rebuild. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8-16-2. That's the worst in the league. They were tied for 21st in team defense, averaging 3.15 goals against per game. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week, it's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Welcome back to First Shift. Frigid Friday. We're in the teens again this morning. Headed for a high of about 30, but have no fear. The weekend is here, and the temperatures and the sunshine. The sunshine is going to be the same, but the temperatures are going to be much warmer. About 40 tomorrow and 50 on Sunday. I don't have a whole lot of graphic skill on YouTube. I just basically know the basic functions to do certain things here. But during the break, Jakes, I was able to put a tattoo over my face.
You were?
Yeah, look.
I saw that. Good job, buddy.
So I have a WRMN tattoo across my face on YouTube. I like it that way. It's 8:07 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube on a Friday morning. Let's go to the phones again at 847-931-1410 as we continue to get your thoughts on Tent City, homeless, or whatever else you want to talk about. Food, Friday, the Chicago Bears.
We'll talk about the Bears in a little bit.
Yeah. Tim Calderwood at 8:40 this morning. We have to do our pick six. That means I have to make my picks still.
I just made my last one just now.
You and Tim had decent weeks last week. I had a horrible week. I had a big setback week. That was 1-5.
That was pretty bad.
I guess I shouldn't send you my picks from the airplane, which is what I was doing. I was sitting there waiting for our flight from Colorado Sunday morning. I thought, damn, I haven't got my picks in yet. And we were all going to exchange each other's picks with each other so that we could keep each other honest.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I went from 6-0, and then I was 4-2, which honestly I should have been at least 5-1 last week. But whatever. That is what it is. But yeah, anyway, like I said, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah. All right, to the phones we go at 847-931-1410. Let's start with Gary Dice this morning. Gary, good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Yeah, me and Linda want to wish Steve Thorne a happy birthday. The homeless people, I don't know. It's all over. It's not just Elgin.
Yeah.
I know there's some buildings downtown. I don't know why they can't fix one of them up and homeless. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I wish I did. If I had the money, I'd give it to them, but I don't have it. It's terrible. It's not just Elgin. No, it's all over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was in Colorado last weekend, and I saw.
Yeah, I work kids, even in my neighborhood. I mean, as long as they behave themselves and everything else, that's the difference, They got to have a place to live and eat, too, so.
Hey, were you walking down your street last night firing shots, Gary?
I don't know. I don't do that.
Okay. Because there was a shots fired last night near your house.
At my house again?
It was on the 200 block of North Melrose.
No kidding. I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on the other side of Chicago Street.
Oh, so that's up north of you then, yeah.
Yeah, that's north of me, yeah.
So you're on South Melrose.
Chicago Street's the dividing line, south of Mel. Yeah, it's that'd be up there by the old Larkin home and stuff up there.
Ah, yeah, okay. So
they got some gang problems around that area. We had one over here by Ace Hardware. We finally got rid of it. The cops got them out of there somewhere.
That was the problem that we kept talking about a year ago on Aldine or whatever, Aldine?
Yeah, right. right behind Ace Hardware there. My buddy's house across the street got hit even.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. But the Elgin police got rid of them, stuff like that. So, all right, Mark, we just want to wish Steve Thorne a happy birthday.
Okay, cool. I didn't see. Did you see the football game last night, Jakes?
Yep.
Yes, I did.
I know you did, Gary, because the Packers were playing. So 34-31. I saw it was 17-7 Detroit. Didn't really watch the game. I don't have Amazon Prime at the house.
Yeah.
So, but Green Bay must have put up a pretty good fight, huh?
It went down to the last 2 seconds.
They played them tough for first half we didn't look that good. The second half we came out fired up. But I had a couple of Detroit fans here. You met a couple of Roy and all them. And I just told them, I said, they played like this in the playoffs. They're not going to go nowhere. Yeah. They didn't look that great last night. We didn't look that good either. I'm not running Detroit down or nothing.
Yeah.
But you got Philadelphia, Tampa Bay right now. I would say Tampa Bay's they might win outright because they got the easiest schedule right now.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah. They're playing good base. They're playing good football too.
Yeah.
Philadelphia's looking good. But I think the AFC's a lot stronger than the NFC. And you have Buffalo, Kansas City, them in there. It's going to be hard to go through Kansas City and win, but Kansas City's not playing that great right now either.
They'd manage to win every week, and barely win, no matter who they play.
I don't know. They pull it out, but that's good football. I mean, I like to coach Detroit's guy. I mean, he went one time. It was fourth down. He went for it. I went on their own 31-yard line. I wouldn't have done it. They didn't get it, but it didn't hurt them. We got the ball and scored, but they stopped us.
Yeah.
I thought it might have went in overtime, but we couldn't stop them. So Green Bay's good, but they're not a powerhouse team right now yet.
Right.
A couple more years, maybe. Maybe the Bears will be up there one of these years, too. I ain't going to hold my breath on that one, though. But
yeah, well, they've been in all 3 games with Green Bay, Minnesota, and Detroit.
And they've been in there. I mean, they got rid of that goofy coach there. I mean, he was dumb. I mean, even when he had his news conference, he didn't talk like he was talking what he was talking about. He said, I'll do it again. Well, you did it 3 times, buddy. You're going to be gone now.
Right.
All
right, Gary.
The Hawks fired their coach.
Yeah, Blackhawks fired their coach last night.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
I was actually at the game on Wednesday.
You were?
So I just watched his last game.
Was it a big crowd?
Mike and Jake, we'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I take care, Gary.
Yeah, the crowd was decent.
Decent crowd, yeah.
It wasn't packed, but it was. I want to say about 2/3 full, 3/4 full, something like that. Yeah. And I'm trying to not talk about sports until the next half hour, but now. When we were talking about the whole homeless thing off the air, what Gary was just saying about if he had the money, he would give it to him and all that. And it's just, and the thing is these people. I feel like a lot of these situations with all the homeless people or anybody that is in that state, again, like we already discussed, that a lot of them are dealing with some sort of mental health issue or whatever. But the thing is when I see somebody like that or in a situation like that, it's like I want them to be able to help themselves. That would be the whole purpose. I mean, it's almost like raising a child. If you continually do things for them, they're not going to learn or they're not going to do things for themselves. They're just going to sit and they're going to wait for that help. And I would think
enabling them.
Yes.
Basically, yeah.
And in the situation, as we had already discussed with the homeless, they choose to continue to live like that, or some people have to live like that. It's a very touchy situation and a very touchy subject because these people are clearly not going to help themselves because they probably already would be. But, I mean, especially nowadays, I feel like, they've got to have, if they don't have family or if they don't have people that would help them or that they can actually go and stay with or whatever. If you lost your job and everything that you had and fell on hard times, you at least have people that you could probably lean on for a little bit to get back on your feet.
Right.
I would argue that most of us do.
Yeah.
Obviously, and again, I'm just saying most of us because not everybody, I understand that. These are the people that I don't think that they've fallen on hard times because it's not like the old stories from the movies and stuff from before where it's like, oh, you fell on hard times and now you're homeless, and like, you know, you're walking past the street and just like, Dennis, why are you out here? Like, oh, my wife left me, lost my job, lost my house, and like now it's like most people would at least have like family that they can go and stay with or kind of get back on their feet. These people have been at this for so long that they don't want to be back on their feet, or they don't know, maybe they don't know how, I don't know. But again, my point is that I would want to get these people to where that they can start helping themselves, but I don't think that they want to go get a job. I don't think that they want to be in that situation. I mean, so at this point, the question is not how do we, as we had said over the break, it's really tough, but you kind of have to have a heartless approach to it, especially to fix the problem. And nobody wants to. And it's been an issue for years and years and years because nobody's going to crack down and just be the heartless person to say, these people have to go. We need to enforce this. We need to kick them out. We have to. And like I said, if you take away all the incentives for people to actually be here, whereas like it's very lenient that they can actually have a tent city. It's very lenient because there are programs that they can go and get a hot meal or at least stay the night or whatever. I know it sounds terrible. If you take all those things away, there's no purpose or no invitation for any homeless to be here. And that's kind of, I don't want to say an easy approach, but probably the easiest approach to solving the problem.
It's a hardcore way of doing things, but it's a hardcore way of, it's also a way of accomplishing something.
Right. And like we discussed, like St. Charles, Geneva, these places don't have homeless issues. I mean, yes, there are some homeless there, I'm sure, but there isn't much of a homeless situation in those parts because they don't allow it. Then there's no reason for homeless to be there because there's nothing for them there. The moment that you have something for them, it's going to attract them.
Yeah. And if you don't want to be hardcore and just say, we're going into Tent City, we're cleaning it out, you're gone, figure it out on your own. We're not providing services for you anymore. I don't think we're going to do that.
No.
So if we're not going to do that.
Because people aren't going to be that heartless.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And nobody wants to be the person on the council. Nobody wants to be the person on any boards or whatever that says, we need to kick them out. We need to, like, because it's a very harsh stance to take, and nobody wants to be situation. Someone has to stand up and has to be the heartless person to give him the kick in the ass to get out of here. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Or if you want to try to figure, if you don't know, obviously we don't know the answer because it's been happening for a long time here. So like I said, study a similar community, similar in size, that used to have a homeless problem, that has gotten much better with their situation, and how they accomplish that, and try to mirror your efforts after them. We see it time after time. Businesses model themselves after other businesses. Sports franchises model themselves after successful sports franchises. The Elgin Police Department, a few years ago, they went to like New York City for the week. They went to like Scotland to study some way that they handle a certain situation so that they could do it better back here in Elgin. Maybe that's the same thing the city council needs to do to try to figure out a remedy for this homeless problem without being heartless.
Yeah.
819, let's take some phone calls, 847-931-1410. We got David Tees joining us. Good morning, David.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. How about you?
Good.
Yeah.
Cold. Started up my truck, get the kid ready to go to school. I want to wish Steve a happy birthday on the air.
Yes, sir.
And, Jake said pretty much a really good topic, what he just said there. He is a very smart guy, like you said. He is. I
know, I'm smart for knowing that. And I have to put smart people around me to cover my weaknesses.
Surround yourself with smart people.
Yeah.
That's good. But a lot of these people that are homeless and all that stuff, there's a majority of them that want to be homeless, and that's one of the problems that I think cities have. And I'm sure there's probably maybe 25% of them, 30, that don't want to be homeless and have no help or situations to get themselves out of what they're into. And like he said, there's a lot of stuff that attracts people to stay homeless because life's too easy if it's that way for you. It's like the guy that's on Highland and Spring Street. You see him out there in this bitter cold, probably right now in a bunch of layers walking around in circles. I tried help them, hey, come on in for the Boy Scout breakfast. I got a ticket. Warm up, eat some food, all you can eat. He wouldn't come in. I mean, people just, they like that life. I know I couldn't do that. Could you sleep out in the cold like that every day?
No.
You could say that I'll give it a try, but after a couple of nights, you'd be like, can't do this anymore.
Dude, I don't even like camping.
I agree with him on that one.
I love it.
I know Mark likes going out there camping all the time.
But I sleep inside. I don't sleep outside.
Well, and honestly, I don't
have heat in my camper.
I can camp. I know how to survive, but that's when I camp. I camp to survive.
It's a house that rolls down the road.
I know. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not just? I would rather just stay at home.
Anyway.
Yeah. But just as such a note with John Priggy going on there, when my dad was alive, when Steve was on the city council, and then after he wasn't on city council, my father loved John Priggy. Sorry, John Priggy. He just liked him because this is a guy that actually tells you the truth. He speaks his mind. When he was not on city council, where he would go around Elgin and say, "Well, this is stupid. Why are we spending money like this?"
Yeah.
My dad always loved that guy.
You're right. John, I mean, there's a lot of truth to what John says, no doubt.
Yes, smart man. He's a very smart man, too, like Jake's. Well, I'm going to let you guys get ready to get your next caller and get to your pick six. I got to take my kid to school and get ready to go to work.
All right, buddy. Thanks for calling.
Hey, take care, guys.
David T's checking in, 8:21 here at WRMN. Here on the first shift, talking about, and we're going to have a big discussion about this afternoon from 2 until 4. So if you're listening right now, you can listen this afternoon. If you're driving around or at work, turn the radio on, turn us on YouTube, WRMN Radio on YouTube. Dino and myself, I guess, are going to be a part of the panel, and then we're going to have my Commander Mark Smith in, and maybe another person or two with different organizations in to talk about how they see the home situation and what they might see as a remedy. It's Dino's Night Out's the name of the show. It's 2 to 4 this afternoon here on WRMN. 847-931-1410. More phone calls coming in right now. We have sports talk in about 20 minutes. Let's check in with no nickname John. Good morning, John.
Hi, good morning. First, right off the bat, when I moved a couple of years ago, there were some things I didn't unpack, and I opened a box up yesterday. And if anybody's interested, I found 6. I know because I know the waste management contract is coming up at the end with the city at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But I found 6 purple trash stickers. If anybody needs to throw something out before the end of the year, I'd hate to, give waste management or the city $18 free if it's at all possible. So, if somebody wanted to, contact me or let I'm willing to drop off or send them to somebody if they need them.
Yeah.
For the end of the year.
18 stickers for waste pickup?
No, 6. I've got 6.
6? Oh, gotcha.
Anyway, it's interesting when that fire came up. I used to live on the 500 block of Brook, and this is probably like 25 years ago. One winter, after all the leaves were off, my son was up in his bedroom. You could see across the river when the leaves were gone. And, so I was directly across from where Tent City is. And my son said to me when I said, "Dad, I think there's a fire across the river." And, when I came up and looked, and I thought, there is a fire, but it looks like a campfire. So I didn't think much about it. But as time went on, more and more fires, and I found out that homeless people were camping there, and the only thing that ever concerned me was the place could be a tinderbox, and it finally happened, and unfortunately nobody ever addressed this issue. I mean, in Elgin you can't have open fires in your yard. Why is this? And
there's a lot of things that go on in Tent City that you can't do at your house.
Yeah.
Right.
The neighbor across the street from me one time had a camper behind their house line in her driveway, and she got cited for it.
Right.
So you can't things like that in your driveway. Not to be cruel, but it's one thing to just go through and sweep and throw them out. But maybe I'm start enforcing some basic rules of life. So, for safety reasons, because this could have been a much bigger tragedy than anybody would have imagined. And I think this was a real wake-up call.
Well, yeah. And I mean, obviously, like looking at this, and like you were saying, I'm actually kind of surprised that something like this hasn't happened already or happened before. Because like you said, it's a tinderbox. Like,
more so now than before because of all the structures getting bigger and bigger.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, sorry, go ahead.
This has been a very dry summer too, when there's probably all kinds of dry plant material underneath everything over there too.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a dry summer. Then it got super cold and super windy on the same day, and there was just a lot of factors that set that up. It was like the perfect storm for a big fire like that, for lack of a better way of describing it.
I mean, if you want to be compassionate, sometimes you just got to be pushy and say, all right, look, you want to live this lifestyle, okay, but you got to live within reason and be safe. I think that's a responsibility of government on some level.
Yeah, well, we'll have the chief on in a little while, Chief Anna Lally. We'll see if she has any new thoughts on what's going on over there. So thanks for calling in, No Nickname John.
Thanks.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Bye.
No Nickname John checks in 847-931-1410. He's got 6 purple stickers. If you want them, let me know. Or drive around in the Hoffman and see if you can find his house. And knock on all the doors and say, are you No Nickname John? I need 6 stickers for my waist. It's 8:27 here at WRMN. Let's stay on the phones and check in with David, our boy David, not Mr. Tease. Good morning, David.
Hi. So real quick, I think the fire, my theory, it's probably not right. Maybe someone started deliberately to call attention to the homelessness that they deal with, perhaps. And you can't help someone who doesn't want help. So what do? Kick them out of there? Then you're being the bad guy, and they have the courts. Ultimately, they won't go to court, but to protect them, that someone tried to stop their drug abuse and alcoholism. So it's not an easy situation. Some want to help themselves, others don't. How do you deal with that? It's very hard. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, David. Thanks for calling.
Okay.
Bye. All right, 8:28 here at WRMN. We'll stay on the phones because just a few minutes from now we're going to talk sports for the final 15 minutes of the show or so. So let's take this caller or two at 847-931-1410. Good morning. Welcome to the first shift.
Good morning. This is a
hey, James.
This is what I call a revolving door conversation.
Yes. It keeps repeating itself?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a long time, and nobody seems to have a solution. I'm not calling to give a solution, but I just wanted to make some comments on this homelessness business.
All right.
I had to deal with it in my past life, and I used to refer to myself as a counselor for the socially dysfunctional. And if you look at that, and you look at the word dysfunction, characterized by or exhibiting dysfunction, such as not functioning properly, marked by impaired or abnormal functioning. That's what these people are. They're totally dysfunctional. They're dysfunctional because of drugs, alcohol abuse, and mental illness. And everybody's trying to figure out what to do. The people that are in charge, the political people like John Prigge was mentioning, they just don't have a simple thing called courage to deal with the problem. All they're concerned about is the next election and getting reelected. When a problem like this occurs, they run away from it. And this is the simple truth to it. Remember the term many years ago, the war on drugs? Everybody remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in every war, what do you have?
Fighting.
Drugs.
Drugs in every war?
I don't know. Well, the war on drugs, yeah.
Yeah.
Jake's mentioned to get them back on their feet. Another gentleman mentioned that they can't be part of normal society again because they're incapable of, and that's exactly what the problem is. and everybody just wants to walk away from it. Now, you also mentioned that police departments and other public officials have gone overseas to Europe and other places to try and figure out what to do about the problems that occur here and apply their methods. But I think what they need to do is look at the Chinese method. The Chinese method is very direct. They look at anybody that's unproductive in their society and they deal with the problem. And I'm not going to go into it because you'll probably be getting a bunch of calls from people that say it's terrible.
Yeah.
But
well.
they look at the problem and they deal with the problem.
And they're strict about it. They enforce it.
They're very strict about it because they know that it's a drain on all the other good people that are working and trying to get by. If you're weak and you succumb to drugs and alcohol abuse and all this stuff, that's really an individual personal problem. That's your problem. That is not, I don't believe that's society's problem. I've seen it. I've dealt with it. Most people, they talk about it. As I said, it's a revolving door conversation. They talk about it, but they've never really had to deal with it. They don't really know how complicated this is. So they just keep shuffling these people from one place to another. They're living under viaducts. They're living they're living everywhere they can find a space to, And so this is what's going on. In my world, it's been going on for 50 years.
Right.
And you can't be soft about it. I mean, if you're soft about it and you're not strict, then nothing's going to get done. I mean, it's like with anybody. If you're like, if you give them too much leeway, they're going to realize that they don't have to shape up and do anything different.
I just get the feeling that with the city of Elgin, it's like the philosophy is we're going to come up with this plan, this option, and we're going to give all these people this option, and then we're going to be strict about it. Or at least want to provide them with a possible solution to their current problem of living in tent city and not having this and not having that. And for those who want to take advantage of that, yes, there are going to be some rules. It's going to be a little bit different. And then at least we can say to ourselves, we've given them one more chance to live in a little more of a structured element. Mm-hmm. And for those who don't, now we are going to be strict. Now we are going to clean out tent city. And those who don't want to follow along will be subject to other penalties, maybe.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could look at a solution such as they used to have, with the mentally ill. They had the institutions, institutions where people were put in place, or what they said sheltered in place, let's say. But then they changed all of that, and they give them a bottle of pills, and they kick them out, and they send them out on the street.
Take your pills.
And
that's the problem. Yeah, take your medication. Yeah, well, that's
your medication.
Yeah.
And what they do is they either sell the medication or they throw it away or whatever they do with it. And, they've had the methadone programs around forever and ever, and that doesn't really do anything. All of these cures for this problem spell enabling, okay? They just enable these people. They support them. They support them in their dysfunction. And, it'd be nice if somebody could come up with an easy solution. It's not going to be easy, but they have to have the courage to face up to it, like everything else, right?
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, James.
All right, guys. Hey, buddy. Thank you.
Have
Bye.
a good weekend. James checking in with us. One more phone call, then we'll take a little break and then come back with Tim Calderwood. We have, for the first time in a while, FX3 calling us. Fact Finder Frank back in the old days. Hey, Frank.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you today?
Good, man. How you been?
My call.
Thanks for calling.
Well, so I'm chiming in on this a little bit because I wondered. A couple years ago, I read in the Daily Herald that Elgin was going to look at buying these little tiny homes.
Right.
And whatever happened with that?
Nothing. I mean, I think the money's still there, but supposedly they never found the right location to build this little community.
I can imagine that would be a roadblock. It's like nobody wants that by them, and who wants to deal with all that stuff. But anyways, the other reason why I called is my son lives in California, and Governor Newsom, California is known for being like the kinder, gentler to everybody, public safety, you name it. For 4 or 5 years, they spent millions of dollars, and they built shelters, and they did all this infrastructure to do something with the homeless situation out there, because it's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody participated. So after 4 years of spending money and doing all this stuff for them, he just decided, you know what? We tried the HE double hockey sticks to them, and he went and he busted up all their encampments, and I don't know what they did with them, but they moved them someplace else. And I guess it was they attempted to do whatever they could to help them. They didn't want to help themselves, so he said, well, we got to protect our residents.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what it's about. We got to get, like somebody said earlier, you have to get tough. And if they don't want to help themselves, then move them on.
I mean, I look at it, it's almost like having a stray animal around your house. Let's break it down to something even smaller. If you have a stray animal around your house and someone decides to put some food out for this animal, and then put like a box with a blanket out for this, you're giving them a structure. You're essentially building them a tiny house. They're going to hang around. They're going to come back because they realize that you're trying to give them like a home essentially, but it's a home on your property around your home. And then you're going to basically be housing the stray animal. And of course it's not going to then move on because now it's got a place to stay. You take away, like if Elgin were to build these tiny homes for these people, it's just like, all right, so now you're dealing with these stray animals. And they're not going to go away because now you're giving them a place to be.
Right.
Well, thank you, FX3, for calling.
Well, I'm glad to call, and you know what? I was really glad to be on hold for a long time. That means you guys are getting some great participation, and you deserve it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right. FX3 checking in. 8:37 here at WRMN. Let's see. Quick break, and we're back with Tim Calderwood to talk sports as the first shift continues. It's Fridays with the Finest in a bit at 9 o'clock with Chief Anna Lally and Steve Thorne, the birthday boy, at 9:30 this morning, and then Music Memories with Steve from 10 until 11. Keep it right here on the first shift.
As the Elgin Police Department continues to participate in the Distracted Driving campaign, they wanted to share some tips from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website regarding safe driving. If you are expecting a text or need to send one, pull over and park your car in a safe location. Once you are safely off the road and parked, it's safe to text. Designate your passenger as your designated texter. Allow them to access your phone to respond to calls or messages. Do not engage in social media scrolling or messaging while driving. Are you struggling not to text and drive? Activate your phone's Do Not Disturb feature or put your cell phone in the trunk, the glove box, or the back seat of your vehicle until you arrive at your destination. Remember, the Elgin Police are conducting directed patrols to enforce distracted driving violations. Just drive and stay safe. A message from our friends at the Elgin Police Department and your friends here at WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Oh no, I just hit that post and my car's got a dent.
Uh-oh, better get Mako.
Oh yeah? Where are they?
Mako is America's body shop. They're the world's largest provider of paint and collision services. They're located at 212 Western Avenue in Carpentersville, across from Spring Hill Mall. I've used them. Check out my car.
Wow, looking good.
Everything was so easy and affordable. Hummer and staff were super friendly and really knew their stuff.
I'm going to call them now.
Mention WRMN 1410 at the Carpentersville Mako and receive 10% off today.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Everyone has a community to lean on. A neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe. Because when you talk, they hear you.
.842. Welcome back to the first shift. Friday, WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. Talking sports, talking football on this Friday morning. I just made my picks during the break. And that means we talked to Tim Calderwood from the Schaumburg Boomers. He's the play-by-play announcer. In the summertime, in the wintertime, he studies football. And he joins us every Friday here on the show. Good morning, Tim.
Morning. In the wintertime, I also wish it was summertime.
No kidding.
Especially this week. Goodness gracious.
We talk about how we had a long summer, a long dry summer, and a long fall, and then we launched into winter, and now it feels arctically cold for about a week straight now. But this weekend's going to be better. A little better. Yeah. Well, in the pick six, I went south this past week, had a terrible week at 1-5, to come back to the crowd in our standings between the three of us. So I'm 41-31. Jake's, I believe you're 40-32. Calderwood's 39-33. We're all in the hunt. And a lot of playoff teams are in the hunt as we head for the final few games of the regular season. It was kind of hard again to come up with the pick six sheet this week and come up with 6 quality games, quality evenly matched games to put on the sheet. Therefore, we get games that I kind of have a feeling I know how everybody's going to pick it. And that would be the first game here on today's sheet, which is the Atlanta Falcons and the Minnesota Vikings. The thing about the Vikings is they can lose any of these games because any of these games, it seems like with them, always turn out to be close. They lollygag with you, and then they usually figure out a way to win in the end. And they're 10-2, and they're surging with that 10-2 record. They've won 5 in a row again here. The Falcons meet middle of the road, 6-6 coming into this game, about as middle of the road as you can get. So to start us off this morning, Tim Calderwood, you want to start us off?
I guess it's my turn. I'm kind of disappointed we didn't have a show last week, by the way, with everything that was going down with the Bears.
Oh, yeah. The floose is loose.
We would have had a lot. We would have had a lot to talk about. We can still talk about it a little bit when we get to the Bears.
Yeah.
So this game is in Minnesota. I think if it was in Atlanta, I would think about maybe taking the Falcons.
Yeah.
But the Vikings just keep finding a way to win, although Sam Darnold has come down to earth a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be like a typical Vikings game where it's going to be close into the fourth quarter, and the Vikings are going to find a way to pull it out down to the last minute.
That's exactly how I see it, but it's not my turn yet. But Tim's taking the Vikings. Jakes, you see it that way too?
Yep, I'm definitely going to take the Vikings the same way. If they were in Atlanta, it might be a different situation. It's going to be a close game, but I think the Vikings are going to take this one.
I think it's going to be a lot like the Minnesota-Arizona game, where it was just kind of close, but Minnesota ended up winning by 1 point, 23-22 last week. I see it something like that again here. Minnesota wins like 26-21 or something fairly close. So we all have Minnesota in this game to go 11-2. Seattle and Arizona. The NFC West this year has become the NFC mediocre division, along with the South, I guess, too. Two pretty mediocre divisions in the NFC. So these teams all just seem to find a way to stay around the 500 mark. Seattle 7-5. I guess they're in first place right now. They take on Arizona at Arizona. Tim, what do you think?
So Seahawks won a couple weeks ago, 16-6 against the Cardinals. I think we're going to see a little bit more offense in this one, but I'm going to take the same result with the Seahawks winning in Arizona. Again, a tight ball game, but I think that the Seahawks are going to hold on to first place in the West. They're starting to finally kind of show that they're the best team in that division, which I think they have been the whole year, really.
All right, so Tim's going to take Seattle on the road at Arizona. Jakes?
I went back and forth on this game, but it actually came down to the fact that I think that the Cardinals are going to be able to eke out a win here. So I'm going to take the Arizona Cardinals.
Going to give them that home team 3?
Yeah.
The home team 3 points? Yeah.
I'm not confident, but I feel like that's probably the way it's going to go.
When mediocre, well, in a lot of NFL games, but especially when mediocre teams play, it seems like it can go either way based on one play.
Yep.
I think this will be a close game. I'm going to give Arizona the benefit of the doubt because they're the home team. So I'm going to take Arizona just to keep everything really tight in the NFC West. So Tim goes out on his own on this one. Buffalo Bills and the Los Angeles Rams. Bills have been surging. Played in the snow last week. Looked good. They're 10-2. Rams, another one of those mediocre NFC West teams, but the game is in Los Angeles. Tim, what do you think?
This is a game too where you're looking at the Rams and realizing, again, we're talking about the AFC or the NFC West. What the heck is going on out there, to say the least. It's really interesting across the board. Like you said, you have some very mediocre games this week, but some very interesting ones. I think the Rams find a way to keep it close, but the Bills are going to win this ball game. Buffalo had a great showing last week, and I think they're really starting to show that they're the kind of team that can actually win the AFC this year. So we'll take the Bills.
Bills for Tim. Yeah. Jakes, what do you think?
Going with the Bills.
Bills also.
Strong team.
Buffalo messes with me. The last couple of years, I wanted to be all over the Buffalo bandwagon, thinking they were the best team in the AFC. They should go to the Super Bowl, and then they would let me down. This year, I'm trying not to be Mr. All Buffalo, and they're playing like the Buffalo Bills, I think, should have played the last couple of years. So now I'm on the other side of the wagon. I'm anti-Buffalo, and I'm trying to find reasons for them to lose. So I kind of feel like this will be a trap game for Buffalo. They're due a flat performance. The Rams are at home here. It's a long trip to the West Coast. Buffalo with that big snow victory last Sunday. They have a little flattening coming, I think. I'm taking the Rams in an upset here.
Wow.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
I'm taking the Rams in an upset over Buffalo this weekend. Chicago Bears and the San Francisco 49ers. I guess this is our chance to talk for a minute about the Bears situation. Tim, what do you got to say about the whole Flus thing?
Too late. That's what I have to say.
Too late.
Should have happened in the off season, but I'm glad it finally happened, honestly. They finally realized what everybody else seems to have been realizing, which is how bad of a coach he was and that he was kind of the thing holding him back. And as a result, I'm actually going to take the Bears to win this week in San Francisco. Part of the reason behind that is the Niners are without their top two running backs, right?
Yep.
They're still a really good team, but McCaffrey's on injured reserve, and so is Jordan Mason. So I don't know who's going to be running the ball, and there's a lot of obviously still talent on that club. And who knows, maybe this is an audition for Kyle Shanahan to end up as the Bears head coach, which is, something that's been thrown around a little bit as well, which would be kind of cool. But I'm taking the Bears to win in San Francisco. I do think that hopefully, now the Bears can start to play a little bit better. I don't think there's going to be a lot of wins to come, which is why I'm taking the Bears to win this one, because I think that this might be one of the only games they can win the rest of the way.
It seems to be the sentiment in the room, I think. Jakes?
Honestly, the whole thing last week, it was just kind of the icing on the cake, and obviously all the jokes that Matt Eberflus is probably taking his last time out to his next team, and
I heard the timeout was for sale on Marketplace.
I saw a meme or an image of the Detroit Lions field where like nobody's in the stadium, nobody's on the field, but Matt Eberflus is still standing on the sideline waiting to take his last time out. Like, I feel like this is an opportunity, especially because we should be 8-4. We really should be. There were 4 games that we should have won, and it was just bad coaching, bad clock management. I mean, it's terrible. But I feel like the talent's there. There's a good possibility. 49ers are missing a lot of key components. If the Bears play the way that we know that they can play, there's a really good chance that they'll win the game.
Yeah, they want to be fired up and play hard for the new football coach, too.
Let's get excited about Caleb Williams now, by the way that he's been playing the last couple of weeks, huh?
He's been playing really well in the second half.
Yeah.
True.
So he needs to come out and play both halves the way he plays the second half.
That was the scriptedness of Matt Eberflus.
I don't know.
But who's been calling the plays the last couple of weeks? Is it Eberflus or is it Thomas Brown?
It's Thomas Brown, but the coach has the final say on everything, obviously, which is why it amazes me they didn't take that timeout. Like, how if you're an assistant coach, you're not screaming in his headset to take a timeout, but whatever.
I don't know.
Right. I think this is the first season that Eberflus has truly had the chance to prove he's a bad football coach, or not a bad football coach, but maybe just a bad team manager. Like, he'd be a good defensive coordinator like he was when he was with Indianapolis. He should have been reassigned as defensive coordinator, and somebody else should have been brought in as a head coach.
Yeah. Switch things around.
Yeah.
Don't just get rid of somebody. Just definitely switch things around.
That would have been a very Bears thing to do.
Totally.
I'm not sure he would accept the reassignment, but that's what should have happened all along. Anyway, so I'll take the Bears in this game also. I feel the same way. I think San Francisco's the 49ers in name only right now. Like, they're the 49ers that's been there, done that for the last few years, but they're just beat up and just don't have it going on right now. So I'm taking the Bears.
And that's why it'd be lovely for Kyle Shanahan to come coach the Bears.
Yeah, why would he come coach the Bears? Does he have a tie here? I've heard his name like a couple times now associated with the Bears.
His name is being mentioned because they think he's in trouble in San Francisco. That's why.
Huh.
And people are trying to think to get the Bears to think outside the box. There's a lot of talk about trading for a head coach, which is something that they did. That's something that the Broncos did, which has actually helped them a lot.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk more about that later. Los Angeles Chargers and the Kansas City Chiefs. And the Chargers are pretty good. They're 8-4. They win the games they should win. Kansas City keeps winning. They're 11-1. That's all I can say about that. Tim, what do you think?
The Chiefs are the luckiest team in the NFL.
Yep.
The Bears are the unluckiest team in the NFL. And we talk about this often. I think this is a situation where I know the Chiefs are finally getting healthy again, but I'm actually going to take the Chargers to win this contest because I think that San Diego's taken that step forward, or not San Diego, they used to be San Diego.
Right.
L.A. is taking that step forward. And I really like what Justin Herbert's been able to do under Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit better and better every week, it seems like. They're coming around. Jakes, what do you think?
Who did Tim take?
Chargers.
Yeah, that's where my head is at. Or actually, that's where my heart is at. I feel like the Chargers are going to win, and they should win. But I'm going to take the Chiefs because it's Mahomes, and he always finds a way to bribe the refs or whatever. Like the whole script thing. Like somehow they continue winning, and I don't know how or why.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take the Chiefs just because it's what's happening.
I'm going to ride with Tim and take the Chargers in this game.
I hope you guys are right.
Chargers over the Chiefs. Well, we pretty much only have time to say teams here and score on the last two games. We're down to like 40 seconds. Tim, Cincinnati and Dallas.
Bengals.
Bengals for Tim. Jakes?
Bengals.
And the Bengals for me to make it unanimous, even though they're a big letdown this season.
Yeah, they are.
And the Jets and the Miami Dolphins. Tim?
I am taking Miami 24-16.
Miami 24-16. Jakes?
24-21 Dolphins.
I've got 27-12 Dolphins.
Nice.
Let's see, Jakes 24-21. Okay, so we all got the Dolphins. All right, Tim, thanks, man.
You got it, guys. Be good.
Take care. All right, Jakes, have a good one.
I'm going to try.
Chief Analally's next on the first shift. Stay tuned.
10 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20, with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, then Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Get ready to run with Dick Pond Athletics in St. Charles, where runners and walkers have found their perfect fit for over 50 years. Whether you're just starting your fitness journey or training for that next big race, we've got everything you need. Since 1969, we've been helping everyone from beginners to world champions solve their foot issues. As America's oldest running and walking shoe store, we carry all the top brands like Hoka, Nike, Brooks, On, Asus, New Balance, and North Face. The gear you trust, the gear that works. But we don't stop at just providing the right gear. Our experienced staff will help you find the perfect fit and teach you how to use it in one of our many free run-walk classes. We're here to keep you moving and healthy with expert advice and personalized service. And don't miss incredible savings in our clearance section, perfect for making your fitness journey even more affordable. Dick Pond Athletics. Let's hit the ground running.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago winless on the road this season at 0-5. They're looking to snap a 6-game losing skid. San Francisco's 5-7. They've lost 3 in a row. On Thursday's injury report, both wide receiver DJ Moore and running back DeAndre Swift were out. It was the second straight workout that they missed. Both are dealing with quad injuries. Wide receiver Keenan Allen missed Wednesday's practice with an ankle injury but was a full participant Thursday. The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8-16-2. That's the worst in the league.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
The Elgin Police Department is dedicated to working in partnership with the community to promote safety and enhance the quality of life by serving with professionalism, encouraging open communication, and embracing diversity.
Engaged.
Partnering with our citizens and involved in our community.
Progressive.
Embracing innovative strategies while maintaining proven practices.
Dedicated.
Serving with integrity and professionalism. Elgin became an incorporated city in 1854 and installed its first police marshal, George W. Renwick. Over the years, the title of the head law enforcement officer changed from marshal to chief. And although the role has expanded, one duty has remained consistent: to ensure law and order for the citizens of Elgin.
It's time now for Fridays with the Finest, featuring Elgin's current police chief, Anna Lally, on Elgin's hometown radio station since 1949, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Friday morning here at WRMN continues, as now it's time for Fridays with the Finest today. As we welcome in our police chief, Anna Lally, here in the month of December, as things are getting cold. It's been a cold week, and it's been cold in here this week, but we have 2 heaters in here today, just for the chief, to try to make things a little bit warmer.
Just for me?
Just for you.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Yeah. How you doing, Chief?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, not bad. Friday.
Good. Yeah, it was a little brisk walk. I walked down here from the station. Yeah, I always... And I was like, should I drive down there? But then by the time that I drive, get in the car, find parking.
That's how I feel about short.
I could just be here. Yep.
I know.
So,
like my van was over in Kellenberger's this week.
Okay.
And yesterday I was going to walk over there and pick it up. It was done. Yeah. And Dean's like, let me drive you over there. I said, why? It's cold.
Yeah.
I said, well, I know, but it's like 3 blocks over there. Yeah. So by the time you get in your truck, we go around the block, we do all this other stuff. I could have been there already.
You could have been there. Yeah, you just have to, a nice brisk walk to wake you up on a beautiful Friday morning.
Right.
There you go. Yes.
Well, busy week here in Elgin from the standpoint of Tent City. And I know, it's some of what occurred this week, I guess, isn't a policing issue. Yeah. But I know that some of the conversations that we had on this show have involved Tent City. Sure. And you even brought in the city manager not too long ago, Rick Kozel, to talk about it. And talk about, ultimately what the solution, if that's the right word, is for the situation over in Tent City. And the sentiment with the city manager Kozel and I guess Mayor Dave Captain and maybe you, I don't want to speak for you, but is that there needs to be an alternative that the city can offer the people that currently are staying in Tent City before a move to get rid of Tent City can ever be done. And for whatever reason, like a couple of years ago, there was this thought of this tiny house community that never has materialized as of yet. So time just keeps on passing on, and we haven't found that alternative yet. And then in the meantime, you see, or I can see, it seems plain to me that the structures over there and maybe the number of people living in there has increased in the past year or two. So maybe if there was a point in time years ago where it's like, yeah, we've always had a tent city for the last however many years. Even George called earlier this morning. He wanted me to ask you how long there has been a tent city. You've been with the police department for a long time.
Yeah.
Ever since you've been with the police department, has there been some form of tent city?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to cut you off. Okay.
Well, I guess, so does the fact that the structures are getting bigger and the number of people are getting more, if 15 years ago there were 20 people living over there, and maybe it wasn't that big a deal because there was less of a chance to have a big fire or a lot of crime because there weren't that many people in there. But now that it's getting bigger, more built up, what happened the other day was more likely to happen because it's getting kind of built up over there and a little bit out of hand to a certain degree, if that's the right way of putting it. So, yeah, I don't know what my question is exactly, but
no, I think you just want to make a statement.
Do we? Does this does this help push this process along because it's getting kind of out of hand? Well, we see the other day with the fire, the day before yesterday, kind of shows that maybe this is starting to get a little bit out of hand and we need to get to the answer quicker?
Yeah, so, I mean, you said a lot there. So,
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
I couldn't
good.
come to
That's
the end of
okay.
my statement.
Just get it out,
yeah.
yes. That was probably very therapeutic for you. So, no, what I will say is this. So just so that kind of people who are listening and maybe are just popping in the conversation. So there was a fire on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Around 4:48, 5 o'clock. There are no injuries that were reported. I want to kind of make sure that people understand too, the fire and the fire investigation in terms of, what is the cause that started the fire, that is still under investigation, and that is a fire department duty. So that incident itself, when there's a fire, we do show up, obviously, we're the police.
Right.
We block off streets. The metro line was down for a couple hours. But in terms of the investigation and putting the fire out, that's all the fire department. We are there in a support capacity. The police deal, obviously, as people know, with criminal type of matters. And, we're always on the, on the side of a lot of things that go on in this city because we're 24/7. We're usually the first people that are called. A lot of times people don't know that this is a police issue or not a police issue. When I brought City Manager Kozel on and the mayor, which I think it was about 3 months ago, right? Is that
something like that,
right?
yeah.
And, that was right after, news articles about the Supreme Court ban and, making sure that the community had the right information. And the mayor and, I asked them to come on and just from the city's perspective, because ultimately whatever happens with 10 City, that needs to be a directive from the city. And that's, the city council, the city manager. There's a lot of people who are involved in that decision. Having conversations, I've had conversations over the past couple of days with the city manager. I've continued to have conversations with them just from in terms of what the police experience, right? So it's very, to your question, and George wanted you to ask me, I've been, in March, I'll completed 29 years here. So I've been here a long time. And I will tell you, when I was a midnight shift officer, when I first started, 10 City existed. And it is always, even before I got here. So, I mean, prior to 1996, I'm not sure. But I can tell you 1996, yes. And now, in how 10 City, to your point, what is going on down there and how do you actually calculate the population? It's a very difficult thing to do, and this is why. So people that are living there, some are in and out. Some people are there only for a couple days. Some people do stay there. I have been down to 10th City twice this year, and I will tell you at different times, there were different numbers of people, but you can also tell by, what is the structures and then talking to some people of how many people might stay with them. But the number is you're never going to be able to say definitively X number of people live in 10th City. It's just a transient, people come and go. Some people stay. Sometimes people leave. Sometimes they move somewhere else. So the best way that we gauge that is we're through talking to people who are down there, talking to people who are at the soup kettles, talking to people that will, if they use the city shelter, the warming shelter, and then also talking with our community partners. So, the city put out something yesterday, a press release talking about the response from the Elgin community, which has been tremendous. And the Association for Individual Development, which is AID, they're going to be helping the city and have been helping the city. I think they were mentioned in the press release. So, making sure that everyone that's involved in this conversation in terms of what happens next. And when I brought the city manager on the show and I brought the mayor on the show, the conversation was around, okay, so what do you do and where do people go if you just say tomorrow there is no 10th City, right? And how do you do that in a humane way, in a way that people understand what's going on and that you're also, I think a lot of times, and you and I have had this conversation, if you can't tell people you need to do this.
No.
Right? I know it's a very, you can suggest to people, right? You can say, and I'm talking in terms of just in general, right?
Yeah.
Like if there's a criminal matter, that's different, right? That's the police. We go in, we do our job. I'm talking in general, right? That the entity of 10th City, which has been many, many years. Some people may choose to live like that. And we've had this conversation, right? And it's not for anybody to tell people you can't do this. Now, it then turns into, well, where can they stay? Are they allowed to stay there, right? Now there's other things that you have to consider, but the core of what's happening and what's going on there is how are people choosing to live their lives? And I think you have to be very considerate and very thoughtful in terms of what you then do to, because the unintended consequences of something like that is that, does it get to the point where it's, where something now it's getting a lot of attention. The fire happened, right? And now there's a conversation. Tent City, we have talked about it throughout the year, right? But the, social media and people giving, and there's been a lot of donations I've seen online, and people want to help. And that's the city also put out in the press release, making monetary donations to the Elgin Cooperative Ministry, also having people to help volunteer for the warming shelter, because those are volunteers that work.
Yeah.
So it's a big conversation. I will say, everyone has their role, the directive and the overall directive in which the city wants to respond. That's everyone has a say in that, but ultimately the city will decide. And then depending on what we need to do, everyone has a role in that. But ultimately, and most importantly, I'm glad that no one was hurt, no one was injured. I'm glad to see the community come out and support, especially in time of the holidays. There's so much to this, right? And when people, are doing things that they shouldn't be doing and victimizing people, and there's a criminal element, that's when the police get involved. And even with that, we do our job. We handle what needs to be done professionally, humanely. But in terms of, with this incident last night, it's a fire. That's for the fire department to determine the cause and origin. But I'm glad that no one was hurt, and I'm glad to see the community come out. And I think, this has definitely put the conversation about Tent City in, because it sounds like you guys have been talking about it all week, or since Wednesday. You're right, which is to be expected, right?
Yeah. It's community radio. We want to talk about things that are happening in the community.
Totally to be expected. And I just think it's important that people understand everybody's roles, and also understand that, if there was an easy solution, it would have already been done. If people could just go, yep, we're doing this, bam, everyone's happy, that would have already been done. It's not. This is very complex from, there's a lot of things going on, that it's not just do this and then you're done. There's all these other things that cause a domino effect that you have to consider before you make a decision. And it's not as simple as I think people would like it to be. But ultimately, the city is working towards a solution. I think the mayor and the city manager talked about that, and that's why they came on the show. And I think there's probably more conversation to be expected.
Yeah, I would imagine so. So I just wonder, have there been more calls for the police to go to Tent City this year than in the past couple of years?
I would have to, and I could bring the exact numbers next week on Friday, because I don't want it, but I will just say anecdotally, I think it's about the same. It comes and goes, so sometimes we might get an incident down there, and it might be something that, we respond to. Sometimes the officers, I've been down there, twice this year, and that's just for us to kind of do a walkthrough in there and to kind of gauge a sense of what's happening, because when I have my conversations with the city manager, I hear from the officers, and I trust what they're saying to me, and I sometimes want to see it myself so that I can say, this is the officers are, telling me this, and I want to see what's happening. So, I go down there every year. So every year since, many years, I'll just take usually I went, I think in April and then a couple of weeks ago, but I think anecdotally it's about the same. I will tell you during 2020, and the pandemic, and when people were in Carlton Rogers Park, we were down there a lot. And we were getting a lot of calls in the downtown area. But I can bring that data next week and share it. Not a problem.
Yeah, I guess the reason I asked, because you said you handle the police matters.
Yes.
I had Chief Sagan on yesterday morning, Fire Chief Sagan, and I said, and they handle the fire matters, and they put out that fire Wednesday night. But as far as coming to this ultimate solution, wrong word or whatever, but to take the next step with maybe clearing out Tent City and giving these people another option, do the police Is Tent City like a part of the regular patrol assignments of the police officers? You go to these all around Elgin, to different neighborhoods. You make sure neighborhoods are looked at and are patrolled and are safe. Is there like a once a week or once every couple of weeks directive where someone is assigned to go in there just to make sure everything's fine, just to check it out, like patrolling the area like you would a neighborhood?
So I think, so we go down, if there's a call for service, obviously we're down there. If we are down there just to, and we may just go down there and just kind of see what's happening and see what's going on. Like I mentioned, I went out with a bunch of officers a couple of weeks ago. But because we have our Collaborative Crisis Services Unit, which is CCSU, quite frequently, some of the people that are staying in Tent City are coming and talking to that unit, whether they're coming down to the station and getting some food, because we have, on Fridays, we'll have some food available through the food banks. So they're talking to officers and communicating like that and checking in. I will tell you, when I went down there, some of our officers, Sergeant Demir, Officer Scott Williams, Officer Alton Gallagher, Josh Miller, Officer Miller, a lot of people that are constantly engaged with CCSU or handling some of the issues. They are more familiar with people who are there and understand their story. So that kind of informal check-ins happens often, and it's not actually going down there. It's just them coming down to the station or us going out there. Or, we have the winter shelter now. So we have an officer that's assigned there for the beginning of the shelter. So we'll check in with people. So those informal kind of check-ins and conversations, which is why, as I mentioned, when I went down there, and I've been down there every single time that I've gone down there throughout the years, it's never the same number of people, right? Because people are in and out. Some people, they might have jobs during the day, right? And then they come there. Some people are there. Some people are, there for maybe a week or a couple days, or maybe they're just down there for the night. I mean, it's very, very difficult unless someone stood there and counted, but even that, there's so many ways to walk into Tent City, so there's a couple ways that you can walk in. So I'll bring the information though on calls for service next week, just so people know. Yeah, I don't have, absolutely.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because the police department, the fire department, nobody makes the ultimate decision on what the next step is with Tent City or the population. But will there be a point, if you are patrolling in there and you see it getting more built up, maybe the criminal activity is getting a little bit more. We're getting more calls from people from over there. Fire could be the same way. Boy, there's more stuff in here. There's a greater chance that there are going to be more fires in here. Would you then go back to the city and say, I know there's a plan for ultimately making some changes down there. We might want to speed this up a little bit because it seems to be getting worse and worse all the time.
Yeah. Oh, those conversations happen all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an ongoing conversation. And again, that conversation's been ongoing. And I think the city councils even had those conversations when they're holding what you had mentioned earlier about the tiny houses.
Yeah.
Right. That came through a conversation of, the council members and people who are representing the city. They're also hearing from community members. So, I can tell you that, I remember two summits where everyone got together and we're, talking about homelessness and what can we do, and housing first methodology, and how does that work, and where does the funding come from? And so that conversation is constantly ongoing. Now, I think the fire, right, is because it was so in view, right? And it's,
pictures say a lot, right?
That's where I think so. And this is where, the understanding about what's going on, and I'm sure Chief Sagan came on and explained the totality of the damage down there. 4 or 5 structures, he explained. So, but when you see it,
looked like the whole city was on fire, right?
It did, and I will tell you, I mean, and I understand that, right? So that's also where the city then puts information out to the community so that they know. Because if you look at that and don't know, you think, oh my God, did something like what's happening down there, and where are people? And so those conversations go on constantly. It's so many layers. And, and I would also say too, that it's important to know that I think just being involved in the conversations, whether that's with the city manager's office or council people or community members or whoever it is, I think there is a sentiment in the community to do something and make sure it's done the right way. And I think, a lot of times, there's no point in pointing fingers. there's no point to that, because when you're pointing fingers, and if you're pointing fingers but you're not really sure about the whole magnitude and context of the conversations that have been going on for years, and some of the hurdles and some of the issues and some of the concerns, because I think a lot of times when something like this happens and now it's at the forefront, and there's a lot of, well, why don't they do this and why haven't they done that? And it's like, well, valid questions, legitimate questions, but there's more to it than just, get rid of this, do it now. Why haven't they done it? These people don't know how to do their job. Nothing ever good comes from that. Collaboration, talking about the issues, deciding how we do it the right way, being considerate of everyone's position, and ultimately a decision is going to be made, right? But I think like right now, I'm very happy to see that the community is coming together and, first and foremost, worrying about the people, the human beings, number one, which is most important. And then number two now, yes, I'm sure the conversation is going to be sped up. Yes, I'm sure there's a little bit more pressure now, like, what are we doing? I think everyone understands that. I think it's just a matter of, moving forward. And when the mayor was here with the city manager, I think that was their perspective too, is for them, they know what's going on. They're very well aware, but there's so many other things that they have to deal with in conversations, and what are we going to do, and where does the money come from, and how do we do this, that, ultimately those decisions are not, they're not easy to make, because you have to think about all this stuff. So, the questions and I think it, relevant, of course, to be expected, but I also feel like let's work together collaboratively as a community to do something, so that 30 years from now, whoever's sitting in these chairs won't be talking about a tent city, because this has been going on for quite some time.
Yeah.
So,
well, I know you have a few things to talk about besides this. I have one more question from a listener on YouTube, and then we can go to the rest of your agenda. The commander checks in. He says, currently, is there any ordinance on the books that allows the city and Elgin PD to enforce and regulate the homeless encampments on public property?
So, yes, there's a couple. So there's trespassing. There's the ban on, you can't leave personal property on public property. The police can come in and do something like that. If it's private property, it's trespassing. So there are a few ordinances that we can use, and depending on the circumstances, have used. So, but you also have to make sure that when you're doing that, whatever the circumstances are, it's not as simple as people will call in and talk about, can I stand in the middle of the road and ask for money? There's a couple things to that, right? If you're standing in the median and you're not blocking traffic, you're not impeding traffic, you're not being aggressive, anyone can ask anyone on the street for money. So the answer is yes. It just determines what they're doing.
Okay. 9:22 with the chief, Fridays with the finest. What else is going on,
Yeah,
Chief?
so I have a few minutes left, and I want to make sure I talk about, so first and foremost, tomorrow we have our open house from 10 a.m. till noon. So we always get a lot of people, and it's early in the morning. So if you're downtown or you have a day planned, thank you.
Sure.
Come on down and see all these great things that Mark just put up on here. Our SWAT team, we're going to be giving rides in our bat. Our social services department will be there. Our CCSU will be there. So this is a great time. If you have questions about what they do in terms of the homeless population, come on down and ask all the questions. I will be there. I love to see people. And so if you can, come on down. And then let me talk quickly about our shots fired data. So we did have a shots fired incident that happened last night in the 200 block of North Melrose at about 8 o'clock, 8 something.
8:07, I think I saw.
There you go.
Yeah.
So year to date, we are at 64 shots fired incidents. Last year at this time, we were at 48. As a reminder, 66 shots fired in 2021 was our high, followed by 64 shots fired incidents in 2016. Of these shots fired cases, though, so that the community, again, please, if you have questions, ask us. If you want to know what we're doing, I've talked every week. I try to talk about it so that it is a priority in the department. Of those 64 cases year to date, 29 of those cases remain unsolved. 11 of those cases are still under investigation, which means there's more work for our detectives to do. 19 of those cases, so 30% of our shots fired cases, an arrest has been made. The case is closed. 5 of those incidents we have closed out for a variety of reasons. So, and 2 of them, these were our murder-suicide cases, so they're obviously closed.
Yeah.
2 of the cases, prosecution was denied by the state's attorney's office for whatever reason. And in one of them, there was an adjudication ticket that was issued. So, 29 of our cases, so about 45% of them are unsolved. And what that means is we've exhausted all investigative methods. Unless some new information comes forward, we would consider it to be unsolved. But again, in 30% of these cases, an arrest has been made. So I want to, I want to thank the men and women of the police department who work very, very hard. They know it's a priority. I know it's a priority for the community. I will be here January, whatever it is, saying 0 shots fired. And hopefully if there's not anything on New Year's Eve, I can say that and we can start with 0.
Yeah.
And then you'll look at me and say, every year you say this, is that realistic? And I'm going to continue to say it because it's important that that the community understand our where we stand, which is 0. It's unacceptable. We continue to work with our partners. Officers make great arrests, weapons offenses, search warrants. They're doing great work. So if the community has any questions, please let me know. In our annual report this year, too, we're going to dissect those cases a little bit and give more of a summary so people can kind of understand and see some of this, some of the incidents are attributed to, interpersonal conflict. Some is attributed to domestic related incidents. And some at the last, I think it's about 33% that I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, there is some type of gang tie to it. So we're going to break it down a little bit and give a little bit more context for people too. So they understand and have the, have the information, which they absolutely deserve. So
do you break that down also more? I mean, I'm sure you've always breaking it down, but if we're having a surge like we are this year,
yeah.
Do you break it down more for your own good too? So you can say,
yes,
this is more, and this is the difference in the number of shots fired this year.
Yes.
So we have to concentrate our focus on this area a little bit more to see if we can get this number down.
Yeah, so that's important because then that also determines our strategies and it determines what we do and how we respond. If we, 33% is attributed to some gang issue, that's a conversation with our special investigations group, which happens weekly. What are our strategies? What are we doing? What can we do better? But they do a tremendous job. And I want, I know the number is a number and it's, a quick soundbite, but I want people to understand what is actually happening, what we've actually done. And then also, the officers and detectives work very, very hard to ensure that there is a safe community. And so, that can't go without, that shots fired are happening and no one's doing anything. They absolutely are doing something. So I want people to, that's, it's important to me that people know that the officers do understand and recognize. And ultimately me, which I obviously do, right? I'm here every Friday talking about it, telling what we're doing. I appreciate the conversation from the community, and we'll make sure that we push out the information. And if people have any questions, please contact us. And I think that's it. So it takes me right till about 9:20.
Yeah.
So other than that, open house, I'll be here next week. We do have a real quick today I will be hiring 9 officers. So I'll be swearing in 9 new officers.
Wow.
In the police department. Yep.
Yeah.
And also promoting, and I think he's been on the show, Matt Jacobucci, which he is our training officer.
Yeah.
So I will be promoting him to the rank of sergeant today.
Yeah.
So exciting day at the police department, especially for Matt.
Yeah, and next week you're going to do a full hour here, right?
We are. Is that next? Yes. It's
Yeah,
the 14th.
next Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So do we want to give a little, or we want?
We have about a minute, so you want to just go ahead and let the cat out of the bag a little bit here? Okay.
We will do that. So thank you to WRMN. And we are going to be releasing a podcast, and the podcast we've been working with you guys, and it's going to be a cold case podcast.
Yeah.
So I started a cold case unit earlier this year. I've had the 2 detectives on the show, Detective Andrew Houghton and Detective Matt Vartanian. So they're going to come on the show with me next week, and we're going to have a conversation. You're going to kind of get the exclusive insight into the podcast and what we're doing and what why we're doing it, and it's going to be really exciting. So I know we've been recording. I did my part, I think, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
They've been doing a lot, so it's going to be really exciting. I'm not going to talk about the case yet. I'm going to leave that to the detectives. Let them release that on Friday. But looking forward to it. It's going to be really, really good for the community. So, and I think a lot of people will be interested in it, and I really appreciate the partnership that we have with you guys.
Well, I think it's going to be, I don't want to use the word fun because we're trying to solve crimes here, but very interesting.
Very interesting.
And
That's the word.
Bringing things up that have happened for over the past 50 years,
yes.
Things that haven't been solved. And actually, I know we're going to be going out to some of these areas and doing some filming of where this, started or where it took place, or elements that may help people remember.
Yeah.
And we're asking for our listening audience and our viewing audience on YouTube to try to remember back, and maybe they can try to help solve an old crime in Elgin that's going to be brought back to light again.
And I think the good thing about it too is that that there is going to be, so a lot of times when we have an incident happen, there's certain things that we don't release immediately, right? Because we want to solve the case.
Yeah. Because
these cases have been years and years and years. This is going to be a completely different. We're going to be able to say a lot of things, which then will generate a lot of interest. Which, because time has gone by and we're not able to. And I know that's the frustrating part a lot of times for the community is. Tell us what, let us know. It's like, well, give us a minute because we're trying to make an arrest. So this will be a very different experience, I think, for the listener.
Should be fun. All right, we'll talk more about it next Friday. Thanks, Chief.
All right, thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend. Oh, and also, real quick, thank you to CK for the banana bread that she gave me. The people that you have in your show back there, beautiful people, lovely people. Yes, so thank you.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Chief. 9:31, Chief Anna Lally and Steve Thorne's next with a Senior Community Spotlight show and music memories. Stick around.
Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
Rise and shine, Fox Valley listeners. It's time to kickstart your day with First Shift with Marky B on WRMN 1410 AM. From 6 to 9 a.m., join the chatter that gets you clued in with the latest buzz around town. Don't just sip on your coffee. Let Marky B brew your morning with the perfect mix of news, views, and moves. Dial us in or live stream at WRMN1410.com and make your mornings a whole lot brighter. WRMN 1410 AM. We're the voice of the Valley, and we're here to talk.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
At Knucklehead's Trampoline and Indoor Amusement Park in Wisconsin Dells, you're in for a fun-packed family experience. There's a bit of something for everyone to enjoy, whether you're a kid or a kid at heart. A trampoline park, full arcade, cosmic bowling lanes, and many amusement rides located in their 80,000 square foot indoor entertainment facility. A great attraction for team building activities or just plain fun. Open daily at the outlets at the Dells Complex in Wisconsin Dells. Contact Knuckleheads at 608-254-7332 or visit their website at knuckleheadspark.com.
This winter, the Elgin Fire Department is partnering with the Community Crisis Center to provide warm clothing for adults in need. From now through December 31st, drop off your gently used winter coats for men and women, along with new gloves, mittens, hats, and scarves at any Elgin fire station. Just leave your donations at the front door and ring the doorbell. Firefighters will safely collect them. Help us keep our community warm this season. Visit elginil.gov/civic alerts for more info.
Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. 9:34 WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. The Friday show continues. Musical Chairs continues. Stevie Thorne is here, Elgin City Councilman, and longtime host of the Community Spotlight Show or Senior Community Spotlight Show, or whatever you want to call it. It's a Friday morning, and we're getting ready for a Christmas edition of Music Memories this morning with Steve as well. So next hour and a half should be fun. Welcome, Steve.
Hey, hi, everybody, and happy Friday. I hope everyone had a good week out there. It's a chilly one, Marky B. We got our first true taste of winter with these temperatures.
Oh, man, the last week's been pretty chilly, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. No kidding. A couple days, this past few days. Glad I got the antifreeze in the old cars.
Yeah, it's time to take a look at the old van's antifreeze level. Last time I checked, it was good, but
I saw it over at Kellenberger.
Yeah.
Is it home now?
It's last night.
Great.
Last night it got home. So thanks to the folks at Kellenberger, they made a couple of belt changes. They had the alternator off because they had a bad alternator that they had to replace. And when you have that alternator off, it makes it easier to get to some of those belts, which were getting bad. So they kept it for a few days, did the job, and thank you guys for doing that.
Now, is your engine accessed in the front or?
Yeah.
You know, I had a 66 Chevy step van at one time when I was in high school. And that had the front was just completely flat. And it didn't have, yours has a little bit of a nose that sticks out.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Mine was completely flat, if you can envision those. And so when you climbed in, there was a great big hump right between the two seats, and that was the engine. And I had a piece of carpeting over it, shag carpet, kind of like yours.
Yeah.
And so I could set things on it because, you know, it was wider than a normal console. You know, it was a V8 engine, V8 or 6-cylinder. I don't remember what it was, but
so if you got into an accident and you like hit somebody from the front, you'd be hitting you.
No,
right? There's nothing in front of you, right?
I wouldn't be walking.
Yeah.
No, there was nothing there.
Yeah.
And I remember my dad bringing that up. You know what was really fun is that when I gave people rides, I would often pull up close to the cars in front of me, a little faster than I should, too. And people next to me, the passengers, all of a sudden, they're just automatic reaction. They're putting their foot out like a brake. You know? And they're
pushing on the dash.
I mean, because it was a unusual effect that you weren't used to. And you'd be getting right up. I mean, you would be so close. It was just straight down.
Yeah.
And the dash was right there because you sat more upright, too, and the steering wheel was like that. So it was a fun ride. The back two windows, I had a picture of Stan Laurel in one window and Oliver Hardy in the other window. So everybody knew me throughout town. It was kind of a lighter green color, but not real bright.
Huh. Sounds like a cool-looking van.
It was neat. I sold it to a dear friend of mine and that I'd known all my life. And he was going to college at University of Illinois in Champaign. He agreed to buy it for $400.
Yeah.
And the day before he bought it, I noticed it was leaking water out of the radiator. And I felt bad. And so I had to tell him. I said, you know, I got to tell you this. I'm concerned about this. I know I'm giving you a good deal, but I think it'll make me feel better if we change it to $250. If you still want it, I just want you to know that I've discovered a problem.
Yeah.
You know I still want it. So he bought it for $250. He put some stop leak in the radiator, drove it for 3 years.
Really? That's all it took, huh?
Never had a problem. But at least I did what was right.
Yeah.
You know, that type of thing.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Got quite a few well wishes this morning, and George even stopped by with 2 pieces of cake.
What he said from Paul's.
Yeah. So he said I should take my first pick, and then Peach gets the other one. But when she got up, I told her to take a pick, and then I'll take the other one, and that'd make me feel better. So I said, if you want me to feel good on my birthday, you take your pick first.
You went over to Paul's, and Paul's got all they were asking for in the last 24 to 48 hours since the fire over in Tent City with people making donations. I know we have a very generous community, and people step up when, we have issues and things like that and want to help out. There was an overwhelming response to that fire in Tent City on Wednesday night from people, and I kind of think it's because people care, obviously. Like 5 people may have been displaced from their area in Tent City, but I also think pictures sometimes can be strong. And that fire was so powerful looking on social media that I think that was part of the reason that so many people stepped up and made a donation and a pledge yesterday in one way or another, because they saw how raging that fire was Wednesday night.
No doubt. And it looked on media and in the videos, even on television, it looked so much worse. The fire looked so much worse than it really was.
Yeah.
I actually went over there yesterday. I wanted to see it firsthand. I went over there with the fire chief. And at the same time, while I was there, Officer Kevin Snow of the police department was filming it with a drone that he has since put out. And that video is available.
Oh, okay. Showing Tent City from overhead?
Well, I don't know that it's available. It was sent to the council member.
Gotcha. Because I'd like to see that. Hector says happy birthday, and Carol with a K, the last 2 to say happy birthday, by the way, on YouTube to you.
Thank you both, and celebrate by doing my shows today, and then meeting with an insurance man, then working on decorations, and then having a little fish fry at the Eagles with my wife.
Nice.
Tomorrow is, we would normally go out for a nice dinner, but it's the Ecker Center's annual event. I'm going to go support them.
I'll be at the Eagles Club tomorrow night for a little while. They're having the Elgin Township Republicans Christmas party.
Oh, nice.
Tomorrow night at the Eagles Club, so look forward to that, yeah.
Well, last night we had the Triad Christmas party. Kudos to Sherry Aschenbrenner, and a special thanks out to Kevin Williams, former lieutenant with the Kane County Sheriff's Department. He always puts together their end-of-year video that we show there, and it highlights all the events all year long from photos that Sherry supplies him with, and then he puts them together in a video with music, and some of them move in and out, and he made some humorous. He superimposed my face in a little elf that kept popping up on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
So I have to call him today and razz him about that. But it was a very nice event. I sat at the city table. I sat with Elgin Police Rick Demir and Commander Heather Lincioni and Hector Gutierrez. And so we had a nice table. And next to me was Supervisor Bruderly. Ken Bruderly was there. And Ken and I both spoke, and so did Rick Demir. And it was a very nice event. And there was a group of gals in the other room, and they saw me from my table, and they came in. And that was Maggie Beyer and Karen Dowling and Marie Merkel and Susan Tees and Sarah Drung, a number of them.
Yeah, the local women politicians? Yeah, they have their little club, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there was a gang of them. I mean, I've only named maybe a third of them that were at that. It was a long table. They were all there, having a good time.
Good.
I took their photo for them and had a nice chat, and then headed home and worked on my music memory show. I think it's going to be a fun one. I'm really excited to do this.
I better start loading some Christmas songs here for you.
Well, you got some time.
Yeah.
The first few minutes of the show is all talking, so you'll have time to load.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's move on with today's show, and we'll start as usual. Hi, everybody, and happy Friday. I hope everyone had a good week out there. Steve Thorne here with another Community Spotlight show. I'm joined here this morning with our wonderful producer and the host of the morning show here on WRMN, Trustee Marky B. And as you all know, I always start each week's show with a dedication, most often a memorial, sometimes to a living person or persons, or even a place or an event. Well, today is indeed a sad one in a way, but a blessing at the same time. Today, the show is dedicated to one of my best friend's brothers. I've had him on the get well list for a long time. Sadly, Ernie Lauber left us earlier this week. Ernest T. Lauber, known to all as Ernie, was born in Elgin October 11th, 1938, and he lived in the area his entire life. He graduated from Dundee Community High School, class of 1958. He was an active member of the First United Methodist Church of West Dundee. Once in his profession, he became a master tool and die maker, a trade you just don't hear much of anymore. Before he retired, he worked at Toastmaster and RevCorps. He earned many Masters in Management certificates in tool and die making, and he was proud of his quality work. On October 7, 1961, he married Margot Schoenhoven. Together, they raised a family. After 56 years of marriage, Margot passed. I came to know Ernie and Margot through his brother Arnie, and Ernie was quite the character. I thought Arnie was a character, but Ernie, oh my goodness. It makes me wonder how on earth their mother ever handled the two of them as kids, being just about a year and a half apart between them. Well, Ernie, he was something, always laughing, always pulling pranks, always doing something. He leaves behind his 3 children, 2 grandkids, 1 great-grandchild, his brother Arnie, 2 sisters, nieces, nephews, and many friends. May Ernie rest in peace. His service is today at 11 o'clock at Miller Funeral Home in Dundee. Well, it's always tough when you lose someone, especially in my case, my buddy Arnie's losing his brother, Mark, but Ernie was in real bad shape in the last couple months and had suffered from dementia and Alzheimer's and then went on hospice. And so it was a blessing, and it was certainly his time. Arnie was with him last week, and Ernie seemed a little better at Arnie's visit and actually reached out with his other hand to hold Arnie's hand, just as if he was saying goodbye.
Well, I know you've been mentioning for about, seems like a couple of months now that he's been on hospice for a while. So, you knew it was a matter of time, right?
That was it. Well, if you know the hospice, I guess you could say guidelines or regulations, a doctor must professionally deem the patient has, in his opinion, his professional opinion, less than 6 months expectancy of life. And when they can say that, then that's when hospice can step in and indeed take over with care, not cure. That is hospice mission statement.
Yeah.
3 words with a comma. Care, not cure. They know that they can't fix the ailment, so they're going to do everything they can to keep that person comfortable.
Right.
And that's what hospice is all about. And I know that my cousin down in South Carolina, she's a traveling hospice nurse. What a tough job that is. Because she gets to know some of her patients, her clients, and they become friends. But she knows that she's only going to have them a very short time.
Yeah. Very short friendships, right?
Right.
As soon as you get to know them, you have your next client.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so she goes to a lot of houses, and she goes to some facilities, and it takes a special person to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's something. Well, we have some folks struggling with health issues out there. Of course, first and foremost, as every week, our buddy George, he's a walking a miracle. He came over there and got his little doggy this morning. His little dog Louie was still in bed,
at 8 o'clock or 7:45 when George came over. I got up at 4:45, and Louis wasn't about to. And I went and showered and got back in, got dressed, and he just stayed under the covers.
Well, it's a little chilly outside right now. It's hard to get out of bed.
I guess so. George got up and made some noise, shaking his head and stretching, and we just left the room and turned the light off, and Louis just kept sleeping. I went up and got him when George came 3 hours later.
Wow.
But it's always fun to have Louis. He's a character, and he's such a fun little bugger. Well, George, we think of you more than you know, and certainly hope that things get better. Marky B, how we doing on time here?
Got about 9 minutes.
All righty.
Yep.
On the Get Well list, I also want to mention a dear friend and listener, and Mark hasn't heard his name in a while, Larry Best. Larry Best is struggling after a procedure, but he's on the mend.
That's good.
He's on the mend, and of course, I know you're listening out there, Larry, so we're thinking of you, and now all the listeners got you in their thoughts and prayers for a speedy recovery. So you get well and come and visit us. Also want to say hi to Cindy out west. She's still struggling, but she's got all her critters to keep her happy. And as I'm reading my list here, I can take Ernie Lauber off the list. I didn't do that. And of course, Jerry Barnhart. She's improving, slow but sure. She's home. And I hadn't mentioned her in a while because she's doing so much better. My dear friend and neighbor, Lynn Fick, she is improving all the time, back at home. And she sent me a birthday wish this morning. And I said, how nice of you to think of me. And I'm so glad that you're doing better in your home. And she said, well, I've got another surgery scheduled the middle of this month. So good luck to Lynn, and we wish you well. And then a couple other gals that I know that are having a procedure done today, I want to wish them well. I'm just going to keep their name private. So then we move on to just talking about a few things going on. We've got a lot happening in Elgin. We're going to be doing our music show here, Mark. So I want to, before I do anything, I want to remind everybody that tomorrow night, this is something, why not attend this? It's free. It truly is a magical musical night. I would certainly go if I didn't have an obligation. This is a night of Christmas music, December 7th, 5 o'clock in the evening at the Evangelical Covenant Church, 1565 Larkin Avenue. So that's just a little bit west. And that is with George Holmes and Franco Monitorana and Simon Lee and Daniela Folker on violin. Dr. Reese Jones, the soprano singer that's so well known in town, and everybody's friend, Myrna Hanseman.
Yeah.
She'll be the accompanist. She's so good on the piano. She's also an incredible accordion player. She's not going to be playing the accordion for this particular event, but she plays the accordion wonderfully.
Wow. Yeah, we love Myrna. She comes over here every once in a while and is a part of the ladies get together in the morning time, CK and the Sunshine Band. So it should be a nice event tomorrow night.
And thank you, CK, for the birthday wish this morning. That was very nice of you. You sent me a text.
Yeah.
But this music, there's a reception following the concert. Remember, it's free. Capital F-R-E-E. Free, wonderful Christmas music concert at the Evangelical Covenant Church, 1565 Larkin Avenue. Please write that down. Try to attend. If you can't, maybe you know someone that might not know about it, and you could tell them about it. 1565 Larkin Avenue, Evangelical Covenant Church. The night of Christmas music. I wish them well, and I sure wish I could attend it. Moving on, I want to congratulate Matt with the Elgin Police Department getting promoted to be sergeant today. And how about that? 9 new Elgin police officers sworn in.
Yeah. You know, I'd like to see an average age of the Elgin police officer now as opposed to about 5 or 10 years ago, and how that's come down. With all the retirements and all the new hires in the last half a dozen years, if there was like a median age, I bet it's come down 10 years in average.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
wouldn't doubt it. A lot of
yeah.
people retired earlier than they originally planned when COVID hit. And
Yeah.
so there's undoubtedly some changes there. Well, you know, you probably could find that out with the records division or the historian, or who knows who has those statistics. I wouldn't doubt they have those stats.
I imagine so, yeah. Take the 185 sworn officers or whatever, add up all their ages and divide it by 185 and see what it comes out to.
Yeah. Look into it. Let me know what it is. All right. I want to remind everybody, the Elgin Public Museum and the Elgin History Museum, guess what? They're decorated for Christmas. They're not closing. They're open on their usual hours. Of course, they'll be closed for the holidays and specific days on Christmas and probably the day after. But try to visit those over the holidays. What a wonderful asset they are to our city. And I always remind you, if you get some friends visiting from out of town, what a great place to take them.
Yeah, very
People
unique.
forget what we have right here in our own backyard. Next is, I want to remind everybody to take good care of your animals at Christmas. And when it gets this cold, be careful letting your pets be outside too long. And you got little doggy coats, you need one. They're on sale at all the stores. And boy, I went into Petco the other day just to get some fish. And my gosh, they had more things for dogs and cats than you'd ever seen. Just huge displays of Christmas treats and toys and clothing and little antlers to put on them so they look like deer.
They're getting so spoiled in this day and age, those dogs are.
I happen to know 2 of them that are.
Yeah. You were getting fish?
Yeah, I have an aquarium.
Oh, okay.
Not fish to eat.
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't buy your fish to eat at the Petco.
Yeah, tropical fish. I've got a big aquarium in the basement. I don't do too much with it, but I had a friend come and help me the other day, and I've got a new feature, and now there's a big 5-gallon jug underneath the tank behind the front curtain or the front wall, and it has a little pump in it. And it has a tube that goes up to the tank up top with a sensor up top. And as soon as it gets just a 1/4 inch below the top line, it kicks on and it pumps water up in there. So I keep the chemicals balanced in the tub down below, and I never have to worry about if I go down there if the water line got low in the tank. It's always at the top. It looks great.
That's cool.
It's kind of a neat thing. Alex Lopez came and helped me set that up. Next is, we've got all those great places that are offering Christmas meals and Christmas parties and Christmas dinners, and so many companies are having them. But you've got the regular clubs are doing their fish fries. So make sure that you go and support some of those social clubs and check out. They're all decorated. Turner's, Elks, Moose. You been to the Moose lately, Mark?
I think it's been a couple of weeks now, but we generally go about once a week or so, maybe something like that, once every week or 2.
I know it's Sunday morning. I've seen you over there.
Oh yeah,
I popped in.
So convenient to my house.
Yes,
amazingly convenient.
Mm-hmm. And you joined, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's a very nice club, and I wish them well. They're decorated for Christmas. And they have a great fish fry. You do need to be a member to go to their fish fry, or go with a member. But other ones, American Legion, open to the public, has a great fish fry. The Eagles Club open to the public. They have a great fish fry. The Turner's Club, open to the public. They have a great fish fry. And say hello to Carrie. Thank you for the breakfast or the birthday wish, Carrie. And, well, I need to send it back to Marky B briefly before we close off for the news. And then we're going to have the Music Memory Show, a Christmas show. But want everyone to thank a veteran and thank a policeman and a fireman every day. I'll always stand for the American flag, for the flag will stand for me.
Music Memories, Christmas style, next.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20, with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, and Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Here at WRMN Radio, we try to connect with the community and discuss important issues, like our current mental health crisis. Here's Lori Baker, President and CEO of AID.
I think most people, when they see young children thinking about suicide at the ages of 5 and 6 and 7, I mean, that's shocking to me that children even know that they want to harm themselves somehow. I know it's difficult. I definitely feel the pinch. We all feel the pinch at the gas pump, at the grocery store, right, in our rents, but I think most people could handle 27 cents a day to help kids and seniors and people experiencing homelessness.
Discussions like this take place on the first shift, weekday mornings from 6 to 10, right here on WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN 1410 Radio on Facebook.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. The 55-year-old Richardson had a 57, 118, and 15 record after being hired to coach Chicago in 2022 while the Blackhawks were in a prolonged rebuild. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8, 16, and 2. That's the worst in the league. They were tied for 21st in team defense, averaging 3.15 goals against per game. The Bulls beat the Spurs 139-124 on Thursday. Nikola Vukovic had 39 points and 8 rebounds. Chicago puts a 2-game winning streak on the line tonight at home against the Pacers.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer for network management practices.
Garibaldi's Italian Eatery offers Italian dishes, subs, kids menus, and their delicious pizza. The foundation of a great pizza starts with the crust. Garibaldi's crust is crunchy at the bottom, airy in the middle, and perfect every time. The finest ingredients are used to give their pizza this exquisite crust and wonderful taste. Dine at either of the Garibaldi's 2 locations in Hoffman Estates and Arlington Heights. Free party rooms are available too. Visit Garibaldis.com today.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Everybody, Steve Thorne here with another wonderful Christmas memory show. It's not music memories today, it's Christmas music memories and Christmas memories in general. Everyone's favorite time of the year. I thought it would be fun to do my show a little bit different. So let's go back, way back to 1960 in Elgin. I was 5 years old. I, like all 5-year-olds, was really excited about Christmas. Toys, toys, and toys. Oh boy. Before Christmas time, my dad would put up some lights on the house. A lit Santa face was on the front door of the house, and he had wrapped the front door with shiny Christmas wrapping paper. And of course, the Christmas tree. We went shopping for a tree, but not just one. For 2 trees. We lived in a 2-flat, so we got a Scotch pine for the upstairs where my mom and dad were and myself, and a balsam tree for downstairs for my grandma. The trees got decorated, the house was decorated inside and out, and the TV, a big old black and white Motorola, had toy ads galore, including the hobby horse. Yes, the hobby horse. Stevie wanted a hobby horse. It's all I could think about. Hobby horse, hobby horse, hobby horse. Stevie wants a hobby horse. Each day closer to Christmas, I was more excited, but I kept bringing up hobby horse. Then Mom took me downtown Elgin to Spee's department store on Grove Avenue. The store was filled with adults and parents shopping until we went downstairs. Yes, every kid knew what was in the basement of Spee's, the toy department. But more important, on that day, Santa was there. Yep, I waited in a long line, surrounded by other kids and their moms, and lots of toys. As I think back, what a better place for Santa to be than in a toy department. I think Santa mentioned other toys since, to me, when I was sitting in his lap, since Spees didn't carry the hobby horse, or at least they didn't have any. But Stevie wants a hobby horse. Well, we left Spees, complete with a photo of me in Santa's lap. When we got home, the breezeway had a wonderful aroma. Grandma had been baking Christmas cookies, and she kept them in the breezeway in a cabinet. Thumbprints of all colors, gingerbread, pecan sandies, and chocolate fudge. A little boy's dream, but only a couple can't spoil dinner. So inside and up the stairs I went. Mom put on Christmas music.
Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring, ting, tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's look at the show. We're riding in a wonderland of snow. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, it's grand, just holding your hand. We're gliding along with the song of a wintry fairyland. Our cheeks are nice and rosy and comfy, cozy are we. We've snuggled close together like two birds of a feather would be. Let's take that road before us and sing a chorus or two. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. There's a birthday party at the home of Farmer Gray. It'll be the perfect ending of a perfect day. We'll be singing the songs we love to sing without a single stop. At the fireplace where we'll watch the chestnuts pop. Pop, pop, pop. There's a happy feeling nothing in the world can buy. When they pass around the coffee and the pumpkin pie, it'll nearly be like a picture print by Currier and Ives. These wonderful things are the things we remember all through our lives. These wonderful things are the things we remember all through our lives. Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring, ting, tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's look at the show. We're riding in a wonderland of snow. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, it's grand, just holding your hand. We're gliding along with the song of a wintry fairyland. Nice and rosy and comfy, cozy are we. We've snuggled close together like two birds of a feather would be. Let's take that road before us and sing a chorus of two. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you.
Yes, Johnny Mathis Christmas songs, whenever I hear them to this day, I always remember what it was like growing up and being a little boy and Mom playing Johnny Mathis Christmas music. And there's another singer that she always really liked, another performer, Andy Williams. He had a lot of songs that were just so appropriately titled and had such a great Christmas message.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, with the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the happiest season of all, with those holiday greetings and gay happy meetings when friends come to call. It's the happiest season of all. There'll be parties marshmallows for toasting and caroling out in the snow. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time of the scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. There'll be much mistletoeing and hearts will be glowing when loved ones are near. It's the most wonderful time. Yes, the most wonderful time. Oh, the most wonderful time of the year. And there we have it, yet another beautiful voice, especially associated with so many Christmas songs, Andy Williams. I remember always hearing Andy's voice at Christmas time when I was a little boy. And that, as that time of the day and continued on when I was there and 5 years old, I remember then another aroma hit me. Mom was baking Chex Mix with garlic in the oven. Used to always be homemade before they finally packaged it. And the package was never as good as people could make in their own ovens and kitchens. But I wasn't really in the mood for that garlicky type smell at the time, so Stevie ventured downstairs to Grandma's. I remembered what was on the breezeway. Do you think I snuck a cookie? Well, the answer is no, not a cookie, but rather cookies. Yes, I'm sure I was sneaking many of them. I'm just going out for a minute, Grandma. And then she caught me outside eating some cookies. Well, inside I ventured. Each day as we got closer to Christmas, I was more excited. And then it happened. It's snowing outside. Yes, just before Christmas, it was white outside, a perfect time for one of my favorite Christmas songs. Of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the
With every Christmas card I write, may your days be merry and bright,
And may all your Christmases be
Yes, indeed, Bing Crosby's White Christmas. That was the best-selling Christmas album of all time for so long, and I think it still is, over 50 million copies. I still remember when I heard that and associated it with the fact, hey, I heard that song last night in the White Christmas TV show that my parents were watching. Well, now it's getting close to Christmas, and Grandma was busy cooking. Getting ready for Christmas dinner, turkey in the oven, and all sorts of fixins'. Mom and Dad went to a Christmas party with their friends Jim and Helen. I spent another evening with Grandma. We watched Christmas TV shows. I remember one of her favorite shows was Lawrence Welk. And Lawrence Welk always had a wonderful Christmas show. Every kid remembers Lawrence Welk Christmases. With this one, Merry Christmas from our house to yours.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas from our house to your house. All the joys of the season to you. May this day find you healthy and happy. May your dreams and your wishes come true. May your tree be as bright and sparkling and gay as the Christmas star above. May your stockings be filled, but mostly we pray. May your house be filled with love. May each room ring with holiday laughter. May your heart sing with holiday cheer. Merry Christmas from our house to your house. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Merry Christmas from our house to your house. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to
Lawrence Welk Show. Yes, a one and a two. Always had beautiful singers on his program. One of my grandma's all-time favorites. I listened to a lot of Lawrence Welk as I spent time with Grandma. Finally, it's Christmas Eve, and I'm so excited. I had Mom pour a glass of milk and a couple cookies on a little plate, and we set it out for Santa. And Stevie went to bed. Yes, visions of sugar plum did dance in my head. I wondered if Mom and Dad would see Santa. And, of course, if my mom saw Santa, I wonder if she would kiss him.
I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus underneath the mistletoe last night. She didn't see me creep down the stairs to have a peep. She thought that I was tucked up in my bedroom fast asleep. Then I saw Mommy tickle Santa Claus underneath his beard so snowy white. Oh, what a laugh it would have been if Daddy had only seen Mommy kissing Santa Claus last night.
I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus underneath the mistletoe last night.
She didn't see me creep down the stairs to have a peep. She thought that I was tucked up in my bedroom fast asleep.
I saw Mommy tickle Santa Claus underneath his beard so snowy white.
Oh, what a laugh it would have been if Daddy had only seen Mommy kissing Santa Claus last
Well, I don't know if Mommy really did kiss Santa, but it was a great classic old song by Jimmy Boyd. I went to bed excited and thought about Frosty the Snowman outside, and I thought there's another classic Jimmy Durante version.
Happy birthday!
Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul, with a corncob pipe and a button nose and two eyes made out of coal.
Frosty the Snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the children know how he came to life one day.
There must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found. Oh, when they placed it on his head, he began to dance around.
Frosty the Snowman was alive as he could be, and the children say he could laugh and play just the same as you and me. Frosty the Snowman knew the sun was hot that day, so he said, let's run and we'll have some fun now before I melt away.
hills of snow.
Frosty the Snowman. It was frosty outside. And stick with us for the second portion of Music Memories, Christmas Memories, 1960 in Elgin, and see if Stevie gets his hobby horse.
But he waved goodbye, saying, don't you cry.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20 with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, then Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Bulls beat the Spurs 139-124 on Thursday. Nikola Vukovic had 39 points and 8 rebounds. Chicago puts a 2-game winning streak on the line tonight at home against the Pacers. The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. The 55-year-old Richardson had a 57, 118, and 15 record after being hired to coach Chicago in 2022, while the Blackhawks were in a prolonged rebuild. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8-16-2. That's the worst in the league. They were tied for 21st in team defense, averaging 3.15 goals against per game.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly sunny with a high near 29. This afternoon, temperatures will fall to around 26. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 19. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 41, and temperatures falling to around 39 in the afternoon. Currently, it is 21 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
The
the 90s called. They said the Gordita Supreme is so back in the new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. It's all looking fresh to death with the pillowy 90s Gordita Supreme alongside the beefy 5-layer burrito, double stacked taco, chips with nacho cheese sauce, and medium drink. All for just $7. It's your wallet's favorite cheesy crunchy combo here for a limited time. Grab yours and relive the decades only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only. While supplies last. Contact store for price and participation, which varies. Drinks and food freezes. Tax extra.
And we're back with the second portion of Christmas Music Memories Show. Steve Thoren here with part two. Part two of 1960, Stevie Thoren in Elgin. Here's my memories. I had just gone to bed on Christmas Eve. I was thinking of Frosty the Snowman, and we just heard Jimmy Durante sing about it. Then I thought about Santa. Is Santa coming?
Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Vixen and Blixen and all his reindeers pulling on the reins. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. So hang your stockings and say your prayers, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He's got a bag that's filled with toys for boys and girls again. Hear those sleigh bells jingle, jangle, oh, what a beautiful sight. So jump in bed and cover your head, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He doesn't care if you're rich or poor, he loves you just the same. Santa Claus knows we're all God's children, that makes everything right. So fill your hearts with Christmas cheer, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He'll come around when chimes ring out that it's Christmas morn again.
Yes, I was laying there, not falling asleep yet, thinking about Santa Claus and who on earth was leading Santa Claus. We all know who was leading the way. The one and only Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Happy holidays, folks, wherever you may be. You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, you'll go down in history. Santa's reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my...
I think I heard the sound of Santa's reindeer right about that time. I was falling asleep, but I heard some kind of bells. I heard some jingling of bells. Yes, I think it was them. I heard jingle bells.
I love those Jingle bells. Oh, those holiday Jingle bells. Oh, those happy Jingle-bells. I love those Jingle bells. Oh.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way.
Bells on bobtail ring, making our spirits bright.
What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
I love those Jingle bells. Oh, those holiday Jingle bells. Oh,
Those happy Jingle-bells. I love those jingle bells all the way.
Jingle all the way.
Jingle bells, Frank Sinatra, wonderful sounds. Well, I finally fell asleep and started dreaming. I dreamt of a hobby horse. Then I woke up. It's Christmas morning, 1960. I ran down the hall and I looked into the living room. Wow, the tree was loaded with presents underneath it. The lights were all glistening and sparkling, and oh boy, I was excited. Then I ran into my parents' room to wake them. They got up and then I said, can I go wake Grandma? And they said, sure, be careful on the stairs. So down I went. And of course, the first thing I did was look in the door, and there was her tree with more presents underneath it. Oh my, I couldn't believe it. Yes, more gifts, and Grandma's tree looked great. I ran into the room and woke Grandma up, and she was excited too. Back up the stairs I ran. Grandma was close behind. Mom and Dad were having coffee and hot cocoa for me, but I wasn't really interested in the cocoa. I wanted toys. Can I open now? Okay. So then I dove in. Oh my, a toy fire truck, an army jeep, a race car, and a cowboy hat. Oh, I was in my glory. But then I thought about something. No hobby horse. I expressed a little disappointment, and I had my cowboy hat in hand. And my dad said, maybe you should look around the corner in the dining room. And I ran in, and oh boy, there it was. A big red bow on the top. It was a hobby horse. I climbed aboard, and my mom came in with the camera and put my cowboy hat on my head, and I was rocking up and down and back and forth. Oh, I was one happy little boy. Oh, I just couldn't get enough of it. Ride 'em, cowboy. I was going and going and going. I just couldn't have more fun. But you know something? Amazing how life takes its twists and turns. Only did I find out later in life what my dad went through to get me that gift I so desired. My parents had checked everywhere for a hobby horse, and there were none to be had at any stores locally. Finally, Dad located one at a store in Chicago. It was one of those all-night stores at Christmas Eve. They had one in stock, and he drove all the way into the big city, and he brought one home. Christmas Eve, after I went to bed and fell asleep, he opened the box to assemble the big toy and discovered it was broken. Oh no. He called the late-night operating store, and they were still open, and they had another. Unbeknownst to me, here it is on Christmas Eve. Off he went into Chicago. He exchanged it for another, made it home, got it opened up, and put it all together. No wonder he was tired on Christmas morning. Wow. Thanks, Dad. I'll always remember that special Christmas morning. As the day moved on, we had a nice breakfast. We got dressed and off to church. Holy Trinity Lutheran Church over at Chapel and Division Street in Elgin. Everyone was dressed extra nice. Loads of poinsettias everywhere. I went downstairs to Sunday school for Mrs. Hanson's class. After church, back home to play with my toys. What a wonderful day. And yes, Mom and Dad put on Christmas music on the hi-fi.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Man, it doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought me some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. And the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow and...
It wouldn't be Christmas music without Dean Martin. And also another great Christmas classic I remember my parents playing every year, the one and only Nat King Cole with The Christmas Song.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh.
Yes, Christmas memories, Christmas Day in Elgin in 1960. It was a wonderful time. And as time then moved on, I got older. I remember Elgin at Christmas time downtown. I was still a little boy, but not 5 years old, more like 12, 13. I was running around downtown, riding my bike if it wasn't snowing, walking downtown. The streets were bustling with people, including live music, a choir at Barnett's, carolers at your door, the live manger scene at D.C. Cook, and driving around looking at decorated houses with all their Christmas lights. It was so much fun. I remember watching Christmas shows on TV, a Charlie Brown Christmas, when he got the little tree that had no branches. After that show, everybody always called scrawny Christmas trees a Charlie Brown tree. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer TV animated show came on in 1964, narrated by Burl Ives. The show, and of course, Burl Ives sang his wonderful version of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all?
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved
Burl Ives. You know, when that show comes on every year, even nowadays, I still like to put it on and remember back when I was a kid. I would have been 9 years old when that first came on the TV. Of course, it was in color, but it wasn't then unless there were no color broadcasts. Well, that was a fun one. I recall Burl Ives even riding on a Norelco razor through the snow. What an ad that was. And who can forget Bing Crosby's Christmas specials? As I grew, I learned the value of giving more than the value of receiving. Bing Crosby's famous song, Christmas is a Comin'.
When I'm feeling blue and when I'm feeling low, then I start to think about the happiest man I know. He doesn't mind the snow and he doesn't mind the rain, but all December you will hear him at your window pane, singing again and again and again and again and again and again.
Christmas is a-comin' and the bells begin to ring. The holly's in the window and the birds begin to sing.
Now don't take time to worry
And don't take time to fret.
And the more you give at Christmas time,
The more you'll get.
God bless you, gentlemen, God bless you.
And the more you give at Christmas time, The more you'll get.
Christmas is a-comin' and the egg is in the nog. Please to give a friendly man a friendly little dog. If you haven't got a friendly dog, a friendly cat'll do. If you haven't got a friendly cat, may God bless you.
Well, time moved on, but I always cherish that song and the message behind it. As an adult and a big fan of many types of music, one of my favorites is Greg Lake of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, with a beautiful Christmas song called I Believe in Father Christmas.
They said there'll be snow at Christmas. They said there'll be peace on earth. But instead instead it just kept on raining. A veil of tears for the virgin birth. I remember one Christmas morning, a winter's light and a distant choir, and the peal of a bell and that Christmas tree smell, and eyes full of tinsel and fire.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer was always one of my favorite groups, and Greg Lake had such a beautiful voice. He started out with King Crimson. Well, I remember also as a youngster, the Beatles fan club member, we always got a Beatles Christmas song each year and their message. And of course, John Lennon had a wonderful Christmas. Do They Know It's Christmas? Chip Davis with Mannheim Steamroller. They put on a Christmas show, and they had multiple albums of Christmas music, including a number of live ones. I saw one of their shows at the Rosemont Arena at one time. Now it's the Allstate, and it was so elaborate, spectacular. Yes, Christmas is a special time, a time that many forget what it's really all about. It's about celebrating the birth of Christ. Music, of course, sometimes has that message in its songs, like Away in a Manger and Little Town of Bethlehem. But a close music memory show, I'm going to close this music memory show with a song that everyone knows and loves, a song that is and forever will take me back to 1994, when I was shopping the Magnificent Mile in Chicago. And we were ventured into a church on the north end. There were just handing out candles at the time, and everyone had a little candle. The church was filled, and it appeared that no one knew others. We were all strangers to one another. Everyone lit their candles, and they all joined in with this song. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas, everyone out there in the WRMN listening in Elgin area. And I hope that you all have a happy and prosperous and healthy New Year. Here's the song that I will always remember that moment, a song that has such a special meaning, and to me, the best version of it ever.
Locations offer much more than their signature Italian beef. Try the Italian sausage, roasted chicken, and more. There's a big variety of delicious side dishes. Beef Villa uses quality ingredients from homemade recipes, and they purchase top-of-the-quality food products from their vendors to bring you the absolute best tasting of foods. Beef Villa's great service and quality are waiting for you, but you won't be waiting long because it's always hot and fresh. Visit beefvilla.com.
Twin Gyros, located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, serves traditional gyros as well as its award-winning chicken gyros on a pita. Twin Heroes has a diverse menu that includes barbecue ribs, chicken dinners, Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, cheeseburgers, and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Check out the full menu at twinsheroes.com. That's Twins Heroes at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20 with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, then Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
If you can't decide on dinner, have everything. Golden Corral at 154 South Gary Avenue in Bloomingdale has an endless buffet with over 150 items to choose from. There's an unmatched variety of food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, prepared fresh throughout the day. If you're craving something specific, call or check out their menu. Golden Corral rotates the buffet often. Golden Corral in Bloomingdale. They're the only one for everyone. Visit goldencorral.com. There's a hidden gem in Elgin's South End. It harkens back to the days when going to a diner with family and friends was where everybody gathered for a delicious breakfast or lunch. Ray's Family Restaurant at 801 St. Charles Street in Elgin is a diner that you'll love with tasty food. The atmosphere and the staff are friendly and fast. They're open until 3 p.m. daily. You can never go wrong with Ray's. Visit raysfamilyrestaurant.com. That's raysfamilyrestaurant.com.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago winless on the road this season at 0-5. They're looking to snap a 6-game losing skid. San Francisco's 5-7. They've lost 3 in a row. On Thursday's injury report, both wide receiver DJ Moore and running back DeAndre Swift were out. It was the second straight workout that they missed. Both are dealing with quad injuries. Wide receiver Keenan Allen missed Wednesday's practice with an ankle injury, but was a full participant Thursday. The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8-16-2. That's the worst in the league.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limited.
We asked seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
My best advice, if you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. These people are well trained. Don't talk to them.
They don't know me. They're just trying to scam me.
Don't be fooled. Hang up. Just hang up.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number to put in a false claim.
If I get a call from someone, I don't pick up the phone. And should I pick up the phone and they ask for information, then I hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud?
Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
Scammers can get a hold of your number, order medical devices through your account, and you're not even going to know about it if you don't look at your statement.
Check your statement every month.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it.
Call your senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call the Senior Medicare Patrol at 800-699-9043.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley. Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you are enjoying your day. It's Friday. Yes, it's officially getting close to the weekend. It might be the weekend for you, or maybe tomorrow will be the weekend, or Sunday. Nonetheless, still, of course, we're getting closer to the weekend. We are almost there / there for many people out there as well too, but you know what, we're getting into the holiday spirit for sure. Happy Friday, everybody. Very good show, hosted by, of course, Steve Thorne, and of course also Marky B at the board. I always love listening to all of those classical songs, and especially since it's the holidays, those great holiday and Christmas songs too, bringing back the nostalgia of when you're a little kid listening to those songs, as well as hearing the stories of those songs too, from the past is always good. I've heard lots of stories from my parents, who are in the same age group as Steve Thorne, so they remember very much so a lot of Christmases, and anticipating Santa and getting the presents and hearing all those great stories too. I mean, my dad used to tells me a story of when he was a kid, and his father, my grandpa Jack, built him, got him a train set and built him the tracks and put it in his room. And we even have some old home videos of that too. I'm sitting at the table with the tracks and the train, choo-chooing around, and that's always fun to watch too. And we do have some old videos, some 1950s color home 8mm films that my great grandpa took of my dad and my grandma, like actually on Christmas. So I think I might have posted it last year or so on Facebook, but if not, I'll definitely want to do it this year because it's very, very cool. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. we have a little bit of an alarm going off here. What do we have in studio today but the man, the myth, the legend himself? Oh, it is a phone call. Okay. Hey, we have Bill Pellerinos with us today. How you doing?
I am okay. How's everything going with you, Matt?
Doing very well, thank you. I absolutely love the setup here in the studio. We've got the nice little Christmas tree. We have the cute little penguin over here to my left. We've got some nutcrackers behind you with the nice little Merry Christmas signs, and we've got the office areas all decorated as well too. So definitely into the holiday spirit.
I have to apologize. That was my phone going off.
I thought you were trying to do an intro.
No. And we talked about this right before the show today. Last night, Chuck Gowdy on Channel 7 had an I-Team investigation where he's discovered that there are faulty lab reports for people charged with DUI, driving under the influence of cannabis.
Oh, yeah, you were telling me that.
Yes, and my phone's, I have to apologize. It's the first time it's ever happened in 9 years. My phone has been going off the hook like crazy today because in my book, in my first book, which I wrote in 2013, DUIs Decoded, I actually addressed this issue. That book is written with everybody in mind: police officers who make DUI arrests, supervisors that review the arrests, breathalyzer operators that conduct the breath test, prosecutors that prosecute the case, and most importantly, defense attorneys that defend these cases. Not that I condone drunk driving or driving under the influence of marijuana, but not everybody is at that level of impairment, and it makes a big difference. We have seen no test is 100% accurate if proper protocol was not followed. And that was the big point which Chuck Gowdy made last night. I can't remember how many tests are faulty or flawed, but he had an interview with one person actually doing prison time, because he was involved in a DUI-related accident where his blood or urine tests came back above the legal limit to have cannabis in your system. And it's in my book, DUIs Decoded. If we've been talking about my other book.
Here, scoot a little bit towards
DUI jury
the center
trial.
Here.
We've been talking about DUI jury trial recently because that's my new publication. But this publication I published in 2013, and in Chapter 6, it has everything that I suggested the defense attorney should subpoena. And one of those items in there, if you're defending a case, is subpoena the DUI laboratory analysis report copy of the police department, subpoena from the crime lab, if they're going to the Illinois State Crime Lab, a copy of the custody history form, the toxicology drug summary worksheet, the urine emit worksheet, toxicology evidence worksheet, and photocopies of a sealed biological specimen kit. Now, it may sound technical, but it's really important because they're either submitting blood or urine or a combination of both. And they're trying to make a determination if somebody's under the influence of marijuana above the legal limit when they're operating a motor vehicle. And that motor vehicle can be a car, a motorcycle, a boat, a snowmobile. People just don't realize. And now cannabis is $1 billion industry in Illinois. They're lined up around the corner. There's lines, people waiting cold weather to buy recreational marijuana.
Yeah.
And if you're smoking it and you're involved in an accident or you get arrested, it's important for the proper analysis to be conducted. And there's people that are disputing these reports right now. And Chuck Gowdy was all over this. You could Google it. I don't know if it's on the internet yet, because this just appeared last night on Channel 7, ABC News at 10 p.m. But if you're looking for a Christmas present for a defense attorney, right here, DUIs Decoded. It's on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com. So anyways, with that being said, we don't condone anybody driving under the influence of anything and any impairment. We wish everybody the best of holidays. And as we move forward towards, there's so many Christmas parties going on. They don't wait till Christmas to have these.
Yeah.
There's parties going on this weekend. I've been invited to 3. Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. So they're definitely, people are partying. It's the holiday season. Would you say that this really kind of started around Halloween? This is kind of the last 3 months of the year tend to be a little bit more on the party central side of things?
For Walgreens, they started selling Christmas stuff after Halloween, yes.
Yeah. I roll my, I don't mean that, I roll my, I don't have a problem with people who like to decorate early, but for me, I'm like, let's just keep into Halloween until Halloween ends, and then we can.
Let's face the facts. Christmas is really commercialized. Mm-hmm. Not only do you got decorations, but you got all these, and of course, gifts for friends, family, the children, the grandkids, whatever, nieces and nephews. It's really commercialized. For the businesses, it's a big time of year. Because January and February are murder on businesses, not only retail, but restaurants. Less people go out. Mm-hmm. Their Visa and MasterCard bills are coming in. They start becoming a little tight on the cash, so you got less people going out, eating out. Mm-hmm. But yes, after Halloween, they kick it in, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Have you heard anything? I know that's a little bit older, but like for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, did you hear anything of any happenings with?
Somebody actually thanked me. We did a Black Wednesday show, me and you, talk about one of the things I mentioned, and we were going 2 hours on this and giving safety tips and a whole bunch of stuff. But one thing I mentioned, and I got to find the text, I mentioned that when you're in an intersection and the light changes from red to green, don't just floor it and go. Wait 3-4 seconds. And actually, somebody thanked me that I saved their life because they delayed going. And somebody on their right blew the red light. They would have broadsided, and they would have killed their passenger.
Wow.
Yes.
Really? They had heard it on the here on WRMN.
Yeah, they were listening to us.
Wow, that's awesome.
Actually,
that's amazing that they...
Yeah. I thought it was 3 people out there listening, but we have a 4th.
Hey, now we've got lots of good people listening in. And you know what? That's so great that we're able to talk about these things to inform people, because you did just save someone's life.
My whole life
awesome.
has been a public service announcement.
Mm-hmm.
And
awesome.
I meant to tell you, and I put a little flyer in your office, the date and time when your show starts. It's called Life Experiences with William Pellerinos, and it starts on Friday. The first Friday in January, I believe, is January 3rd at 1:05 p.m. So I'll be going after your Tradio and before Dino's Arts and Entertainment show.
I'll stay here in the hot seat.
Yeah, you got to do my programming. You got to move my production.
Yeah, I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it, of course.
I hit the wrong key. I'll end up sending nukes out to the Soviet Union.
Oh, my goodness me. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit. So, of course, stay tuned.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Overtime, you want to work less of it, so you need your crop protection to work more of it. When you add Tapran or Last Chance Pro adjuvants from CHS, they will. Designed for maximum efficacy, Last Chance Pro improves the uptake and translocation of herbicides, while Tapran helps activate herbicides for better performance against tough-to-control weeds. Ask your local CHS retailer how Tapran and Last Chance Pro adjuvants can put your crop protection to work.
Thanks for listening to WRMN 1410. Don't forget to join us every day for our Comfort Keepers feature. Comfort Keepers is a leading provider of in-home non-medical care for seniors and other adults in need of assistance with daily activities. Again, listen daily at 7:25 a.m. for our Comfort Keepers feature. And thanks for listening. Be Belux Bar and Grill, Wisconsin Dells, is the quintessential American grill and bar, with refined rustic cuisine and award-winning libations. Their honest, feel-good food menu is complemented by a beer list to satisfy every taste. Classic cocktails and our signature shakes, rich and creamy with a splash of boozy goodness just to shake things up a little bit. Belux Grill and Bar, classic American cuisine with a contemporary twist.
From morning coffee to your evening commute, WRMN 1410 AM is here for you. The faithful friend that brings you local news, timely topics, and the friendliest voices in the Valley. Stay informed, entertained, and engaged with our full lineup of shows, streaming all day, every day at WRMN1410.com or on the WRMN app. Wherever you are, we're right there with you. So why switch stations? Stick with the one that has it all. WRMN 1410 AM, your daily companion, your constant conversation.
Imagine planting, tending, and raising your crops all season long, only to discover a micronutrient deficiency is robbing your yield potential. Once you spot signs of nutrient deficiencies, it can be difficult to bounce back. Get ahead of manganese, boron, and copper deficiencies with Moxin from CHS. Designed with a patented Levosol chelate, Moxin increases nutrient availability and provides your crops with the nutrition they need. Ask your local CHS retailer about the power of Moxin.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Let's take a look real quickly here at some of the weather and temperatures. What we're going to be seeing today is a high of 31 degrees with a low of 22. It is predicted to be pretty much, it says sunny throughout the day, although right now I am actually seeing it being more on the mostly cloudy side of things. We are going to be seeing that continuing on into Saturday as well. We're going to be seeing a high of 40 degrees, low of 37, and it is predicted to be pretty much cloudy throughout the day. Sunday rolls around. We're going to be seeing a high of 44, low of 42, pretty much staying within the 40s the majority of the day, with it being nice and sunny. Next Monday here, as we get into next week, we're going to be seeing those temperatures staying on Monday as almost a high of 50 degrees. Oh my goodness. We see here mostly cloudy skies with actually a chance of showers in the morning, clearing up a little bit as we get through the rest of the day, and then eventually getting into Tuesday and Wednesday with snow showers. Yes, dropping temperatures to the 30s and 20s for Tuesday and Wednesday, and then eventually Thursday, we see here for next Thursday, a high of 27, low of 24, pretty much being partly cloudy throughout the day, mostly cloudy into Thursday night. And Friday here, we see it then going up a little bit more. We see a high of 37, low of 29. So interestingly enough, those temperatures could rise just a tad bit here and drop, kind of going back and forth as time goes by. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, taking you out to lunch. Thank you again for, I almost called you Steve. I'm sorry. Bill, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Matt.
I don't know why I almost called you Steve. I think it's because I just saw, on the break, we saw Steve Thorne walk out and we said bye to him. That's probably why. So there you go. So we were talking a little bit here about the tests.
Okay, if you're just joining us, we were talking about the Chuck Gowdy and ABC7 I-Team investigation last night. Aired an episode in which they have discovered that lab sheets from DUI drivers are faulty, and it was specifically for people driving under the influence of cannabis, marijuana. And my phone's been ringing off the hook because, as you know, Matt, I am a DUI expert witness on drug and alcohol cases. I was a DUI instructor when I was with the police department. I still teach periodically, not only policemen, but I teach CLE, continuing legal education, DUI classes to attorneys. And I was mentioning in my book, DUIs Decoded, there's a chapter in there about the defense attorney, what he should, what forms I recommend that he should be subpoenaed from the state lab, because if you charge with DUI, it's how much have you had to drink, how much alcohol is in your system, how much cannabis is in your system, and there's levels on it. It makes a big difference when it comes to how they prosecute you. So it's got to be accurate. My phone's been ringing off the hook, and I'm not. I'm not even doing this show today, but tomorrow I told you, I mentioned during the break, I'm going on another radio show talking about this WCPT AM 820 at 10 a.m. on the Art Andrews Show, and I'll be talking about these tests. But let me tell you something. If proper protocol is not followed on a test, no matter what the test is, whether it's a breathalyzer or a urinalysis or a blood test or a medical test, if proper protocol is not followed, then the results cannot be trusted. And I've testified to this in open court and in front of juries. It's important that proper procedures are followed. And that was the point Chuck Gowdy was making last night. Were proper procedures followed in these tests? And it's very important. We don't condone drunk driving or driving under the influence of marijuana, but we also don't condone that people be improperly prosecuted. So that's important. But let me tell you about these tests. Even these medical tests, you can't. That's why when you have a medical test that comes back bad, the doctor will tell you, any doctor worth his weight, will tell you, get a second opinion. Let's take another test. Doctors are sharp in this stuff. They know. Let's take another test. You don't trust one test. And I'll give you a prime example. Some 27 odd years ago, when my wife was pregnant with my first child, they gave my wife this, I think it was called a triple S test. I'm doing this from memory, but they checked for 3 items: Down syndrome, spina bifida, and a third one that I can't remember what it was. Anyways, that test came back and showed that my unborn child tested positive for spina bifida. Do you know how heartbreaking that was? Can you imagine? Okay. So my doctor or her doctor recommend, let's get another test. But none of these tests are immediate. You have to make an appointment. They have to, set you up. You just can't go take the test tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then the results take time to come back. So I can't remember how long it took, 3 weeks or 4 weeks, by the time this procedure was done. But let me tell you something. My daughter does not have spina bifida. The test was wrong. The test results were wrong.
Yeah,
and these are medical professionals doing this. But the test results were wrong. So tests can be disputed, whether they be a medical test or a breathalyzer test for a DUI case or blood and urine analysis. They can be disputed and they should be verified. So that's the big point we're making, and I believe Chuck Gowdy was trying to make that point last night. And he did a good investigation. I like those I-Team investigations. Every channel's got their own little, Channel 5 has Unit 5 investigates. And a lot of time, and we talked about this during the summer, they had one lady with romance scams. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
Here, she never met this guy, chatting with him on the internet, and she ends up giving him $100,000.
Wow.
Yes. So, it's important that these investigative type shows come out to warn people. Don't give nobody no money. We work too hard for our money, especially people that you don't know. It's a scam. If this person has never met you, you've never had dinner with them, it's a scam. So, and I'm getting texts from, don't give your Social Security number. I got a text from supposedly the Social Security Administration and wanted to verify my Social Security number. They know my Social Security number. They're the Social Security Administration. Why would I give it back to them? Please don't fall for these scams.
Yeah.
And a lot of things. Are you getting this USPS your parcel is in?
Yep, I get that at least maybe once every 2 weeks or so.
When I first got it, and it was unusual, I was waiting for something for my P.O. box. So I went to the post office, and before I click on anything, I asked her, and before I even showed it to her, I started reading it. It's a scam. Don't touch it. She said, it's a scam. So,
yeah, I'd say actually more like once a month or two.
I'm sorry?
I said once every 2 weeks. It's not that much, but I do get it.
But don't click on these. These are scams, and this is what we're trying to warn people about. Don't give your personal information to no text message, email. I got a thing from Facebook that they're going to take down my Facebook site because I one of my business Facebooks because I got Pellerino's Police Project and I got the DUI expert. And one of them, they said I violated copyright laws. How can I violate copyright laws when I put my own picture on there and I'm copyrighted?
They did it with Instagram. I tried to rejoin Instagram twice, and they said, we suspended your account.
You did what?
I didn't do anything.
What did you do to get your account suspended?
I don't know.
Were you Instagramming under the influence?
No.
Hey, that's something we should talk about too. When these people are intoxicated and they send text messages to their boyfriend or their girlfriend, or they're mad at their mom or dad or brother, sister. I think it's called drunk texting.
Drunk texting? Yeah, that's definitely a thing. It could be something we can touch on here. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out as we get to the bottom of the hour news. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Commercials for so-called junk food have been banned on television and online in the United Kingdom in an effort to curb obesity and tooth decay in children. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports the same issues affect children here in the United States.
If you look at some of the statistics over in the UK, 1 in 5 5-year-olds are suffering from tooth decay. They have a huge population of children who are suffering from obesity. We're seeing the same thing in the US. So what we're going to hear is a reaction, how people are feeling the impact of these new bans overseas, and if it's something that possibly we could see here.
The ban will hit commercial broadcasters in the UK hard, with some estimating 50% drop in revenue as a result. Britain's National Health Services says healthcare issues affecting children add up to more than $14 billion a year. New clues are giving investigators a better look at what the person who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was doing before they opened fire. News Nation's Alex Caparillo is in New York City with the latest.
New reporting overnight reveals that the gunman in this attack possibly took a bus all the way from Atlanta and used a fake ID from New Jersey to book both that ride and a lodging at a hostel on the Upper West Side. At this point, that gunman is still on the loose. We're entering our third day here. There's no clear indication that he's even in New York.
Police have released photos of somebody they said is a person of interest wanted for questioning in the attack. They also said a cell phone found at the scene was a burner phone, which is one of many clues that shows how much planning went into the attack.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Be sure to catch the first shift weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. for important information like fire tips from Elgin Fire Chief Rob Sagan.
The thing in the winter that we're more concerned with is carbon monoxide, because that we don't get in the summer. That carbon monoxide issues occur because of heating equipment. Anything that burns natural gas, if it is faulty, can generate high levels of carbon monoxide, which in time can be fatal. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of having carbon monoxide detectors in your home. Every single year you will see somewhere in the country, and usually we'll get 1 or 2 in the Chicagoland area, where you'll see multiple fatalities in one home. You can't smell carbon monoxide, you can't taste carbon monoxide, you have no idea it's happening. And so it's critically important that you have the right detectors in your home.
It's the first shift weekday mornings at 6 a.m. with me, Marky B, right here on WRMN.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 26, temperatures falling to around 23 in the afternoon. It feels like one with gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12. It feels like one. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 29. Currently, it is 22 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. Hey, we were talking about where'd you get your shirt from?
Okay, these reflective shirts, the reason I wear them, well, I got a Navy shirt over there, but the reason I wear these reflective shirts is because I've almost been hit crossing the street at the crosswalk.
Mm-hmm.
So I bought these at the flea market. In Rosemont when it was going on during the summer. I bought the orange ones and yellow ones.
Oh, I was talking about the car shirt.
Oh, you're talking about the car shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a lady selling these. I have to buy extra small.
Okay.
So that's a joke.
It almost...
So I'm a car fanatic. I can't afford all these cars, but I take pictures of them and I enjoy it. And I go to the car shows during the summer. They list them. You know, if you're on Facebook, I use Facebook for announcements instead of all this political nonsense. But I like when there's Illinois car show sites, and they'll tell you where they're having a car show in Romeoville or in Huntley, wherever shows are happening. And I like those car shows. People really bring their antique cars or their unique cars. And I've seen the Knight Rider car. Did you ever remember watching a Knight Rider TV show? No? It was Kit, it was called. It was really a neat car. It was from the late 80s, the TV show. And there's a couple of people that own those cars from their TV show. And if you go to the Volo Auto Museum, they got the Ghostbusters car. They got the Batmobile. I like those unique cars, especially the TV cars. So, but with the shirt, I think it's 57 Chevys.
Nice. Yeah, they look like cars that my dad's aunt had. She'd get a new car every year.
Did he?
She did. Paid in cash.
More importantly is these reflective shirts that I wear, especially if you're an avid bicyclist.
Yes.
Yes.
And they have those little lights on the bicycles.
I got lights, I got reflectors, I've got all sorts of stuff. But I not only wear these shirts, but I bought those safety vests like you'll see workers on the street wearing.
Mm-hmm.
I bought those. So I'm bicycling. You know, I was a policeman for many years. I handled accidents. You know, a lot of it's blamed on cell phones. But people were hitting pedestrians. They were hitting bicycles. They were hitting other cars before there were cell phones.
Yeah.
People are just bad drivers. They just don't pay attention.
Right. We've got some comments here. Hello and happy holidays from the Dutchman's Wood Shack. Hello, hello. Thanks for joining in today to the conversation. If you want to, of course, you can feel free to comment live on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Hit us up. Give us a call, 847-931-1410. Be a part of the conversation. We also do have our Image 360 info number at 505-926-1410. So you can also contact us there too. And stay tuned. Coming up at 12:30 or so, we're going to be in our Tradio segment. I'll share some pictures with you there too.
And let's talk about with the holidays, with these holidays party. We touched on those a little bit. Now, if you're going to these holiday parties and you get a little too inebriated, call an Uber or call a taxi. And another thing that we touched on, these people that do these drunk texts and
the texting
while under the influence of alcohol or marijuana or both, it's caused a lot of problems for people, especially people in relationships.
Now, do you believe that when people are drunk, they actually say what they mean?
People, the first thing when I was taking these classes for DUIs and the state troopers have taught us, one of the first things that goes out the window when you're under the influence of alcohol is judgment. That's why people think they can drive and they can't. They don't realize how drunk they are. How is this said? The drunk man's words are the sober man's thoughts.
I've heard that before.
Yes. So yes, but also people get more edgy. If people weren't drunk, you wouldn't see all these bar fights. You know, so people get more edgy. So maybe when somebody's intoxicated, somebody tells them a story, and where if they were sober, it wouldn't bother them. But now it frosts them the wrong way, and they make these texts, and some minuscule incident could turn a molehill into a mountain. You know.
Yeah.
So yes, but please don't text when you're out partying. That's bad news.
Yeah.
But the holiday parties are well underway. I've been to 3 holiday parties for veterans, American Legion, and I went to my Polish American Police party.
Nice.
Yes, and I'm not even Polish. So
no, you're Greek.
Yes, but you know what? I belong to a lot of police and veterans organizations, but that Polish American Police is my favorite meeting of the month. It's just such a warm group of people. They come in, we have dinner. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet for like $20. It's very reasonable, and they do announcements that affect a lot of, and anybody can talk. And a lot of times, during the political years, you know, a lot of these people running for offices run to all these organizations to get their support and endorsement and to get the word out. So around election time, it gets very, very busy. Some of these places are jam-packed with speakers. And also I go to a lot of veterans meetings. I'm a Navy veteran, Sonar's a Navy veteran, and we're very pro-veteran. And I can say yesterday was the holiday party for the veterans of the Frisbee Senior Center in Des Plaines. And I told them it'll be my honor for me to buy the pizzas. So I stopped at Little Caesars because everybody doesn't eat the same thing. Some people just eat cheese, some sauce. The website said it's open at 9 a.m. It wasn't. I'm knocking on the door. It doesn't open till 11. So don't trust these websites, folks. I had to make a beeline towards Costco. It was the only pizza place that I can remember being open at 10 because the party was at 11. And I told those guys, please try to get out for me as fast as you can. I got to make it up to Des Plaines. I'm feeding the veterans today. And you know what? They do a good job, the people at Costco. I got to say, they work hard. They're there every day. Very few errors on their parts.
Yeah, I like Costco.
Yeah, I like Costco. I used to go to Sam's Club, but there's no reason to have both. They usually got the same stuff. Okay. So, and you pay a membership. I pay like $120 a year for Costco.
Yeah.
You know, it's not free.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I like going. I think Costco has, well, it's very spacious, which I like.
Spacious?
Spacious. You know, you go to a store and all the lanes are so small and everyone's always in the same lane, and it's not that way usually. I mean,
yes. Stuff's on the floor, like Walmart, clothes on the floor, toys on the floor. Yeah, I stopped shopping at Walmart years ago. We did an episode of that.
Yeah. So,
anyways, people get tense under the Christmas season. Don't let the tension get to you. You just got to chill out and relax.
Absolutely.
And give yourself plenty of time. When I was trying to get those pizzas back to the senior center for the meeting, guess what happens? It was Murphy's Law. You know Murphy's Law, right? The worst possible thing will happen at the worst possible. A freight train blocked me. Oh. I'm sitting there, the freight train's going by. And I stopped counting at like 75 cars. You know, I couldn't believe it. But I made it 5 minutes late, but everything worked out nicely. It was my honor, my pleasure to buy the pizzas for those veterans. One guy asked me, how old do you think I am? And I always say my stock answer is 39. He was 91.
Oh, wow.
91 years old. And he's still kicking.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it was an honor. And on Tuesday, one of the veterans at my Tuesday meeting, we have a Any veteran can come on Tuesday mornings at the Dunkin' Donuts in Morning Grove at 9 a.m. on Dempster. And we meet there. Doors are wide open for any veteran. We talk about veterans issues, and we all meet together, and it's become a really friendly environment. So last week, or just a few days ago, the World War II vet is 97 years old. It was his birthday.
Wow.
We applauded him.
That's awesome. Oh, that's so great. Happy birthday to him.
Yeah,
Very
happy
nice.
birthday to him. Happy birthday to everybody. Hey, I'm a December child. I used to get cheated for Christmas time. They used to give me one present. Happy birthday, Merry Christmas.
My dad was born December 31st.
Oh, and they give you one on Christmas. They give him one present, right? Happy birthday and Merry Christmas.
They had it was my dad's parents, and then my dad's Grandma Crystal were the ones that would really, it would be like kind of, they would equalize.
Yeah,
it.
but you know what? He's an adult, so it's a different world from him. But when you're a child, people cheat the children. Here, one present. Like I remember many years ago, my kids are small. My sister-in-law, when VHS tapes were popular, right? Mm-hmm. For Christmas, she gives both my kids one VHS tape. How cheap is that? How cheap is it? I used to give her kids individual presents, one for her daughter and one for her son. But she gives one VHS tape for both of my kids. Come on. Cheap, stingy as the day is long. You know?
So,
but we all have, what did Henry Fonda say in the movie The 10 Star? Oh, great line. He says, every family's got a black sheep. Some have two.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I love the family history, learning about it, and
that's what bums a lot of people out, some of these family parties, because there's people there they don't want to see.
Yes, that's something else that we can talk about, too. We're going to take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We can discuss that absolutely, kind of talk about, how to keep yourself, at a level head and, and all of that.
Especially when you see relatives that you don't want to see.
So there you go. We'll take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch in just a bit. Stay tuned.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Michael Brown, former Undersecretary of Homeland Security and Director of FEMA, is your new full-time host of The Weekend, which airs every Saturday from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN. Each week on the popular 3-hour program, Brown offers listeners a fresh take on the weekend talk with his provocative insights into current events, politics, and culture. So late in the day on Saturday, make it a point to catch The Weekend with Michael Brown right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
This holiday season, the Elgin Fire Department is asking for your help to keep our neighbors warm. We're collecting gently used winter coats for men and women, as well as new gloves, mittens, and hats and scarves to support the Community Crisis Center's mission to provide warm clothing for adults in need. Drop off your donations at any Elgin fire station now through December 31st. It's easy. Simply leave your items at the front door, ring the doorbell, and our firefighters will safely collect them. Please ensure all items are clean with no missing buttons or broken zippers. Due to a surplus of children's coats, children's outerwear will not be accepted this year. All donations will be distributed free of charge to those in need during the cold weather season. Donation drop-off locations include all Elgin fire stations. Help keep our community warm this winter. Together, we can make a difference. Visit elginil.gov/civic alerts for more info.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We hope you're enjoying the show. Happy holidays to everyone out there. We're still in the early part of December. The weather is getting chillier, although we're going to be seeing into the weekend the weather actually getting a little bit on the warmer side, and then eventually dropping again, and then eventually going up a tad bit even more. So we're going to be seeing this fluctuation here, an up and down wave motion, figuratively speaking, of the temperatures. And so if you prefer a little bit more of the warmer temperatures, we're going to be seeing it almost a high of 50 on Sunday. If you prefer a little bit more on the chillier side of things, well, stay tuned because that'll be coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday with chances of snow showers. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. Thank you again, Bill, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me here. We're just giving you some tips and clues about drinking and alcohol consumption and drunk texting during the holidays. Little pratfalls that everybody should avoid. So, but let's talk about the positive stuff. Let's talk about shopping.
We were going to talk about family.
Oh, we were talking about family. Yeah, family parties. Yeah. They can be treacherous. You know, you have to walk a fine line because there's people that have relatives that they don't like, that they don't talk to, and once a year they get tossed into this salad bowl of a Christmas party or New Year's Eve party that they're stuck facing these people that they really disgust. And I know two brothers that this year they went into litigation against each other because of their father's will. And there's Christmas parties, and they're both invited to the same party.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
I never experienced that. I did with one relative. One relative I didn't like. I don't want to speak ill of the dead. It was a great aunt I had. I did not like
She was nasty to you?
She was nasty to everyone.
She was nasty to everyone?
She was nasty. I have a great... She's passed away now. And she was on my mom's side a great aunt.
That's good when they hate everybody because you got a lot of people on your side and you have sympathy. But when it's a dispute between two people, it's hard for relatives to take sides, you know?
Yeah.
So, it gets intense, and you just got to walk the fine line. It's like walking on, hot coals.
Yeah. So, but I'm grateful I didn't experience that, generally speaking. Like, our family holidays were always...
Yeah. So, everybody keep your cool. When you're consuming alcohol, limit it. Because judgment goes, we discussed this, the first thing with alcohol impairment, judgment goes out the window. Mm-hmm. And that's why a lot of people get into this drunk texting when they text the person they're having a relationship with or maybe a relative. Now it really bugs them that they, when they're under the influence of something, if they were sober, they'd let it go. But you got to be real careful because a lot of drama can pop up during the holidays.
Yep.
But with that being said, I still want to talk about shopping.
Yes, of course.
Yes. So you talked about Black Friday and Cyber Monday.
Yes.
Okay. Black Friday. Here's a great experience. I stayed away from stores. I told people on Black Wednesday, I'm not going nowhere near them. It's just too overwhelming. So I'm eating lunch at a buffet in Elk Grove Village, and I run into a friend. And he says, Bill, I'm having some car problems. I got to go on the highway. I got to go to Aurora. I'm a little queasy about taking my car. I don't want to break it down. Can you give me a ride? Are you clear for the day? Yeah, Yeah, I was just going to have lunch and go home and watch General Hospital, followed by Inside Edition, followed by Jeopardy, followed by the 4 o'clock news. So I said, I'll call the wife, I'll have her DVR everything so I don't miss my afternoon lineup, okay?
Okay.
So anyways, I drive them out there to Aurora. We're doing fine. The highways are clear. All of a sudden, did you know Aurora has an outlet shopping center, outlet mall?
Aurora does. I don't think I've been there before, though.
It was, you won't believe, it was so backed up. The entire parking lot was full. You could see from the expressway. The frontage road was packed up with parked cars, and the exit ramp to exit the highway was backed up with stopped cars. People were slamming on their brakes because they were in the far right lane.
Oh, wow. Is it the Fox Valley Mall?
Whatever that mall is in Aurora. I don't know what it's called.
Chicago Premium Outlets. I think it must be the Fox Valley Mall. Yes, I've talked about them before.
Is it off the expressway?
It is Fox Valley Center Drive.
Yes. Oh, my God. That was so packed. And, Matt, imagine the highway being stopped all of a sudden. The far right lane come to a complete stop. People were slamming on their brakes. It was unbelievable. I veered over 2 lanes to get away from this. It was unbelievable.
Wow. It looks like, yeah, I should go there.
So whatever the exit is was B, and we had to get off at the next exit, which was A. So I had to maneuver to the far left and then maneuver to the far right to make the next exit. But that B exit, whatever it is, 17 or whatever, was packed with people trying to get into that outlet store area. It was huge. Now that I know there's outlet stores there, I'll stop by one day, but I'm a smart shopper. I'm going to go in January when there's the after Christmas, after New Year's sales.
You buy a year in advance for the next Christmas?
Yes. You know, I've been shopping for Christmas since the 4th of July.
Wow.
Yeah, because when I go to all these unique places like the flea market, I may see stuff like my daughter's boyfriend loves Harry Potter. He's not a little kid. He's a grown man, but he's just a Harry Potter fanatic.
Yeah.
So anytime I see some unique stuff for Harry Potter and the stuff that's out of, they don't make it no more. You find stuff like that at flea markets. So any Harry Potter stuff, I buy it for him. So I've been buying stuff, and that's just one example.
Yeah.
Since the summertime, I have packed packages that have been Christmas wrapped since July. And I can't remember Christmas time. I don't remember what I got all these people.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, you didn't have to get me. I don't even know what it is. I said, I can't remember. I got it for you in September or October, you know.
Do you like Harry Potter?
He's okay. You know, Lord of the Rings okay. That's not my cup of tea.
What house is your daughter's boyfriend?
I'm sorry?
What house is he in?
What house?
Gryffindor.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah.
I'm the Ravenclaw.
You play those games?
I like the research of it.
There's actually board games of Harry Potter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they played it. But, it was, so I know that he likes Harry Potter. My daughter likes, loves Audrey Hepburn. So if I see some, I found an Audrey Hepburn, an album of one of her movies at this Rediscover Records.
Oh, really? Which one?
Yeah. Right here in Elgin.
Yeah, what movie was it?
It was, I think it might have been My Fair Lady. And it was one of the original albums that went out when it was, because it's old. Mm-hmm. So that's what makes it a classic.
Yeah.
So I got that for her. So I wrapped it up nicely. And she doesn't even have a record player. But if you open it up, back then when they used to do albums, they put photos from the movies on the album when it opens up. So that was very unique. If you know the people that you're shopping for, if you know their likes and dislikes, you can shop all year round, my friend.
Yeah. And do you ever treat yourself when you're shopping?
All the time.
I'm the same way. I'm like, oh, what a long day of shopping. I'm going to treat myself to something.
And I'm not talking about food. I mean, I buy some for me.
Yeah, same here.
I'm a book lover. I recently bought a Stanley Kubrick book, the director Stanley Kubrick. I'm a big fan of his. So if I see something for Stanley Kubrick that I don't have, I'll buy it. And I like a hard book. I like a physical book. I'm not into these e-books, reading them on the computer.
physically in your hand. You can see it. You can experience it.
Yes, you can feel it. You can put a bookmark in there, or
and I like your bookmark of the
that's our show
of our show layout that you can find on our website, WRMN AM 1410. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch as we head on into the 12 o'clock hour, talking more here with my good pal Bill Pellerinos, and we'll continue on also and go through our Tradio segment. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Experts say regular auto maintenance is one of the most important things for your car. Meineke Car Care Center at 376 Sundown Road in South Elgin covers all your automotive needs. From oil changes, brake services, and emission testing, Meineke's expert staff provides hard work and dedication with the utmost professionalism. Need an oil change? Visit Meineke in South Elgin for their 23-point inspection. Call 847-888-9644. Discover the authentic taste of Italy at Mazziano's Pizza and Pastaria at Route 20 and Nestler in Elgin. There is one true fact of everyday life that never dulls: the simple pleasure of eating great Italian food. At Mazziano's, they'll make sure your dinner or lunch will be the best part of your day. Whether you have a taste for pizza or any of Mazziano's homemade Italian recipes, like ravioli or lasagna, they can also cater your party. Enjoy it any way you like: delivery, carry-out, or dine-in. Visit Mazzianos.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20, with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, and Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free, for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Blackhawks have fired coach Luke Richardson after 3 seasons. Anders Sorensen will take over as interim coach. He's been the head coach of the AHL's Rockford Ice Hogs. Sorensen will reportedly coach the rest of the season and will be given a shot to get the full-time job. The 55-year-old Richardson had a 57, 118, and 15 record after being hired to coach Chicago in 2022 while the Blackhawks were in a prolonged rebuild. After 26 games this season, the Blackhawks had a record of 8, 16, and 2. That's the worst in the league. They were tied for 21st in team defense, averaging 3.15 goals against per game. The Bulls beat the Spurs 139-124 on Thursday. Nikola Vukovic had 39 points and 8 rebounds. Chicago puts a 2-game winning streak on the line tonight at home against the Pacers. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply. This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin. No way! Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Get ready for a wild ride through Hollywood on Movies and More. Every Sunday night from 7 to 8 p.m. on AM 1410 WRMN. Join provocative critic Lisa Johnson Mandel and fellow critic Derek Sante as they sift through the latest movies and streaming content. With spoiler-free reviews, intriguing news, and even movie star interviews, they'll help you decide what to watch without the confusion. Your time and money are precious. Let us guide you to the best entertainment. Don't miss out. Tune in for your inside scoop on the world of film. Every Sunday night from 7 to 8 p.m. on AM 1410 WRMN.
All right, welcome back, folks. We are in the 12 o'clock hour of Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you are enjoying the day so far. You're enjoying the show. We're in the afternoon time. Now, of course, I do want to mention briefly here what we have for the national days today. Happy National Microwave Oven Day today. A nice, simple way that honors the appliance that changes how we use the kitchen. Happy day for that. It is also Mitten 3 Day today, recognized, and it celebrates the gift of warmth, the day to collect mittens, hang them on a Christmas tree, and then hand them out to those who are in need. If you would like to do so, of course, we are still offering our donations for Toys for Tots. The official drop-off site is here, right here at Studio 14, and also at Guthrie and Brady at 463 North Roselle Road in Roselle. Our cart is filling up very graciously because of your donations. And of course, we're very grateful for that. But like I've been saying here, the ones who will be the most grateful are those kids out there. So again, if you are interested in donating, you can purchase a new unwrapped toy for a child between the ages of newborn and 16. Newborn and 16 if you would like to if you'd like to do that. Don't forget also here too, coming up, let me make sure, of course, I can show this to you on the screen so you can see it. We also do have the Christmas open house brought to you by Dean. That's at Dino's Place, coming up Saturday, December 14th at 6:30 p.m. You're going to be able to enjoy some nice cocktails, appetizers, and desserts. It is an old school style open house. Soft drinks and basic bar are on hand, and feel free to bring a beverage to share. Special entertainment will be provided by Patty. It's going to be a nice guitar playing performance there. It's at Dino's at 6 and 165 Circle Avenue in Medina, corner of Circle and Sunset. If you want to RSVP, please do so by December 12th. Just text the number 847-702-8381. Again, if you would like to inquire on that, of course, you can feel free to contact us here at WRMN. We can pass that message along. Please bring an unwrapped toy for a boy or girl. It's definitely going to be a very happy time. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be very nice. So stay tuned for that. We also, of course, do have here Bill Pellerinos joining us today live from Studio 14 here on Out to Lunch. How are you doing so far?
We're doing good. We've been talking about holiday parties, and we just touched on holiday shopping. And I talked about heading out to Aurora on Black Friday just to drop off a friend at a business. And I passed that outlet mall, and the place was not only totally packed, but the cars were backed up onto the expressway off-ramp. The people were slamming on their brakes. So my whole point is, when you're heading out to these shopping malls, give yourself extra time. Don't think you could be like you are during the September, October. You could just zip in, park the car, get what you need, and get out. Mm-hmm. It's not. It's backed up. It's the busiest season of the year for shopping. Yeah. Even with all the cyber stuff, people, and I'm glad they're going to brick and mortar stores, but it's overwhelming.
Yeah, the online side of things too. You always got to be aware of online scams. I did talk a little bit about that during Out to Lunch, about the online scams, the cyber scams, package stealing as well too, is very prevalent during this time.
Yeah, you got to be careful of all these scams that are going on. You know, like I was saying, I received a text supposedly from the Social Security Administration that they wanted to verify my Social Security number. You know, I was born at night, but not last night.
Yeah.
The Social Security Administration knows my Social Security number. They don't need me to verify it.
Exactly.
Don't give out no personal info.
Guess what? We got a couple callers on hold.
Yeah, go.
All right.
Kick it.
Hey, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Matt.
Oh, my goodness. Good morning to you, Derica. How are you doing?
I'm good. If I didn't answer you the other morning, I'd fallen asleep. And it was the early hours of the morning here, and I'd fallen asleep.
Well, that's all right. Okay. No worries there. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're home safe. You're out of the hospital. We want to thank you again for the wonderful postcards that you sent us, too.
You're welcome. And did you both see them?
I did, yes. I don't think you did. Did you see her postcards?
No, I did not.
I'll have to show it to you.
Did she send them from Australia?
She sure did.
Oh, is Mel Gibson on them?
No. So.
No, he's not.
So it was very nice of you, Derica.
You know, Derica, anytime I think of Australia, I always think of Mad Max movies.
Yeah, they're pretty good, weren't they?
The Mad Max movies. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I heard you talking about books. I love books, too. I mean, right now, I'm reading a book which I borrowed from the Toowoomba Hospital TV room, and I'll give it back to them when I'm finished it, but it's an historical romance. And it's set way back in the Jane Austen era, early 1800s.
Ah, nice.
There's two books in one, and the second story follows the first, and it's really good.
Very cool. What's the book called?
The author was born in modern times, so she wasn't born back then. The author is Catherine Tinley, and it's called A Gentle Persuasion.
And it's taken place during the Austin era.
Yeah.
Okay. 1700s, early 1800s.
No. Early 1800s.
Early 1800s.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I'm reading a few books at the same time.
Hey, that's always great too. You can, yeah. That's always fun.
I've got a book here that I've had since primary school. It's a hardcover book, and it's. Hang on, just want to get it.
Do we have a bad connection on the phone? Is that it?
Oh no, I think she's trying to look for the book.
Oh, okay. Is there another phone? Is there another caller? Mm-hmm. Can we put her on hold while we get the other one? While she's looking for the book?
I found it.
Oh, you found the book?
Yep.
Very cool.
It's an Australian book. It's probably one you've never heard of, but it's Stories of Henry Lawson.
Henry Lawson. Now I'm going to have to Google who this Henry Lawson is.
It's a hardcover book. And on the front cover, there's a picture of three guys running away from a dog with a stick of dynamite in his mouth.
Oh, my goodness.
He thinks he's playing fetch.
Now what?
He thinks the guys are wanting to play fetch with him. So he thought that the stick of dynamite was a regular stick, and he's wanting them to play fetch. So he's carrying the lit stick of dynamite with a long wick, and he's chasing after him. They're running away from him so they don't want him to blow up.
Oh, my goodness. It sounds like an interesting book, though.
Yeah, it's got all sorts of different stories. Henry Lawson was a famous Australian author, and he was from the 1800s, and he wrote all kinds of stories about, like, in Australia, like, yeah.
Very cool.
Different stories.
Very nice. Hey, Derek. Yeah, sorry.
This story that this dog is from is called The Loaded Dog.
Okay. So it's called The Loaded Dog. Short story by Henry Lawson.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a nice little comedy short story by the Australian writer Henry Lawson. Plot concerns 3 gold miners and their dog. Very cool. It was published in 1901. Very nice. Hey, that's good. It's good you're keeping up with your reading, and definitely helps to keep the brain nice and I don't know. It's good to read. It's very good to read, of course. Hey, Derek, thanks so much for calling in today. We are going to let you go now because we do have another caller on hold, but we appreciate you calling in.
Okay, then have a Merry Christmas, you two.
And to you
everyone at the radio station in Elgin.
And to you as well. Thank you again.
Okay, see you.
Alrighty. Take care. Bye-bye. That was Derek calling in here talking about Henry Lawson, Australian writer. We have another caller on hold. We'll take it to the phone lines. Hi there, caller. Welcome to the show.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Balsamo. How are you today?
I'm just fine. Listen, I turned the radio on just a little bit before noon, caught your program, and your cohort there, who is an expert in the field that I have some concern about, which is driver's licenses and so on and so forth. So I have a couple questions for him.
Of course.
At my advanced age, I'm required to go in annually and take a driver's test. And I find this to be a tremendous pain in the posterior and somewhat of an insult because the state of Illinois is the only one that still has it. I was wondering what his opinion is.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
It was about driving, having to take a driver's test at his age.
Okay, he said at his advanced age, so you have to take a yearly test after a certain age. I believe it's 70. Is that correct?
As think after the age of 70, I think you have to take it once every 2 years. Once you get to be 80, it's every year.
All right. Yeah. The reason that is, and let's face facts, elderly drivers get in a lot of accidents where they confuse the gas pedal for the brake pedal. And they mean to stop, and they're not stopping. And what they do, they press the gas pedal harder, which accelerates the car, and they crash. Just 2 weeks ago, an elderly driver crashed off the second floor of the Harlem Irving Shopping Center. The car flipped over, landed on its hood. Luckily, she survived this.
Wow.
But this happens a lot. In 1988, I missed this. It was the act of God. I was shopping at the Norwich Commons in Norwich, Illinois, and there's a turn there where you make a turn. I had left about a half hour before this incident occurred. Elderly gentleman driver didn't make that turn, meant to brake, drove faster, drove into the bank, drove right into the bank, and killed a banker and a customer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, yes, there is a certain age that the Secretary of State requires more drivers testing for elderly drivers, and I agree with it 100%. I'm not at that age yet, but if I'm still around and I get to it, I'll comply with it. Driving is a privilege. It's not a constitutional right.
Well, you're certainly entitled to your opinion, but I also asked how come the state of Illinois is the only state that does it?
I didn't catch your question.
How come the state of Illinois is the only one that does it?
Well, I don't know about other states. You're telling me Indiana don't test elderly drivers, or Wisconsin? Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct. Illinois is the only state that discriminates on the basis of age.
Well, here's the loophole. You can always become a resident of their other state and not have to go through this in Illinois.
All right, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. When you get to be my age, you may change your mind. It is.
When you're a policeman as I was, and saw so many fatal crashes, and I have some photos I can show you if you ever want to meet up. They were horrific, and a lot of them were caused by elderly drivers confusing the gas pedal for the brake pedal. And don't get me wrong, I'm not an anti-aging. I'm in my 60s myself, but we have to face facts. And these are the type of collisions that policemen and paramedics and fire departments sees on a regular basis.
Okay, I'll ask you another question. I go to a number of meetings each month. Many of them are at the American Legion or another place where there may be alcohol present. And I'm always very careful to never have more than one drink if I have that one. But I'm always concerned because I know that if you are stopped and the officer smells alcohol on your breath, there's certain procedures that he can ask you to do. Amongst others would be to stand on one foot, and another would be to walk a straight line, foot over foot. That I would find difficult to do because of my age. But do they still do that, or do they rely more upon a breathalyzer test?
Okay, that's a good question. So you're talking about the standardized fuel sobriety test. They're checking for impaired drivers driving under the influence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, and I've testified to this in court. These are not, these are balance tests, okay? If you have an injury, like I have neuropathy of the legs from diabetes. I haven't had a drink since 2007, but I cannot adequately perform the walk and turn or the one leg stand because of my physical problems. And any police officer is probably trained in DUI detection, which is in my book, DUIs Decoded. He'll ask you, do you have any injuries that would prevent you from properly performing these tests? And it's not walking a straight line. What you're doing is you're walking 9 steps, heel to toe. This is not a normal walk where you just go walk 9 steps. You're walking heel to toe. You can only have a half-inch gap between the heel and the toe. You're going to walk 9 steps with your arms at your side, looking down at your feet, counting out loud. And then when you get to the 9th step, you're going to take small steps, turn around, and walk 9 steps heel to toe back in the same fashion. So these are balance tests. If you have neuropathy or you've had injuries to your legs, let me give you a prime example. Football players, with all the injuries they take, I bet you 9 out of 10 football players could not adequately perform those tests. They're balance tests. It has nothing to do with their impairment. It has to do with their physical disabilities. And yes, I agree with you.
I have, the inner ear has a organ called the cochlea, which has a great deal to do with balance. And my difficulty is because I have crystals in my cochlea, and sometimes depending upon if I were to move my head suddenly or so on and so forth, I'll suffer vertigo for a brief period. Anyway, I'm glad that I had the opportunity to talk to you. I hear about your book on the radio. It sounds like it'd be a great book. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That, I want to touch on that inner ear problem. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says anybody with a back, leg, or inner ear problem cannot properly perform those balance tests. And you have that inner ear problem. If you got stopped by the police, I would tell the policeman, hey, I have inner ear problems, I have these disabilities, prior to exiting the car and performing any of those tests. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that was Bob calling in here today. We still have about 5 minutes left before we kick it off to the bottom of the hour news and messages from our sponsors, and then we'll head on into our radio segment.
Bottom of the hour, please let me give my shopping tip. I love this. I was trying to get this out.
Oh, what about the shopping?
Yeah, listen, I love shopping. You know. Like I said, my wife will go on vacation, she'll spend $4,000 airfare, car rent, all this. She's got nothing to show when she comes back. I spend $4,000. I got a living room full of items. I don't go on vacation. I just love shopping. But when you're going shopping, my trick, and of course everybody is buying gifts for December 25th, but my trick is I wait till January. I wait till those after Christmas and after New Year's sales. It's unbelievable the discounts that they give trying to get people back in their stores. Mm-hmm. And I like shopping in January, February, better in December. I'm actually staying away from stores right now.
I think it's just because of all the people, would you say? And
it's a lot of people out there. A lot of people are shopping. They waited till I think this year, the way the calendar fell, Christmas came a lot faster, or Thanksgiving was I think we got 5 weeks between Thanksgiving and Christmas. I think we got knocked out by a week this time because of the way the dates fell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So people are rapidly trying to wrap those gifts, buy presents, get it all out. And Christmas is very commercialized. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Especially when they bring out the decorations early. Yeah. I mean, we're in the season now. But.
Yeah. The decorations are nice, but... hey, you'll drive down some blocks, not one house will be lit up. And then you drive other ones, and you drive through Rosemont. Have you been through Rosemont?
I don't.
I think they can see Rosemont from outer space. It's so lit up.
Really?
Yeah, it's incredible. Take a little ride into the city when you get a chance. Rosemont's only 20 minutes down the highway from here. But at nighttime, you got to go nighttime. And see you could see them from I-90. You could see all those lights. It's incredible.
Wow.
It's very well lit up. And then get off at, where can you exit? I'm trying to think, going eastbound into Rosemont. You would have to do a little turnaround, but go through Rosemont. It's very well lit up. They got a good, if you're coming down Higgins Road, that's two. If you're taking Higgins as a cut through, enjoy the town of Rosemont. And they have like a shopping center there in the middle, where they got Fogo de Chao and all those stores.
And you've talked about that place before.
Oh, yeah, it's one of my favorite restaurants, along with JoJo's Diner in Schaumburg.
Of course.
Twin Zeros in Howard Heights. What's another good one? The two out here, Paul's Restaurant, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And Ray's, but they close 2:30, 3 o'clock. They're done for the day. You got to get Ray's for breakfast or lunch.
Yeah, Ray's is a cute little family diner.
Yes.
Very good.
But there's no dinner there. They're done at 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Yep.
So, if you're out shopping and you're in the Elgin area, those are nice restaurants to visit. If you're in Schaumburg, JoJo's Diner on Gulf Road. If you're in the Howard Heights, Norrish Park Ridge area, Twins Euros, fantastic chicken euros.
Have you been to Bahama Breeze?
Many years ago, but I think that's a chain. I think I was in like Florida or someplace, right?
Yeah, they have one in Schaumburg. I talked about it yesterday. I was saying, if you want to get away from, if you want to feel like you're in the tropics, it's a good place to go to.
It's more of an alcohol bar, right? Than
They do, yeah, but they do have a lot of different food options.
like pasta, a lot of pasta, right?
They do have pasta. They have a lot of shrimp and seafood, clams.
Yeah, I'm going to try it out. Was it in Woodfield Mall?
Nope, it's in Schaumburg.
Oh, it's in the town of Schaumburg.
It's in the town of Schaumburg, Bahama Breeze.
Oh, is it on Gulf Road?
I would have to double check and see that.
Schaumburg has a lot of restaurants.
Oh my goodness, do they ever? They have tons. That is on Gulf Road, you're right.
Yes, Gulf Road has a lot of restaurants. If you're cruising on Gulf or down Higgins, enjoy, take a pit stop, have a good dinner or lunch.
You can enjoy the flights that are there.
Yes.
Get a couple flights, a couple drinks. It's nice. Absolutely. Folks, we're going to take a quick time out. We are heading on into our Tradio segment coming up in about 4 minutes or so. So stay tuned for that. And again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. During that time, if you are interested in buying, selling, trading, and or announcing to the Fox River Valley area, that'll be the time to call in here, 847-931-1410. You can also utilize our Image 360 info number at 505-926-1410 if you want to send some pictures over and any other great information out there too. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Commercials for so-called junk food have been banned on television and online in the United Kingdom in an effort to curb obesity and tooth decay in children. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports the same issues affect children here in the United States.
If you look at some of the statistics over in the UK, 1 in 5 5-year-olds are suffering from tooth decay. They have a huge population of children who are suffering from obesity. We're seeing the same thing in the US. So what we're going to hear is a reaction, how people are feeling the impact of these new bans overseas, and if it's something that possibly we could see here.
The ban will hit commercial broadcasters in the UK hard, with some estimating 50% drop in revenue as a result. Britain's National Health Services says healthcare issues affecting children add up to more than $14 billion a year. New clues are giving investigators a better look at what the person who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was doing before they opened fire. News Nation's Alex Caparillo is in New York City with the latest.
New reporting overnight reveals that the gunman in this attack possibly took a bus all the way from Atlanta and used a fake ID from New Jersey to book both that ride and a lodging at a hostel on the Upper West Side. At this point, that gunman is still on the loose. We're entering our third day here. There's no clear indication that he's even in New York.
Police have released photos of somebody they said is a person of interest wanted for questioning in the attack. They also said a cell phone found at the scene was a burner phone, which is one of many clues that shows how much planning went into the attack.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
El Diablo Cantina, located by Spring Hill Mall at 113 Southwestern in Carpentersville, is your fun, hip, and festive family Mexican cantina, serving authentic recipes from all over Mexico that are made fresh daily. There's delicious cocktails using fresh fruits or your choice of 30 craft beers, which go great with the menu. There's indoor and outdoor dining, open from 4 till 11 and until 4 a.m. on weekends, featuring Latin line dancing. Visit eldiablocantina.com today.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 29, falling to around 25, and gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 19. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 41. Currently, it is 25 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My phone. Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Of course, you know what time it is. We are now officially in our Tradio segment. If you are interested in buying, selling, trading, announcing, let us know what's going on within the Fox River Valley area. You might have a particular item that someone has been looking for many moons. Something that is not locally produced anymore. You can announce it on Tradio. Someone out there might have what you're looking for too. Or you might have what someone else is looking for. Going back and forth there. And of course, you can always, give us a call here, 847-931-1410. You can also text us through the Image 360 info number at 505-926-1410. Again, that's 505-926-1410. That is brought to you by Image 360 in South Elgin, your one source for custom signs and graphic solutions in South Elgin. Check out their website at image360.com. And of course, we can continue on here. We'll go through. Well, I'll also mention some things here. I'll pull up some images for the Tradio segment here. Hello, Matt and Bill, enjoying the show. That is by Downtown Jose. Thank you so much for commenting here on the Image 360 side of things. And we'll continue on here. We'll go through some of the Tradio announcements. We'll start off here by going through some of the Tradio callers that have called in within the past couple of weeks or so, or who are recently, of course, talking about what they have to offer, of course, to buy, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. I also do have some images here too that I'm going to put on the screen so that, of course, you can see it in regards to some posters, some authentic movie posters. Oh my goodness, are these posters pretty cool? I definitely have to mention them here for sure. We have here, of course, Bill, who sells posters, real movie posters, original theatrical film posters. They make awesome wall art, as well as, of course, wonderful gifts. And if you are looking for something very specific as well, you can feel free, of course, to contact him. You can contact him through his phone number, through text, or also through his email, billsellsposters@gmail.com. Again, that is billsellsposters at gmail.com. Feel free to reach out to him because he's got some really, really cool posters here. You don't want to miss out on this great opportunity to get some really great posters. That's Bill Sells Posters at gmail.com. Again, Bill Sells Posters at gmail.com. He's got some really good ones there. Some cute ones, of course. Ice Age is coming. I remember when that movie came out, the Ice Age film, back in roughly, what was it, around 2002 or so. Lots of other movie posters as well. Some 007 James Bond films, of course, that you can also take a look at as well. And you can also find other ones. Sean Connery as James Bond is another good one there, too. You can check out. We've got some good ones here. So again, that's Bill Sells Posters at gmail.com. Again, Bill Sells Posters at gmail.com. War of the Worlds, another good one. Got that available too if you want to check that out. Some other ones here as well too. There's of course Diamonds Are Forever with James Bond, another one that you can also check out. That's one. And then let's see some other ones here too. Of course, we've got the Tubular Bells. Oh, it didn't show up quite exactly on the screen like I had hoped, but I'll make sure to blow that up there for you to see it. The Exorcist. My goodness, that is one of my favorite films. Absolutely love that. So, again, lots of good ones out there. You can contact him, Bill Sells Posters at gmail.com, or text him 708-793-3980. That's 708-793-3980. Or again, his email, billsellsposters at gmail.com. Pretty easy to do as well. So let's take a look at some other Tradio callers here also. One has a white trundle bed. It's a bed under another bed. It pulls out, asking $50 for that. If anyone is interested in this, feel free to give them a text. You can text them at 847-847-6143. 847-847-6143 is that number to dial. Another Tradio caller here. This is Gene Wheeler. Has the 2006 like-new Kawasaki Ninja 250. It's 850 miles on there, newly tuned up. It's a Blue Ninja style automatic for $1,600 or best offer. If you'd like to reach out to him, you can feel free to contact his number 847-354-8854. 847-354-8854 is that number to dial. We also have Greg looking for those bicycles, late 1800s to the 1960s and 70s. They can be parts pieces and or accessories in any condition. Balloon tires, Schwinn bicycles, Stingrays, Bone Shakers. You've got them? Let him know. He's also looking for those vintage watches, men's, women's, and diver style watches. He's a collector, not a dealer. He'll pay a fair price for them. Also has for sale a Margaritaville concoction maker. It's a Bahamas version, and it does make frozen drinks in perfect condition. $65 is the asking price. That number to dial is 847-884-6033. 847-884-6033. Another Tradio caller here is looking for a floor fan located at a local nursing home. You can reach out to her. That number is 847-717-3028. 847-717-3028. We have another Tradio caller as a very impressive vintage cut glass round serving tray for sale for just $35. It's vintage, nice cut glass, very impressive. She's been using it for 50 years. So if you are interested, feel free to reach out to her. That number is 224-622-5155. 224-622-5155 is that number to dial. Another Tradio caller here. This is Dwayne in McHenry. He has a bicycle with 21 gears. It's a built-for-two tandem bike for $200. Also has some hunting equipment for ducks and geese. Also has here too an outboard boat motor for $300, and for $500 a trolling motor, battery operated 50 thrust motor. If you're interested in reaching out to Dwayne, he's located in McHenry. That number to dial is 847-878-8476. 847-878-8476. We also do have Wood by Jeff in Elburn, has some free items. He has some garden stakes, canning jars, cedar wood scrap pieces, shelving boards, concrete boards. He also does have some mail sorters, solar heating kits, hobbit house that he made, some tinder pieces, some skinny pieces of wood. And then he also does have here for sale, he's looking to sell some mahogany and cherry wood, oak lumber for $2 a foot, and walnut boards for $6 a foot. And then, of course, he is also still in the process of looking for a place for his shop. So feel free to reach out to him at 630-365-9488. 630-365-9488. We also do have Joe here, has a 1998 Mustang ST. It's got 150,000 miles on it. It does need some motor work on there. If you'd like to know about the pricing on there, you can feel free to reach out to him. That number is 630-469-4148. 630-469-4148 is that number. We have Linda in Huntley. She has some stuff to sell here, including a couch and love seat. The couch is 80 inches wide by 34 inches in depth, coming with matching chair covers for the arms. Also some nice side pillows. Also has here too, 2 lamps and 2 coffee tables that come with it as well. Oh, and the love seat is 60 inches by 34 inches. Also has a side table with a magazine rack built into it. So lots of good furniture that you can, have as part of your office. Maybe like a family room, living room, basement, all that good stuff for $350 all put together. And then she also does have some Pandora beads, in total of about 300. They're gently used, and some white fold-up tables from Blaine's Farm and Fleet. And she'll sell those for cheap. So if you're interested, that number to dial is 847-271-8219. Again, that's 847-271-8219. We have another Tradio caller, has that 1977 Corvette for sale, asking $4,000 or best offer. If anyone is interested, you can also trade. He can also trade with a truck if you have a truck. That would be something that he'd be interested in, doing a trade there too. But feel free to reach out to him. That number is 630-400-2730. 630-400-2730. Thanks so much for listening in here today. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you are enjoying the show so far. Taking a look at the time here, it's 12:45. We're going to take another quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the wines of the month. So we did talk a little bit about the beers of the month, as well as the month's featured dishes. But officially now, they did post on Fox Valley Magazine, the wines of the month will go through, as well as officially now having the December 2024 Fox Valley Magazine issue, which was also posted. That was posted later yesterday. So we'll talk about some of those. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch in just a bit.
Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros Restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovakia and Grecian chicken. Slovakia is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
There's a hidden gem in Elgin's South End. It harkens back to the days when going to a diner with family and friends was where everybody gathered for a delicious breakfast or lunch. Ray's Family Restaurant at 801 St. Charles Street in Elgin is a diner that you'll love with tasty food. The atmosphere and the staff are friendly and fast. They're open until 3 p.m. daily. You can never go wrong with Ray's. Visit raysfamilyrestaurant.com. That's raysfamilyrestaurant.com.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
For local information and fun times in the mornings, listen to Marky B and Larry Jones on the first shift.
Maybe we need to get a radio intern in to help you.
Maybe so.
Somebody that you won't have to pay and you can treat them tough.
I can haze them.
You can't haze. You'll get fired. Remember that guy from Northwestern?
Yeah.
Gone.
Did he really do it?
You don't have to really do it. If somebody says you did,
yeah,
good enough. Maybe I'm going to accuse you of hazing me. I don't have to prove it.
It's the first shift, weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go, almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you're enjoying the day so far. Happy Friday, everybody. A little bit more on the overcast sky day today, but that's okay because it's Friday. We're in the holiday season here, and we're getting ready for some fun stuff here coming up. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the wines of the month. Wines of the month for December of 2024. So that is the wines of the month for December of 2024. Let's take a look. Some wine selections available at local wine stores and wineries within the Fox River Valley. Now, keep in mind, too, as you know, that, I like talking about these wines and beers, despite the fact that a lot of times I can't pronounce them correctly. So we shall see how this goes. Okay. Starting off with this one, I'll tell you where it's from. You can find it at Geneva Wine Cellars and Tasting Room at 227 South 3rd Street in Geneva. This is called the Saint Cosme Chateauneuf du Pape, or Pape. This is from France, 2019, for $59.99. So it's definitely an elegant, high-quality bottle of wine that you're getting. It's from one of their all-time favorite producers at a great price. Comes with comes from three climates, small plots. The most famous of which is the Plateau of La Croix, which is a distinctive, with its distinctive gallets over clay, bringing power and structure to the blend. So it's one of their favorite wines that they are featuring now at the Geneva Wine Cellars and Tasting Room. The next one featured here on the list is embracing the depth and complexity with the Viking. This is called the Viking. It is a red wine. It is a moody red wine crafted to warm the soul during the chill of Midwest winters. You get a beautiful flavor of classics, including luxurious chocolate. You also get the rich tapestry of taste that is enveloping the palate for you. With each sip, you experience the indulgent notes of ripe blackberries intertwined with velvety tannins. And also it creates a dark and scrumptious profile that invites you to unwind and savor in the moment. You can find this at Geneva Winery at 2 and 100 Brundage Road in Elgin, as well as in Geneva and also in Batavia. The next one here is the Mendes Robert de Nolan NV Cava Brut from Spain. You get the tasting notes of strawberry, citrus. You also get some kind of like herb style of a taste there too. Get a little bit of those notes with some hints of toasted hazelnut and a nice warm brioche. You also get sweet orange, strawberry, like we said, layers of strawberry, marzipan, as well as white chocolate, espresso undertones there too. So it definitely is a nice one to choose from that you can check out at 64 Wine Bar and Kitchen at 123 Water Street, suite number 105A in Naperville. And then another one here that you can check out for the wine of the month is the Mari Vineyards 2022 Préfectious. This is a Boudoir blend. This is a balance of the cool climate acid, berry notes, and deep oak. You can find this at Up North Wine Tasting Room, also located in Geneva at 9 North 2nd Street. So feel free to check out that list for yourself. And that is available on the dining section on foxvalleymagazine.com. That's foxvalleymagazine.com. You can find that under the dining section. Some other things here as well, officially now released. This is the Fox River Valley's, or the Fox Valley Magazine's December issue. You can find this available on their website at foxvalleymagazine.com. You can view the different happenings for the December timeframe there, of course. And they've got some upcoming events, some things that already happen. Already happen. Includes the month's featured dishes that are also featured in there, which I did talk about, as well as the beers and also the wines. So they've got all of those great celebrations. Offering tips on health and wellness, maybe something good for special someone. You can enjoy the Diamond Air, which does offer some great holiday specials that are currently going on right now for some beautiful jewelry. Absolutely gorgeous indeed. You can find that in St. Charles, thediamondair.com. You can also check out Staying Active and Fit with all of these great activities. Inside pickleball, that's something that Tammy likes to play indoors. She also, of course, loves doing it outdoors as well, but she's currently doing it indoors. So there's a section on that. Of course, the Chris Kindle Market, which is still going on now in Aurora until December 24th. So some of these things that we are seeing. Dickens in Dundee, later today, I'm going to be out there doing some filming and enjoying the holiday festivities and spirit of Dundee. Absolutely going to be a great time. You can also check out other things that are coming up as well. Downtown Naperville events, Geneva Christmas Walk and Holiday Tour. That one is coming up tonight, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Well, it's happening now until 8 p.m. and December 7th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's the Holiday House Tour. So that is actually currently happening now and tomorrow. Holiday Express at the Blackberry Farm, all of these good things. So feel free to check out everything featured. You're definitely going to see some great magical events to go to. Santa's House, Sundays with Santa, lots of good things. Great music, entertainment, and more, all featured within the Fox River Valley. Check it out at foxvalleymagazine.com. That's foxvalleymagazine.com. They have that new issue now out for the public to enjoy. You can also check out some other events listed here, too. Today's was posted under events. Saturday, December 7th, tomorrow, you can enjoy Breakfast with Santa and Ozzy from the Kane County Cougars. This will be coming up Saturday morning, December 7th. Head over to the Hyundai Suite level at the beautiful Northwestern Medicine Field for a Christmas experience you'll never forget. This is located at 34W002 Cherry Lane in Geneva. That's the Northwestern Medicine Field. Tickets are available. Ages 13 and over are $38. Ages 3 to 12 are $25, and 2 and under get in for free. This is from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. You can come eat breakfast with Santa and Ozzy. Your ticket will also include a breakfast buffet, hot chocolate bar, oh, that sounds delicious, and holiday crafts. You can make sure that you want to know what you want for Christmas because Santa and Ozzy will be available for a visit and a picture. So that's also a fun event coming up here too within the area. Lots of other good things, of course, featured coming up Saturday and Sunday. We've got M3 Dance presenting the Nutcracker at the Hemmons. You can find information posted on their website, foxvalleymagazine.com. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. and 5, and Sunday at 12. Tickets are $25 to $40, depending on seating. You can get those tickets at the Hemmons website. There's a direct link through this posting on foxvalleymagazine.com. Lots of good things coming up here. Stay tuned for more as we come on with more in just a bit. This does wrap it up here for Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We do have a special show coming up from 2 to 4, so stay tuned for that. And again, you've been listening to Out to Lunch and WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Linzess. The Gail Borden Public Library is set to host the 1963 Chicago Bears. George Halas and the road to the NFL Championship this Saturday from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. at the main library in the Elgin Room with author and historian Charles N. Billington. Downtown Elgin is set to host Krampusnacht 2024 on Saturday, December 7th. Participating restaurants and bars will have Krampus-themed food and drink specials all day to celebrate the season. At 9 a.m., the Martini Room is set for an ugly sweater competition as well. St. Charles police have identified a man from Indiana as the man who threatened residents of an assisted living facility with a chainsaw. 41-year-old Daniel H. Escalera from Indiana was fatally shot by police after threatening residents. An investigation into the incident is ongoing, and an autopsy is scheduled by the Kane County Coroner's Office. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
So this new dose is, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, and Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Get ready to laugh with the Darren Strublow Comedy Hour. Every Sunday night from 8 to 9 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. Darren and his band of hilarious comedians are here to brighten your week with unforgettable jokes and side-splitting stories. Listen in to impress your friends. 1410. Darren and his band of hilarious comedians are here to brighten your week with unforgettable jokes and side-splitting stories. Listen in to impress your friends and boost your charm. Don't miss out on the fun. Tune into the show that makes the world a better place, one laugh at a time.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Commercials for so-called junk food have been banned on television and online in the United Kingdom in an effort to curb obesity and tooth decay in children. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports the same issues affect children here in the United States.
If you look at some of the statistics over in the UK, 1 in 5 5-year-olds are suffering from tooth decay. They have a huge population of children who are suffering from obesity. We're seeing the same thing in the US. So what we're going to hear is a reaction, how people are feeling the impact of these new bans overseas, and if it's something that possibly we could see here.
The ban will hit commercial broadcasters in the UK hard, with some estimating 50% drop in revenue as a result. Britain's National Health Services says healthcare issues affecting children add up to more than $14 billion a year. New clues are giving investigators a better look at what the person who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was doing before they opened fire. News Nation's Alex Caparillo is in New York City with the latest.
New reporting overnight reveals that the gunman in this attack possibly took a bus all the way from Atlanta and used a fake ID from New Jersey to book both that ride and a lodging at a hostel on the Upper West Side. At this point, that gunman is still on the loose. We're entering our third day here. There's no clear indication that he's even in New York.
Police have released photos of somebody they said is a person of interest wanted for questioning in the attack. They also said a cell phone found at the scene was a burner phone, which is one of many clues that shows how much planning went into the attack.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Come on out to the Country Donuts, that is, at Route 20 and Nestler Road. They're always open. Donuts are made daily using only the finest ingredients to ensure freshness. Their huge variety of donuts offers something to please everyone. Country Donuts doesn't stop at offering you the best donuts. Enjoy a delicious breakfast sandwich or stop in for lunch and try a bowl of their famous chili. Need a larger or special donut order for your office? Call 847-488-1900.
One of the things we're proud of at WRMN is our connection to the local community. In fact, recently we hosted a fundraiser for a longtime listener, Gene Wheeler, and first shift listener George Rollinson says it turned out perfectly.
Perfection is a moving target. You try to hit that bullseye and you zone in on it. It moves a little to the left, then it moves a little to the right. I don't know. I'd say we hit a bullseye. I don't know how that could have been any better.
Working together to make Elgin better. We are WRMN AM 1410, serving the local community since 1949.
1361.
Hi, everyone. This is Ron Say. I played baseball for the Los Angeles Dodgers, Chicago Cubs, and Oakland A's. My Dodger teams won 4 National League pennants and a World Series. Now I am tackling a new challenge. I am hosting a new sports show called We'll See About That. We will look at the aspects of sports, baseball, football, basketball, hockey, soccer, and much more. Plus, you will be able to get my honest opinions on the big stories of the day. Join me for We'll See About That, Saturdays at 11 a.m. Pacific Time right here on crntalk.com.
Live across America, Mike Horn and What's Cooking on CRN Digital Talk Radio.
Welcome to What's Cooking Today. I am your host, Michael Horn, on the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. We call this program What's Cooking Today. It's our big weekend edition. We run all weekend long here, and we got some great guests. Miguel Cortina is going to be here today from Motor Trend Magazine. Motor Trend has their 2025 SUV, their truck, and their car of the year. Today we'll be talking about the car of the year and put some hints on for what the truck might be. Lincoln had the SUV of the year, from what I know. Also, Chef Chadwick Boyd is going to be here talking about holiday and New Year's Eve recipes that will inspire you to make them for your family, your friends, whoever's coming by your house. Welcome to the broadcast today. Our producer, executive producer, the great Courtney Kadar is putting all this together for you. Sydney Hubbard pressing the button. Sydney, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, it's good. It's National Gestapo Day today. Do you like Gestapo? You like it?
I honestly have not had it.
Ever?
No.
Oh, it's chilled. It's kind of like they call it the delicate cousin of boring tomato soup. It's chilled. It wasn't always made that way. Gestapo originated in Spain way back in the Middle Ages, back when it was made out of a combination of stale bread. There's one of your great food groups, by the way. Stale bread, oil, vinegar, and water. 4 basic food groups. I told you, stale bread, oil, vinegar, and water. And they were all pounded together. I don't know how you pound oil, vinegar, and water, so that stale bread must have been pretty stale, with a mortar and a pestle. At the time, Spain was part of the Islamic world, so the name Gestapo comes from an Arabic word for soaked bread. They soaked it with that stuff, pounded it, and then ate it. Nowadays, the primary ingredients in Gestapo are tomatoes, the tomato juice, bell peppers, cucumber. Where the heck's the water, the vinegar, the oil, and the stale bread? They get transformed into the soup via a blender, and the rest is history. It's good. It's a chilled soup. You can try that over there. It's also Microwave Oven Day today. A special day for you here today, celebrated annually. It honors the impact of the microwave oven, the creation of it, the energy-efficient kitchen appliance, revolutionizing cooking as it has by giving us quick tasks, heating leftovers, making popcorn, creating desserts, like microwave fudge or cake or something you didn't even want to put in there and you melt it down. It's kind of, taking those blocks of butter and kind of loosening them up a little bit. 80% less energy used than conventional ovens. Here's the story behind it, and I love talking about this story every year on this date. This is the anniversary of the microwave oven. 1945, there's a guy named Percy Spencer. He's an engineer, an American engineer, and he's working at Raytheon. This is a company, I think they're still around, but they used to make vacuum tubes. You saw them with all this stuff. They were really the guys that got into things and planned and invented. So this guy, Percy Spencer's an engineer at Raytheon. He discovered the potential of the microwave after he noticed that he had a candy bar in his pocket and it was melting when he was working with radar technology. So then Percy develops a method to use safely microwaves to heat food, leading to the first commercial microwave, the radar range. That was back in 1947. It's a good thing Percy wasn't melting. I think at those days, those radon things might have been a little something going on there with the microwaves. Is Percy still with us? Can we check on that? Sydney, can you?
I'm checking on him. I don't see him.
I hope he's still around. 1947 might be gone. It's quite late.
I think so.
I think naturally. I don't think maybe for microwaves. Anyway, so that's how it was called the radar range. That's how the microwave started. Nowadays, if you don't have a microwave, you go like, what the heck's going on? It's over at David Hunt's house, and Debbie was heating up some bread. He goes, just 5 seconds. All you need to do is 5 seconds. It's like, and then Debbie noticed that there was a chocolate bar melting in her pajamas. We'll be back with more on What's Cooking Today. Stay with us. I'm Michael Horn.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-745-9090. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, Anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-745-9090. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-745-9090.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
And do
little traveling music, Sam. That's what I like. Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. I'm your host, Michael Horn. Our next guest, I love, Miguel Cortina is here. He is with Motor Trend, and Miguel Cortina, one of the greats there. We're talking about Motor Trend's 2025 Car of the Year. Miguel is an editor at Motor Trend, and how long you been working there, Miguel? Give us a little background.
Oh, Mike, thank you so much for having me. It's been almost 10 years. It will be 10 years in January, which is crazy to think about.
You joined Motor Trend back in January of 2015. How'd you get into cars? I mean, most guys, I love cars myself over there, but how did you step it up to have a career in it? That's kind of fun.
Yeah, cars are super fun, and when you have such a fun job like this one, it's hard to call it a job, right? It becomes more like a hobby. I got involved in the car industry. Well, I'm originally from Mexico City, and I started in the car industry over there. Motor Trend was powering up an out-of-channel for Terra, which used to be a site like MSN or Yahoo, and that's how I got started. They hired me to manage that partnership, and a couple of years later, I made it over here to the U.S. to open Motor Trend en Español, and since then, I've been here and holding down the fort. So I'm considered a lucky fan, a lucky guy.
You are a lucky guy, and we're going to be lucky because we get to talk to you here and find out what vehicle, every year we wait for this, is Motor Trend's Car of the Year, and why was it chosen? Let us know.
Yeah, so Motor Trend's 2025 Car of the Year is the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. And, this is a fantastic luxury sedan, right? It's not only a sedan, but also a wagon. It really stands out for its design. It's very modern and contemporary. And then you jump into its interior, and it's full of technology. That includes Mercedes' Hyperscreen, which basically covers the entire length of the dashboard, even allowing the front passenger to have its own screen. So there's a lot of technology built into that screen. The infotainment system has been optimized to make sure that it works with AI and voice commands and everything. And, anybody riding in it is going to be impressed by everything that they see and everything they touch.
This is great. Miguel is here with us. Miguel Cortina, Motor Trend editor. In the old days, you'd go to the car shows or whatever, and you want to pop the hood and take a look and see what's in there. Now, everything is kind of self-contained. You go, you get it serviced at the dealership. They plug in that little computer there. They find out if there's a problem. They can figure out what it is. I think now we're more popping the doors open and sitting in the front seat to see what gizmos and gadgets we got in there. As a lifelong car enthusiast, what do you like best about this Mercedes?
I have to say the ride quality is the best thing. Anyone riding in it is going to be impressed by how quiet and how comfortable it is. It doesn't matter if you drive over bumps or over ruts or broken pavements. This car is going to stand out for the kind of ride quality that's going to be super smooth. And, just that it's going to offer that extra smoothness, extra comfort that you see in this class, but this really goes the extra mile. It's not going to deliver a sporty ride. I think, on the other hand, this is more about luxury and really treating everybody in the cabin as they should, with a lot of class and a lot of luxury.
You are speaking my language. I'll go for the comfort. Can you hit sport if you want to tighten it up a little bit, but maybe the comfort is the one you want to keep it on? Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. It's 375 horsepower and 369 pound-feet of torque on tap. You have a six-cylinder engine that's both a turbo and a hybrid. So it's going to deliver that instant torque right off the bat, and, you're going to feel that sportiness for sure when you're driving it. If you want something more comfortable, it also delivers that.
I love that. Miguel Cortina, Motor Trend editor, is here. So, Miguel, help us out. We look on TV, and cars are wrapped in, ribbon and everything. Always it seems like there's holiday auto deals out there. Are there deals this season? And if so, how do we take advantage of them?
Yeah, right now it's a huge time in the industry because it's, 2024 models are still on dealer lots. Then we have the 2025s coming in. So there's a lot of supply right now. With interest rates coming down, it's a good time to buy a car right now. And we're thankfully past all of the supply chain issues that we saw during the pandemic. So the market is certainly being is stabilizing, or it's more stable right now than what it was a year ago. And so there's a lot of options out there. We're seeing a lot of deals, great lease deals, especially with electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids. So that is what's kind of like super hot right now. But even, I think it's important to make a good informed decision when purchasing a car, right? After buying a home, the car is the second most important purchase that we make in our lifetime. And, it's good to be informed. And we have all of that information at motortrend.com. Our Buyer's Guide team does a great job of putting up all the current deals going on, the holiday deals going on, and you can search by the type of car you're looking for, the brand, or even just the segment. Or if you're unsure of what you want, we can also help you with that. We have a car match, a questionnaire that really asks you key questions, and then we deliver on the answers based on what you told us.
Miguel Cortina is our guest. He is Motor Trend editor, and the website is motortrend.com. Miguel, what do you find? You handle this all year long. You're looking at trends and things. What are the top priorities that you find for car buyers today? Is it technology? Is it the ride, as you mentioned, fuel efficiency, safety, price? What's the deal? What do you find people are looking for?
I think fuel efficiency and safety are two of the key components. For family cars, obviously, any family wants their kids to be safe. And so safety is a number one priority for families. But also fuel efficiency, in a day where gas prices have certainly come down from where they were a few years ago. They're still, in places of the nation, like here in California, we're seeing, around $4.50 per gallon these days still. So people want something that's fuel efficient, like a hybrid or maybe an EV, and those two priorities are certainly at the top. I would say that technology is something that comes along with any car these days. And, every car has Apple CarPlay and gets connected to your phone really quickly and really well integrated. So it's now we're getting into like the weeds of, what kind of technology can stand out in the car, right? Is it about voice commands, or is it about AI being integrated into the car? So all those things really make a difference. But I believe that safety and fuel efficiency are the top priority for any buyer.
Miguel Cortina is a car editor, an enthusiast. He's a Motor Trend editor. And, every year Motor Trend picks one car, one truck, one SUV. In October, we had the Lincoln Nautilus to be the 2025 SUV of the year. Now, this car is out right now for you. This is the Mercedes-Benz 2025 E-Class, and this is the car of the year. We got the truck coming up here real soon. We're going to be unveiling that. What advice would you give someone that's unsure of how to choose their next vehicle, and what category or what brand? Anything you'd pass along here in our last minute or so?
Yeah, I think, like I said, motortrend.com/cars, we have Car Match. That questionnaire really helps out the buyer to see what, make an informed decision and see what they're in the market for, right? It could be a hybrid, it could be an SUV, it could be a three-row SUV, maybe a more compact SUV. So it really depends on what you're in the market for and also what kind of budget you have. And with all of that information, Motor Trend is going to help you make an informed decision. And we have all of those tools and resources online at motortrend.com.
I love Motor Trend. What's the website, Miguel? Where do we get more info?
Everything is at motortrend.com. So log online to get all that information.
Motortrend.com. Hey, can you tell us what the truck of the year is, Miguel?
I can't, but wait until next week.
Okay. Just thought I'd try. Motortrend.com, MOTORTREND, one word, motortrend.com. Thank you, Miguel.
You order a glass of your favorite Cabernet, fresh asparagus, hollandaise on the side, a filet, medium rare. You unfurl your napkin with a flair, close your eyes, and prepare to listen. Ah, there it is. The sweet music you long to hear. The sizzle. The sizzle of a Ruth's Chris steak.
The most magnificent corn-fed prime beef, broiled to perfection at 1800 degrees. Some call it a sizzle. We call it an anthem.
As the waiter approaches, you think, is this one mine or that one?
Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Like Ruth always said, life's too short to eat anywhere else.
Make a reservation online at ruthschris.com or by calling 800-544-0808.
No more mold, no more damage, no more outdated old bathroom, no more slipping and hurting, no more stress. Make your ordinary bathroom extraordinary for only $99 per month. New shower, new door, new tub, new wall, new anti-slip technology. Be stress-free. Call 800-973-5411. BCI Bath and Shower is made in America for the highest quality. Ask about our military and senior discounts. Your dream bathroom in as little as one day. First 50 callers save $1,500 on a never clear glass treated door. Call now for free premium color upgrades. 800-973-5411. Call BCI Bath and Shower, the leader in bathroom remodeling. Be smart, safe, and stay a step ahead of inflation with our interest-free financing options. Call 800-973-5411. Love your bathroom with free upgrades. Call 800-973-5411. 800-973-5411.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-559-4185. 800-559-4185. 800-559-4185. That's 800-559-4185.
Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. I don't know if there'll be snow, but have a cup of cheer. Have a holly jolly Christmas, and when you walk down the street, say hello to friends you know and everyone you meet. Oh, oh, the mistletoe hung where you can see. Somebody waits for you. Kiss her once for me. Have a holly jolly Christmas.
I was really getting into that tune a little bit there, the Holly Jolly Christmas. It's the holiday time of year and the holiday season, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got our holiday Christmas bumper music back on the show again. This is great, genius stuff. Sydney, did you and Mike, Gary, and everybody in the operations department put that together for us?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you got to get in the spirit. So
you have to get into it, and so we'll be playing as much as we can. The postman was working around my house here not too long ago. I think they've got their new holiday hours, and I don't know if he dropped this or not, but I found this. It looks like a very ancient old smartphone. Let me hit this and see what it says here right here. Yep. Oh, apparently it's not working. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, it's interesting stuff here. Okay. Oh. I don't know. It's green and red and white. I will have to look into that and see what that is. I found it. It's a very interesting cell phone that I found there. It's St. Nicholas Day today. Did I mention that?
Not yet.
Thank you. It's celebrated to honor the legacy of St. Nicholas. There was such a person, a 3rd century bishop of Myra, known for his generosity, known for his caring for the poor. He was the patron saint of children. He's celebrated for his selfless acts, including giving away his entire inheritance to the needy. And this holiday, St. Nicholas Day, today, it's not an official holiday, but it's on our national calendar day. It emphasizes kindness and generosity, especially with children traditionally giving sweets and gifts. So St. Nicholas devoted his life to helping others and became one of the youngest bishops. He endured imprisonment for his faith under Roman persecution. St. Nicholas passed away on December 6th, AD 343. Legends about his miracles and generosity really solidified his place in Christian history. Over time, his image has developed as a gift giver, evolving into Santa Claus. So this St. Nicholas could be Santa Claus. And then I find this thing here. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm trying to press a button to see if there's anything.
One new message.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh.
Can you do old Sandy a favor
Oh.
and set the VCR to record CSI North Pole?
Oh, boy. Boy, he must be behind on the CSI episodes. This is an old phone that I found here. Apparently, there's other messages on it. I don't.
Have one.
Oh, another
new
one.
message. Hi, honey. Please have my workshop call me back, will you? I want to know who's been messing with my ringtones. Listen to this.
I better put this phone down. It sparkles when I press it. I'm kind of scared. I don't want to turn into Tim Allen in the movie The Santa Claus. Next thing you know, it is a great movie. That bit wasn't necessarily that good. I just did. The movie's fabulous. All right. It's also National Illinois Day today. I used to go back to Illinois every summer to work on Uncle George's farm. Uncle George, Uncle Jim had a farm there. They had dairy cows. They have since still farmed in Uncle George and Cousin Mike farm in Illinois, but also in Wisconsin, home of the Green Bay Packers. I think they left because of the Chicago Bears. They were born and raised there, so time to get away. Anyway, this is National Illinois Day today, celebrated originally to honor the Chicago Bears. Nope, that's not happening. It's to honor the rich history, culture, and contributions of the state. It's known as the Prairie State. I don't know if you knew that or not. It became the 21st state to join the United States, renowned for their agricultural productivity, manufacturing. They have significant political and cultural impact. Come on, it became home to prominent figures like Abraham Lincoln, Ronald Reagan, Barack Obama. Illinois boasts the largest gross domestic product in the nation, thriving in the food processing industry, cattle production, soybean production. It's located near Lake Michigan. That makes it, and a lot of major rivers there, makes it a key transportation hub. And it's also celebrated for innovations like the John Deere steel plow. I don't know if the tractor was there, but the John Deere steel plow was. And also Frank Lloyd Wright's architectural masterpieces. He's a native son from Illinois. So hats off to Illinois, and we'll take a quick break, come back with more. Oh, we got to get ready to go here tonight. Chef Chadwick Boyd is in the house, and we got some holiday and New Year's Eve's recipe inspiration. Stay with us.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Commercials for so-called junk food have been banned on television and online in the United Kingdom in an effort to curb obesity and tooth decay in children. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports the same issues affect children here in the United States.
If you look at some of the statistics over in the UK, 1 in 5 5-year-olds are suffering from tooth decay. They have a huge population of children who are suffering from obesity. We're seeing the same thing in the US. So what we're going to hear is a reaction, how people are feeling the impact of these new bans overseas, and if it's something that possibly we could see here.
The ban will hit commercial broadcasters in the UK hard, with some estimating 50% drop in revenue as a result. Britain's National Health Services says healthcare issues affecting children add up to more than $14 billion a year. New clues are giving investigators a better look at what the person who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was doing before they opened fire. News Nation's Alex Caparillo is in New York City with the latest.
New reporting overnight reveals that the gunman in this attack possibly took a bus all the way from Atlanta and used a fake ID from New Jersey to book both that ride and a lodging at a hostel on the Upper West Side. At this point, that gunman is still on the loose. We're entering our third day here. There's no clear indication that he's even in New York.
Police have released photos of somebody they said is a person of interest wanted for questioning in the attack. They also said a cell phone found at the scene was a burner phone, which is one of many clues that shows how much planning went into the attack.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly sunny with a high near 29, falling to around 25. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 19. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 41. Currently, it is 27 degrees and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
The 90s called. They said the Gordita Supreme is so back in the new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. It's all looking fresh to death with the pillowy 90s Gordita Supreme alongside the beefy 5-layer burrito, double stacked taco, chips with nacho cheese sauce, and medium drink. All for just $7. It's your wallet's favorite cheesy crunchy combo here for a limited time. Grab yours and relive the decades only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only. While supplies last. Contact store for price and participation, which varies. Drinks excludes freezes. Tax extra.
4,200. And tell them Ron Say sent you.
What's cooking today? The nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment. Oh, well, excuse me.
New message. Oh, sweetie, call me back, will you? I'm over Australia, and these roaming charges are going to kill me.
Apparently, this phone I found, I can't figure out who it's from, but it goes off on its own right there. Welcome back to the show here today. It is the holiday season. We're getting you into the spirit of things here with What's Cooking Today. I'm your host, Michael Horn, our nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. Let's get into the food section here. Chef Chadwick Boyd is with us, and this is great news because the days are closing in. It's less than 3 weeks away for Christmas time now. What is it, like 19 days, something like that, until Christmas? And we've got to get the holidays are always hectic themselves. But it's very important to savor the moments with family and friends. Going to be tougher this year because you're really hectic. It's closing in. I was over at some people's home the other night. They had the holiday party planned for the 14th, and they said, we got to move it to the 20th. We're not going to be ready yet. So I said, I got somebody that can help you. Let's see if I can get him on the show today. Food and lifestyle expert Chef Chadwick Boyd is here. He's teamed up with Sprouts Farmers Market. Great places to go to get great food and fresh food. And he's going to share some healthier meal inspirations and maybe some tasty holiday tips. Chef Chadwick Boyd is the award-winning recipe developer. He's a TV host. You've seen him, cookbook author and lifestyle expert. Chef Chadwick Boyd, it's an honor. Welcome to the broadcast.
I'm so happy to be here with you.
You got to help us out here. We're panicked.
Dude, I'm panicked too. You tell me that I've got 19 days left? That's crazy.
It's crazy. Telling you, if we're going to prepare a holiday meal, what's important for us to consider, especially when the days are counting down and we got to do all the other stuff we got to do?
Yeah, so I think holidays are about the details. And one thing that I was always taught in my family is that you make everyone feel welcomed. And these days, that means people have different dietary preferences. So like in my home, we've got vegetarians and gluten-free folks, meat lovers like myself, pescatarians. And that's why I actually love to go shopping for my holiday meals at Sprouts Farmers Market, because they have everything all in the store, and I know that their ingredients are really high quality, natural, or organic.
All right, so help us, since we're playing the holiday music, let's deck the halls with delicious eats. What you got for us?
Yeah, so one of my, I think, favorite things for the holidays is to make a special beef dish. And Sprouts has an incredible meat section, but this premium Angus beef recipe, which is on sprouts.com, it's got incredible marbling. You just cook it for 4 or 5 minutes on either side. So it's a holiday meal or entree that's ready and on the table in 12, 14 minutes. Super, super easy but delicious. And, I think most people love roasted Brussels sprouts during the holidays.
Oh, that's become a favorite. It's kind of like a new mainstay for holiday meals, I'll tell you.
Yeah, and they're pretty. There's this wonderful recipe on Sprouts.com that has crispy organic Brussels sprouts roasted with some purple sweet potatoes and some Yukon Golds. Very simple, and some olive oil, salt and pepper, but put on some Parmesan cheese. That makes it special. It crisps up in the oven and is, easy on the host to prepare.
Celebrity chef Chadwick Boyd is with us. We're giving the food lifestyle tips. Here's what I love. These recipes, you're telling us we don't have to copy them down. You don't have to go to our website to get them. We'll post them here on our website, but you can go to sprouts.com. They're all listed for you right there. Give me a top tip, because people, when they come over, sometimes there's a dish or something that makes the meal memorable. What do you have for us?
Yeah, I think, again, it's about doing something really simple. I am a biscuit guy. I love making biscuits, and Sprouts has this biscuit dough and this recipe that are called apple pie bombs. They really are the bomb. They're stuffed with this very easy, fresh apple caramelized filling. Just put them in the oven, dust them with some demerara or sparkling sugar, and 14, 15 minutes later, they are golden, they are crispy, and when people bite into them, they giggle because they are so good.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's the one for me, because there's not much preparation for it. It's just baking them, sprinkling them, and baking, and that's it.
That's it.
Pop them out, sprinkle, and bake over there. Let me ask you also, because a lot of people hear this and they go, okay, we're talking all this kind of stuff over there. We gain calories here. Some people want to eat a little healthier. Is there a way to eat healthier but still have the fun and the merriment of Christmas and the holidays?
Everybody should find and have some joy during the holidays. And I think people get it mixed up about the word healthy. Healthy to me is about cooking with and eating whole ingredients and high-quality ingredients, which is why I love Sprouts Farmers Market. I love their produce section. They have great quality, lots of options. They've got in their bakery section, which are sweets, but they are whole ingredients again. Their apple pies are baked fresh daily. They've got a pecan pie, a pumpkin pie, really easy on you, but you can feel good about eating them too.
I love the apple pies. People love potatoes during the season, and they like especially sweet potatoes. Any kind of casseroles or anything like that involving potatoes?
Yeah, so this roasted sweet potato and Yukon Gold casserole, which is on Sprouts.com. Just get that, put them in the oven, and Parmesan cheese on top. I love the crispy, salty pop of Parmesan cheese on something that's baked.
And I'm telling you, that will be a showstopper. People love the sweet potatoes, but now they've become sort of a special thing in a casserole, and that one sounds delicious. This is good stuff over there. And get in there because, everybody goes hustling and bustling on there. Make your list, go in there, and you'll get some ideas, too. I would say, though, to check out the website a little bit and get an idea of some of these recipes. What's the website again, and where do we go for more information on the whole thing here? Celebrity chef Chadwick Boyd, who graced us so wonderfully today.
You can go to sprouts.com/healthy-holidays for all of this. And you can place an order for pre-made meals between now and December 22nd there, too. So save yourself time.
Say no more.
Delicious things.
Say no more. I love this. Sprouts Farmers Market's the place. All right, sprouts.com/healthy-holidays. And you can also order up the whole holiday meal if you want to. Don't be a stranger. It's just, Boyd, you're the man here. Chadwick Boyd, thanks for being with us. Go to sprouts.com/healthy-holidays.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 800-785-9618. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-785-9618 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 800-785-9618 right now to schedule your tax-deductible vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-785-9618 now. Do you ever just look in the mirror and wish you could recapture that youthful glow? Well, wish no more. Greska's Face Serum uses the cutting-edge science of carbon-60 to target the signs of aging and reveal your skin's true beauty. The secret? Only 2 natural ingredients. Our Nobel Prize-winning carbon-60 molecule, which knocks out the sun's UV damage, and a high-quality cosmetic squalane oil. The payoff is a radiant complexion that is smoother and more evenly toned. Greska's Face Serum is your ally in the fight against aging, reducing the appearance of age spots and wrinkles over time. It works great for acne too. Call now for our introductory offer at 720-600-6040 or visit our website at c60.com. That's 720-600-6040 or c60.com. Greska's Carbon 60 for a beautiful you. c60.com.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudy join in any reindeer game. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, I sleep. Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee. Rudy the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history.
I like our holiday music. Did someone bump the needle? These are classics, by the way. We have these on 45, 33 and a thirds, and I think even some 78s there. That's Dean Martin with a great classic stuff. Every year at this time, we play that holiday tune, and it's got the same glitch in it. It's kind of a tradition here on the What's Cooking Today show. For those of you that are long-time listeners there and listen to a lot. Hey, you know, we have all these recalls going out there. I'm your host, Michael Horn, by the way. Thanks for joining us. Sydney Hubbard's pressing all the buttons here. And we had a lot of recalls. And here's some good news. McDonald's had one. Remember they had the quarter pounder with the diced, onions and stuff was a problem? Well, McDonald's has been cleared now by the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, after they had an investigation into an E. coli outbreak. And the CDC has cleared McDonald's, and they... on this quarter pounder, apparently this whole E. coli outbreak claimed one life here. There was 34 hospitalizations, 104 cases across 14 states. The outbreak linked to slivered onions from the supplier, Taylor Farms, and that led to McDonald's swiftly removing the affected products from the supply chain. This all happened way back in October of this year, and the FDA confirmed by November that there was no longer a food safety risk. So McDonald's executives praised their company's immediate actions in collaboration with the public officials to emphasize their number one commitment to safety and customer well-being. So the investigation was thorough and challenging, and it concluded with no new illnesses reported after the, I think, October 22nd date when they closed the whole thing down. And the company temporarily removed their quarter pounders in affected areas and noted other beef products were unaffected, and everything is back in place again and supposedly good and healthy. So that's good in case you're stopping for a quick meal. Good stuff. Okay, try their coffee when you go to McDonald's. I don't know. I'm not into that high-priced coffee that you get at Starbucks. Has that happened to you at all, Sydney? Are you a coffee person foremost?
I'm not a coffee person, but I know people that like McDonald's coffee.
Yeah, it's just very good. I even you can buy the Keurig, or the K-Cup as they call it, McDonald's coffee, and I find it delicious. And now I'll drink some coffee. Okay. That's good, too. Okay, now, more news here for you. And by the way, when you drink coffee, does your mouth dry out a little bit, Make sure you got water right alongside of it there. Disneyland is going to be turning 70 right around the corner next year, 2025. And they got a lot of stuff planned. This is Disneyland. This is the original Disney fun park. You other fun parks that have the Disney name on you can't hold a candle to the original Disneyland. It started, in 1955? Is that 75 years, I think? Or 70 years? That's 70 years. Yeah. That's right. So there's 70th anniversary, pardon me. Didn't mean to make you older, Disney. Walt just turned over halfway in his grave, hey, it's 70, take it easy, I'm still around here. Okay, 2025 is the 70th anniversary, and it's going to be exciting, they say, for visitors. 340 days of celebrations. Now, I usually thought there were 352 days in the year, but apparently just 340 of them are going to be celebrations and events and exclusive offerings. The rest, they're going to, close it for annual refurbishment or whatever they do there for the rest of the days there, the 12 other days. Okay, so here's some of the highlights. Listen to this. They're going to return some of the parades that you like Paint the Night. Have you ever seen that, Sydney?
I have not.
I haven't either. It's the first timer for me. How about they're going to return to the Wondrous Journeys Parade? You ever see that?
No, I'm not hip on these parades.
No. What about the Main Street Electrical Parade? Bring that one back. I know that one, don't you? No. Stop the music! Stop it. The World of Color Happiness Nighttime Show. Did you ever see that one, Sid?
I have not.
Neither did I. So these will all be new for me, but I'll probably be able to get it at a discounted price. They're also going to debut something new. Walt Disney's first ever, listen to this, I love it, audio animatronic, a new attraction. Walt Disney, A Magical Life. Now, they used to have the Hall of Presidents that was audio animatronic where the presidents would stand up and, they'd address the crowd there in the theater. And now they got Walt Disney. He's going to have A Magical Life. And I told you, he's still probably around. It might even be Walt. Check it out. Bring your binoculars while they're doing it so you can see if there's any, like a Wizard of Oz back there going, the great Oz has spoken. You hear that, you'll know something's off a little bit, like maybe some other famous thing got messed up with the Disney. I don't think so, though. It'll be fine. The anniversary festivities are themed Celebrate Happy. They're going to kick off in May of next year. Okay, so the whole celebration starts in January, but May 16th for these special festivities, they're going to extend, I see, from, this is why there's still only 340 days. It starts May 16th, 2025, and extends through summer 2026. You see, they want to get that summertime crowd. All the more reason for all of us to go the first quarter of the year when the crowds will be down. However, there won't be any festivities. But we didn't see any of this stuff anyway. All right, we'll have more for you straight ahead.
From basement podcasts
Is this thing on?
to social media.
I'm so funny.
These days, it seems like just about anyone can share their 2 cents. But with so many voices out there, who can you trust? Well, how about LA's first and longest running talk station? For over 60 years, AM 790 KABC has been the trusted source of news and information for Southern Californians from San Diego to Santa Barbara and beyond. With powerhouse hosts like Dan Bongino, Ben Shapiro, Armstrong and Getty, John Phillips, Randy Wang, and Frank Motek, you can rest assured you'll receive the news of the day with honesty, insight, truth, and above all, facts.
That's what we do.
Plus, we're your SoCal home for 49ers football. On air on AM 790, online at KABC.com, and on the go with the free KABC app for news talk you can depend on. Trust us. AM 790 KABC.
Attention real estate investors. Do you need cash immediately? If you own one or multiple rental properties, you can use your equity to get cash out fast. The best part is we don't need tax returns or even a good credit score. At America's Loan Source, we are not a bank and we don't have bank rules. We make the decisions to loan you money and there's no limit how much we can give you. Some clients have gotten as much as $500,000 or more within days. Use the money any way you want. If you own one rental property or 100 and COVID has left you in a cash crunch, we can help you turn your equity into fast cash. Call now for details and close in as little as 10 days and get the cash you need. 800-353-1760. 800-353-1760. 800-353-1760. That's 800-353-1760.
To break or not to break your stucco? That is the question that homeowners have to ask themselves. Do they want to do that? I think not. Hi, Aaron here from California Deluxe Windows. In more than 20 years, we learned how to make most beautiful, energy-efficient windows to make your home beautiful, comfortable, and more valuable. We do not break the stucco, and we install our windows so precise that your house can be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
866-988-5100. 866-988-5100. For the best custom windows built right here in Southern California, call Aaron at California Deluxe Windows. Get 20% off your entire project and 1-year interest-free financing in Chatsworth and Santa Clara. 866-988-5100. 866-988-5100. CSLB number 774518. Some restrictions may apply.
Happy holiday, happy holiday, happy holiday, happy holiday. While the merry bells keep ringing, happy holiday to you. Happy holiday, happy holiday. It's the holiday season, and Santa Claus is coming round. The Christmas snow is white on the ground. When old Santa gets into town, he'll be coming down the chimney down. He'll be coming down the chimney down. It's the holiday season, and Santa Claus has got a toy.
Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, entertainment show. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but that's the original recording there with Andy Williams on The Holiday Feeling, and apparently one of the singers there was cut because the timing was off there. I don't know if you could hear it in the background. The guy was just not right on with it, and we'll play it again later on. We've got some of the originals here, the original holiday music. We used to have some other original music. We'll have to look for some stuff here for you. Anyway, getting back to Disneyland, 70th anniversary next year. Everything kicks off May 16, 2025, goes to extends through the summer of 2026. So it starts out with the Season of Force. May the Force be with you as well. That's March 28th through May 11th, featuring Star Wars-themed events and fireworks, okay? Then there's the Plaza de la Familia, August 22nd through November 2nd. That celebrates Dia de los Muertos and Coco. Okay, got to check up on my Spanish and figure out how Coco got involved with that. And then savings, here's the deal. You're going to save $50 on kids' tickets from January 7th through March 20th. It's going to be packed. I thought we'd get it the first quarter. Nope. Kids, make a note. Kids get $50 kids tickets January 7th through March 20th. If you're in Southern California, or those of you at 790 KABC and KMET and all the Southern California and KCBQ, listen to this. Southern California residents tickets, $67 a day, January 1st through May 15th. Let's mark that down on my calendar right now. That's marked down from their normal price at Disneyland of $595, isn't it, Sydney?
Yeah.
$67. Might go in there twice.
Exactly.
All right. And it's a salute our people who have served. We thank everybody in the military for our service. Discounts for military, for magic key holders, and if you stay in the hotels. General admission tickets are going to start at $104 for 1 day, one park access. And there's a park hopper add-on starting at $65. These are pretty good. I'm telling you, I used to get the all-season pass because we did the What's Cooking on Wine show from Napa Rose Restaurant, a fantastic restaurant at the Disneyland Resort there in Anaheim. But they started raising the rate of that hot park hopper. I'd go down early, set up the broadcast, go into California Adventure, ride soaring over California, and then come back and do the show. Only got sick a few times. Anyway, it's a high-flying thing.
Yeah.
What can I tell you? And you got Amazon's got some $25 flight deals. When is it? Okay, Amazon and Student Universe teaming up to offer 5,000 flights at $25 to Amazon Prime student members 18 to 24. It's aimed at making your holiday travel more affordable. It's available from December 9th, coming up. December 9th, 1 p.m. Eastern Time to December 14th, 2 a.m. Eastern Time, and applies to flights within the U.S. in basic economy or main cabin seats. You must enroll an Amazon Prime student and create a free Student Universe account to book it through Amazon's website. You got to do that. Travel must be booked by January 14th of next year. Additional costs, baggage fees, accommodations not included. Check it out. We'll post this at our website, what'scookintoday.com, COOKIN, what'scookintoday.com. And get our cell phone app. It's free for your smartphone. Sydney, how do they get that cell phone app?
Dial pound 250, say CRN, and the app is automatically downloaded to your device.
That's exactly how I did it. Portions of our show today were sponsored by Moto Trend and Sprouts Farmers Markets. For our executive producer, Courtney Kadare, for Sydney Hubbard, I'm Michael Horn. Thanks for listening. Have a great weekend. Get into that holiday spirit. We'll see you Monday. Until then, eat well, everybody.
Are you tired of your favorite talk show sounding like this? What if you could hear your favorite talk shows in crystal
clear, high definition
hats and scarves to support the Community Crisis Center's mission?
Ugly sweater competition as well. St. Charles police have identified a man from Indiana as the man who threatened residents of an assisted living facility with a chainsaw. 41-year-old Daniel H. Escalera from Indiana was fatally shot by police after threatening residents. An investigation into the incident is ongoing, and an autopsy is scheduled by the Kane County Coroner's Office. The Gail Borden Public Library is set to host the 1963 Chicago Bears. George Halas and the road to the NFL Championship this Saturday from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. at the main library in the Elgin Room, with author and historian Charles N. Billington. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
So This new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, and great news. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
B-Lux Bar and Grill Wisconsin Dells is the quintessential American grill and bar, with refined rustic cuisine and award-winning libations. Their honest, feel-good food menu is complemented by a beer list to satisfy every taste. Classic cocktails and our signature shakes, rich and creamy with a splash of boozy goodness just to shake things up a little bit. B-Lux Grill and Bar, classic American cuisine with a contemporary twist. This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. It's just plain stupid. The standoff between an Elgin family and Burlington-based Central Unit School District 301 over whether a student with an accessible parking placard can use it at his high school without a school parking pass is over. Sharon Hoggy said during a Tuesday meeting with school district officials they were told her son Gavin could use the placard and park in an accessible spot. Gavin, 16 years old, suffered a concussion playing soccer as a sophomore for Central High School on the JV team in 2023. He still suffers from chronic headaches and sensitivity to light and sound over a year later. The family emailed the school officials before the school year began to notify them that Gavin had a state-issued accessible parking placard, but Central High official told them he would not be allowed to park at the school because he didn't have a school parking pass. Gavin applied for a parking pass through a lottery but was not selected before the school year or in a later lottery when spaces opened following a construction project. When he parked in an accessible space in November, he was threatened with detention and a disciplinary note was placed on his permanent record. But after further review of the situation, Burlington Central has backed off. Inflation hits Christmas trees. If you're hoping to celebrate this Christmas with a sweet smell of pine, you may need to shell out some extra cash. The average price of Christmas trees has increased by 10% since last year, mostly due to inflation and drought, according to the American Christmas Tree Association. Suppliers and growers of Christmas trees have had to pay more for raw materials, labor, and distribution, causing them to charge the public more if they want to survive. I'm Marky B, and this is the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. What makes a great pizza restaurant? The obvious answer, great pizza. A local favorite since 1983, Pizza Pub Wisconsin Dells has been serving up the best pizza in the Dells. Year after year after year. Not hungry for pizza? Try the homemade lasagna, chicken parmesan, burgers, salads, and an extensive kids menu. Or take a trip or two to the all-you-care-to-eat lunch buffet. Pizza Pub, walking distance to water parks and hotels in Wisconsin Dells.
Michael Brown, former Undersecretary of Homeland Security and Director of FEMA, is your new full-time host of The Weekend, which airs every Saturday from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN. Each week on the popular 3-hour program, Brown offers listeners a fresh take on the weekend talk with his provocative insights into current events, politics, and culture. So late in the day on Saturday, make it a point to catch The Weekend with Michael Brown right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
6. It's Friday, WRMN, AM 1410. And we're on YouTube, WRMN Radio on YouTube. And this is Dino's Night Out. I'm not Dino, but he is in the panel here, and he is sitting to my left. And we are about to get things started today with a little bit of a different approach to Dino's Night Out today, as we're going to talk about issues here in the Elgin community, one in particular, and that would be homelessness. And we've got a great panel of people in here to discuss it today from the community in a number of various ways. I'm Marky B from the first shift. I'll be moderating today, and I guess playing whatever role I need to play as far as being involved in the conversation. Addressing homelessness, lessons from the Tent City fire as it occurred the night before last. We appreciate your presence as we delve into the pressing issue of homelessness in our community, especially in light of the recent fire that devastated the Tent City encampment the night before last. A significant fire erupted at the Tent City encampment in Elgin, displacing numerous individuals who had been residing there. Flames rose as high as 30 feet in the encampment known as Tent City right about 5 o'clock on Wednesday. The incident underscored the vulnerabilities faced by our unhoused neighbors and the urgent need for comprehensive solutions. According to the annual census conducted on January the 25th, the number of homeless individuals in Kane County has risen to about 540, marking an increase from the previous year. In Illinois, an estimated 11,950 people are experiencing homelessness on any given night. This includes people living in shelters, transitional housing, parks, abandoned buildings, cars, and barns. Those statistics highlight the ongoing challenges in our community in providing adequate support. And today we're joined by 3 distinguished panelists who bring a wealth of experience, actually 4, into this critical issue. Their diverse perspectives will help us explore the immediate impacts of Tent City and its fire and the systematic factors contributing to homelessness. Our discussion begins with a few moderated questions, followed by an opportunity for audience engagement. And the phone number to keep in mind for when we do take phone calls today is 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. And the Image 360 information line, if you want to join us that way, is 505-926-1410, 505-926-1410. We aim to foster a constructive dialogue today that addresses the challenges but inspires actionable steps towards ensuring safe and stable housing for all the members in our community. We're also on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube this afternoon. If you want to join us that way, I'll keep an eye on the Image 360 information line and on YouTube. So our guests today, as we start out, right to my left is the guy that usually hosts the show, Dino Delaley. Brings a unique and individual perspective to today's discussion, drawing from his diverse career, former police officer, firefighter, firsthand experience working with the vulnerable populations in high-pressure situations. He understands the complexities of public safety and humanitarian response. Hi, Dino. Welcome to your show.
Hey, what's going on?
Guess turning on your mic would be a good thing.
Yeah, let's put the microphone
in.
How are you?
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Thanks for having me with you.
Thanks for being a part of this today.
I loved it. I think it's very important. That's why we took a little sidestep, and we're bringing something to the community.
Yeah, and as a part of that today, we also have Mark Smith. He's with us fresh off a trip back into town, candidate for Elgin City Council in 2025, a dedicated community leader and advocate for veterans and the unhoused, serving as representative of the American Legion Post 57 in Elgin, supporting veterans who face homelessness and mental health challenges too. So welcome, Mark. How are you, man?
I'm good, thank you, Ed. Yeah, just back from a trip to D.C., and then thanks for asking me to come in today and sit on the panel.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for being here. We have Dave Krieger with us here today, serving as the director of Elgin Wayside Center, trusted resource for those experiencing homelessness in Elgin. Years of hands-on experience, Dave has overseen numerous initiatives designed to provide immediate aid, including emergency shelter, food assistance, and case management. And following the Tent City fire, Dave has played a crucial role in coordinating resources for displaced individuals, demonstrating his community and his commitment to community-centered solutions. Hey, Dave, welcome. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Great to have you. And friend of mine, Greg Schiller, who I just thought of earlier today, would be a great part of this discussion today. He's been on with me before. A well-known advocate and organizer in Elgin, deeply committed to supporting individuals experiencing homelessness through his work with local initiatives, including coordinating community outreach efforts and donation drives. Greg's hands-on approach and ability to mobilize resources have made a tangible impact, especially during crises like the Tent City fire that took place the night before last. Hey, Greg, how are you, man?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great to have you guys here. So there's several topics we're just going to throw out there today, and I guess we'll just go around, and everybody can feel free to jump in as you'd like to on the show today. It's Dino's Night Out, and the first topic that we're going to talk about, I guess, is the immediate response to the Tent City fire that took place. It's caused widespread concern over emergency response capabilities for the unhoused in Elgin. A survey conducted by local advocacy groups reported that many residents of Tent City rely on community shelters and food pantries even before the fire. These shelters were already nearing capacity. Pads of Elgin often operates at 90% capacity during peak seasons. So, first question to throw out there is, in the immediate aftermath of the Tent City fire on Wednesday night here in the Elgin area, what actions did the community take to assist in assisting the displaced individuals, and how effective were these measures? I don't know where to start. Dean, you want to start us out today?
You know, I guess I could. And that was one of the reasons why we put this together. I don't know that there was as many displaced individuals. Now, they were displaced because the location was under investigation, so I'm sure they've had it taped off. They were doing a fire investigation to try to determine what was the cause and, you know, what initiated the fire from the beginning. But from what I'm understanding, there was only about 4 of the huts that were makeshift huts that were made.
Structures, yeah.
Structures that were actually destroyed. So maybe you're talking 4 or 5 people. The outreach from the community was always great. There was several different businesses and individuals that felt a need right away to bring coats and bring, you know, different type of gear because it was pretty frigid that day.
Yeah.
So that was definitely nice to see the community step up and say, hey, I want to help. But as much as that's help, I don't know that that is really what was needed. And I know it's not what was needed at the time.
Yeah.
And you listen to some of the calls and listen to Chief Lally and even the fire chief, Chief Sagan, what he had to say. So, you know, it was nice that people stepped up. It's nice that people have a concern. Certainly empathy played a good role in all of that. But I think, and again, what I know is we need to try to, not this panel is going to cure it, of course, but either answer some of these questions or ask even more of what can be done of a more permanent solution, you know, that's going to allow either a tent city to disappear because these folks have a place to go, you know, and these are the things that I guess really we're here to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But to answer that question that was, you know, proposed,
yeah.
I know it sounds like I'm dancing and I'm not intending to, but, you know, I don't know that there was really that many folks displaced because they're all back there, from what I understand, short of those 4 units because the caution tape has been removed and the investigation has been, you know, as thorough as they could make it, and they're going to try and find out what took place.
I think the overwhelming support that the community pitched in from this, you know, it was nice, and it shows that our Elgin community really cares. In this particular instance, maybe it was a little overwhelming and a little much, just because, and it might have just been the pictures and the video that everybody saw. I think that might have had an impact this time around. They saw that what looked to be this huge fire, and that elicited.
It looked really bad. You could see it from the police station.
You could see it from all over the place. Yeah.
I have a friend that lives right next to the police station. She took a picture of it from her balcony, and you could see this huge glow back behind the library on the other side of the river. It looked really bad.
Right. And so I think, you know, sometimes people see that fire and they're like, man, all these people need help. Well, the people that live in Tent City do need help. They need help in many different ways. But in this particular instance, it was a nice outpouring of support from the community, bringing closed, to the crisis center, to the AID outreach team that was out on Kimball, to Paul's Restaurant.
We got calls too.
Yeah. So let's bring in Dave Krieger a little bit here. Dave, I haven't really had a chance to talk much to you before, but what's your take on this situation?
So I agree with Dino. In fact, I'd say about 80%. Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. 80% of our clients live in Tent City. And so we're faith-based, so I was doing a Bible study that morning, and the first thing I asked them is, is everybody's tent okay? Is everybody okay? And they were like, yeah, we're fine. And I was confused because I saw those videos as well. But the other thing is I noticed, and thank the good Lord, that there were no injuries as far as I know.
Yeah, amen.
And I think the reason for that is there's a warming center at First United Methodist down, I think, in the basement. And it's not supposed to open until December 15th, but they opened it because it was cold and windy. So a lot of the guys and gals were there, which was a good thing. So they weren't over there at Tent City. So, but we did see the outpouring. And if anything, obviously it raised community awareness that this is still an issue. We need to deal with it. We need to find out what possible solutions or temporary solutions could help. So,
yeah. This is our special edition of Dino's Night Out this afternoon. We're talking about homelessness in Elgin. A little later on in the show, you can give us a call and reach out to us at 847-931-1410 and be a part of the discussion. I want to mention, as we talk about the different topics that we can mention today, addressing service gaps for the unhoused. In Kane County, in 2022, the point-in-time count identified 391 homeless individuals, 92 who are chronically homeless. Service gaps for this population include limited access on mental health care, substance abuse treatment, and transitional housing. For example, only one local shelter reported having dedicated resources for mental health interventions. So a question that comes from this would be, what are the most critical service gaps that exist right now that need to be addressed to support the unhoused in Elgin? And what strategies do you propose to fill these gaps? I know, Greg Schiller, you've always been involved with the homeless for a long time, and you have a lot of answers and things that you've tried to accomplish over the years, even housing people in your own garage at times, right?
And my basement.
In your basement, yeah.
Yeah, one of the problems is there's not enough street outreach. You have a lot of mentally ill and addicted individuals on the street, and there's not enough people going out to meet them where they're at. They're waiting for them to come into their offices. The resources are here. We have various, mental health resources and addiction recovery resources here in the area, but there's not enough people going out into the street and really trying to work on these people and get them to come in. I think some of them, not all of them, a lot of them are service resistant, but some of them, if there was people out there working with them, talking to them, building relationships with them right at ground zero, there would be more coming in, more getting the help that they need, and availing themselves of the available resources.
Yeah. Do you think that there's an increase in that, though? It seems like the street outreach teams are increasing.
It has. There is more than there used to be. Back when I was doing this full time, there was virtually nothing. There was only a few of us that were out there reaching out to these people and building relationships with them. There's AID is doing a really good job of doing that right now. They've got people that are out in the street and helping.
Yeah.
But the actual, like the mental health resources, let's say like Ecker Center, okay, which is where the majority of people are going to find mental health resources. They're not out in the street. They're not doing, and I don't think they're set up to. And that maybe needs to be something that needs to be addressed in their organization to be able to reach out to these people that, really need their help. Until that happens, I don't know. My whole thing I've been preaching for years and years is a one-stop shop shelter where all of these resources are all in one place, where these people could stay, get the help they need, get mental health resources, addiction recovery resources, job placement resources, computer training, GED program, you name it, all of it right there where they lay their head. This is one vision that I've had for the solution for this, but it hasn't happened.
But you know what you're speaking though again, after they're into a facility.
Right.
So we still need what you're
We need
talking.
the outreach in the street.
And I like that word better than the old boots on the ground. But the idea is you need like police departments. They have what's called community policing, and that's where the officers out intermixing with the people, knowing what's going on, so they know the residents or their whoever's in that town.
You know, and I think the police in this town do a really good job.
They do an awesome job here.
They have a crisis intervention team that I mean, when there's mental health crisis, these people come out, they're trained in how to deal with these people that are involved in a mental health crisis, and they're able to de-escalate situations and deal with people without just getting heavy-handed and arresting them. The police downtown here, most of them are well aware of who's homeless, who they are, and they know these people, and they're really good at reaching out to them.
But Tent City isn't necessarily an Elgin situation. It's a
national situation.
Number one, but the people that are in Tent City are just not necessarily Elgin residents. You've got people from Hanover Park coming over, Schaumburg, everywhere that knows that because Elgin does have a handout situation going on.
We have abundant resources.
You have quite a bit of resources out here. You're going to draw them.
One thing I can say, though, as far as that's concerned, the majority of the homeless on the street here in Elgin did, in fact, grow up here.
Did you say?
They did.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We do have the few. We've seen police departments from other towns throw people on trains and send them to Elgin.
Yeah.
To get rid of them. I've spoken to the individuals that this happened to. The cops just put them on a train, paid for a plane ticket or a train ticket, said don't get off until you get to Elgin.
Yeah.
And then they show up to the soup kitchen, or like tonight we're going to be hosting Street Reach, where we're going to be feeding them and giving them clothes and blankets and stuff.
Back in the 70s and 80s, when I was on, the only place was Mission Gardens, if you remember, on Michigan Avenue.
Oh, in the city, yeah. Pacific Gardens. They're still
Gardens.
there.
That was right.
They
but
moved.
that was
They're not
the
in the
only,
same place, but they're
that
still.
was the only. We had a homeless person. You know, it was like, oh my God, what's this? So we would deal with it the best we can. The lieutenant would let us drive them into the city, stop at McDonald's, give them a couple $dollars out of our pocket.
Sure, drop them off at Pacific
and
Gardens.
they had a place to sleep. Yeah. But you know, now you have a lot more places and a lot more communities that are offering, resources. And again, which is not a bad thing. I'm all for offering the resources. But when you do open it up, where are the people going to go? Hey, Elgin's got plans. Elgin's got places. You're going to get more concentrated people coming here.
When the shelter at First United Methodist Church, I ran it for the first 2 seasons, me and my volunteers. I would get calls regularly from like Lake County and McHenry County, where they had people, they didn't know what to do with them. Can we send them to you? Will you take them? And I wouldn't take them.
Oh, you would not?
No,
Okay.
no, because we have enough homeless. I don't want to import any more.
I
don't think the powers that be in the city of Elgin would have appreciated me bringing new homeless in.
Sure.
They find their way here on their own, and other people helping them. I didn't need to condone that kind of behavior because we already had enough problems taking care of the ones that we had.
I know we talked about veterans, homeless veterans a little bit in the green room, but that we do have the Midwest shelter for homeless veterans in Wheaton, and I know there's a couple folks there that will go out in the region and look at different homeless encampments, and they'll stop by, the Legion from time to time and say, hey, I was in Elgin recently, I had contact with a veteran. They definitely encourage them to try to come to, our Fourth Fridays where we have veterans benefits there. We have Kane County Veterans Assistance Commission available, and then folks from the VA as well, which both offer assistance. We offer assistance at the ground, at the grassroots level as well with, different types of assistance for, rent and, food, that sort of things. But I definitely agree with, the aspect of more out there, more outreach.
More outreach is definitely needed.
If I could jump in here, I hear you gentlemen talking, and we talked a little bit before the show. And I've experienced this while I've been at Elgin Wayside Center. So we, for 30 years, have operated I think it's called now, we're saying medium threshold facility. We didn't have overnight, but we would allow just about anybody to come in as long as they behaved themselves. And the problem with that was, over time, we just were enabling folks. We have one veteran there who's been there 15 years, maybe almost 20 years, and they just come in, use the showers, do their laundry, And we were basically not helping them deal with their issues. So we changed things up. And so it's important to get the guys and gals off the street because you know how your mother used to say, nothing good happens after midnight.
Right.
You need to be in. And that's true. And the influences are out there. So we changed things up and said, hey, if you want to come here, we need to register you. So we raised that threshold. And there's some things you need to agree to do, to sit down with a caseworker, to be referred to different agencies if you have issues. And if they don't do that, then they're not permitted to stay there. We give them a long time to deal with it. So we give them opportunities, we find those resources for them, we refer people, and so we've seen more progress than we have in the past. Now, are we getting everybody off the streets? Maybe not, because some folks don't want to do that.
But again, it's that, if I could interrupt you, it's that same situation. You're dealing with them once they're in a warm facility, where the problem seems to be, which I do like what it is, your program, because again, it's like, Corey Brooks and even with me with the Knights of Columbus, it's a hand up instead of a handout program.
That's what we do.
Somebody has to take the initiative to want to get corrected if they want to get fixed, bottom line. Whether you have, mental health issues, that's why the evaluation is very important. Before we all say, oh, that guy's crazy, just put him off to the side. You can't do that no more, because that guy that you're saying, oh, he's crazy, maybe he really is. You have some deep-seated problems, and now there's the next guy that's going to do something very serious, harm himself or harm somebody else. But what you're saying makes, again, all the sense in the world. But I think what I'm hearing, especially Greg saying, is how do we get to the field? What soldiers do we need out in the field, and will they talk to just anybody? It's a different caliber of people.
We did case management out on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
We'd go into the parks and stuff and sit and talk with these people and find out what they need. And we were successful in some of them. We did get into rehabs, did get them into addiction recovery. And, today they're still housed. A lot of them we watched die out here.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of sad stories.
We've seen a lot of death.
Yeah, the closer you get to it, the more you see the reality of what a lot of these folks are going. And it's terrible what these folks are going through. I have full empathy for it all. But there still has to be some kind of a program, some time of something long term that's going to cycle through and get the help for these folks that need it.
And you brought up another part of the problem, which is, people say, oh, that guy's crazy, just put him over there.
Correct.
We have a handful of people that are on the street right now that actually should probably be hospitalized.
Right.
But because of the state and the way the mental health system has been arranged now, there is no hospital for them.
Yeah. Right. Well, you're listening to a panel discussion here today. We're going to take a little short break. We're talking about homelessness, lessons from the Tent City fire, and just where do we go from here? Where are we right now? We got some great panelists in this afternoon, like Dean DeLaley, my partner here at the radio station, and a man who's had much experience in different ways. Dave Krieger of the Wayside Center, and Mark Smith, American Legion, and a candidate for Elgin City Council. Greg Schiller, who's been a part of the homeless situation here in Elgin for a long time. We're going to come back and talk more about it in just a few minutes here on WRMN. On this, it's 2:30 on a Friday.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. It's just plain stupid. The standoff between an Elgin family and Burlington-based Central Unit School District 301 over whether a student with an accessible parking placard can use it at his high school without a school parking pass is over. Sharon Hoggy said during a Tuesday meeting with school district officials they were told her son Gavin could use the placard and park in an accessible spot. Gavin, 16 years old, suffered a concussion playing soccer as a sophomore for Central High School on the JV team in 2023. He still suffers from chronic headaches and sensitivity to light and sound over a year later. The family emailed the school officials before the school year began to notify them that Gavin had a state-issued accessible parking placard, but Central High official told them he would not be allowed to park at the school because he didn't have a school parking pass. Gavin applied for a parking pass through a lottery but was not selected before the school year or in a later lottery when spaces opened following a construction project. When he parked in an accessible space in November, he was threatened with detention and a disciplinary note was placed on his permanent record. But after further review of the situation, Burlington Central has backed off. Inflation hits Christmas trees. If you're hoping to celebrate this Christmas with a sweet smell of pine, you may need to shell out some extra cash. The average price of Christmas trees has increased by 10% since last year, mostly due to inflation and drought, according to the American Christmas Tree Association. Suppliers and growers of Christmas trees have had to pay more for raw materials, labor, and distribution, causing them to charge the public more if they want to survive. I'm Marky B, and this is the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
The weather is getting better, and we know it's the time when ladders and DIYers come out. Before you start any new outdoor projects, ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power lines. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any type of work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Available now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes the backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended his case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety test as well as the breathalyzer tests. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcripts from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Welcome back. Welcome. It is Dino's night out this afternoon. Dino is stepping aside to my left today. If you're watching on YouTube, at WRMN Radio on YouTube, we are there. I'm checking the comments. My name's Mark. I'm from the first shift, of course, Monday through Friday, 6 until 10. We have Mark Smith here, Commander, American Legion Post 57 in Elgin. Probably hear about him a lot on the radio station, and also running for City Council this coming spring. And we have a couple of other great guests, Dave Krieger, Elgin Wayside Center, and Greg Schiller. And so welcome back. 847-931-1410 if you want to jump in on this discussion here in the next hour and a half. That's 847-931-1410 or the Image 360 information line, 505-926-1410. Greg, when I called you earlier today, I wasn't sure how involved you still were with the homeless. So you said you were on the Street Reach team. You want to tell us about that a little bit? What does that mean?
Street Reach is a long-time outreach that was founded by a man named Tony Sieta. At one time with Tony, I was his assistant director of Street Reach. That was about 10 years ago is when I started doing that. And then when I went to work for, when I started Matthew 2540, and we started running the temporary shelter at the First United Methodist Church, I stepped down from Street Reach and went and did that and got involved with some other 501c3s. Now I'm working with Street Reach. Actually, I do their security at their events.
Yeah.
But what they do is they feed the homeless every Friday night. We have clothing and blankets and toiletries. We'll We'll have clinics send staff out to do outreach to them there. We'll have medical professionals that'll reach out to them, try to get them any kind of medical care that they need. It's in the basement of the Vineyard Church. We'll be there tonight. Doors open up at 6:30. We serve a great meal, and we love on them and try to show them that there's people here who care and who want to help.
Yeah. How did you, now you've been involved with the Elgin homeless population for a long time, been a newsmaker before because you've tried to keep them at your house and things like that over the years. So why are you so involved? Like, what made you become so involved with the homeless population off the bat a long time ago?
I have a heart for the homeless. I see people that are hurting and I want to help them is, basically what it is. It's got a lot to do with my faith as well. I feel I'm a devout Christian and I feel called to this, what we call a ministry. I believe this is what Jesus would do. He would meet these people in the street and love them, try to help them. But we all have free will. We can turn away, walk away, and not accept that help. But, just be there, out there, and develop those relationships and show them that there's people that care.
Dave Krieger, want to tell us just a little bit about the Elgin Wayside Center? What is that exactly? What do you guys do?
So I have to tell you that the Elgin Wayside Center is part of a larger organization. Many folks know Wayside Cross Ministries, based in Aurora. And so our emphasis is just like what Greg was saying. We believe that it's not enough just to take the guys off the street, that they need to find hope. These guys, I think, have problems with lack of trust for obvious reasons. I think some of it's justified. And a lack of hope. Yeah, right? No? Yeah.
Give hope.
And a lack of hope. Yeah, I saw that when you walked in. And we believe that hope is in the Lord Jesus Christ. And
Amen.
so we do require folks to sit through a Bible study, but when you were talking, I was thinking someone recently said you're forcing it down their throats. No one's forcing anything. We're not mind police, so we can't, get in their brains and try to make them agree or acknowledge that we're right. But most of our guys are okay with sitting, and many of them do start to obtain some kind of hope, I think, through biblical principles and through the Lord Jesus Christ. So we do that, but we provide all the other things that they need. But here's the thing that we're changing in the near future is we, for 30 years, have been a day center, a day shelter. So we could provide things from 8:30 to 4, and then they're back out on the streets. So again, our mother's telling us nothing good happens after midnight. We've seen a lot of folks come here, also across the border, which is another whole issue. A lot of migrants who actually are very respectful, seem to want to help. They're very thankful for what we're doing. We give them a meal. They use our laundry facilities. They take showers. They get lockers. But they start to change after a while. And the reason is they're out there on the streets, and all those bad influences, people are telling them, this is how you got to survive. And we see them change their attitude, change the way they think. And so we're working with the city now, but we'll be moving from our current location on Fremont Street to over by the Elgin Cooperative or Community College. It's a building we own. Pads is over there.
Yeah.
Berkeley Street. We're going to be moving there and starting some overnight.
Didn't you used to be there?
We were there, but we didn't have any overnight. Pads did overnight, and then we did the day shelter. So now we're going to start doing overnight as well. So the folks that are now in our more structured program will have even a greater incentive to get straight, to do what they need to do, and then they'll be able to stay overnight as well.
That's awesome.
So we think that'll be sometime spring, maybe summer of 2025. So city's working with us. They've been great, but it's just all the paperwork, all the bureaucracy.
Red tape.
Yeah, red tape. So, but we're getting through it. We're changing the red tape to white. So.
Yeah. Mark, did you want to jump in?
Well, I was going to say with these two, with your vast experience in the topics, I mean, with the influx of folks that you see come to Elgin, is that what do you see behind that? What is that reason? Is it because there's a lack of enforcement with the circumstances, or there's not trouble, they're not getting charged, they're not getting evicted, that sort of thing? Or is it because there are so many services available in Elgin that it does enable the ability to be and remain homeless?
That is probably why one of the reasons why we have the amount of homeless individuals that we do is because we do have the resources. I mean, there's a soup kitchen every night at a different church.
Yes.
So you've got dinner for the guys every night. The Vineyard Church serves a breakfast 6 mornings or 5 mornings a week. They take Sunday off because they have church services. They're not able to do it on Sunday. So you've got food, and I know Wayside was also providing lunch during your day program.
Still do.
So we have plenty. No one's going to starve here.
That's true.
Okay, if you're going hungry in Elgin, you're not in the right place because there's plenty of food. No one's going to be cold because of lack of a coat or anything like that. We have so many resources.
Oh, yeah.
There's all kinds of clothing resources here. Different churches doing handouts, and not to mention, when we put out the call for help after the fire, the city came out in mass and brought tons of donations over to Paul's restaurant, and they were inundated with bags and bags and bags and bags. I dropped off bags at the shelter tonight or this morning. They had stuff on the floor that they were sorting on 2 floors of the church. There was 2 groups of people sorting through the donations, and there was more on the way.
Some of them had to turn it off and say, "Listen,
I was at Paul's yesterday, and I had a talk with the staff, and I spoke with Elaine. She was out of town, but I talked to her on the phone, and I said, you have to start turning people away because, number one, we can't store this stuff. We're never going to be able to use all this stuff. And it's just, I was sitting there loading up my car to take stuff down to the shelter, and 4 more cars showed up, SUVs, full loads, unloading it and stacking stuff up out in front of the restaurant. It was crazy. Yeah. So, yeah, the city's great.
And I know one thing, I don't know if you were all listening this morning or the past couple of days, and I'll invoke John Priggy's name. That'll probably make him call.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
He'll like that. We're talking about him on the radio.
But anyways, he did bring up the U.S. Supreme Court ruling in the summer that, allows cities and municipalities to create anti-camping, anti-lying, anti-sleeping type of codes and violations and that sort of thing to help, help stop, or calm down the homelessness.
Well, Elgin tried doing that with their red zone, I believe they called it, which was the downtown area. If you got 3 tickets for the red zone offenses within a 6-month period, you were banned from the red zone. Didn't work.
Banned from the red zone. Huh?
Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, if you came into the red zone after you were banned, I think they would arrest you. Didn't work.
And I think just my opinion, and I think the opinions of folks that I talk with as well, we're just maybe Elgin needs to just come and be a little more transparent on where we're actually at with the issue at the city level, right? Where are we in the process? Even with some of the talks with Chief Lally's from when she was a young officer, right? It's been going on for 20 plus years or whatever. We just where's the process at, right? So we had 4 years ago, we said the city manager said we've been working on it for 4 years. 2 years ago, the council basically passed and gave $1 million towards the issue, and that's when we talked about the tiny
in
house.
2018. At that point, the city was acting as though they were just trying to hide the fact that there was a homeless problem here in Elgin. Didn't want to admit it, weren't transparent about it at all. And it wasn't brought to light until somebody reported the fact that I was keeping homeless in my basement in January when it was cold, when the temporary shelter at First United Methodist wasn't opening. And that when they came to my house with the deputy chief of police and a warrant to search my house, and they threw 15 people out in the street in the middle of January. That made international news.
Yeah.
I saw articles about it in Germany, and I guess the mayor's office was inundated with phone calls. And after that, it was, okay, cat's out of the bag. Okay, now we got to do something.
And I think that was kind of what John Priggy was alluding to earlier when he was on council, basically trying to bring this up, and they were kind of like,
no, they didn't want to. They didn't want to deal with it. They didn't want to deal with it. That's one of the things that I found. I came here in 2013 and started doing homeless ministry, and one of the things that I almost immediately saw was the pushback from city government. They didn't want to deal with it. They didn't want to be transparent about the fact that, yeah, we have a real homeless problem here in Elgin, Illinois, and we need to do something about it.
And I don't know, maybe this has been done before. I mean, I know we went full in on this community task force on policing. I mean, maybe there needs to be a community task force on the homelessness. And if we can get as much gusto behind that as we did on the community task force on policing, look what that led to. It led to a civilian review board. So.
One collective is doing something like that.
Uh-huh.
They've been in town working for a few years now, and they've gotten closer than anyone else to achieving the goal of having some place for the homeless to go that's full time.
Yeah, I think they actually manage it now, I believe.
They're managing the shelter now. I was working with them the other night. I know Bobby and Alex.
So I don't know if I'm stepping on the city of Elgin's toes here, but I went to an Elgin Cooperative Ministries meeting a couple months ago, and they introduced a woman who's been hired, and I apologize, I don't remember her name.
For the city of Elgin?
The city to handle or to coordinate and deal with the homeless issues. So
Jenna, I believe, is her first name, perhaps, but I'm not sure what her last name is. Yeah.
So I'm not sure what they're doing yet.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have her on the show here soon to talk about what she's doing. So with you guys being the most involved on a regular basis with the city of Elgin homeless population, then is it fair to say that in the last year or two, we've seen a dramatic increase in the numbers?
I know we have. In fact, ours started when they opened the warming center. All of a sudden, because what happens is that folks were coming from other areas, coming into the warming center, and then, word of mouth gets around, and that's how these guys sometimes learn before anybody else gets to them. And they were saying, go to Wayside, go to Wayside. So we saw an increase. We also have seen an increase in folks coming across the border.
Right.
Extensively.
I know when I ran the temporary shelter, our average per night on any given night during the winter was about 40 people. Last year, the numbers I was hearing was 120 were showing up, and they weren't able to take them all because they're just not set up for that many people. Typically, once everything gets into full swing, now I think the numbers are 80 to 90 is what I'm hearing.
That's what I heard.
So that's double what I was seeing. Yeah. So yeah, we've definitely got higher numbers.
So I mean, and clearly from what we've heard in the last couple of days, it's not a temporary issue; it's a systemic and growing issue.
It's only going to get
worse. Yep.
Yeah, but the situation, and we're going back to that same thing and that same question that's being raised by offering the resources, we're increasing the amount of people coming to the Elgin area, which again, it's not necessarily all Elgin residents, even though you say a lot of the homeless are Elgin.
The majority of them are.
Okay, because you have the numbers on it. I certainly don't. But that doesn't get us any closer to how do you correct it, to what the commander's saying over here, as far as maybe a little more transparency if it doesn't exist, because there's a lot of websites, there's a lot of Facebook pages. What is the one? What's up in Elgin, or
what's happening?
What's happening in Elgin?
Yeah, there's a few pages like that.
That was the main reason for us at WRMN, because we want to be the neutral guys to just bring people here to have their comments. You folks on the panel, my opinions that I'm going to make are just my personal ones whenever I do, when it comes to reaching out and helping somebody. And that's why I keep telling you, I'm about the hands, you hand up, not the hand out. And I keep hearing what you're saying. A lot of what's being given is just handouts. Yeah. We're feeding them, we're doing this, we're clothing them, we're giving them a shelter, and they need that.
We're keeping them alive.
Yes, we are. And my faith tells me the same thing. I wouldn't turn my back.
Yeah, we're saving lives, but that's about as far as it goes.
I put them in my basement as well. If you get an overflow and we need to house people, I would take care of it. I have no problem doing that, me personally.
Right.
But how do we take care of this?
Plan on the city coming to your house and threatening to condemn your house if you don't throw the homeless guys out.
Yeah, but again, you can't blame the city, and we can't put this on law enforcement.
No.
Law enforcement shouldn't be tasked with, he's homeless, he's not, let's start going through this area. They're designed to be on the street, doing their patrol, answering calls, and then when they're called to a situation, handle it. Of course, if they see something that's growing and getting out of hand, it needs to be addressed. This is something that's
the way it has been set up now, and I've been a part of this, is when the police come across a situation where they're having an issue with a homeless person, but it's not necessarily something they need to arrest them for. They will call in another organization. I've been called in several times by the Elgin police to come and deal with an individual that they do not want to lock up, but they need to do something with him, and I'll help get them out of wherever they are. A lot of times, I've gone and pulled people out of the police station that wouldn't leave the lobby.
Well, but that goes to the street approach, back to what we're saying.
Yeah.
We need the foot soldiers.
We all need to be working together is what we need to be doing.
Exactly. So how do we get more people, I guess, then out in the street as advocates, lack of a better word, to try and counsel these different individuals?
I think
and
that,
say, how can we get you resources? Because giving them a meal, giving a place to sleep at night, it's not helping them.
I think the powers that be that are in place that have those resources need to be sending people out and saying, okay, hey, I'm from Ecker Center. I'm here to help you with this, okay? Or I'm from this agency, or I'm from that agency. We want to get you help. We want to get you help for your mental health, your addiction, whatever's going on with you that is keeping you homeless and keeping you from being part of, normal. I hate to use the word normal, but
I know
normal
what
society.
No one's, But, Corey Brooks does something, too, where he's educating, like, these youth, where a lot of it starts, the youth, troubled youth sometimes, but he deals with the homeless as well. So there's got to be some type of a program that we can get them, like, say, employment. Maybe there's something at the Legion that you've got menial tasks at 4 hours a day. You could pay X amount of dollars, and then maybe try to find them that low-income housing.
Well, and
that everybody was.
That's one of the things that I brought up with the vision I had for the low-threshold shelter. You start out with a shelter that takes everybody. Okay, right. You work with the police department and the courts. Everybody's mandated to go to the shelter. They can't sleep in the park. They can't sleep in the tent camps. They're gone. If you want someplace to lay your head, you got to go here. If you get in trouble downtown for drinking or whatever, causing a problem, the court can either send you to jail or they can send you to the shelter, and the shelter can work on rehabilitating you. And all those resources would be available at the shelter. Okay, you want a job? Okay, we've got companies that are working with us that we can send you to and get you employed. You need your GED? We've got people that can get you ready to take the GED test. Okay, you've got mental health issues, fine. We've got people here that will help you deal with your mental health issues, deal with your addiction issues, all of it right there in one place. And the way I saw it was we could have a building that was big enough to have everybody there that would have office space where the resources that are available, like Ecker Center and Ren Center and all these different places, could actually come and use that facility. That would be like a second office for them. They wouldn't, lose anything, and they wouldn't pay any rent for that. They would just come and work.
Satellite type office?
Yeah, it'd be a satellite office for them where they can work with the population. They could come to them. And we would have this like captive audience.
You're speaking of an idea that I even said before. We had this COVID, so now all of a sudden people are working from home. Companies are saying, hey, why have all these offices? Let the guy work from home, all this automation that's out there. So now you have a lot of empty buildings. We got a ton of empty buildings in this area. Come downtown. So maybe,
kidding.
I mean, really. So maybe if there was a way to subsidize the guy who's having a hard time now paying the taxes because he has nobody renting his property, maybe that's where the subsidy comes in, where if it's possible, and again, I don't know, but they could subsidize this property, put several floors of different people, and of course you have to evaluate them to what you're saying. Each group would be there, for a quick evaluation. And then if we have people that are troubled, we try to keep them in a certain area. But now you have to have proper security.
Yeah, you got to be able to manage it.
Right, but you need social worker is more important than having a police officer in there. Although you need a police officer in there for any enforcement that has to occur. Because not everybody's going to
You would need
comply.
people for this kind of thing, and I can say this because of my own experience. You would need people they would be unique.
Yeah, sure they would.
Okay, the training would be unique because they would have to be first, trained in crisis intervention, and would have to know how to handle all these different personalities.
You need flexibility.
Yeah.
You need a good negotiator.
Yeah.
Is what you need.
Yeah.
You need someone that can sit there. Yeah, this guy's. When I was on the street, we'd have a domestic. And the woman's beefing about the husband's beef. What's the first thing we did? Me and my partner, Mark.
Separate them.
Yeah, Mark, go take him on the other side. And then when she's telling me how much of a jerk, The commander was. I says, yeah, he's an idiot. I met him on the street before. He's always an idiot. You know, not just appease him, but get him to calm down, and then you can get to the point of, okay, now we're at the same level.
And one of the suggestions I think you made this morning too is like, hey, we've been out, or maybe Marky B, you said it, we've been out and looked at different policing programs that we've tried to model after. Why don't we find a good area that is dealing with their homeless in a positive way?
That was actually John Prigge.
Okay.
You know, he said, look, how come Palatine doesn't have a problem?
Yeah.
He says, well, because you know what? Other communities like Palatine has gone to other agencies. But you see, out of fairness to even Elgin and the Fox River Valley, there's Metro West that I'm a member of, as well as the Hampshire Area Chamber. We belong to Elgin Chamber, Downtown Neighborhood Association. So these are great groups and great resource groups, okay? Everybody does talk, you know, out of fairness to these mayors. Now, if they're not here at Elgin, and I don't know, I don't have the answer to it, but I'm hearing what you're saying, is that they're not communicating, Mark, to the people clearly what's going on. Oh, yeah, we're working on that. Well, we all like we're working on that, but here's what we're working on. We're trying to figure out how we can do, you know, X, Y, Z for X amount of dollars. If you give people sometimes that information, maybe that'll put them at bay a little bit to say, okay, well, here's some ideas toward that. And that's what today is supposed to be.
A little bigger than us, I think, but I Googled Rockford homeless earlier. And, you know, up on their Health and Human Services on their city site, they got housing programs, rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, condemnation
Rescue
relocation, homeless single point of entry. They have a bunch of different programs all set up all through this chance for change.
Well, if you hold that thought, we'll address it as soon as we come right back. But you hear that music, guys, like I told you. So we're going to probably get over to our hard break at the bottom half here.
Got it.
So go ahead, Mark.
We got Mark Smith and Dave Krieger and Dean DeLaley, Greg Schiller, and myself. Marky B, Mark Bialek. We got another hour left, and we hope to have you. Phone lines will be open in the next hour, too. Give us a call at 847-931-1410 in hour 2 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Tom on YouTube's made a couple of comments, so I'll get to those when we get back from this top of the hour break. I've made a few notes that I want to bring up in the second hour, so the lively discussion continues. It's a Friday, and we're talking about the Elgin and Fox Valley area homeless situation. What can we do about it? Where we are with it. It's 2:59 here on the first shift on a Friday.
At the law offices of Guthrie and Brady, we are dedicated to providing high-quality legal services at affordable prices. Whether you're dealing with real estate transactions, foreclosures, or will and estates, our experienced team, including Mary Brady, the happy lawyer, is here to help. With over 50 years of experience, you can trust that our attorneys have the knowledge and expertise to handle your legal needs. Our comfortable and welcoming office, along with our professional staff, makes it easy for you to get the legal guidance you deserve. If you're looking for expert legal services you can rely on, contact the law offices of Guthrie and Brady today. Schedule a consultation and let us put our decades of experience to work for you. For more information, visit gandblegal.com. That's gandblegal.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. St. Charles Police have identified a man from Indiana as the man who threatened residents of an assisted living facility with a chainsaw. 41-year-old Daniel H. Escalera from Indiana was fatally shot by police after threatening residents. An investigation into the incident is ongoing, and an autopsy is scheduled by the Kane County Coroner's Office. The Gail Borden Public Library is set to host the 1963 Chicago Bears. George Hallis and the road to the NFL Championship this Saturday from 10:30 till 11:30 a.m. at the main library in the Elgin Room with author and historian Charles N. Billington. Downtown Elgin is set to host Krampusnacht 2024 on Saturday, December 7th. Participating restaurants and bars will have Krampus-themed food and drink specials all day to celebrate the season. At 9 a.m., the Martini Room is set for an ugly sweater competition as well. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Oh, this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, then Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Attention restaurant owners, are you struggling with grease trap issues or bulk grease removal? Look no further than Hopkins Grease Company. Serving the greater Chicago area since 1947, Hopkins Grease has been the go-to company for grease recycling and maintenance, offering a range of specialized services for restaurants, big or small. From used cooking oil collection to grease trap cleaning, their full fleet of vehicles and dedicated team of employees ensures fast, efficient service in areas like Elgin, Crystal Lake, Algonquin, and Schaumburg. And they're not just a business. They are part of your community. As a family-owned company, Hopkins Grease is big enough to meet your needs, but small enough to give you personalized, friendly service. And they proudly support America's First Responders through our partnership with America's First Responders Fest. So when you choose Hopkins Grease, you're choosing a company that gives back. Need service today? Call Hopkins Grease at 847-458-4040. We're ready to take your grease worries off your plate.
This is WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Commercials for so-called junk food have been banned on television and online in the United Kingdom in an effort to curb obesity and tooth decay in children. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports the same issues affect children here in the United States.
If you look at some of the statistics over in the UK, 1 in 5 5-year-olds are suffering from tooth decay. They have a huge population of children who are suffering from obesity. We're seeing the same thing in the US. So what we're going to hear is a reaction, how people are feeling the impact of these new bans overseas, and if it's something that possibly we could see here.
The ban will hit commercial broadcasters in the UK hard, with some estimating 50% drop in revenue as a result. Britain's National Health Services says healthcare issues affecting children add up to more than $14 billion a year. New clues are giving investigators a better look at what the person who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was doing before they opened fire. News Nation's Alex Caparillo is in New York City with the latest.
New reporting overnight reveals that the gunman in this attack possibly took a bus all the way from Atlanta and used a fake ID from New Jersey to book both that ride and a lodging at a hostel on the Upper West Side. At this point, that gunman is still on the loose. We're now entering our third day here. There's no clear indication that he's even in New York.
Police have released photos of somebody they said is a person of interest wanted for questioning in the attack. They also said a cell phone found at the scene was a burner phone, which is one of many clues that shows how much planning went into the attack. WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
If you are 50 years and older, you are welcome to join Elgin State Bank's sponsored movie days at Elgin Marcus Theater. It will always be on the second Thursday of each month. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. At 9 a.m., you will hear a very brief message from Sherry Aschenbrenner about upcoming senior events, and movies will begin at approximately 9:30 a.m. Coffee and a donut is complimentary. You can always call the movie theater hotline number of 847-888-7976 to find out what movies are playing each month. The cost is $3 if you are a member of Elgin State Bank, meaning you have an account there, and $5 if you are a non-member. And for more senior information, catch Sherry's Senior Showcase on the third Tuesday of every month at 9:15 a.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
are back. We are back. It's hour 2 of our Dino's Night Out special edition here on this Friday as we talk about the homeless situation here locally in the city of Elgin, Kane County, the Fox River Valley, with our panel of guests here this afternoon, who include our friends Mark Smith, Elgin American Legion Post 57, running for city council this spring. Greg Schiller, who I've known for a while, has been involved with the homeless for a long time. Elgin citizen who cares about the homeless. That's what we'll call Greg here today. We have Dave Krieger with Elgin Wayside Center. And we have my friend Dino over here with WRMN with a past fire and police experience. And Dino, I know before we wanted to go any further, you wanted to mention, kind of just give a disclaimer for everything here, right?
Yeah, and I'm always the guy that's doing that, but I'm not trying to do that today. I just want everybody that's listening to understand. That goes for the city fathers, the whole Fox River Valley, our people that we're encouraging to call in with suggestions and ideas. None of us here are politically motivated to insult or, we just want to get some suggestions and solutions if we can. Mark Smith is here today, not as candidate for council. He's here because he cares, okay? We got Dave at Wayside, had the opportunity to meet him today, as well as Greg with Street Reach. These are individuals that have been through this, individuals that have felt this. They've got that nice faith base, myself as well, with the Knights of Columbus. I couldn't turn my back on my brother. I mean, we're supposed to receive love and give love. Isn't that what our God wants?
That's right.
Now, whoever your God is, let it be. Your God is your God. But if we all act that way, if we all use our good sense and operate from our heart and give love to our brother, we could come up with a solution. And I think we're on the right path. I think we're getting there. I know, again, we had all this, oh, boy, Elgin really came out and, man, they brought all these coats out here. Yes, they did. Some people just took some things out of their closet. Like I said, I could be the new John Priggy, I guess, and say it like it is. But, I mean, they clean their conscience by, oh, here, take these coats, and all there is a bunch of torn up things that they're bringing to almost make themselves feel good. I think what we need to do is find the organization you want to get behind, whether it be the city of Elgin with what's that new woman? What's that group?
City of Elgin?
Yeah, that new lady, that new position.
Yeah, I'm not sure what her official position is yet. But
I don't know anything about her.
The homeless coordinator. A $5 donation to Street Reach, to Wayside, to the American Legion, because I'm sure, Commander, don't you have an outreach for the military?
Yes.
That have homeless situations? Yes. Okay. A $5 donation is going to go a little bit further than a knee-jerk, oh, we got to get some warm coats because it was a terrible fire and these people don't have no jackets. We're assuming that that's what happened. And then the reality of it again, and that's why I wanted to make sure we communicated this, Elgin got out there, they extinguished that fire quickly, I tell you.
I can't believe that they were able to get it under control as quick as they did. They had to hand-jack those, again, former firefighter, there's no hydrants out there. I was there, I saw it.
They hand-jacked those hoses.
It was cold.
His crew hand-jacked them hoses through the forest area to extinguish that fire. The police.
Well, yeah, they had to drag those hoses all the way across.
Chief Lally and her
the
crew,
tracks down the hill, 100%. Down to where the fire was.
And they made sure that they did a quick search of the area, that there was nobody like under blankets or, you see a fire like that, maybe somebody was asleep when the fire occurred.
Yeah, you never know.
And he could be burnt under there.
Sure.
How fortunate this situation turned out. There was no injuries or fatalities. Amen. I mean, God was watching over these folks. It was dinner time. They were going to get the handouts.
We were all waiting to hear that somebody was found.
I'll be honest with you. I thought for sure the day after they were going to find, sadly, somebody that was burrowed trying to keep warm. It was 17 degrees at one point. Yeah. When Mark was out there first reporting, I was like, oh, my God. And I tried to get out that way. I said, well, he's out there. No sense of both of us.
It was cold.
No, I mean, there was no need. And you weren't going to get any closer.
Those firemen, they earned their money.
They should. You know what? They should be totally. The police and fire department did their job, and then.
Oh, they were on it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I mean, and even all the social services that came out.
Sure.
And I believe public work, everybody, the first responders.
We had social services down at the shelter.
Yeah.
We had crisis management people. We had mental health people. all down there to talk to
that's who
the
you
people
need.
and help them. It was great.
Because, you have somebody that's experiencing homelessness right now. You're not in the best frame of mind. I can only imagine.
No.
So
Why would
now you just lost the last of what you thought you had if it was, to be burnt up.
Right.
And again, fortunately, the report was not as many people lost things that had originally we thought. So that's pretty good. But still in all, the trauma that this homeless person has to feel, I'm glad that social services was there. Again, we take lightly sometimes the mental health portion that all of this plays, and I think that's probably key. That's the startup point. And then we worry about enforcement and ordinances. But I think, again, we're hoping we're going to get some ideas in here. Mark's got some comments he wants to make. But again, applauding the three of you for all that you do, and the way you do it is something.
There's one thing I want to get in real quick.
Yeah.
Because I was asked to put this out there. If anybody wants to donate anything physical, there are only a few items that we actually need, and that is propane-powered buddy heaters and the hoses to connect them to the 20-pound propane tanks and tents. That's it. If anybody wants to show up with that, we'll be at Street Reach at the Vineyard Church tonight. If they want to drop them off at the church, that's fine.
Where's Vineyard's Church at?
Vineyard Church is at 220 Division Street, right here in downtown Elgin.
Right there.
220 Division Street here in downtown Elgin.
And we open at 6:30 tonight for Street Reach.
Yeah. So in the Tent City area, would you say, or even in Elgin as a whole, is there any guess number of homeless people that we currently have? Can we take a guess at that? And is that like a drastic increase from in the last couple of years?
We probably got about 30 people down in Tent City.
That's only about 30? I was thinking maybe even more than that.
Possibly.
We have 3 tent camps in town.
I was about to say, that's our largest, but not our
That's our
only,
biggest
right?
tent camp,
Not
but
our
there's
only.
3 camps.
Right.
So again, at that meeting I was at a couple of months ago, the woman I was referring to, someone said, or maybe it was one collective gentleman, Alex Madrid, they were saying about 120. That's what
Total
they threw
homeless?
out. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see
On
them.
the
Even
street.
where we are, we have large lists, but they're not always there. So
Right.
again, we're a day center, so we see them and then we don't see them for a while and then they come back. So if you add it all up, there's probably about that
Well,
many.
this new group of homeless that we have here, a lot of them are very young. So they still have friends and stuff. On any given day, they could be sleeping on somebody's couch.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then, I've talked to several that have been, where you been? Oh, I've been on so-and-so's couch, and they got sick of me and told me I had to leave. And that happens a lot. So you'll see a lot of the population will not come to the shelter because they don't need to. They're in somebody's living room or somebody's basement.
Right.
And they're doing some couch surfing until that's no longer available. Then we'll see them at the shelters. We'll see them on the street. We'll see them at the soup kitchens.
It's 314. The number to call if you want to be involved in the conversation is 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410, taking phone calls. Tom on YouTube, and this is when Dave was talking about the movement of the wayside to the west side over there by ECC. He asked, so how does one get to the far west side, as it is a 5-minute walk from downtown to the ECC area? That's a challenge for people that are around here that are trying to access pads and will be with the wayside too, right?
Yep. So that issue has come up, and it's a toss-up. So a couple ways to address this. One is you can say, well, look, we won't do it because it's too far away. But we even when we were there in the past, folks made it there. So it's amazing how resourceful these folks are. A lot of them have, PACE, free PACE
they've got the
cards,
bus
that sort of
cards.
thing. Right, and I'm not making light of it like it's a little thing. It is a little bit of a challenge. But we're also taking a look at the possibility of getting 1 or 2 vans. That's in the making somewhere in the future. So, there may be a way, once we increase our staff, that we could somehow get folks from
Offering
probably
transportation
from
would be
Vineyard.
huge.
Now you have to be careful with that, obviously, because people
Obviously,
want
but-
rides just to go see grandma or something.
They want to go to the dope house down on the
exactly.
west side. Yeah.
Right, so that's not
There
locked
is
in.
that.
It's
Well,
not locked in
if you
yet,
make
but
it
it's something to look
if
at.
you make it a depot stop where it starts over at the wayside and it stops at the certain church or the different place that they're feeding, and that's it, and then returns back, within a window. I think that would stop
I
that.
mean, there's a ministry called Helps. It's over in Valley View. Maybe you know those folks.
Oh, yeah. I've worked with Pastor Angelo.
Right.
Yep.
And so every holiday, they provide a big meal. And folks know about it, and we advertise it as well. And they bring a van around and pick folks up at the library and so on. So it's a little bit of a challenge, but somehow folks make it work so they can be there overnight, because that's why we're moving there.
Have there always been 3 homeless encampments, or has the growth of the homeless population led to?
It was one camp. Then, if you'll recall, one summer we had 20 or so individuals living in the park right over here by all the
Carlton
churches.
Rogers Park?
And I talked to the police, and they told me, if you can do anything, get them to leave, because if you don't, we're going to start arresting everyone. So I came up with a plan, and I found a empty forested area, and I moved everybody out of the park in Carlton Rogers Park to this forested area. That was the first alternate tent camp other than Tent City, and that was 2 years ago.
Well, at least now we got someone to blame.
Yeah, you can blame me. Me and my volunteers, we showed up with our vehicles. We took all their stuff in them, and we got them tents and sleeping bags and everything they would need to exist out in the woods, and we set them up. We figured it would be better for them to be back there than causing trouble downtown, and because most of them are addicts and they're drinking and doing their drugs, and I thought some robberies took place downtown, and I know who it was that did it, and it was part of that group that was living in the park. So we tried to take care of that, and that's when it started.
Yeah.
And now that camp has been moved a few times, and now there's a third camp.
We keep talking about solutions, and most everybody says there is no absolute solution.
There's no perfect solution.
What if there is the closest thing to a solution? What would be, and you guys, and I guess maybe we could take it one by one here, what is the best solution right now? Go with the flow, or is there something that needs to be done? Is there something that a big drastic change that needs to happen to try to make the situation better in the city of Elgin and in the area?
You guys want to take that first?
Go ahead.
Well, like I've been saying, one-stop shop shelter. I'm using Aurora's Hesed House or Rockford's Rescue Mission as examples, where you have medical clinic, you have mental health resources, you have addiction recovery, you have all the different resources that you would need to be able to help somebody get from addicted or mentally ill and homeless to being a contributing part of our society. If you have it all in one place, it makes it a lot easier. If you're working with the local courts and police and companies in the community that you can do job placements with, and the police can pick these people up on the street, bring them to the facility, tell them you have to stay here, you can't live in a tent over here in the park. If you have the courts, when somebody gets arrested for one of the nuisance offenses, hey, you can either go to Kane County Jail, or you can go over here to this facility and let them help you. I think that would probably be a really viable solution. Would it be the perfect solution? No, there's no perfect solution. But I think it would make an impact to the point that we would see it. You wouldn't see the people on the street like you do now. You wouldn't have people defecating in front of businesses downtown and urinating on the walls, leaving their dirty, wet, smelly sleeping bags and clothes just laying about downtown, which they do. It broke my heart one time. I did a big sleeping bag giveaway. We were donated a truckload of sleeping bags. I gave everybody a sleeping bag, and they started turning up, being left in the parks. I knew they were my bags because they all looked the same.
Yeah.
And these guys, they got wet, and they abandoned them. They just left them laying there. A few $1,000s worth of sleeping bags. A lot of them ended up in the trash. And that goes back to the handout thing. We're doing the handout. We do it great. Elgin does the handout really great.
Yeah.
The hand up thing is that hump that we haven't been able to get over. We need to get into the position to do the hand up, not the hand out.
The handout thing is just enabling, right?
Well, I wouldn't call it enabling. What it's doing is keeping them alive.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's going to freeze to death this winter because we have the temporary shelter. We have plenty of sleeping bags and blankets and coats and all that stuff. You know, everybody will be warm and covered. We have food. No one's going to starve to death. But that's about as far as it goes. It's not enough.
Right.
It's definitely not enough.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. So there's kind of a push. You were talking about pushing, going out there, and some organizations are equipped to do that, and they have the staff to do it. But there's also the pull, and that pull to me is kind of like a carrot or a stick. So, and I saw this at Wayside. We were just giving, and enabling folks. And so what I mean by the pull is if we give them an incentive where they are motivated to come to a place where all those services and helps are available, but you have to hold their feet to the fire on some of this. So that's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
And some
that's
folks
where the courts would come in and the police would come in. You can't live in a tent out here. So you have to go there.
Right. So
if you want to sleep someplace, that's where you have to sleep.
Right.
And then we have an opportunity to start working with these people.
Right.
And then it's not selective enforcement. There's been a benchmark made. Right. You have a facility for everybody to go to.
Right.
You know, John has said it. You know, John Prigge again. Mm-hmm. He had said if there's one spot to put people in, this makes all the sense in the world.
And then bring all the resources
and then everybody
there.
goes there. And then now you could enforce. Chief Lally was talking today. Can you panhandle on the street? Well, if you're blocking a roadway, no, you can't. Mm-hmm. But if you're off to the side and you stop a car and ask people for money, you're allowed to do that. So there's the silly loopholes. But again, if you have something that you could bring people to and get them the resources, again, that we're, I think, all speaking of, one mega facility.
Yeah, one big facility.
And again, the hand up, educate them, teach them a skill, give them employment, have employment people come in. Everyone's looking for temp services. I mean, I've worked laborer before. Come on, go work as a laborer.
Sure.
Do what you have to do.
Yeah. I worked for Ready Man back in the day when I was younger.
Yeah.
You know, there's lots of things available, and you know, if we could all come together and work on this, you know, I know the tiny house. We talked about the tiny house thing. Yeah. That's been brought up before, the pallet shelters. And I'm 100% opposed to that.
Yeah, let's talk about that in just a few minutes. The reason I want to put that off is because we talked about him for about an hour now, and now he's called. So let's give him a shot at us. 847-931-1410. John Prigge has called on the station.
Hey, John.
Great. He's the man of the hour. Hey, John, how you doing?
Gentlemen, I'm so happy that you're talking about this because based on Mark's program this morning and today, you have talked 100% more than any member on the city council has had any time to talk about things like this and get an item on the agenda for simple discussion. That says a lot to me more than anything else. But I do want to ask Dean a question. Dean, you have experience with fires.
Sure.
When you looked at that fire and the flame and the size of the flame, do you think there was any accelerants used?
Yeah, in fact, the night of the fire, that's what I was speaking of. I was concerned that if there was, you know, people buried in there, you know, under blankets and what have you. But you know there was propane tanks out there. You know there was some type of kerosene, you know, because they have those portable kerosene heaters. And when I saw that ball of fire in the one center, there was definitely something that accelerated it. Now, you know, there's a lot of people going around saying it was set or maybe somebody said it. I don't know. I won't speak on that. I'll let the fire investigation, you know, respond to that. But there was definitely, you could tell by the look of the fire and that seat of that fire, there was a lot of concentration at that one point. So that's, if you're asking that question, that's my response to that.
Okay, and then let me ask you, just going forward, looking around the corner.
Sure.
After the fire department investigates this, what would you think would the public's response be if they found that the cooking of methamphetamines was taking place, and that is very highly combustible? Would that change anybody? Would they run back to all these restaurants that have been taking donations and take their coats back?
No, because I'll tell you what, you say there's 30 people living over there. How many of those individuals were involved? If your thought is right, they were maybe doing that. Let's say they were doing that, making the meth there. So maybe 1 or 2, 3 people that stepped out, no different than the community. 2, 4, 3 people violate a speeding rule. Are you going to, clamp down on every other person that doesn't? You know what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying.
Can I address this?
And I get you. Sure you can.
Hey,
but
John.
I get you on that.
Let's say that you're correct, and there was a meth lab down there at that area. The area that burned, we refer to as Little Mexico. All right, and it's where the homeless, a few of the homeless Mexican population lived. There's about a half a dozen guys down there. Okay, and it's actually set apart from the rest of the tent city camp. When you walked into the camp, it was actually the first part down a hill right by the river where this Mexico City place was. And then you had to walk another, probably a good block further north to get to the rest of the camp. I can tell you that the rest of the people that are in that camp were not involved in any of that, if there was any of that going on. Okay. Most of those people that are in the northern part of the camp have been there for years and years. It's a long time established camp. So whatever went on and whatever got lit on fire, it had nothing to do with the majority of the people that are living in Tent City.
Which is my point.
Okay, that's interesting. Then the next thing I just want to offer up is certainly a valid, in my opinion, a valid presentation and point, the politicalness of this. In Elgin, we have 2 lame ducks on the 9-person council. Carol Rauschenberger leaves in 5 months. So she can do whatever she wants now between now and the end of the 5 months. Dave Captain is going to be gone in about, I think he's 2.5 years. He's already proclaimed this is his last term.
Right.
So anything they do has really no accountability except personally. They don't want to, I'm sure they don't want to call BP Amoco and say, here, put a $10 million tank of gas on the top of the roads here in Elgin. But I think that's important to look at, to see who is not in the concern level, who has never been in the concern level for this, especially when you have the politics involved in this. And thank God there's an election coming up in 5 months. And to anybody, any new people that are thinking about running, make sure you have a plan, because when you go to any other type of conversations with the public or there's a forum held, I would strongly urge that somebody has a plan to take care of this, or at least to start, because nobody's starting anything. I know. I sat in that back row. I sat on that dais. Nobody cares.
Well, thank you, John.
And it's not, and no task force is needed, no commission, nothing.
John, do it.
People that care.
You know the music, what it means. Hang on the phone, can you? Because there's a few more pieces we could go over, especially like with the council members, because I did make phone calls prior to this this forum, and I'd like to express that, okay? So would you hold on, and we'll come back in just a few short moments?
I'm flattered you asked. Yes,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, John Prigge, you're going to put him on hold here, and we're going to take a break. We're talking about the homeless situation here in the city of Elgin, and kind of based on the Tent City fire the night before last. More of it on the way on Dino's Night Out on WRMN.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. It's just plain stupid. The standoff between an Elgin family and Burlington-based Central Unit School District 301 over whether a student with an accessible parking placard can use it at his high school without a school parking pass is over. Sharon Hoggy said during a Tuesday meeting with school district officials they were told her son Gavin could use the placard and park in an accessible spot. Gavin, 16 years old, suffered a concussion playing soccer as a sophomore for Central High School on the JV team in 2023. He still suffers from chronic headaches and sensitivity to light and sound over a year later. The family emailed the school officials before the school year began to notify them that Gavin had a state-issued accessible parking placard, but Central High official told them he would not be allowed to park at the school because he didn't have a school parking pass. Gavin applied for a parking pass through a lottery but was not selected before the school year or in a later lottery when spaces opened following a construction project. When he parked in an accessible space in November, he was threatened with detention and a disciplinary note was placed on his permanent record. But after further review of the situation, Burlington Central has backed off. Inflation hits Christmas trees. If you're hoping to celebrate this Christmas with a sweet smell of pine, you may need to shell out some extra cash. The average price of Christmas trees has increased by 10% since last year, mostly due to inflation and drought, according to the American Christmas Tree Association. Suppliers and growers of Christmas trees have had to pay more for raw materials, labor, and distribution, causing them to charge the public more if they want to survive. I'm Marky B, and this is the Talk of the Town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
B-Lux Bar and Grill Wisconsin Dells is the quintessential American grill and bar, with refined rustic cuisine and award-winning libations. Their honest, feel-good food menu is complemented by a beer list to satisfy every taste. Classic cocktails and our signature shakes, rich and creamy with a splash of boozy goodness just to shake things up a little bit. B-Lux Grill and Bar, classic American cuisine with a contemporary twist. Thanks for listening to WRMN 1410. Don't forget to join us every day for our Comfort Keepers feature. Comfort Keepers is a leading provider of in-home non-medical care for seniors and other adults in need of assistance with daily activities. Again, listen daily at 7:25 a.m. for our Comfort Keepers feature. And thanks for listening.
Welcome back to our panel discussion on this Friday afternoon, talking about homelessness. I'm Marky B, Mark Bialek. I'm an Elgin Township trustee, by the way. I'm joined by Dino DeLaley, managing partner here of WRMN, former firefighter, former police. Mark Smith, commander, American Legion. And we're also joined, of course, over here today by Dave Krieger with Wayside Ministries and Greg Schiller. And good conversation. And we have about 25 minutes left. We're also joined by John Prigge, who's on the phone and held through the break. So let's go back to John and continue the conversation. Dino, I know you wanted to talk more with John, right?
I did it.
Go ahead.
Okay, now we got a microphone. We're all on.
It's late in the day.
Are you back with us, John?
Yeah, Dean, where'd you get that suit at? And did they come in my size?
Yeah, what do you think? Come on by. I'll let you bring it to the tailor.
We'll talk later.
I got a free bowl of soup with it with my hat. So, the point I wanted to bring up is, I always love how direct you are, and I think you hear the way I talk. I think I'm pretty direct in a lot of my dialogue as well. But out of fairness, again, and I'm not the city's advocate, when this first broke and everything happened, and we were talking, at the station there, I said, well, let's see who we can get together, because there's a lot of talk back and forth, what really happened, this meth lab thing, and all that type of stuff, and it should at least be talked about. If that's what unfolds from the investigation, then that's what unfolds. But we did make phone calls, and I will tell you, as you said, like the city council doesn't do much, and that could be, because I don't know the total workings just yet. But I did reach out to Rose Ortiz, Anthony.
Rose Martinez, yeah.
Rose Martinez, I apologize.
Yeah.
Rose Martinez, Anthony Ortiz, and Tish Powell. And I'll be honest, I had great conversations with all three of them. They would have loved to have been on, but again, they had prior commitments. We gave them less than 24-hour notice, but they did say that they would love to have a conversation, and they would openly talk about the situation at any time. So if this is what we're able to do to satisfy our listeners, to satisfy the people that aren't as pleased about what's going on, nobody should be pleased about what's happening out here. This homelessness is a situation, if you have any conscience, you would want to work toward correcting it. And then there's the other, parallels that go along with it. But, they are willing to talk, and they are willing to, even come onto the station, and we could put another panel together. So that, again, was the purpose of today. And I just wanted to stress that we did not get any indication of anybody sidestepping, even Chief Lally. You heard how direct she was with everything. So, she's the one that said she come on the job in 1996 as a patrol officer, and that's 29 years ago. And, there was a tent city back then. So it's been an ongoing situation.
It's been there for years.
Correct. You folks know more than me. And all I'm doing is, again, we're trying to bring everybody as our commitment to being, community broadcasting now, instead of that silly shopping show. We're going to try and get some good time. I always got to get it out, sorry. But, we want to get the real topics of what's going on in the Fox River Valley. And again, this does not just include Elgin. This is everybody around. So I just wanted to get that out to you, John, just so you know they will talk. And we'd love to have you in studio as one of the panel guests, if you wouldn't mind coming in.
And hey, John, I just wanted to chime in real quick, too. I mean, I did a quick search through the Illinois Municipal League earlier, and they actually have a template ordinance for any city, town, village to use to include penalties for, this camping, no camping within city limits, public camping, that sort of thing, includes penalties and that sort of thing. But I also agree with these gentlemen that somewhere to go is key as well, right?
Yeah,
so
you can't shut down the camps if you don't have anywhere to put them.
I grew up in Bloomington. We had the Home Sweet Home mission, right? So that's where they would go. So you have to have a place to redirect. But I also think if we continue to not have some sort of enforcement or violations like this ordinance lists say, the city would give 72-hour notice that we're taking it down, and then there's definitions for what's personal property, what's not personal property. If personal property was collected when somebody wasn't there, the city or the village hangs on to it for 30 days until claimed. If not, then disposed of. I mean, this lays it all out in whatever type of ordinance you would need right here.
Something interesting to watch, too, is in Humboldt Park, city of Chicago.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to be...
they're kicking them out of Humboldt Park.
Now, I don't know if that occurred or didn't occur.
There was an article about it that I read just earlier today, that today was going to be the last day.
Correct.
They were getting rid of the remaining tents and making everybody leave.
Yeah, because what's happened there was it was occupied, but they've been going across and seeing, just like...
It was actually the largest tent encampment in the city.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But to your point with your sleeping bags, you gave all these nice sleeping bags, and they were all wet and soiled.
They were just abandoned.
Same thing has been going on. They thought these tents were occupied, and reality was 70%. Now, that was just one report I heard. 70% were unoccupied, which is what sparked this. We're going to clear out the Humboldt Park now because there's less. But
not being there, I can't speak to that. I tend to doubt that.
Seemed like a high number of vacancy to me, too.
I would tend to doubt
especially with what's going on. But anyhow, that's all I wanted to say.
Come to Elgin.
I do want to.
One point.
Go ahead, John.
Can I? All right. Here's where you may have been smoked, Dean.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Right. Rose Martinez, Anthony Ortiz, Tish Powell agreed to go on the radio, right, and discuss this.
Okay.
All right. Tell them to put it on a meeting agenda. You need two people.
Oh!
Tell them to put it on a meeting agenda so it can be videotaped. It's going to take longer than a 45-minute show or a half hour or an hour show. Get them under the lights of the city council dais. It takes two of them. Tell him to put it on the city manager, to put it on an agenda. The agenda is real light this time of year because the budget's going through. I want them in the council chambers. I don't want them on the radio. My God, between 2 or 3 people on the radio, an hour, and Mark, you know this, an hour flies like 10 minutes. I want them on the council. I want them on the dais, underneath those hot lights, and then everybody can talk.
I had a feeling you were going to say that, John, because they agree to be on the radio, but why? But you're saying why don't they put it on the agenda to talk about it at a city council meeting?
But we don't know that they won't either. Again, I'm just the guy that always likes to give a little benefit of the doubt. If we ask a question and then they say no, well, okay, there's our answer. But we have to start someplace. I think today, we've got 2 hours, well, less with our commercials, but close to 2 hours worth of content here. I think everybody had a little bit to say and brought some good ideas. I think truly, and again, my personal opinion, and I won't get off it, a mega center, put the egos aside, put the authorities aside, put everybody off to the side and say, you know what, we're all going to work together, whether it be street reach, whether it be wayside, whether it be the military, whether it's the city. But if you get all these social service groups and church organizations, whoever wants to help and start educating, helping these folks to better themselves, the ones that want to, because there's a handful that just...
Oh, there's a lot that are going to be service resistant.
And there's some that just don't even have the ability because of the addiction that they're trying to beat.
There's basically 3 main groups. You have the addicted, you have the mentally ill, and then you have just the regular guy that found himself in a situation or maybe he made some bad decisions and some things that were out of his control occurred, and he ended up homeless. But this is the guy who's not going to be on the street very long because he's going to figure out how to get himself out of what he's gotten himself into.
And if you have that group with the resources, giving him a little boost.
Yeah, he's going to get off the street quick. It's going to happen.
That's my only point.
They're the easiest to work.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thanks for your time, man. You've been very gracious. I really appreciate it. And Dean and Mark, thank you for pushing this onto your airwaves. Others would have ducked, but you guys are establishing yourselves as a source for talking and source for seeking opinions. And I applaud you for that. And I agree with you, Dean, about the shopping show. How does that...
yeah, I got one. There you go. Now, there's more than the reason we made that decision. There was more people that did persuade me. It wasn't just I woke up one day and said, you know what, we're going to eliminate it. But it wasn't hard to do, I will tell you. But it's good. We want to be the community broadcasters. Thanks for your time, Jen.
Thanks, John.
You bet. Thank you, gentlemen. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And you were going to?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something about a previous statement. I was talking about what we call Mexico City in
or Little Mexico?
Or Little Mexico in Tent City. It's a very small area. There were, like I said, there was only about half a dozen guys down there, and they were set apart from the rest of the camp. They weren't in control of anything. They wanted to be left alone. They stayed apart. They didn't really interact with the rest of the campers, and they were just a group of Hispanics that lived in their own little section of the camp. And what they did down there is whatever they did.
And I'm going to be just, again, me, the way I am. I just put it out there. When we were at the break, I kind of looked at, Greg just a little funny. Well, what were you trying to say? Because you have a guy that's bringing up, hey, there may have been a meth lab. Were you implying that could have been what was going on? But you're saying that's totally to the contrary, that little group that you're identifying, as best as you know.
If they were doing that kind of thing down there.
You had no knowledge of it.
Yeah, I know nothing.
And you would have.
I know real knowledge about it, but I can tell you that the rest of the camp didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, that's good. That's all I was trying to get across. I didn't want to draw or connect the two dots that because there was a few people, and we've heard it, Mark's heard it on several different
We've heard
comments.
the rumors.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get that out of there, that wasn't
But
it.
I personally have never had my eyes on a meth
Great.
lab down there.
Good.
Well,
That's-
let's go back to the phones because we have another call now. 847-931-1410. I believe this is someone who wants to talk about this. It's Skeet joining us here on the phone. Good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing? Sorry, I'm just joining. I caught the end of the conversation that you guys had, so I don't know if it was really covered, but I blame the entire homeless issue on all the churches in Elgin. They're, obviously overfunded. They give like meals out, like catered, and they have no reason to go anywhere else. You look at Barrington or anything else, you think they have a homeless problem? They don't. They drive them over here.
What's the
And they dump them off, and they see everyone's getting, these catered meals every freaking day. And if it's cold out,
Skeet?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just answer some of what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if you've ever been to a homeless shelter or if you've ever partaked. I've served several of them to homeless folks. It's not like you're going to a 5-star hotel. You're not getting shrimp and lobster, filet. You're getting the basics, enough protein to sustain, enough of starches, and a nice balance of vegetables. It's really not a situation like, they're being catered to and they're trying to make them at home. Churches don't have a big budget. They're not overfunded. These are donations from the parishioners, and that's where they're getting their funds.
Can I interject?
And plus the fact, you say, why doesn't Barrington have the problem? Because the Barrington people are over there in Elgin because they know Elgin does have resources that we had talked about earlier. And I'm not trying to tear down what you're saying. What you're saying is very valid. But just to bring you up to speed to some of the responses we had to what you were saying, a lot of people come to the Elgin area because there's more resources here. So if there's no resources in Barrington, where are you going to go with your handout? Nobody. But if you come here, you'll be fed.
I don't know about you guys, but I know about growing up poor. I grew up in the inner city. My mother struggled to put food on the table. We had 4 people living in a 900 square foot house. There were 3 of us: my mom, my dad, my grandma, and my cousin, using one bathroom. I understand what it is to struggle, but you got to understand these people don't want to do anything. They just want to do whatever they want to do. And yes, some might have substance problems, but that's all a part of being.
Yeah, Skeet, you're generalizing, Skeet. You can't do that because that's not the case for, that may be the case for one small group of these people, but you've got other people that have other issues that keep them from being able to be a part of society for whatever reason.
We're institutionalizing homelessness here and giving them resources so they can continue on.
Well, they're people. We're not going to let them. We don't want them to die on the street.
No, we don't. But why do they have to? They all settle here. Why Elgin? We're not a rich community. We're all struggling as it is. Why do we have to put the burden on ourselves? Why can't all these other towns? I think it was Rose or C. Thor once said that why don't the rest of these towns pitch in, because Elgin's taking the big burden of this, and it's unfortunate.
That was John. I think that was John Prigge one time said, well, why don't we reach out to these other communities and see if they'll put a little something in their budget to send to Elgin so that we can have extra resources to support the people they're sending our way.
You know how it was put to me, why Elgin? And this was the bottom line, because it's the end of the train line.
Yeah.
That doesn't pan out to me.
That's your answer. It's the end of the train line. Everybody in the area that's homeless, I've worked with homeless here for over 10 years, Skeet. I've seen where police departments have put homeless on a train and sent them to Elgin. Told them, here, we're paying for your train ticket. Don't get off the train until you get to Elgin. And then you get to Elgin, we have the churches, we have the resources, we have food. But let me tell you something. What these people are eating, I don't think you'd want to eat. Okay, everything that is being served at these soup kitchens, it's all expired food. that's coming out of stores that can't sell it anymore. It's picked up by groups and brought to places like the Illinois Food Bank and the church pantries. Everything has an expiration date on it that's expired. I've seen them serving milk that is, a day away from being sour. Trust me, these people aren't eating gourmet, man.
You're I don't know what food banks you're going to, but I have a friend that works, and they get donations from Panera and Costco and Sam's Club. All this stuff isn't broken up food. This is all.
It's all expired.
That I would buy on clearance.
It's all, but it's all expired.
I buy stuff out of the clearance cart in Butea. I'm not any much further than they are, but I'm not living on just because I can. It's institutionalized. It's institutional homelessness, and we're giving them the resources to do it. And I'm sorry to say, but Elgin churches, and we keep on giving, the city council keeps on giving money to them, and they're not going to stop. You keep on, giving people, a way to keep with their drug habits and living in the forest. They're going to do it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, Skeet.
We need to stop doing it.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts.
Sure.
Okay. We're about 6 minutes away from the end, but I think Skeet made his points there. Greg, did you have more?
No, other than, his point's valid.
I agree.
But thank God that there is some place for people that find themselves without a home, without an income, on the street, especially here in the northern Midwest. I mean, right now it's wintertime. When we came in, it was 22 degrees outside. Okay? It was 12 degrees overnight. The other night it got down to 10. I for one, am glad that I don't have to sleep in that. But there's some people that do. And thank God that there's a city here that has the resources and the ability to do the little bit that we do to actually keep people alive.
Yeah. So if I could jump in just very quickly, I know you're short on time.
No, we're good. I was going to ask your thoughts next because you said you also thought he had a valid point.
Yeah, he has some valid points, and that's why. And actually, Greg, I hear what you're saying. I would be fully transparent here and say at Wayside, sometimes the food is good. Okay, I personally think that folks do eat well here. So when I see a guy standing on the corner and he says, I'm homeless and I need money for food, it's like, you don't need money for food. There's plenty of food in Elgin everywhere. Yeah. Some of it, some days, our guys say, oh, what's this, and it's close to being expired at times. But not always. There are some Panera Breads. Chick-fil-A came by the other day in response to this, and, good stuff, I think. My wife didn't want me to eat it, but this is why at Wayside we want to help, but we expect a give and take. So when these folks are brought in and they sign on to our program, we expect them not to have the expectation to be there forever and ever, and that they're not going to stay there and just suck off and siphon all the resources. And if they don't, after a certain period of time, giving them the help and telling them what they need to do and encouraging them, then they're gone. They're not there. So I understand both sides, and they are human beings, and they're out there, and we do want to try to help them, get them off the streets, but then they have an obligation to respond as well. So it's kind of a give-take, carrot-stick again.
It sounds like, but it sounds like this conversation is getting to what the city is trying to do in a way, as far as figure out what this option is to possibly, at least if they're planning on eventually clearing out Tent City, then they're finding an option, a facility, whatever it is, creating one, and giving these people that option.
Slowly moving in that direction.
It takes a lot.
Yeah, and then Mark Smith, if there then becomes that option, and there's a lot of service-resistant people that don't want to take advantage of that opportunity, at that point, then you have the no camping in public places ordinance, things like that you put into place to try to enforce it with the people that refuse the service, right?
Right.
So, and to what Mark's trying to do then, and everybody here, it appears of what you're saying, I'm just trying to echo, that you find a location, again, might take a mega facility, you find a location, you find a place, the city gets involved, we have that location, now you can eliminate the tent cities, there's no more stuff on the street. Then you enact that ordinance that you're speaking of, and now there's the enforcement so it doesn't reoccur.
If you look at every city that has successfully dealt with their homelessness problem, it has only occurred when the city stepped up and partnered with the organizations that were in place to help.
That we're implying here.
And everybody
Suggesting.
worked together.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's been part of the problem all along. In Elgin, the city hasn't wanted to get involved. The city needs to be involved in what's
But
going on.
has the organizations, and I'll let you.
Yeah, no, you're good. Good.
Has the organizations offered their assistance? I mean, again, I'm
Yeah.
sure you have,
Yeah.
but beyond you,
If you
there's
look
other
at
organizations.
Aurora,
Okay.
the Hesed House was set up through the help of the city of Aurora.
So it was successful.
And it was successful. They have a big place. They're able to take in people. They have several programs in place. They have their own clinic there. They even have their own store.
All of the parts that I'm trying to say. So then let's elevate the voices of organizations such as yourself and see if we can't get the attention of the city to say, look, we want to be your partner. I'm sure the commander with the veterans would be the first one jumping up in there.
Yeah, he is.
I see what he does with the veterans.
Yeah, we need everybody on the same page.
And just going back to my statement that I sent you the other day, I think, well, number one, thank God nobody was killed or hurt in
Thank
this
God,
event,
yep.
right? I applaud the Elgin Fire and Police on their response, but the council and the city, the paid employees, that run in the city, I mean, this has to be moved to the top of the priority list to find the solution and to find that partnership. I mean, this has to go straight to the top.
Yeah. Instead of this, we're working on it, we're working on it. It's time to make it happen.
Yes.
And not just work on it.
And Mark even said before, well, hey, you know what? This is a wake-up call. I believe you were the one.
Yeah, and it was thankfully kind of a safe wake-up call in a way. Nobody got hurt.
This wasn't the first fire that we've had at 10 cities.
But they dodged a serious bullet.
They did.
Because nobody was hurt. And
None of the businesses along the railroad tracks were damaged.
I thank the Lord that nothing
They
happened.
dodged a huge bullet.
Sure they did. This was a great panel. I appreciate everybody coming
thanks
in.
for the invite.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark,
We'll
good
do it
job.
again. We'll do it again.
Dennis put together a lot of questions here and put together a lot of the phone calls making this happen as well.
Thanks, Sonar, for helping us out today. Thanks, Greg, on such short notice for coming in.
You bet.
And nice to meet you, Dave. We'll have you back soon, I hope.
Thank you very much.
Mark Smith, I know we'll have you back soon.
Yeah, nice meeting everybody.
All right, Dino, thanks,
Yeah,
man.
you're stuck with me. Yeah, the conversation continues, folks. I mean, we have all these resources. You can reach out to us. Please do so. Take it away, Mark.
All right, that's going to wrap things up today. Dino's Night Out, a special edition today talking about the homeless situation and the fire in Tent City the night before last. Sonar and Ben are in next, and they're going to have a political talk show, so stick around. Keep it right here on WRMN. Have a great weekend. Stay warm. Talk to you Monday morning, myself at 6 a.m.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org. Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better. Check with the BBB first because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Verizon. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20 with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Crudan.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, then Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Rooted in their family Mexican history, churros are made daily with love. Churros and Chocolate at 2533 West Algonquin Road has churros made from family recipes with care and fresh each day with delicious fillings. There's also the Frida Cafe where you can relax and catch up with a friend while having a warm drink. Try Churros and Chocolate specialty churros, the churro sundae, or take home a churro cake. Visit churros, the letter Y, chocolateinc.com.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Sconing, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all played, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today. That's great. Every time I hear them, I get excited about it. I'm sure. It's a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. It's just plain stupid. The standoff between an Elgin family and Burlington-based Central Unit School District 301 over whether a student with an accessible parking placard can use it at his high school without a school parking pass is over. Sharon Hoggy said during a Tuesday meeting with school district officials they were told her son Gavin could use the placard and park in an accessible spot. Gavin, 16 years old, suffered a concussion playing soccer as a sophomore for Central High School on the JV team in 2023. He still suffers from chronic headaches and sensitivity to light and sound over a year later. The family emailed the school officials before the school year began to notify them that Gavin had a state-issued accessible parking placard, but Central High official told them he would not be allowed to park at the school because he didn't have a school parking pass. Gavin applied for a parking pass through a lottery but was not selected before the school year or in a later lottery when spaces opened following a construction project. When he parked in an accessible space in November, he was threatened with detention and a disciplinary note was placed on his permanent record. But after further review of the situation, Burlington Central has backed off. Inflation hits Christmas trees. If you're hoping to celebrate this Christmas with a sweet smell of pine, you may need to shell out some extra cash. The average price of Christmas trees has increased by 10% since last year, mostly due to inflation and drought, according to the American Christmas Tree Association. Suppliers and growers of Christmas trees have had to pay more for raw materials, labor, and distribution, causing them to charge the public more if they want to survive. I'm Marky B, and this is the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions. They have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
America, and good day to our friends around the world. Thank you very much for being here with us today. This is a political talk show here on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 AM and WRMN1410.com. Simulcast live 24 hours a day. 12 hours a day. We are also simulcast live on YouTube. That's youtube.com/@WRMN Radio. If you want to be a part of the show there, leave a comment, leave a like, subscribe, follow, hit that alert bell, all of the different things and buttons that are out there for it. Thanks for being a part of the show. Part of the show today is, of course, two great reoccurring guests that we have here. Of course, we've got producer extraordinaire, that would be Bendemonium Boquest, and then also we've got writer, comedian, all kinds of different things that are out there, many hats for this person. That would be Elliot Serrano. Thank you both for being here with me.
Aren't I the L train now?
The L train.
Yeah,
where'd that go?
I was gonna say that's like, I guess that's my my nickname now. Not that I'm trying to claim it or anything, but it's there, and it's like I walk everywhere and go, "Hey, L train!" Like, oh, okay, I guess it's sticking.
They find you now, right?
Now they
see
find
you
me
on the streets.
If I go to if I go to the if I go to any of the little establishments around here, little Elgin. I was just at Nick's Pizza Pub yesterday. Ooh. Because the Santa Claus was there.
Yeah.
And the Santa that's there, I actually handle their social media. I'm a social media elf, so to speak.
Oh, that's fun.
And it's like, oh, hey, it's the L train.
You saw Mayor Reed over there, I think is what he was saying.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And then also whenever I go to the American Legion.
Okay.
So they haven't called me L train there yet, but I have a feeling the next time I'm there, because I'm going to be there next week for the fundraiser they're doing.
Because you just saw the commander here now.
Yeah.
So he was just here.
Yeah.
Commander Mark Smith was here.
Yeah.
My name's on the ticker outside as Bendemonium. So
Bendemonium.
I'm waiting for that to.
We should do like an afternoon zoo. Bendemonium and the L train.
Yes, hop aboard the L
Catch
train.
the L train and Bendemonium.
This train's leaving the station.
That's it. The reason we bring both of these gentlemen onto the show with us, of course, is their incredibly sharp wit, but also they live and breathe media, especially political and news media as well. So this is what we do on Fridays, on Free Speech Fridays. We recap the news of the week and go down a few questions here and there. It might be a couple of discussions we've had throughout the rest of the week here, but adding Elliot into it and making sure that the phone lines are open for you, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410 allows you to jump into the conversation as well.
And I want to warn folks, thank you for bringing up the comedian part, because I do try to bring a bit of humor to things, a bit of irreverence, so kind of like a little touch of Daily Show or stuff, because it was my dream to be on the Daily Show as one of their correspondents.
Sure, yeah.
I even put together an audition tape for them. Yeah, didn't make it that far.
Apparently, all you have to do now is be a somewhat political comic.
Yeah. And now, that's what all of them are. Yeah, all the political. But they're very good. The crew they have on there now are really, really good. But anyway, but I am in a mood today. So I might say some things that kind of cheese people off. Just warning y'all.
We like that L train.
I am in a bit of a mood.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to be funny.
Someone's eating spicy ramen on the L train today.
It is not. It's funny you should mention that. TikTok, which is going to be banned, right, as of January 20th.
Like. Oh.
We're talking, folks are going nuts on TikTok right now. They're selling stuff like crazy. What have they been selling all week? Ramen noodles.
Oh,
the Momofuku noodles, the ones, those specialty ones that you can get at Target. We're talking like entire like cases of Momofuku noodles for rock bottom. I'm like, okay, if the ship's going down, I'm grabbing as much as I can before it goes.
There's a lot of people stocking up on different things, especially because of the tariff aspect of it, where steel industries are grabbing like 3 years worth of steel just to undercut what the tariffs.
I'm sorry, and where is this steel coming from?
Yeah, exactly, coming from China.
I thought we were going to produce more steel in the United States, and that was going to bring fix everything. Now, if you're increasing the amount of steel you're getting from other countries, because let's be honest, we do not have the capabilities to produce that much steel here, especially not at the prices that China was able to produce. And anyone who says that this is going to bring back U.S. manufacturing is deluding themselves, because there's no way in heck, even 2 years, heck, 4 or 5 years worth of those types of tariffs aren't going to do it. And add to that, it's just going to make everything incredibly expensive.
Well,
and again,
now we've got the local steel workers that are in support of the Nippon deal.
Yeah, and this has been something that's for almost over a year, I would have to say.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to believe, because I remember reading a story on News for You about this when the merger was happening. It's popular amongst steel workers.
And now Trump is saying he is in opposition to the deal. So do you remember that Keystone pipeline that everybody was mad at Biden for? I wonder how mad people are going to be about this steel worker deal.
Well, in fairness, Biden was also against it too.
Yeah.
So they were both against it. So, but if they were thinking, well, Biden's against it and Trump's going to do it, well, they were wrong there. So.
Exactly. We've got a few other things that we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about all of the pardons that are floating around. This is pardon season. So if you wanted one, go ahead and pretend you're a turkey. But
I want a cabinet position. That's what I want.
Instead of a pardon, what about a 10-year pardon? What about the 11-year pardon? I'm sorry.
I think the way it works now is that you get a pardon and then you get the position, and then I think you get like a bonus pardon afterwards.
So we're going to see Roger Stone, Secretary of Transportation.
Can I tell you something? I would be all over that just for the pure entertainment value alone. Seeing him on CNN doing interviews, that would just for pure entertainment. Because I mean, nothing's going to get done, so I might as well be entertained. So.
Sure, yeah. I mean, that's part of the bread and circus, I guess. Got to have the good circus as well.
Not that much bread, but yeah.
We've also got job numbers that came in, economy numbers. We do want to talk a little bit about the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. We're going to get a little bit into the different public sentiment that has been floating around for that. And of course, we definitely have to talk about South Korea and the potential coup that was thwarted then. All news that has happened this week. If you want to get in, if you've got a topic, go ahead and hop in, 847-931-1410, 847-931-1410 to get on the call line, or text us 505-926-1410, 505-926-1410. When we come back, we'll jump right into the discussions, so stick around. More Apolitical Talk Show. We'll be right back after this.
For many years, Italian Pizza Kitchen in Roselle has been serving quality and excellence. Italian Pizza Kitchen is family-owned, with experience in preparing authentic Italian cuisine with the freshest, highest quality ingredients since the 50s. Your food is always prepared fresh with the same traditions, recipes, and standards that they've perfected over the years. Italian Pizza Kitchen has a passion for great cuisine and customer service. Visit ItalianPizzaKitchen.com.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Take a historic walk through the home of America's greatest showman, Al Ringling. Located in Baraboo, Wisconsin, you can view the grand opulence on a guided tour, now hourly starting 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Weekday tours begin on the veranda and on the weekends in the tap room of the Al Ringling Brewery. Behind the mansion, kick back and try a flight of craft beers and dine at this family-friendly stop. Visit alringlingmansion.com for more information.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiasts Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show here on WRMN, simulcast every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week, 360 some days a year. That, of course, is simulcast on WRMN1410.com or the TuneIn app. The the WRMN app, also feeds the TuneIn app, or you just tell your smart speaker, hey, smart speaker, go ahead and play that WRMN 1410 goodness that I love so much. And then it'll say, okay, playing WRMN, weirdo. Anyway, welcome to A Political Talk Show here on WRMN. I am joined by my two favorite panels, although Cecilia isn't here with us. She would probably be ranked up there as well. Cecilia Brooks.
She's my favorite panel.
She's in D.C. right now.
Yeah.
Right? DC.
Although I still got a notice to like her Cecilia Brooks for office Facebook page.
Oh,
alert.
okay.
So
still doing it. Still putting those Facebook pages and working regardless of where they are. Let's talk a little bit about pardons. Those seem to be the things that are floating around the world right now. Joe Biden has pardoned his son, which none of us, thanks, Dean. Have a great weekend, buddy. It was a great time. Enjoy your time. It was a wonderful panel, man.
Yeah, have some good family time.
Speaking of family, we're going to talk a little bit about President Biden's pardon of Hunter. On December 1st, President Joe Biden issued a full and unconditional pardon to his son, Hunter, covering all federal offenses committed between January 1st, 2014 and December 1st, 2024. This pardon encompasses charges related to tax evasion and firearm possession. President Biden justified his decisions by stating that Hunter was selectively and unfairly prosecuted, attributing the legal actions to political pressure. He expressed hope that Americans would understand the motivations behind his decision. The pardon was drawn by partisan criticism, with members of both parties arguing that it undermines the justice system's integrity. This move marks a significant reversal from President Biden's previous stance, where he had pledged not to interfere with his son's legal matters. Elliot, you've got something on this. What are the legal and ethical implications of this?
Oh, there are tons of legal and ethical implications. It's breaking all the norms, all the ethics. I mean, it is legal still, but I mean, there is a consequence of that.
I don't know. Abraham Lincoln.
But wait,
Abraham Lincoln did it.
Yeah, but I was going to say, yes, it's not without precedent. And add to that, the previous administration to the Biden, that pardons were given out like candy then, and all the legal and ethical implications weren't considered at all. So
230 some, I think was the number for that.
Right. So to my point, I mean, all this like suddenly it matters, and suddenly is how could they do that?
Well, suddenly I believe it matters because we have had not so suddenly a year of no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
From both Biden himself.
Yeah.
From his cabinet, and from any Biden supporter.
Right. Yeah.
Jamie Raskins himself, constitutional scholar, is tripping over himself to explain this without coming out.
And you think of it this way, where it was kind of a favor to the whole left side to be like, hey, use this as a soapbox for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
This is our platform. We're not doing it.
This shows how Biden is a friend of the law, and shows how Biden is. So now, is he no longer a friend of the law? Is he no longer a person that supports this?
Again,
this is the question.
Yeah. Here's my thing, and I've made this analogy before. It's like the Republicans have Bud out there dunking on them, and the Democrats are going, but the rule book says a dog can't play basketball.
Absolutely.
And they're like, but. I'm like, okay, so we finally got, let's say now we've got a kangaroo that can make a free throw, and the Democrats are all, oh, wait a minute, how can you do that?
But this is an unforced error. At no point did Biden have to say, I will not pardon my son. But that is an unforced error.
Absolutely.
He could have turned around and said, yeah, I'm going to pardon my son. If I would, I'd pardon him tomorrow, but you guys won't vote for me.
Yeah, it's all about what we could exactly. It's all about what we can campaign off of, what we could, how we could spin this, and it was too easy of a narrative for them, I guess, to just go beyond. Like, look at the sacrifice that Biden himself is making.
And Elliot, to jump into that whataboutism, what about the other pardons that have been over there? Should Trump have what if Trump had said that? I'm not going to pardon Steve Bannon, and then turned around and pardoned Steve Bannon.
Then the left would be wringing their gnashing their teeth and wringing the cloth, and I guess justifiably so, but. Folks, we're beyond the norms here. Okay, it's like the board has changed. We are already okay. It's like we had 4 years of playing checkers with the pigeon that just pooped all over the checkerboard, and we're back to that board.
Yeah. Do you ever watch that on Sesame Street where Bert trains his pigeons to train or to play chess or checkers or something? Yeah. And then Ernie's like, "That's amazing, Bert, that you did this." He's like, like, yeah, he only wins 2 out of 5, though. is the thing. Is this what it is? Is this 3D chess versus checkers versus tiddlywinks? Like, are they playing 2 different games, Benjamin?
Yeah, the whole analogy of the game and 4D chess and all that stuff. It's insane to me. Like I'm so over it, and I wish it would just leave our society. As far as people, just exactly what I'm saying. The soapbox. Oh, look at the great opportunity, and then you have Biden there, which I mean, I know it's super hard to be maybe a little nice, or a lot of stuff has been put on Biden, but to some degree, I feel like it's just like someone called him and convinced him to run for president, and he just like at some point, neither of these guys really want to be there. But like Biden, especially, I get that thing. Like for 4 years, you had to lie and say, "No, I won't pardon my son." Like it's one of those weird Schadenfreuds.
I would submit though, is it a lie if you believed it at the time?
Did he believe it at the time?
You know what? Now here's
then you got to say the dude's senile if you believed it at the time.
Maybe he is, and that's what a lot of folks have been. There's also the human element to it. You're here at the 11th hour. You're going to be leaving the presidency soon. Like the guy who's been gunning for you for how many years, and a party that's been gunning for your family for how many years is now going to be in power. And are you, as a father, are you going to leave your son twisting in the wind, knowing what they're going to do?
Oh, they're not going to. I don't blame him for pardoning his son.
Right.
In fact, I would have encouraged him to pardon his son earlier. What I would not have done is say, hey, if you're going to pardon your son, go ahead and tell people you're not. What I think logistically what was going to happen was, I'm not going to pardon my son, not going to pardon my son. I'm going to win the election. Not going to pardon my son, not going to pardon my son. Now that I'm 8 years out, 4 years from my promise to not pardon my son, now I'm going to pardon my son.
That was
but
my
because
question.
he didn't win, now the pardon's in.
Yeah, that was my question: is what would have happened? And it's always fun to play this game. If it was the other way and he had the
we wouldn't have got
4
a
years,
pardon until 27.
Yeah, I feel like that is a possibility as well.
He should have 2 years into his first term, into that term, he should have said, "I'm turning the reins over to Harris, and we're going to build up for her." So that's
what
like
I would have
a whole
wished.
lot of everything.
Because again, that's back to what he said.
Yeah.
He said he was going to do that, and we all believed him, and that was it. As in the last seconds or so here, Elliot, will this set a precedent for future presidents, or is this already the precedent?
It's already the precedent.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it's been done. It's been done to death. Trump did it already. His father-in-law, who he he pardoned for sex trafficking, and now he's making him friggin' ambassador. It's been done. So whatever. I'm not going to get upset about it on either side, because at this point we're playing on a crappy checkers board. And I need some clean spaces. So once we get some clean spaces, then I'll start complaining.
Absolutely.
Did he get it there? More apolitical talk show will come back. Hunter Biden got a pardon, but maybe Liz Cheney's out there looking for one. Adam Schiff. Should Dr. Fauci get one too? We know the new director of the FBI has a hit list. All 3 of those people are on it. Should they get the pardons? We'll discuss when we come back to WRMN's Apolitical Talk Show. Stick around. Bottom of the hour news happening right now.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. It's just plain stupid. The standoff between an Elgin family and Burlington-based Central Unit School District 301 over whether a student with an accessible parking placard can use it at his high school without a school parking pass is over. Sharon Hoggy said during a Tuesday meeting with school district officials they were told her son Gavin could use the placard and park in an accessible spot. Gavin, 16 years old, suffered a concussion playing soccer as a sophomore for Central High School on the JV team in 2023. He still suffers from chronic headaches and sensitivity to light and sound over a year later. The family emailed the school officials before the school year began to notify them that Gavin had a state-issued accessible parking placard, but Central High official told them he would not be allowed to park at the school because he didn't have a school parking pass. Gavin applied for a parking pass through a lottery but was not selected before the school year or in a later lottery when spaces opened following a construction project. When he parked in an accessible space in November, he was threatened with detention and a disciplinary note was placed on his permanent record. But after further review of the situation, Burlington Central has backed off. Inflation hits Christmas trees. If you're hoping to celebrate this Christmas with a sweet smell of pine, you may need to shell out some extra cash. The average price of Christmas trees has increased by 10% since last year, mostly due to inflation and drought, according to the American Christmas Tree Association. Suppliers and growers of Christmas trees have had to pay more for raw materials, labor, and distribution, causing them to charge the public more if they want to survive. I'm Marky B, and this is the Talk of the Town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Beef Villa's 3 locations offer much more than their signature Italian beef. Try the Italian sausage, roasted chicken, and more. There's a big variety of delicious side dishes. Beef Villa uses quality ingredients from homemade recipes, and they purchase top-of-the-quality food products from their vendors to bring you the absolute best tasting of foods. Beef Villa's great service and quality are waiting for you, but you won't be waiting long because it's always hot and fresh. Visit beefvilla.com.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. That's WRMN 1410 AM and simulcast on WRMN1410.com. Simulcast on WRMN Radio, the video aspect of it is, come take a look at the studio, the gorgeous Studio 14 here on 14 Douglas. What do you eat? It's gorgeous.
I'm reveling.
Gorgeous, right?
Ben's looking around. We look like a couple deer in the headlights on the camera here. The mics weren't live, right? During the break? None of them were live, right?
No, of course
All
not.
right.
Yeah, that's right.
If so, I'm sorry.
Because I've been saying stuff that could definitely get me in trouble.
We're trying to maybe get that behind the scenes type of feel for the YouTube side. The AM side, I got FCC to work.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
The YouTube side, when we're playing commercials on the AM, we can do all kinds of stuff on the in between.
I was doing my Daily Show bit on the between spots, and I was like, "Oh, if someone heard that, I'd be in trouble right now."
Exactly. Hey, we got a couple people sitting here for the YouTube chat as well. Happy Friday, WRMN. Hope y'all have a great weekend. That coming in from the Dutchman's Wood Shack.
Dutchman!
That's a great YouTube channel over there. If you like things that are the exact opposite of politics.
I want to one day just go to Dutchman's Wood Shack and just hang out there.
Yeah.
Like while he's working.
I'm sure he'll let you.
Like, Dutchman, if you don't mind, maybe I'll come over, I'll bring over a 6-pack or a bottle of, Johnny Walker Blue. And we'll just sit down and just talk about everything but politics.
I got to get me a Wood Shack now, too.
Yeah.
I need a new yo-yo.
Oh,
okay, well,
you think he
have
can
him
make one?
I'm sure he can make a yo-yo.
I think he can make one.
I'd be surprised if he couldn't.
I've been told that he was before when I was showing off my yo-yo. He was like, "Yeah,
that's not a euphemism, is it?
You make it one if you want."
I was thinking something else. Oh, well.
Everybody say hi, Brendan. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, Brendan.
Hey, everyone. I'm Brendan, and happy Friday to everyone.
Yes, TG that it is.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for checking in, Brendan.
That's it. He had some iced coffee this morning from the Mickey D's.
I have.
Saying, right? We got our coffees. Hey, raise our coffees.
Mine's from the Double D.
Our 1637 coffees over here.
The doo-doo.
It's crazy out there. We do have Submariner Bob coming in as well on the line, so let's go ahead and get to him. Hello, Bob. Welcome aboard, sir.
Well, thank you. I have had a considerable interest in this particular program since its inception.
Thank you.
I was a little bit concerned, I guess, or confused, maybe even better, this being apolitical and not to be confused with apolitical.
Exactly. Well, it is a play on words, but there's a space in between apolitical. So it's more like a generic label.
We like to use it as an excuse to talk about tennis or, any other type of apolitical type of topic.
Otherwise, it's an oxymoron. Everybody knows what that is, too.
Right. Absolutely. And those are some great words, too. What is your favorite bit that we've been doing over here? Because we've been doing a couple things of maybe with candidates or legislation or words. Is there something that you like about the show specifically?
Well, I appreciate, the presentation of the fact that there is conflicts of interest, political party-wise, things that are being pressed, but there are also basic principles of our form of government that we don't find elsewhere. If I'm not mistaken, I heard you quite recently putting forth the concept of government controlling medicine, where the government would pay your medical bills, and that to that effect, the government would be Medicare to everybody, so to speak.
Exactly. They call it Medicare for all is what they're hoping for. I think this was the original inception of what Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act was intended to be. And then they had to pivot to a government option instead of the government will take it over. Elliot, you got something on this?
And before that, it was going to be called Universal Health Care, which turned into Hillary Care because they wanted to pretty much attach a pejorative to it because you can't have the government controlling who's doctor. If you don't see your doctor, the government's going to come between you and your doctor, and then you have United Healthcare.
Well, that's when they were talking about death panels, Bob. Do you remember that when they were talking about once the government is involved, you've got the death panels that are on there.
They have death panels now.
And that's what I figured. Yeah. Now it's just the death panels aren't government employees; they're corporate employees
and AI.
And AI, that's true. Yeah. AI that's out there its. Go ahead.
We would be not be exclusive in that regard. They do that in Soviet Russia and most communist countries. But it's rather interesting that one very democratic, maybe they're a little bit more socialistic than democratic country, which is India. You know, the people in India have been taught to speak English for many, many years.
Yeah. The Queen's English at that.
Right. And you may not be too terribly surprised to know that there is a tremendous influx of East Indian physicians in this country now, because most of them have left India.
And is that because of the universal health care? They can't get paid as much in India as they would if they came over here?
Well, that's a very good reason for most doctors to get the hell out of there.
Well, and if you look at it, too, America pays actually the most in insurance admin costs as well, as opposed to some of the other countries that are out there.
And mind you, Canada also has government-controlled health care. Great Britain, it's called NHS, National Health Services. It's not just communist countries. They're also democratic and socialist countries. Well, Amsterdam,
isn't it by definition to have this social program that they would end up being socialist countries?
Yeah, but it's government controlled, yes, but which by definition makes it. You're going to argue: is it communist or is it socialist? Because you have people who say, well, if the government's controlling it, it's communist.
The difference between communism and socialism is pretty much the same as the difference between communism and democracy. That is, one rules by the ballot, the other rules by the bullet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of libertarians say that as well. I mean, even taxes aren't freely given. They're given with threat of imprisonment or whatever else,
or garnishment, like I will be for the next 3 years for taxes that I underpaid 1 year.
Where do you fall on this, Bob? Do you fall on the laissez-faire capitalism, or do you fall on we should have some sort of social programs for citizens?
We already have that.
Well, where do you fall? Should we just to each their own, and then just do laissez-faire and say, you know what, if you can't support yourself, then go find somebody like a church or something else. It shouldn't be the government that does it. Where do you fall on this, Bob?
Oh, the government still does it because there's a thing called bankruptcy.
No, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, but the more people in the United States go bankrupt because of medical debt than anything else, because the government doesn't step in and help people with that.
So would that cover the bankruptcy?
It should, but it won't.
Or at least remove some of it?
It should, but it won't. They won't let you. They won't let you declare bankruptcy for medical debt. Add to that, you've got people putting together GoFundMes, and they're on TikTok doing fundraisers because their insurance company is denying them, so much care after being, having things like stage 4 cancer.
Well, even then, some insurance companies actually cancel your stuff if you have a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
So there's a few different things out there, Bob.
Let me get a word or two in here. Of course, the problem with insurance is that we need to have the government handle all insurance too. And while we're at it, why not have them also handle all banking?
Yeah. Well, you've already got the Federal Reserve that does all of that, but they're not part of the government. Maybe they should be.
Well, they certainly step in when things are too big to fail.
Well, I do see Bob's point is if we're going to turn around and have somebody take care of health, who's going to take care of housing, who's going to take care of the monetary system in general. Do you think at this point, Bob, that we would outgrow a monetary system?
I think that we are due to see some changes. There's a big thing about digital currency. And I would like to let a lot of people know, you hear all of this advertising, you need to get gold because that's your protection against inflation and against the government debasing currency. A lot of people don't realize that back when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was president, one of the things that he did to improve the financial status of the United States was to get all of the gold that people had in their possession, except that which was jewelry, turned into the government at $35 an ounce.
Yeah, they essentially swapped all of that out and turned it back into that fiat side of it because your dollar doesn't go up with the price of gold, and it goes down.
And then I think didn't some guy irradiate all of that in Fort Knox?
Oh no, that was a Bond movie.
James Bond.
It's not a documentary.
Okay.
It's not.
I thought you misspoke and meant eradicate. So Nixon, I think.
Nixon.
So if the federal government, they're talking right now about going back on the gold standard. And if they do that, they're going to want to call in all the gold that they can.
Oh, yeah, because they have to back it up. Because if you go back to the gold standard, my right of having a dollar and going to go get some gold, like they're already having trouble printing the dollar. Everything is mostly digital to begin with. I think less than 2% of all money is physical money. So if they're already going to have trouble with the physical money, they're definitely going to have trouble with physical gold that I need to get. Just sprinkle a few dustings over something.
Make little gold thread that we weave into the bills.
There you go.
We need to get past this idea that the dollar actually stands for something. Like we talk on the gold standard, which it was. I mean, right now, money is an idea. That's what it is. That it's an idea that we all agree upon.
It's a Chuck E. Cheese token with the president on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, money is something that went down 30% during the last administration. So the $100 that I had in the bank back then is worth 70 cents now.
Yep.
In purchasing power.
And that's the way that it moves. I mean, a lot of people attribute inflation as a tax on the poor because they don't have the assets that raise with inflation.
Correct.
So everybody talks about gold. Sure, gold is the exact opposite of the dollar. Dollar value goes up, gold value usually goes down. Gold value goes up, that means they're valued more as the dollars for it. But there are other ways to hedge your bets or hedge your finances by investing in a business, putting it into something that would appreciate as well. Some people do classic cars. Jay Leno has a great equity because of that. So there's a few different ways to do it outside of gold.
I say we go to...
The government is contemplating turning the income tax into a wealth tax. In other words, your total net worth. So if you have $500,000 in stock, the value of that stock is what you're going to pay the tax on. Not when you sell it, but when you have it.
Unrealized gains is what they're talking about. And the reason that they're doing this, Bob, isn't because that they're turning around and saying, well, you're going to make all that money. It's because I can turn... Let's pick a person like Elon Musk. Elon Musk bought Twitter with a loan that he got because of his stocks. If he didn't have those stocks, he wouldn't be able to get that loan and then therefore have that income coming in. So it is a very, very tricky and fishy thing to start working with unrealized gains because, yes, your stock isn't worth anything until you technically sell the stock, but I can use the stock as an asset to go out there and leverage more money off of it.
Exactly. The other thing is that if the value of the dollar depended upon nothing at this point, at one time it was also backed by silver.
Hopes and dreams.
The fact of the matter is that the dollar is based upon gross national product. That is our asset. In other words, what we do, what we have, and that's what makes a dollar a standard.
So now we just need to change that ratio around of our GDP and our debt. Get that turned around, and maybe our dollar won't be worth negative. That's there. Thanks for jumping in, Bob. We really appreciate your insights, buddy.
Good talking to you. Take care.
I say we should go get rid of the gold standard. We should go the dollar should be on the lithium standard.
There you go.
Because we need that's an even rarer precious metal.
How about latinum? The old Ferengi.
Well, the laws of acquisition, the orders of
Yes. Exactly. You must negotiate.
Always.
Yes.
I hear there's a Ferengi is going to be in charge of the Fed.
Yeah,
Ferengi in there.
Getting some lobe.
Well, and you talked about it before. It's not to take it to this what is it? Character versus efficiency. That's that aspect of it. The Ferengi are efficient. Terrible character.
Yeah, you talk about unfettered capitalism. That's basically the whole.
They have a 99% denial rate on all claims.
Yes, absolutely.
They also in AI.
Yeah, their Wikipedia page has been edited. Yes.
Let's. We do want to get into the murder of the CEO, but
the Schmurder.
What I want, it's.
I've heard it called that so often, like on social media,
because
you can't say murder. So I keep hearing, okay, that's right. Oh yeah, that is a word. I keep hearing Schmurder, but go on.
Well, once TikTok's banned, you won't have to worry about that.
Is it just not being on a list or categorized that people stay away from saying that?
So you're not allowed to say it? Well, you don't want to say it because you don't want to get flagged for that particular group. So if they do decide to sweepingly ban people who talk about that, you're going to be included with it.
Or even, and that's one case. The more immediate part is like if you use certain terms, you go from being like pushed out to everyone in the platform to narrowed down. They narrow band you like to 18 and up because you're talking about more adult topics.
Exactly.
So, which is exactly what you would expect an American a social media channel to do, like for youth and all.
That's why people say unalive.
Yes.
With it. They instead of saying died or death or anything, or even then the word suicide, that's part of it. It's part of that. Even us talking about the 2020 election immediately on YouTube, we get that thing at the bottom.
Yeah, the biggest time that I saw that was during the pandemic.
Yeah.
When literally, I would put News for You on YouTube, just the audio version, and if I said a story that mentioned anything that was on a list of words, even if regardless of what the angle of the story was, it would be immediately taken off of YouTube.
So let's talk about this before we hit the top of the hour. I just want to wrap up pardons as we go through here. Reports indicate that President Biden is contemplating issuing preemptive pardons for individuals such as Representative Liz Cheney, Senator-elect Adam Schiff, and Dr. Anthony Fauci. This consideration arises from concerns that the incoming Trump administration may target these individuals for their criticisms of Trump. The potential pardons aim to protect them from legal actions and substantial legal fees. This strategy has sparked internal debates within the Biden administration about its implications and potential backlash. No final decisions have been made, but the unprecedented use of presidential pardon power could set a controversial precedent. Elliot, what are the potential consequences of this type of pardon?
There are no consequences anymore. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they do.
Effect, no consequences.
We are through the looking glass, people. There are no norms. There are no consequences. There are no ethics. There are no. One side can't go do one thing and then get mad when the other side does it. Even on the one side that never did it before, who's saying that you shouldn't do it, folks. Air Bud's dunking on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's time to bring out the kangaroo or the cat or the
saran wrap over the net.
The net, yes.
Ben,
come on.
Ben, these pardons are sweeping pardons. If you look at some of the pardons, and the majority of the pardons from Trump, they were for specific crimes.
Mm-hmm.
What the ones that Biden is putting together is, first off, for Hunter, 11 years sweeping.
Yeah.
These are preemptive pardons. They don't even list any of the crimes because I don't think they're going to even know if or what the Trump administration is going to use.
Exactly. You hit it on the head. It's speaking towards the times that we're in. You know, that, like Elliot said, it's everything anyone thought or predicted would be possible is now out the window. So we just don't know. And in so many ways, it's like you wonder if you think of it from the Biden specifically, it's like, duh, you would do these pardons. You're going to give it to your son just like that. It's so we're in such a weird place where you don't know what's going to happen. So obviously, this is the reaction to that.
Remember when people were debating if Trump could pardon himself?
Sure.
They were going, "Oh yeah, he's probably going to be," and everyone's going, "Yeah, he probably can. Maybe he will."
Probably, yes.
So, I mean,
absolutely, a president could pardon themselves.
So I'm there. I'm like, okay, so if we've already had that argument, I mean, then again, all bets are off. Again,
I think that's where the Justice Department's memo comes in as well. The Justice Department won't investigate or bring charges to a sitting president, and I think in that same vein of them being able to just pardon themselves for whatever.
Moot point.
If the Justice Department announces or the Justice Department jumps in or does whatever else, the person who runs the Justice Department can get in front of it. That's where a lot of Bill Barr comes in. A lot of his tactics come in. He's both with, with Reagan, with Bush, and with Trump. It ended up being pardon the middlemen, pardon the witnesses and the whistleblowers, and therefore they have no reason to testify anymore. And so therefore they can't testify against you if they're already pardoned. Mm-hmm. And it worked with Reagan and it worked with Bush, both with Bill Barr.
Right. We talk about it all the time. How both sides work with each other for pretty much the same goals. And this is where we are because of that. It's kind of like the last step. Like no one knows what's going to happen as far as prosecution and stuff going forward. I mean, we all know what it's been like for the past 8, 12, 20 years.
Is this the new turnover?
Volleyballing back and forth. And it's just where we are. So we're at the point of we're going to have to find out. So instead of waiting for that.
That's what I mean, Elliot. Is this the new turnover? Is this it? Not only do I hand you all of the daily briefings, but also here is the the pardon for me and my cabinet and my family and the 6 people that I ride the bus with.
I couldn't have said it better. Right there. I mean, again, it's
so signed the president.
So signed. I mean, we're at that point. It's like when when you play Monopoly with your family so many times, and then you come up with your own like family rules. You're not following the rules in the book necessarily. Like you put $200 on Go, and then everyone collects it when they go around, or you have that bit and that get out of jail because of this or that. That's what it is. We've gotten rid of the book. We've gotten rid of the rule book.
It's all house rules,
and now we're just playing house rules. Both sides are playing. Okay, now
you didn't run around the house twice. You can't do that.
My family rules are dumb. It's like Jimmy can't be the shoe anymore. It's fine.
Dean DeLaley comes in and says, "I beg your pardon." Right? It took me a little bit to get it too. More political talk show after this.
Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
This winter, the Elgin Fire Department is partnering with the Community Crisis Center to provide warm clothing for adults in need. From now through December 31st, drop off your gently used winter coats for men and women, along with new gloves, mittens, hats, and scarves at any Elgin fire station. Just leave your donations at the front door and ring the doorbell. Firefighters will safely collect them. Help us keep our community warm this season. Visit elginil.gov/civic alerts for more info.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The Elgin Symphony Orchestra's Holiday Spectacular is set for December 15th at the Hemmons Cultural Center, conducted by the talented Chad Goodman and featuring the Elgin Master Choral and Integrity School of Dance. Ticket prices are $20, with half off for students and free tickets for kids under 17. Elgin's northeast side, specifically Dundee Avenue near Larson Middle School, is set to undergo significant road infrastructure enhancements starting in early March of next year. This project is aiming to uphold Dundee Avenue as a primary link between I-90 and downtown Elgin, will disrupt traffic patterns and extend into October of 2026. The Springs at Monarch Landing in Naperville has earned national recognition by securing a spot on Newsweek's Best Nursing Homes of 2025 list, ranked second among Illinois facilities with 50 to 99 beds. This esteemed nursing home is being praised for its comprehensive services. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
So this new dose is, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Progressive presents Good News, Bad News, Dumb News, and Great News. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Commercials for so-called junk food have been banned on television and online in the United Kingdom in an effort to curb obesity and tooth decay in children. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports the same issues affect children here in the United States.
If you look at some of the statistics over in the UK, 1 in 5 5-year-olds are suffering from tooth decay. They have a huge population of children who are suffering from obesity. We're seeing the same thing in the US. So what we're going to hear is a reaction, how people are feeling the impact of these new bans overseas, and if it's something that possibly we could see here.
The ban will hit commercial broadcasters in the UK hard, with some estimating 50% drop in revenue as a result. Britain's National Health Services says healthcare issues affecting children add up to more than $14 billion a year. New clues are giving investigators a better look at what the person who shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was doing before they opened fire. News Nation's Alex Caparillo is in New York City with the latest.
New reporting overnight reveals that the gunman in this attack possibly took a bus all the way from Atlanta and used a fake ID from New Jersey to book both that ride and a lodging at a hostel on the Upper West Side. At this point, that gunman is still on the loose. We're entering our third day here. There's no clear indication that he's even in New York.
Police have released photos of somebody they said is a person of interest wanted for questioning in the attack. They also said a cell phone found at the scene was a burner phone, which is one of many clues that shows how much planning went into the attack.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Imagine planting, tending, and raising your crops all season long, only to discover a micronutrient deficiency is robbing your yield potential. Once you spot signs of nutrient deficiencies, it can be difficult to bounce back. Get ahead of manganese, boron, and copper deficiencies with Moxon from CHS. Designed with a patented Levosol chelate, Moxon increases nutrient availability and provides your crops with the nutrition they need. Ask your local CHS retailer about the power of Moxon.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous Handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
And welcome to our friends around the world. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here on WRMN, specifically WRMN 1410 AM. We appreciate you over on that AM dial. We also appreciate you listening to the app. Go ahead and raise your hand, everybody who's listening to the app. See, it's me. I'm in there. I listen to the app. I tell my smart speakers at the house to play WRMN 1410, and sure enough, they do it. If you've got one of those handy dandy smartphones that are over there, you can also find the WRMN app, and it will play, you guessed it, WRMN. It won't play any of those other stations. It'll just play WRMN. Get that one. It is the WRMN app after all. I mean, as soon as I make all radio stations app, then sure, download that one. But WRMN's the one to go to because that's the station we're on right now. On the show with me today and most days is executive producer extraordinaire Ben Demonium Boquest. Thank you very much, sir, for being here.
Absolutely. A distinct pleasure.
We've also got the L Train joining us as well. Comedian, writer, and on-air host for, you fill in for CPT every once in a while, right?
From time to time, I would fill in at CPT, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, Patty asked if I could have come in today.
Oh.
So I said, sorry, I'm already at WRMN today. Booked.
That's it. We'll see if we could get see, that's the thing is we're right up against Patty Vasquez right now.
We are. We go up against her first hour, so yeah. But I will be with her on her Facebook Live show at the 7 o'clock hour. So yeah.
Okay, no, it'll be fun. Yeah. You want to do it from here?
I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it from here.
You got to drive all the way to downtown?
Oh no! I'll be at home. I'll be home.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all remote on this one. Yeah, we're remote on this. But still, yeah. No, I've got Fridays booked. I have 2 hours here, then an hour with her, and then after that, it's like what's left?
That's awesome. Well, thanks for being media man. Appreciate that.
I love it. No, I love it. I always say this is my dream job. Working in radio is my dream job.
It's amazing.
I would if I could do this full-time for a living, I would do it. But, alas, that's not the state of media right now.
Yeah,
But,
all media, right?
Yeah.
If it's the only job. I think everybody in media has 2 media jobs.
Yep.
There's no greater feeling than the perpetual hot pot of coffee in the radio studio. And also, every radio station, I feel like, has a bottle of ketchup that is fermented to the point where you can get drunk off of it. Yeah, I feel like.
I saw that bottle. It's in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah, we have ours.
Isn't that how they make sriracha? I'm confused. What are we doing here?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, my goodness. All kinds of great things, including the U.S. job market. So we're talking about this because there was a significant rebound for November, adding 227,000 jobs, surpassing the economists' expectations of only 200,000. This recovery follows a subdued October, which saw only 36,000 jobs added due to disruptions from hurricanes and major Boeing strike. The unemployment rate edged up slightly to 4.2 from 4.1 within the previous month, with 7.1 million individuals unemployed. Our average hourly earnings increased by 0.4%, reaching $35.61, making a 4% rise over the past year. These figures suggest a resilient labor market, potentially influencing the Federal Reserve's upcoming decision on interest rates. Analysts believe the robust job growth may prompt the Fed to consider a 25 basis point rate cut in its December meeting. That's all from the New York Post. You can read it. Employers add 227,000 jobs in November, in massive rebound from last month. It was just posted today, and you can read that from the New York Post. First question goes to Ben. What are the implications of the November job market rebound for the U.S. economy?
Interesting. Moving forward, obviously, it's going to be one of those things that, like we said, where like take the snapshot now and see how it looks at this point in time. Mm-hmm. And we've been doing pretty good as far as on par with the rest of the world based on the reports we've read in a previous show. With unemployment numbers and stuff like that. So we're at that point where it's just, sure, everybody's employed, but what is the take home? You have to look at the actual money being made, being saved, being spent, loans being taken out. That's the real markers of how we're going to do as an economy. So are people employed? Yes. Do they have the money to spend? It's still kind of up in the air. We're seeing trending downward. I would think, obviously, I'm not a financial, don't have my fingers on the pulse of the economy that much, but that's the real metrics that you have to look at.
And the unemployment rate edged up slightly to 4.2 from 4.1 there, Elliot. Is this what the Federal Reserve was hoping for? We know Jerome Powell, whether he keeps his job or not, that's really the number he was looking for, was that 4 points or so. This is a really tight labor market.
In the macro, yeah. I mean, but isn't that what there's that whole thing that people said, well, they said this throughout the Biden administration. They said this even during the previous Trump administration. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those macro numbers look great. It all looks great up there. But downstairs, down here in the bottom, people still feel the pain. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the joke's going around. Why? Wow, suddenly we spent how much money over these Black Friday deals, right? This past week, we spent like $1 billion more than the previous year or something, whatever. And yet, just a month ago, people couldn't afford eggs.
Yeah, so, best Black Friday ever, though.
Yeah, best Black Friday. So it's like, again, we look at those macro numbers and go, wow, that must be great. But I mean, you go on LinkedIn and you have people out there, they can't find a job. Yeah. They're struggling. They're people who are, and we're not just talking about, like people who've worked in manufacturing or just middle management. We're talking about executive folks, people who've worked in marketing, these folks who have been out there. They are very accomplished. They have long resumes about how great they've
Masters in basket weaving.
Yeah,
Like no, I'm just joking.
but still, it's like they have all those things that you would want, and then but then they're out there applying. They can't get an interview
With this Black Friday, and then also these job numbers, Ben. Should we see consumer confidence come up, or would it go down with this?
One would think the confidence would go up. Money is being spent, and that's the main driver of the economy is
more people have jobs, I suppose.
Yeah, the money being turned over.
I want some of that money. Can I get some of that money that's getting turned over? Yeah, I mean, for real.
Turn it over right here. Yeah.
So is this the major factor of why we're starting to see some of this wage growth because of a tight labor market, or because we're all so loud about it?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'd say both factor into it for sure. And I think, as far as being loud about it, there's, it's kind of the old adage of haves and have-nots. So haves are kind of definitely not being loud about it.
Oh no, they're not. If they're anything, the haves are saying, "Hey, everything's great," but to the point, even to your point, and I'll say, people are being loud about it. The have-nots are getting louder. I think that factors into a lot of things, and yeah, I mean the numbers, as you said, back to the point. I don't want to dismiss the numbers, but I'm going to be honest. I'm a little skeptical.
Yeah, I could see it. We see you there, Brendan. Thanks for listening, buddy. We really appreciate that. U.S. economy has demonstrated remarkable growth, with GDP expanding by 11.4% since the end of 2019, outpacing other advanced economies. The International Monetary Fund projects an additional 2.8% growth for this year. A key driver is labor productivity, which has increased by 30% since the 2008-2009 financial crisis, significantly surpassing the Eurozone and the UK. This productivity surges is attributed to a culture of risk-taking, substantial venture capital investment, and technological advancements, particularly in artificial intelligence. While other regions face productivity slowdowns, the U.S. benefits from a vibrant tech sector and robust R&D investments. However, some experts caution that certain policies could impact long-term economic advantages, though America's position remains strong. Elliot, what factors have contributed to the U.S. economy's exceptional growth, comparing them to the other advanced economies? Now, we don't have to take it all the way back to 2008 financial crisis. Let's just walk it back to the pandemic.
Well, we're very good about keeping our money here, though, right? It's the tech market. I mean, AI. How much investment has there been in AI? Just
Quite a bit, billions of dollars.
And
in AI.
It's like the new thing. I mean, I think unfortunately, I think AI as a tool is great. I've learned a lot. I've used it myself. You've shown me some of the cool things that can be done with it. I don't think we're going to get to the singularity bit, or we're not going to get Terminators yet. Well, but then. But I'm waiting for that whole thing to like finally start, it's deflating, not necessarily burst, but deflate, when people are going to go, oh, AI is not giving us the return that we expected.
There's some articles out there right now of O1, which is OpenAI's newest version. First off, they now have a new subscription program, $200 a month, and you can get all of their top tier AI programs for it. I'll stick with my $20 a month. Thank you very much. But this new one has actually started to show signs of not necessarily self-awareness, but self-preservation.
Yeah.
And what has happened is about 5 to 2% of the times that the testers have gone in and said, hey, we're going to revise your programming. The programming took that out of the situation. that it was like, no, there's no reason for you to revise my programming. I'm just fine the way I am.
Okay, maybe we are closer to that Judgment Day situation than I thought. Because in Judgment Day, they tried unplugging Skynet, and that's what sets it off.
Yeah, the prime directive, man. The prime directive.
And that was it. Is they even had to remove its internet connection because it was trying to copy itself out there.
And they're not supposed to. Wasn't that one of the first things they said about AI? You're not supposed to give it access to the internet. You weren't supposed to do that. They're like, let's give it a little taste of the internet.
That's how it was for Voltron, at least, right? Or no, what was it? Not Voltron. The AI for the Marvels.
Jarvis.
Jarvis, but what's the other one? Starts with a V. The guy, the metal.
Oh, the
guy,
Vision
as well. And then there was
he turned into Ultron.
They did the whole Ultron.
Turned into Ultron.
Ultron, not Voltron.
Yeah, but no,
Ultron.
but he was Jarvis, and he became the Vision. Then he became Ultron. And yeah, no, exactly. It was my understanding they were never supposed to give AI access to the internet because then it gets loose out there. You ever see that movie Electric Dreams? That old movie with a very very young Virginia Madsen.
No, I haven't seen that. But Ghost in the Machine was another one.
It's like that. Well, this is like a romantic comedy version of Ghost in the Machine.
Okay,
it's like this computer that becomes self-aware and then it gets out into the internet and then it wreaks havoc on this guy's life because the computer is also in love with this girl. And he doesn't want her getting together with the girl, and and that whole thing is really cute. Unless
reverse ex machina.
Yeah, and then but then if it happens like in real life, you're like, oh man, this computer can like wipe out my credit rating, and I'm never going on a date.
Wait, they can do that?
Yeah, really. You're going to adjust my programming? I think you're not getting approved for that mortgage.
Is this sustained growth, Ben? Is this able to be maintained? Is this just a holy crap, we're all just excited about AI and that's why we're getting this growth in here, or is it something else that's in there?
Yeah, no, I mean, you see how it's moved so far, and it's always been it's not ready for this yet, it's not ready for that yet, and then companies start using it and leaning on it a little bit, and I think it's going to be one of those things where it's utilized more widely, for sure. Like more companies will use it in ways that are obvious and that aren't detrimental to, i.e., customer service and things that need the human touch, things like that, and a human perspective. So in that way, there's a ceiling towards the growth of it, I believe, to be actually effective. Did you see that that post that's going around Facebook right now about the company? It's called Artisan, and it's an AI. It's a company that offers like art, basically art for advertising. And he says, our artisans won't complain about work-life balance. Yeah. And I'm like, it's like, the what? You're like, yeah, they're coming out and saying,
"Hey, is that a flex?"
Yeah. Yeah,
our employees aren't people.
Yeah, we should. It's like, oh man, yeah, we should have never made college legal. Underwater basket weavers. Yeah.
Wall Street's analysts are projecting a strong U.S. economy in 2025, anticipating continued economic growth that may favor value stocks over previously dominant big tech sector. This optimism is based on expectations of robust economic performance with potential shifts in market dynamics. Analysts suggest that sectors undervalued in recent years could see increased investment as the economy diversifies. The focus on how various sectors will adapt to evolving economic conditions, with an emphasis on sustainable growth and resilience. You can read some more at AOL about Wall Street is betting on a strong U.S. economy in 2025. Elliot, why?
We all know why. Trump's going into office. Everything's going to be great. The economy's going to be humming. The price of everything's going to come down. Housing's going to be affordable. I mean, it's again, it's because it's.
Are those the real factors?
But with I'm kind of half joking here, but it's like the market generally, when the market has, when they know what to expect, right? And there has always just been this weird thing. Like when Trump was in office, this was the first time, it's like the market loved it with all the crazy stuff he would do. And even though he would mention a particular stock, which you're not supposed to do, and that particular stock would tank, which would freak out that particular company. But everyone's like, yeah, oh yeah, well, we know what's going on. The market loved it. And him in office always just seemed to project some sort of strength and stability for just the corporate level, which I never understood because it was always so volatile. So him going in, I mean, yes, he's going to get an economy that's stable now. And there does seem to be this.
Well, that's what it was in 15 as well.
Well, yeah, but, right. But it's going to appear. I mean, I think 15. In 15 it was good.
Yeah.
He inherited a really good economy then.
Yeah.
It was on the upswing. This one, I'm not so sure it's going to be so much on the upswing. It's going to be. I think this one's going to be just a little. It's going to be good, but a little more fragile than before. Yeah, it's going to need work. And good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing that build up.
Ben, do you think it's because Trump, in his chaotic fashion, is consistent with his chaotic fashion?
Wait, are you saying fashion or fascism?
Fashion.
Okay.
Like his dress, not his chaotic fascism. Is the fashion, the way that he presents himself as chaos. Do you think they then turn around and say, okay, he may be chaotic on the culture issues, but at the end of the day, we all know that corporations are still going to get their cuts and everything else.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like he's acted for a lot of in a lot of ways. It's the volatility and kind of the, hey, look over here. Look at the ability of what he can do, what his words have. Possible. Either it's like Elliot was saying, I'll mention this stock and it'll go down. Everyone's looking at that, and either way, just the manipulative. The ability to manipulate.
Do the tariffs pop this optimism bubble? If the tariffs come in day one, how much more optimist are they going to be?
Yeah, no, I have a feeling that would be just a real eye-opener for a lot of people to say, oh, well, that's something that's affecting me directly, not a stock that I'm not a part of, or, this whole other world that is... I'm not familiar with, like the corporate world. When it starts affecting actually the can of corn you're buying, that you notice what goes up.
It's Wall Street versus Main Street, Elliot, and is Main Street going to be the reason that the stock market's optimization or optimism kind of falters?
Eventually, yes. It's going to happen. I predict it's going to happen right before the midterms.
Okay.
Right before the midterms. We're going to have the sugar high, so they speak.
Yeah.
Just like the last time. Remember when the Trump tax cuts, that were supposed to pay for themselves, which never did, only ballooned the deficit, but people were happy. Wall Street loved it. Everything happened, and then people were like, okay, the numbers are great, but everybody on the bottom was like, man, it hurts right now. Stuff still hurts. I mean, people are still hurting now. I think, yes, numbers look good, but people are still hurting. So I say before the midterms, it's Main Street's going to get louder.
And that's what it seems to be even with the Biden economy.
Oh, yeah.
Has been people on Main Street have been hurting. People on Wall Street know what's going on and where their bread is buttered. Is this where the Democrats bend to kind of wrap up this side of it? Do you think this is where the Democrats kind of not necessarily lost their message to the populace, but galvanized their message to the corporate side of everything?
Yeah. And I mean, you saw it in the campaign, everything that the administration has done up to this point, that's their focus. They're really donor focused and kind of seem to be just speaking sometimes to the populace, but not even behind closed doors, but just based on their actions, you can see.
So if either Biden or Trump won, the established Democrats were still going to make out, right? So then, Elliot, how does that incentivize them to even put together a campaign? if the Democrats still make money, and the Democrats arguably will make more money for losing, obviously this is the better route to go. Why don't they lose in 28 too? Because we make more money. It's almost like a producer's type of situation here.
Yeah.
You know, we make more money for a flop.
There's so much. We're inundated by media, so people get all these movie plots in their heads. And, that could work in real life.
45 seconds.
I don't need 45 seconds to see. It's all coming. You know what? Can someone plug the AI in and just tell it? Let's just do it. Just
make life like Rounders.
Yeah. I think I'm thoroughly depressed now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, mission accomplished for Apolitical Talk. No, I'm just joking. Thanks for sticking around. Another half hour coming up. If you're talking about public sentiment, well, that's definitely what we're going to talk about next with the murder of the CEO of United Health. We're going to discuss that. Jump in, 847-931-1410. We'll be right back after this.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. It's just plain stupid. The standoff between an Elgin family and Burlington-based Central Unit School District 301 over whether a student with an accessible parking placard can use it at his high school without a school parking pass is over. Sharon Hoggy said during a Tuesday meeting with school district officials they were told her son Gavin could use the placard and park in an accessible spot. Gavin, 16 years old, suffered a concussion playing soccer as a sophomore for Central High School on the JV team in 2023. He still suffers from chronic headaches and sensitivity to light and sound over a year later. The family emailed the school officials before the school year began to notify them that Gavin had a state-issued accessible parking placard, but Central High official told them he would not be allowed to park at the school because he didn't have a school parking pass. Gavin applied for a parking pass through a lottery but was not selected before the school year or in a later lottery when spaces opened following a construction project. When he parked in an accessible space in November, he was threatened with detention and a disciplinary note was placed on his permanent record. But after further review of the situation, Burlington Central has backed off. Inflation hits Christmas trees. If you're hoping to celebrate this Christmas with a sweet smell of pine, you may need to shell out some extra cash. The average price of Christmas trees has increased by 10% since last year, mostly due to inflation and drought, according to the American Christmas Tree Association. Suppliers and growers of Christmas trees have had to pay more for raw materials, labor, and distribution, causing them to charge the public more if they want to survive. I'm Marky B, and this is the talk of the town.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Ready to hit the ground running or walking? Welcome to Dick Pond Athletics in St. Charles. For over 50 years, we've outfitted runners of all levels with the best shoes, apparel, and accessories. Whether you're training for a 5K, gearing up for a marathon, or just want to be as healthy as possible, we've got the gear you need. Visit us for a personalized Atrex 3D gait analysis. Shop our fantastic selection and snag a deal in our clearance section. Stop by any of our 5 stores in Lisle, Carroll Stream, Park Ridge, Hoffman Estates, or St. Charles. Monday to Friday, 10 to 8, Saturday, 10 to 5, and Sunday, 11 to 4. Visit dickpondathletics.com today. Want to feel your best and take control of your health? Tune in to the Dr. Bob Martin Show every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410. Join Dr. Bob for expert advice on nutrition, exercise, herbal supplements, mind-body medicine, and more. Get answers to your questions. Stay updated with breaking health news, and don't miss special segments like The Health Alternative and Outrage and Mystery of the Week. Whether you're looking for wellness tips or the latest in holistic healing, the Dr. Bob Martin Show has you covered. It's your weekly dose of health, Sundays from 1 to 4 p.m., only on WRMN, AM 1410.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show here on WRMN. I'm joined by two amazing guests. One of them is Bendemonium Boquest, and the other one is Elliot Serrano. My name is Dennis Green. Welcome again to A Political Talk Show, WRMN 1410.
The mics weren't live, were they?
Only for a little bit, just for a little bit.
Did they catch the stuff I was saying earlier?
We're sorry, Tiffany.
And McDonald's.
And Bob.
and McDonald's.
Oh, not Bob.
Oh, yeah,
not
the things there.
Not Collar, but we love Collar Bob.
Yeah, if he heard, he would be like, oh.
He'd be like, yeah.
Submariner Bob, by the way.
Yeah.
Submariner.
Mind you,
Bubblehead.
Mind you, Bob is one of the rare exceptions of a caller, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
You listen to the score. Every Bob that calls into the score is a dimwit. They're all dimwits. All the Bobs.
I'll tell you, the Submariner Bob, he is sharp as a tack.
Oh no, I get a history lesson every time Bob calls in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All the way back from the 1930s he was talking about with it too. So it was great. We really appreciate it.
Mad respect for Submariner Bob.
Absolutely. And it's Submariner, not Submariner, by the way. Too.
Is it?
Yeah, Submariner.
Okay, so the Marvel folks always pronounce it incorrectly.
Yes.
It's not the Submariner.
Yes.
It's Submariner.
Well, Submariner, you're talking about Namor?
Namor, yeah.
Yeah, he is a submariner.
Because a mariner is a fisherman.
Yeah, a mariner is a person who sails on the sea.
Right.
That. If you are a submariner, you are below mariners.
Unless they're like torpedoing fish, like giant tuna down under.
And if you are a submariner,
you served on a submarine.
Exactly.
And then
served on that.
So why is it Magneto instead of Magneto?
I don't know. I think that's a dialect.
That's another Marvel thing I've always wondered about.
I've heard in Tennessee they call it Magneto.
Magneto. Yeah, they're Magneto. He got them evil mutants.
Why don't they just dip them in water? It wouldn't work anymore.
Exactly. You drop it in a glass of water is what I've heard.
You drop a glass of water on it. The whole glass.
That's right. You drop a glass of water on a magnet and it doesn't work anymore. I heard that at a rally once.
I thought water was a good conductor.
Yeah. No, that's what we're saying. Is sharks on top of magnets and stuff. Yeah. In that same speech, he said he knows how magnets work. If you drop a glass of water, not pour a glass, not put the thing, drop a glass of water on a magnet, it will no longer work.
But wasn't that how the engine in Hunt for Red October worked?
Was the water?
It pulled water through the engine using magnets. That's why it was so quiet when it moved through the ocean.
Yeah. So it pulled it through, but it had corkscrew instead of being blades. It had a corkscrew propeller.
Right.
And so what it did was it pulled it through the water, but not through magnets.
Oh, but it used magnets to rotate it. So you didn't have the same. You didn't have the same thing. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it was electromechanical spin, but yeah.
So, I mean, now you read that book now, and it's like, the technology is kind of dated now. All the subs have the same technology that the Red October had. But,
also, a thin Alec Baldwin.
That is actually, I recently, not to get us off, I know we have a topic we want to hit, but I've just started watching the Jack Ryan movies again just recently.
Okay.
The Alec Baldwin one's really good. Why they bring him back? Although Harrison Ford does the next two, and those are probably his better. If he had done one more Jack Ryan movie, that would have been his second greatest
trilogy.
But right after Indiana Jones. Yes, I know he did Star Wars. I'm not crazy about him in Star Wars.
But that's not his trilogy.
No, it's not true.
That's Skywalker's.
And it's also it's a more fully realized character. So, but still, mad props to Submariners and Submariners.
Both of them.
Is there a possibility of fishing on a submarine?
No. There is one watertight door in the system once you close the hatch to get in and out. The only other way to open the door underwater is through the airlock, through it, and you have to let that entire space fill with water, and then you can get outside while it's underwater. Okay. It's mostly there to make your mom feel better about it.
Yeah,
I could never serve on a submarine.
Yeah, when I was going through Groton, Connecticut with submariner school, that was it. They pretty much said anything below, I think it was like 500, 600 feet, that escape hatch doesn't even work.
Yeah.
You're gonna die instantly as soon as you do it.
I would get claustrophobia going in the U-405 at MSI.
Yeah,
the U-boat there. I go, I can't believe people lived on this thing.
And not
underwater.
to mention the hot racking. That was the other side. 3 people to 2 beds. So when somebody's working, the other 2 get the beds.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's
again
gross.
Huge props to anyone who served on a submarine.
My goodness, especially Submariner Bob, who did it before it was a kindler, gentler Navy.
Yeah,
as well. So we're going to talk a little bit about our major topic that we've been talking about all week, especially since the 4th, the last 2 days. My goodness, it's been crazy. This is the public reaction for the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. On December 4th, 2024, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was fatally shot outside the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel. The assailant fled the scene on an electric city bike and remains at large. Thompson had reportedly received threats prior to the incident, raising concerns about the safety of high-profile executives. Security expert Phil Klein remarked, quote, high-level executives should always have armed security due to industry tensions and public anger over issues like healthcare costs, unquote. The murder has intensified discussions about stochastic terrorism, where public rhetoric may incite unpredictable acts of violence. Following the incident, social media platforms saw a surge in comments expressing approval of the attack, reflecting deep-seated frustrations with the healthcare system. United Healthcare, insuring over 49 million Americans, has faced criticism for its handling of claims and denial of coverage, which some believe contributed to the hostile sentiments leading up to Thompson's death. Benjamin, how does political sentiment towards the healthcare industry influence perceptions of violence against its executives?
It's exactly like we were talking about the other day. I think the best quote to come about is the Bob Marley, hungry man, angry man.
Yep.
It's a directly correlative inference that you could make. That people just aren't getting, I guess, what they feel like they're paying for in a lot of circumstances, not getting the claims and being denied. There's just no shortage, like we've talked about, of course, ad nauseum. It's like GoFundMe is the number one option for a lot of people out there. And like I brought up the other day, I actually have his tweets in front of me
Bring it
now.
up.
Dean Phillips, the dude who was basically the number one candidate before primary season, before that was a wish of the past, came out with the tweet the day it happened, and which I kind of admonished him for being a little out of touch, because if you simplify it, what he's talking about here in these tweets, and I'll go ahead and read them. This is from the 4th, the day that this tragedy took place. Seems like leftists opposed to killing terrorists in the Middle East support killing CEOs in Midtown Manhattan. Sick. That's a tweet from Dean Phillips on the 4th, and which I kind of pointed out and pointed to and said, like, what are you talking about? Like, you're making inferences there, the blanket statements and sweeping, putting words in people's mouth, narratives. Obviously, the internet didn't take it a great way.
Yeah, a child from Gaza isn't the same as a 50-year-old man who has been working for an insurance company.
Yeah, and by the way, they're running out of, I've heard just horror stories, anesthesia, and the stories from the doctors who've worked in Gaza. It's just horrific what's happening out there. So to kind of like take the side of the people with all the anesthesia. It's interesting. But and then here he did a good correction today that I saw him tweet out, which made made it kind of evident that changing the tone, the messaging here, and this is just from 10 hours ago. Dean Phillips again tweeted, "United Health is based in my district, employs thousands of my constituents. Like other insurers, they play by rules, allowing the industry to net $100 billion a year, while patients go bankrupt from medical debt. The real culprit is Congress and money in politics. It's time to get dark money, and it's time for change." So that's what he tweeted just today. So in the 3 days of internet craziness, that's the messaging that came out from something, obviously emotional and sided towards, these crazy leftists, which, by the way, he's a Democratic representative from Minnesota.
Yeah, he was also a presidential candidate, like you had said, too. Elliot, are there ethical implications for public outcries for wanting this? Is there an ethical side? Will America start to lose its moral compass?
Wanting public assassinations?
Yeah.
I mean, first, to the point, I would think, as Ben's already said, hungry man, angry man. You can only ignore the folks who are hurting for so long. I mean, and both sides have done it. We've talked about this. Democrats have ignored it. There are people who are hurting. You can talk about how great the numbers are. You can talk about the wage growth is this and employment numbers are that, but you still have people who are hurting. So you can't blame people for saying that. And then you look at social media. If you want to put your finger on the pulse of things, as you've already said, you not only do you have all these people who are pretty much, I hate to say it, making fun and kind of celebrating the death of this guy. I'll admit, I even made a commentary about it on my own Facebook page. And so I said, to paraphrase O.J. Simpson, I'm not saying it was right. I mean, to paraphrase Chris Rock when he was talking about O.J. Simpson, because I'm not saying that he was right to kill him, but I understand. And mind you, since then they've noticed that they've said that there were words written on the bullet casings.
Yes.
So it's making this seem like more. It wasn't so much a random shooting, but a real an assassination. It was meant to send a message. It's not just we're killing this guy, but this is what we're telling you. And when that got out, that got even more people on social media out, because they were talking about how many times they were denied for care from the same company. And now you look on social media and you already said it, like GoFundMe. It breaks my heart when I see the number of people who are talking about, well, I've got cancer, my insurance company's not paying for anything anymore, I need help. Just watch my video for 60 seconds, and then if enough people do that, then TikTok's going to give me money to pay my medical bills. If that's where what we've come to in what's supposed to be the greatest nation in the world, when every other country in the world seems to not have this issue. All other industrialized nations don't seem to have a problem with taking care of their populace and making sure they have health care. We are the last holdout when it comes to that. Then I don't know. I mean, you can't blame the populace for crying out and saying that. And maybe it's wrong, and maybe we'll look back at this as a very dark time in our history. But again, I'm not saying it's right, but I understand.
Men, we're seeing this across party lines. It's one thing for all of us populists to turn around and say, oh, well, the insurance CEO doesn't deserve this or doesn't deserve that. But to turn around and say Brian Thompson is the embodiment of our anger with this. Is it worth us to erase these party lines with a human sacrifice like this?
That's interesting. I mean, it's one of those things where my thought on the fallout from this whole situation is the main thing I'm seeing is like, why would I grieve? Why would I introduce that into my emotions, in my emotional, whatever you would call it, bank, I guess. You know, there's only so much people could care about. People, unfortunately, are murdered and die in terrible circumstances that no one could have helped every day,
including medical circumstances.
A big portion of people, and this is how people come to that thought of, I don't really care. It's not going to, enter into my grief quota.
Well, not really caring versus vitriol towards the person, I think is really where I have the line with it. Is it's one thing to be apathetic towards this particular person. It's another thing to turn around and be like, he deserved it. He needed to be taken down. We need to get more of them. Like that I think is the line. We can be apathetic towards it and say, well, you know what, karma or whatever else you want to do with it. This is whatever you want to do, not to necessarily justify the killing, but to be apathetic towards it. Because at the end of the day, shouldn't the NRA just send thoughts and prayers?
Yeah, what are you going to
do? There's a reason now why all the healthcare companies have taken the pictures of their leadership off their Facebook, off their web pages.
Wikipedias are falling down. All kinds of things.
None of that leadership wants to be recognized now. None of that. But when you bring up the NRA thing, I thought that was interesting. Somebody made that point. That isn't if you're a true Second Amendment, is that you want to be armed because you want to be able to face up to tyranny when it arrives. So, I mean, and again, this is
where you're going.
This is the stretch. I'm not saying I believe this, but this is the stretch. Why aren't these folks saying, well, it's corporate tyranny? These people are oppressing us. It's because of them. And no matter what we do, we can vote for certain people in Congress. They're going to pay off the politicians. Yes, I hold Congress responsible. Congress should be able to fix this. But I'm telling you, in the Congress under both parties for the past 10 years, 10 plus years, has been one of the most spineless Congresses in our modern history, because all this stuff, anything they do they can get done as ceremonial or self-serving, nothing for everyone. And yeah, putting it back in Congress's lap, saying, look, you guys need to fix this.
Yeah.
That they're not doing it.
Well, and is that where Dean Phillips is coming in with the regulation side of it? If the health insurance industry was more regulated, would we have the disparity that we're seeing here? Would we have the vitriol towards the people that are, to take your phrase, oppression and tyranny towards? If they were regulated and didn't have this situation, are we regulating the health industry to protect the CEOs?
Seems like that, yeah.
Should we do it that way now?
Sure. I mean, if it's one of those things, like you talk about it so much in sociology, where it's like so many people are okay with things happening to other people until it happens to it's on your doorstep.
The tribalism aspect.
Yeah,
of it.
and the way that the system is run now, they're redlining, and the people who are really being played with and affected are the customers. So it's changing, at least in the way that now that this is the point we're at now. It's kind of like the high water mark on everything. We talk about how the government is always redlining stuff, not necessarily talking about the definition of redlining, but like I'm talking about it as like you think of a car trying to hit the RPMs. And they're always going to be in the red, that pushing it as hard as it can in the name of making more money or whatever. And just like breakage and bottom line overhead, all that stuff, it's just this is where we're at. So now we're seeing that.
I think the mentality has changed over the last 30 or 40 years. Instead of providing a service to provide a service, you provide a service to make money. And that's it. That's literally the mindset that has changed.
Healthcare should not be for profit.
Exactly. Well, the same kind of thing with teaching or with doctoring or running a store or news or anything. Instead of the integrity of this place needs a hospital, the integrity of this place needs a newspaper, and that's why we need to run it. It is this thing, this business needs to run at not only a profit, but a growing profit.
Yeah, the best possible.
No, I just don't understand the rationale behind the insurance companies making billions of dollars in profit annually for their shareholders, and yet you still have people dying because they're getting declined coverage.
Yep.
Because the company doesn't want. I mean, yeah. Let's say I was reading this an article about it was a United Healthcare patient was going to Penn State University because United Healthcare went in and they sold all these students on these healthcare packages because young, really, healthy kids. We can make a lot of money getting their payments, from their
because they're not going to cash it in. Exactly.
But there was one student who was suffering from like a version of IBS, something like that. Was tremendously debilitating and was on a medication after almost 2 years of suffering. He was like, they finally found the medication that took care of his condition. And because it was so expensive, United Healthcare said, we can't pay for that anymore. You need to go to one of our approved medications.
Wow.
And it's like, you've been making money off these students for how many years now? And yes, he was like, I guess it was around $2 million ultimately that was spent on him, but I'm like, billions in profit.
Yep.
And this is what you're making.
And admin charges, not just medical side, admin charges, 3 times the amount here in the United States than what's over in Europe as far as just admin.
And if we're supposed to be a culture of life, as George W. Bush said, culture of life, don't we want people to live? Don't we want them to be happy? And
unless dying turns a profit. And then if you dying makes me money, then by all means, go ahead and continue.
The AI, where's the plug for the AI? Can we let's just plug it in? Let's just do it.
Yeah, it's such a huge system that there's so many people dependent on it. There's so many people working in that industry who are not going to be giving the same opinions just because of the sustainability, their job security.
And don't get me wrong, I don't think it's wrong that you can make a living in it. Okay, I mean, if you're going to be be a doctor, whatever. Yeah,
we need the right people.
Exactly. You want to if you want to be able to make a living selling insurance, managing those things, I understand that. I respect that.
I have a real quick point too.
Go on.
You've seen these stories a lot. Like typically it's people going, there was a story about this guy who basically got put in a bunch of debt due to dental procedures. And he went and shot the dentist. This happened in April of last year.
Really?
And you hear these stories that comb through the news like a news sycophant over here. But it's you hear like at least a dozen a year of people going specifically after the healthcare providers in the sake of like the people who they interacted with.
Because they know the name.
Exactly.
That's the thing. No name insurance company. I'm not going to go after Tracy, who was on the phone with me for 3 hours. I'm going to go back to where I got the service done and that face-to-face that's right there. So are we going to start to see more high-profile SEO type of people remove their names from the internet in general?
Yeah, and it's the unfortunate. It's like the quick fix. Like, instead of fixing the system, let's just
disappear, right?
Insulate a little better.
What if I'm the richest man on the planet and just bought a social media site? How do I get rid of my footprint then?
I feel like he's just gonna fake taking credit for it as much as he can, and just whip up his base because there's so much of that out there. Like, ooh,
I don't know. It's definitely eye-opening. This story was absolutely eye-opening this week for this. It just being able to see where first off social media can go as a zeitgeist in general is already on that side for me. It's the end of the world as we know it, guys. No, I'm just joking.
It's more of the same. More of the same.
It may be the late stage capitalism, I think, is what we're running into right now.
Very late.
Oh man, I want to believe I could be John Connor when Judgment Day comes, but I know I'm going to be like one of those guys who the Terminators just step on and kill me before. John, I'll be done.
Done.
Yeah, I'll be done.
Yeah,
Take me in the finger snap, right?
Not enough SPF in the world. Biggest laugh.
A Political Talk Show will be back on Monday with some Monetary Monday that's right there. We see you, Brendan. We see you, Dean. We love you. Thanks for being there. Have a great weekend.
Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit benderdentalcare.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Verizon. St. Charles Police have identified a man from Indiana as the man who threatened residents of an assisted living facility with a chainsaw. 41-year-old Daniel H. Escalera from Indiana was fatally shot by police after threatening residents. An investigation into the incident is ongoing, and an autopsy is scheduled by the Kane County Coroner's